Valhalla is a place only for true warriors who have fallen on the battlefield and achieved glorious victories. God knows why our main character ended up here, but he truly did die in an incredibly fierce battle. At that time, he was in a highly intense best-of-5 match at an international tournament. Just as he was about to wipe the floor with the Chinese team, he suddenly kicked the bucket. And that's exactly why he is here. Looking at his achievements in the game, they are the most glorious feats that make others bow down in absolute reverence. Less than greater than. The epics he achieved in the game actually synchronized with Valhalla. Less than greater than. For example, the X-ray vision skill that can see through any obstacle, or the max-level dragon riding skill. He even received the goddess blessing for absolute pain resistance. And without further ado, let's get started. The story has ended, and the admin has translated it to the end. Enjoy. The story begins with Taiho sitting proudly on the big screen. The crowd is roaring. Spectators are flocking into the stadium to witness an intense match. He's finally here. The audience cheers as the group appears below the stage. The MC starts the introduction. Our main character today. The 6-time World Championship MVP. The 7-time World Championship MVP. Taiho steps out looking completely menacing. And that is Lee Taiho. The spotlight hits Taiho, who is trembling in fear at his oversized opponents. He stammers, That's my name. Taiho and the white-haired girl are completely surrounded by a bunch of giants. A bald guy mutters, Taiho? Sounds strange. A blonde guy comments, his outfit is weird too. The bald guy adds, and he's so tiny. I know, right? The other replies. Suddenly, the two old men look at each other and say in unison, The bald guy furiously points at him, You bastard, you're the one who killed me. The blonde guy smirks, well, look who it is. So it's you. The two old men glare at each other, radiating intense killing intent. A chill runs down Taiho's spine as he watches this. He awkwardly looks at them. Well, what's going on? Why suddenly? Are they sworn enemies? The blonde guy's eyes burn with fire, snorting smoke like a bull. The bald guy is equally fierce, his eyes glowing blue like the Lord of Hell. They lunge into a fistfight while throwing insults. You made it to Valhalla because of me. The bald guy laughs. It was a damn good fight. The bald man asks, but if you're here too, does that mean you died right after? The blonde replies, yeah, pretty much. Right then. I got taken down by some kid with 5 dreadlocks. He yelled, "Ya," and stabbed me right in the gut. He points at the scar on his stomach. Bior, the bald guy exclaims. The bald man rejoices, Son, you avenged your father. The blonde just laughs along cluelessly. From fighting, they suddenly start praising each other, leaving Taiho totally confused. You raised him well. Hell be a great warrior. No, he already is. Thank you. The bald guy laughs loudly. Taiho stands frozen at this bizarre scene, thinking to himself, how the hell did I end up in this crazy place? Rewinding time, Taiho remembers his MVP match. Amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, I was clearly about to win my 3rd consecutive world championship. Then suddenly, he collapsed right onto his keyboard. Taiho's mind is a mess, tearing his hair out. Wait, did I actually die back then? Is this not a dream? While he's freaking out over what the hell is happening, a hand points right at him. The white-haired girl introduces him. This is a champion. He has won dozens of battles. The giant's battle lust is instantly triggered. A champion? The king of duels? He's a bit small, but looks capable. Must have good technique. I really want to fight him. Taiho turns pale with fear watching this. The white-haired girl beside him is also stunned. Taiho glares at the white-haired girl. Right, it's all this girl's fault. What the hell is she winking for? Meanwhile, she has no idea what he's thinking and just cheerfully shuts off. The scene shifts back to the real world in his memories. When Taiho collapsed after totally destroying the guys on the Chinese team, he died on the spot. Taiho watches all of this unfold from behind. Is that me? A blindingly bright light flashes. The white-haired girl floats in front of Taiho. Soul of the warrior who perished after a glorious battle. She reaches her hand out toward his soul. Come here. Taiho is shocked. Huh? Perished? A radiant aura glows from her. Am dead? He wonders in shock. The white-haired girl looks at him gently. Come with me. Taiho panics. Go where? To what kind of place? Don't tell me it's hell. Hand. She grabs his hand while the clueless guy still has no idea what's going on. Instantly, the white-haired girl pulls his hand and flies off somewhere. She looks back at him. To Valhalla. Taiho freaks out. What? Valhalla? Ah! A desperate scream echoes through the city. Ending the flashback, Taiho reflects on reality. Isn't Valhalla the afterlife in Norse mythology? Only fallen warriors can go there. I remember reading that in a game. Did they mistake me for some great warrior? One look at that face and it all makes sense. Taeho quickly explains to the white-haired girl, "Hey, and no warrior. I'm just a pro gamer, a guy who plays games." She asks innocently, "Games? You mean duels? Hand-to-hand combat?" He brushes it off. No, not that. Can you send me back to where I—" Before he can finish, a horn sounds. A man with two horns is blowing it loudly. The white-haired girl quickly commands, "We're under attack. Everyone, prepare for battle." The crowd starts charging forward frantically. Taeho screams in panic. It's pure chaos. The brutal battle between humans and beasts breaks out. Crazy wolves lunge forward to attack them. They fight back with absolutely everything they have. The giants fight back fiercely. The situation in front of him is total mayhem. Taeho watches and thinks to himself, this is absolute madness. He trembles as he holds a sword for the first time. What do I do? I've never held a real sword before. Taeho hesitates. I came here because I died. A brute monster lifts a boulder, aiming to crush him. So what happens if I die again? He thinks. A wolf leaps to attack. Bjorn appears out of nowhere right behind him, yelling, "Duck, you idiot." With that, he launches a counterattack against the wolf. I'm gonna give this guy a taste of my iron fist. The wolf is sent flying by his punch. Such terrifying power. Bjorn turns back to Taeho and asks, "You don't know anything about epics." Taeho stares at Bjorn blankly. The old man glares back at him. Taeho stammers in fear. Epics. Bjorn says proudly, "Coming to Valhalla means you've achieved great things in your life." He continues, "Here, achievements equal power. The more powerful a warrior is, the more renowned they are." Taeho is shocked. Achievements. He thinks for a moment. After racking his brain, he still can't figure it out, and his face scrunches up. He's at a loss about what achievements he could possibly have. All I did was eat and play games. Suddenly, an image of a pretty badass-looking knight flashes in his mind. He suddenly realizes, wait a minute, but my character has unlocked the Immortal Warrior Karlstad achievement. A sudden surge of power coursed through his body. Panicking, he gasped that this is. Bjorn pointed at the glowing mark on his hand. So you've got an epic too, huh? You can see the floating text in front of you, right? Taeho's eyes lit up. You're right. I don't know what language this is, but I can read and understand it. It's like a built-in translator. The screen displayed, Immortal Warrior Epic 1% synchronization complete. It was as if Taeho had been possessed by that very warrior. His demeanor turned dangerous under Bjorn's curious gaze. The title of Immortal Warrior belongs to Karlstad. If I can use Karlstad's power. Taeho began to gloat narcissistically, ignoring his speechless Bjorn behind him. Then I am the strongest in this world. Bjorn's voice shattered his delusions. Look ahead. Taeho looked up, bewildered. What? A wolf monster appeared right in front of him. The beast was gearing up to attack Taeho. It unleashed a devastating strike that sent him flying. Looking this pathetic, he must have been thrown dozens of meters away, no joke. Taeho immediately stood his ground. He panted heavily, utterly exhausted. Karlstad's power. There's no way it's this weak. The wolf in front of him was still in a combat stance. Taeho thought to himself, Karlstad would have taken down this kind of opponent with ease, right? Is there something wrong with the epic? He summoned the system again, and the screen still displayed the same text as before. Taeho grimaced when he read the text. He screamed like a madman. Is this an insurance contract or something? Make the font bigger. Behind him, Bjorn chuckled. This guy is really amusing. With that, he reminded Taeho, I can only help you this far. The epic isn't over yet. Keep writing your own story. He introduced himself as he walked away. My name is Bjorn. Survive, and I'll see you around. Taeho looked up. He glared at the monster before him. 1% of Karlstad's power. He charged forward. But even 1% was more than enough. He ran toward the sword firmly embedded in the ground. Karlstad is a superhuman who could single-handedly wipe out 100 soldiers. Taeho slid past and grabbed the sword. Come to think of it, even in a combat stance, his mind never stopped racing. Wolf lunged at him again. My legend, alongside Karlstad. He swiftly dodged the attack and immediately countered. The slash tore right through that baboon-like beast. In an instant, he was standing behind it. Its eyes seemed to burn with pure hatred. The cheers from earlier. And Karlstad himself became his power. A storm. wiping out the enemies just like a raging storm. Taeho's Karlstad. His power began to erupt. Epic. The warrior's charge. Like a fierce tempest. He swiftly sliced the monster's head right off. Taeho leaped into the air, did a few flips, and let out a mighty roar. Taeho landed gracefully under the curious gazes of the crowd. He gasped for air. Is this a new epic added just by recalling a past achievement? This must be a speed buff ability. All right, with this epic ability. He stood up, looking at the chaotic battlefield before him. I will definitely survive. Behind these doors, a small feast was underway. Clinking glasses, everyone was toasting to the good news. A blonde-bearded man smiled and pointed at a bald man. So you're still alive, huh? That was just a warm-up, the bald man replied. Over here, Taeho was devouring a chicken leg, completely ignoring the bustling crowd. He stuffed his face while observing his surroundings. A night banquet, huh? They only serve meat and booze. I've checked them out, so they're safe to eat, but... Suddenly, someone slammed the table and shouted, startling him. If you want better food, then rank up as a warrior. Bjorn explained, this is the banquet hall for rookies and low-rank warriors, so the food and drinks are quite basic. Taeho asked, bewildered, Bjorn, are you a low-rank warrior too? Bjorn chuckled, I just came by to check up on you. Taeho replied, I see. I survived thanks to you. I really appreciate it. If you hadn't told me about epics. Suddenly, something crossed his mind. He asked Bjorn, by the way, what happens if I die here? Bjorn cheerfully replied, if a soul dies here, they turn into an iron warrior. They'll no longer feel pain or hunger, and they will fight for all eternity. Doesn't that sound wonderful? What? Taeho's eyes widened. That's not an iron warrior, that's an iron coffin. No way, absolutely no way. Am I going to die here? Never. Bjorn continued, soon enough, you'll figure out what your legion's mission is. Taeho asked, Legion? Bjorn pointed ahead. Looks like it's starting. As soon as he said that, a warrior stepped forward. A loud voice echoed across the hall. Warriors, I have witnessed all your performances today. Regenleaf boldly declared, now I will announce the legions you shall join. Taeho was mesmerized. A Valkyrie? Bjorn introduced her. Regenleaf, a daughter of Odin. She is of noble blood. Regenleaf shouted, now look into your cups. You will see the name to whom you shall swear your loyalty. Bjorn went on explaining to Taeho, we will all be assigned to one of the Asgardian gods' legions. You'll gain even more power from that god. Taeho looked at his glowing cup and prayed silently. Please, let it be Odin or Thor. The next day. The new day began with Taeho and Hedda rowing a boat to an unknown destination. Taeho sat in silence, lost in thought, leaving Hedda to row with all her might. Taeho looked up. They said it was a god's legion. Then he tore at his hair. But why? Why is it just me? Only me? Hedda asked Taeho, puzzled. Why have you been acting like this the whole time? She reassured him. Don't worry. Our legion has the power to stand against the others, too. Taeho asked dumbly. What? No superiors nagging you, and no subordinates causing trouble? She said. Taeho was amazed by Hedda's description. Isn't that practically paradise? Am I really the only one there? In Eden's legion? Flashing back to the previous night, a magical light radiated from the cup, leaving Taeho in awe while Bjorn looked on smugly. Less than greater than. His cup revealed the word Eden. Eden is the goddess of spring and fertility, the ageless one. Aside from her responsibility for the immortality of the gods and goddesses, she is also deeply associated with youth. Oh my god, Thor! Whoa, Odin! Tyr! Mom, I made it! This is awesome! While everyone else cheered upon discovering their legions, Taeho stood there perplexed by his new assignment. Eden! I've never even heard that name. Anxious, Taeho looked up at Bjorn. He had a bad feeling about this. Bjorn looked at him with pity. Take care. Taeho's jaw dropped. What's with that unsure expression? It's like he's telling me to hang in there. Razgrid called out loudly, Odin. She waved her hand. Odin's squad, over here. All the rookies were gradually finding their respective legions. Meanwhile, Taeho was still pacing around in the same spot. Eden. Eden. He looked left and right, but his legion was nowhere to be seen. Eden. A voice caught his attention. Hedda, looking utterly bored and yawning widely, mumbled, Iden. She opened her drowsy eyes and looked around. Taeho scratched his head. Excuse me. Suddenly, her eyes lit up brightly. Yes, I am from Iden's legion. She eagerly approached Taeho. A rookie. Is this for real? How long has it been since we last got a new member? It's so nice to meet you, my name is. Instead of sharing Hida's excitement, Taeho blushed furiously due to how close she was. He held his breath. Too close. Back to reality, he called out to her, Hida, what exactly are we fighting here and why? He stared at her intensely. Hida began casting a spell. Well, I'll tell you. The world looks like this. Where we are right now is Asgard, right here, located above Muspelheim. This is the place being invaded by giants, demons, and monsters. Taeho was curious. What does the red color here mean? That place is called Iryu, but it's already been destroyed. We are now on the front lines, engaged in a war against enemies who want to destroy the world. Hearing Hedda say that, he was stunned. Could it be Ragnarok? I saw this in the game. Hedda was a bit surprised that Taeho knew about this. She nodded. That's right. We are in the midst of Ragnarok, which holds the fate of the entire world. To put it grandly, we are fighting to protect the world. But in reality, we are just fighting to survive. Taeho was amazed. So it's possible to travel between worlds. A thought suddenly popped into his head. Does that mean I can also return to my original world? The boat docked at a certain cave and Hedda spoke up. We've arrived. The two of them entered the cave together. This is the goddess temple. Now that you've become her warrior, you should go in and pay your respects, right? Inside the cave was a secret passage. Taeho marveled at the sight before him, his mouth agape as he asked, Will I meet the goddess here? Hedda explained, No, not in person, but from a distance. The goddess lives high above. Saying that, she handed him an apple. Stand on the altar and try dropping this. Taeho was stunned. A golden apple. He held the apple and stood in front of the statue. He dropped the apple. He was nervous. I wonder if this will work. As the apple fell, a burst of light flashed. The goddess appeared. It was Eden, the goddess of youth and life. She opened her arms to welcome him. Lee Taeho, my warrior, come closer. Taeho was in awe at what was happening before his eyes. Right now, it was just him and the goddess face to face. Taeho's jaw dropped. Goddess. He immediately dropped to one knee to show his respect, like a flowing stream of water. His body naturally became more reverent. Goddess then bestowed power upon him. I shall bless you. It will protect you from death. This is the Guardian's mantra of life. Taeho felt reborn, becoming stronger than ever before. Whoa, this power. His entire body began to glow. He rejoiced at this power. All the chronic illnesses I suffered from during my life as a programmer, back pain, carpal tunnel, forward head posture, indigestion, and all those symptoms have completely vanished. Goddess smiled, I look forward to your future achievements. Taeho snapped back to reality. Hedda said to him, You've received the blessing. Eden is the goddess of youth and immortality. Now you can endure pain on the battlefield until the very end. It'll be very hard for you to lose your life because you've been granted life. Taeho ignored Hedda's words. He just blushed, thinking, She's so pretty. He sat up, his eyes still fixed on Hedda. As you get stronger, the blessing will also grow stronger. Just how bad must it be for our legion to be nicknamed the Undead Legion? Taeho lowered his head deep in thought. He asked Hedda, Once I defeat all the enemies, can I return to where I used to live? He looked at her with unwavering determination. Then he started feeling smug. Wasn't that cool? She's definitely going to blush. Seeing him like that, Hedda smiled. Does he really think he can do it? How cute. She reached out her hand to help him up. If the war ends like you said, assuming we win, of course. If you want to return, then you can, she said. He reached out his hand. Of course I have to go back. What's so fun about this crazy place? Their hands clasped tightly together. Taeho felt a surge of pride. Her hand is so warm and soft. He couldn't resist Hida's cuteness. Now, this is starting to get a little fun. The scene shifted to a certain world, where Taeho was entering the passcode to unlock his door. Hida was overjoyed to see him come home. He opened the door and stepped inside. Hida cheerfully greeted him. Welcome home. Today was so long, huh? You're right on time. She picked up a piece of meat to feed him. Here, say ah. Taeho felt shy, his cheeks flushing red. His eyes were overflowing with love as he opened his mouth, ready to receive the meat of love. Ack. He froze when he realized it was a shoe in his mouth. Taeho spat it out, leaving clear teeth marks on the shoe. He chewed while rubbing his cheek. This tough piece of meat pulled me right out of my daydream. Hedda asked with concern, Are you okay, Taeho? She looked embarrassed. The meat is a bit tough, isn't it? Let's work hard and rank up. She encouraged him. If we rank up, we'll get more privileges, better food, and better accommodations. Please do your best, Taeho. The setting was overflowing with the romantic atmosphere of the Han River. Taeho's delusions had reached a godly level. Let's begin, Heda said. At the training ground, she instructed Taeho, every time you defeat an enemy, you will receive something called a rune. Come to think of it, back then I felt this red energy being absorbed into my body. Taeho recalled the moment he defeated the wolf-headed beast. Heda replied, that's right. You probably already have a few runes. He manifested a rune, looking at what appeared on his hand. Can I use these runes to enhance the stats I want so I can become stronger? Heda nodded. Exactly. He asked, strength, vitality, and agility are obvious, but what about magic and willpower? Heda explained thoroughly. Magic will enhance magical attacks and also bolster magical defense. Willpower strengthens your focus and mental defense. Taeho pondered. Got it. He then asked another question. By the way, can epics be enhanced with magic? Epics are very special, so you can't improve them just by raising stats. The more people know about the story and the stronger their belief in it, the greater its power becomes. Sometimes epics are even stronger than reality itself, like a tale of catching a large snake turning into a dragon-slaying legend. The epics of low-rank warriors are quite simple. They usually just enhance strength and speed. Of course, that's already impressive enough, but that's not all there is to epics. An epic is the embodiment of a myth, so its effects can be incredibly diverse. Heda explained in great detail. You can forge weapons, transform, or even summon an entire army. Taeho listened intently. She gave him one final piece of advice, but remember one thing, unleashing the power of your epic and making it even stronger is entirely up to you. Taeho grew serious. My story? Karlstad, the legend of the Dragon Knight. The ringing of a bell echoed again, making the two of them stop discussing epics. The bell ringer continued to strike enthusiastically, the sound of the bell ringing out across the otherwise silent camp. Heda turned to Taeho and said, you understand, right? We have deployment orders. Taeho didn't seem quite ready. Already? Suddenly, out of nowhere, a purple light appeared. Taeho stared in astonishment. A portal. Heda pointed at the mysterious portal. Step through that purple portal, and you'll arrive at the staging area. Once everyone is gathered, we will head to the battlefield. Taeho had changed his clothes and stood tall and imposing. He still couldn't help but feel shy when Heda adjusted his collar. All right, all done. Perfect. You look good in this, Heda evaluated, casually brushing off his clothes. Well then, I'll be back, Taeho said shyly, walking straight ahead. She immediately called out to him, Taeho. He blushed and carefully turned his head back. Don't die, she said. Hearing this, his embarrassment reached max level. He gave a thumbs up to show he was fine. Didn't you say it would be really hard to kill me? Thanks to the blessing of the goddess even. Heda smiled. With that, he stepped resolutely toward the mysterious portal. Heda watched him from behind. Stepping through that portal, the sight before his eyes left him stunned. The giants of the other legions. Taeho stared blankly. There were so many people. Is a massive battle about to break out or something? Out of nowhere, a massive hand slapped his back. Taeho. He turned his head to look. It was Bjorn. He waved his hand. You're as spirited as ever. We meet again. Bjorn grinned at him, asking, You're looking better than before. Is your sign Valkyrie a real beauty? Hearing that, Taeho blushed. Saying that, he slapped his back hard again. Aren't all Valkyries beautiful? All right, go find your legion. Unlike yesterday's battle, today we have a commander. Commander Ragnar wore a fierce expression. Another one from Aiden's legion, he asked, drawing everyone's eyes to Taeho. He pointed to the rear. You look awkward standing there. Get to the back of the line. Taeho shrank back. Yes, sir. Then Ragnar spoke with a booming voice. Let's start with introductions. I am Ragnar of Heimdall's legion, and I will lead you onto the battlefield. This battle is to reclaim the territory invaded by the gnolls. We will be dropped right into the middle of the battlefield, where the fighting is at its most intense. Charge, warriors of Valhalla, for Asgard and the 9 realms. Everyone roared in powerful unison. Each legion had its own portal to the battlefield. Ragnar shouted, I'll lead the way, follow me. The crowd chanted wildly, a true leader, a real man, Ragnar, Ragnar. Taeho sweated nervously. Ugh, I can't see anything. All the warriors advanced into a land covered in ice and snow. Everyone's face was brimming with murderous intent. A 2-horned guy yelled, Reinforcements, over here. All right, let's push them back. Suddenly, a howl distracted everyone. It was the silhouette of a werewolf high above. Everyone stared at it in sheer bewilderment. What's with that guy? The werewolf leaped down from above right into the crowd. A single hammer strike sent everyone flying. The scene descended into absolute chaos. Smoke billowed from the wolf's mouth and nose. The spot where he landed cracked wide open. Everyone was stunned. Oh my God, this is insane. Is that their commander? They exchanged anxious glances. He's huge. At least 4 to 5 times bigger than the others, huh? Hey, are you just going to stand there with your mouths hanging open? A portal appeared behind them. While the wolf was distracted looking at the portal, everyone seized the chance. Everyone, charge. Keep moving forward, Ragnar commanded. Suddenly, the wolf grew even more massive. Everyone was completely shocked. What the hell is this? Another swing of the wolf's hammer sent people flying in all directions. It was crystal clear that no one was a match for it. Taiho just stood there, completely motionless. Yes, he just stood there with an emotionless face. The wolf roared right in his face. His face was covered in its drool. He grumbled, "What idiot opened this portal?" A fierce battle ensued between the monster named Red Eye and Taiho. Taiho looked at the massive beast before him, trying to gather himself. Calm down. Just treat this like taking down a boss in a game. He tensed up. Now. Taiho watched Red Eye raise its hammer, ready to smash him. I just have to focus on that terrifyingly huge hammer. One hit from that and I'm totally dead. With just this tiny shield, there's no way in hell I can block it. He imagined the shield shattering to pieces before Red Eye's attack. If that's the case, he decisively threw the shield away. I'll use all the runes I have. Although 5 pieces really isn't much. Taiho began to cast his magic, put everything into agility. His fighting spirit blazed against the towering monster. Red Eye swung its hammer at him. I can see it. He effortlessly dodged the attack. Crowd watching couldn't help but gasp in awe. Whoa, he dodged it. Red Eye swung its hammer again, sweeping away the onlookers. It became even more ferocious. This terrifying power left Taiho slightly stunned. He started to calculate his next move. Dodging alone won't get me anywhere. Should I try attacking its legs? He shouted, "Everyone, aim for its legs. Stop it by attacking its legs." The crowd began to charge in except for Taiho. Instantly, they were all sent flying away. Taiho stood rooted to the spot. Let's try another way. The monster began charging straight at him. He gritted his teeth. The only thing I can think of right now is this. He poured all his strength into his legs. Warrior who charges like a storm. He leaped up, dodging Red Eye's strike. A crater formed in the wake of the missed blow. In that fleeting moment, Taiho made a promise to himself. He would survive this battlefield at any cost. He wanted to see Hedda again, remembering her advice, unleashing the power of his epics and making them even stronger. It all depended on him. And finally, Taiho had. "Stop it, brain! No more life flashing before my eyes!" he shouted. "No death flags, please!" "Sorry," his brain replied. He remained deep in thought. The epic warrior who charges like a storm has only been used to buff speed so far. Can I develop it further, beyond that vertical jump just now? At the last moment, Taiho had a bold idea. For instance, as he began to fall, kicking off the air itself to leap even higher. He clenched his teeth tightly, his face distorted from the overwhelming speed. He dive-bombed, aiming straight for Red Eye. A deafening explosion echoed. Red Eye took a brutal blow to the head. It looked incredibly painful. Taiho landed, leaving a dent in the ground. Red Eye roared in agony as blood poured endlessly from its head. On his side, Taiho was just as shaken. I almost died. I must have survived thanks to Eden's blessing, right? He looked back at the monster screaming in pain. This is my last chance to finish it off. Right now. I need a weapon. He began to summon his sword. Taiho fiercely charged toward Red Eye. He leaped up with immense strength. This is his real strength, not some main character plot armor buff. Everyone was completely stunned. His crazed eyes glared at it as if wanting to tear it down. Far beyond Earth, over here, a woman had been quietly observing everything. She picked up a chess piece and spoke slowly. It looks like we've won. That woman was Rasgrid. She respectfully reported the situation, Valkyrie Rasgrid reporting to Odin. The Raven replied, not Odin, it's the Raven Hugin. Rasgrid sighed. The Raven continued asking, so, did anyone catch your eye? Rasgrid remained silent. No one in particular? Makes sense, they're the lowest-ranking warriors anyway, Hugin said. Rasgrid spoke up, one of them. I have my eyes on someone. Meanwhile, Taiho was still in shock, unable to process what just happened. Cheers erupted. We won. Victory is ours. Glory to Odin. Covered in dirt, Taeho stood up. Looking at this crowd reminded him of something. These cheers, they felt somewhat familiar. With that thought, he looked at the sword in his hand, this runefang sword. It used to be a super rare weapon in the game, but later it just became a common low-tier weapon. I guess that's my current status right now. He looked forward with determination. I want to keep hearing these cheers. I want to become even stronger. Everyone chanted his name, God of War, Taeho. I will become the greatest in Valhalla. A hand patted his shoulder. Good job, Taeho. He turned around. Oh wait, that was supposed to be a spectacular final blow. Bjorn praised him. You've really gotten more proficient at using your epics. Taeho smiled happily. It's all thanks to you and Heda too. He thought, it's amazing that you can summon a sword out of thin air. Taeho nodded. I was surprised too. It seems like I can create and dispel it whenever I want. Bjorn raised his arm. All right, time to go. Taeho asked, are we heading back now? Bjorn pointed at the fortress in the distance. Our mission is to reclaim that fortress. Until then, we have to keep watch here. Taeho sighed. So we're sleeping here. Night fell in this freezing place. Inside the cozy little tent, Taeho stretched his arms. He lay down on the bed. What a long day. I can't believe it's only been a single day. He suddenly fell silent. Silence is golden, but since he couldn't stay quiet, he continued talking. Come to think of it, how much stronger have I gotten? Taeho asked himself. He raised his hand to summon his epics. Lines of text began to appear. Epic Immortal Warrior, synchronization at 5%, low-tier runes, 27, basic runes, 2. Taeho felt a surge of joy. Oh, the synchronization rate went up. I also got another epic slot. Does that mean I can use 2 epics at the same time now? Suddenly, someone called out to him, Warrior Taeho. The red-haired, middle-aged man looked at him and smiled. You have a visitor. Taeho felt guarded. Why is he smirking like that? Everyone was looking at him with eager curiosity. Taeho felt a bit uneasy. What's with everyone's expressions? Why are they all staring at me like that? Taeho's attention was suddenly drawn to something. He suddenly blushed beet red. It was just a guy getting a little romantic. The reason was that Heda had come out to celebrate with them. She turned her head and softly called his name, Taeho. A moment later, Heda was seen awkwardly squeezing her eyes shut. I'm so sorry. About 5 minutes earlier, Heda had said to Taeho, show them, Taeho, all the achievements you've accomplished in your life. He asked, can I really show others? If you want to, you can show them. A long scroll of missions he had completed left her horrified after reading. Defeated the Orc General Graxia, defeated the Ober King Gandalf, defeated the Blue Triad Troll, conquered the Giant Hills, rescued Princess Emerald, defeated the Dark Kong Ankylonia, captured the Maginot Fortress, repelled the Ice Dragon Legion, broke the jar record 50 times, and more. So much more. That was what led to Heda kneeling an apology like this. Crying her eyes out, she continued, oh my gods, I didn't expect to stand before someone so great. I was so arrogant, showing off in front of a master. Wait, I didn't mean to call you a newbie, I mean. Taeho comforted her. Oh no, it's fine, please calm down. Seeing Heda like this, Taeho blushed furiously again. She's as cute as when she's angry. I should explain right away. Then he stammered. These are. A game? She asked in confusion. Taeho frantically explained. That's right, I achieved all those things but in a virtual world. It's all made up. Heda tried to process what he was saying but failed. I understand, yet I don't understand. She asked him, but you achieved them yourself, right? I think that's impressive enough. Taeho was astonished. Esports. That actually counts as a sport. I wish I could do that and get exempted from military service. What is wrong with the world? Feeling comfortable in the afterlife was quite weird. He found this absurdity amusing. Heda got back to the main topic. Anyway, to continue talking about epics, you can create countless epics. But from what I see at your current level, once you create another epic, you might not be able to create any more for a while, so you have to be careful to avoid making useless ones. Taeho pondered. Only one. What should I aim for? To summarize his current epics, from Immortal Warrior to synchronization with Karlstad, from Windwalk to Speed Boost, from Warrior's Sword to Karlstad's weapon crafting, he weighed his options carefully. Right now, I can use a skill. He hesitated. No. What I need right now is the dragon's eye that can see through anything. A divine power of the dragon's eye, so terrifying. Heda was wary of Taeho's current expression. She asked him, have you decided, Taeho? Taeho took off his glasses. Yes, this epic is. My vision has been enhanced. He muttered, "It's an ability to see everything in the game, simply put. I can see every single detail about the opponent. I can see everything about them, every nook and cranny." Taeho's face flushed completely red at the revealing sight before his eyes. Heda asked worriedly, "Taeho, what's wrong?" She forced a smile. "Are you okay? You're scaring me. It looks like your head is about to explode." Taeho looked at her. "Yeah, but I almost died." Heda suddenly said, "Oh, it's almost time for me to leave." She encouraged him. "Anyway, now I understand how amazing you are. You will become incredibly strong." With that, she gave him a big hug. "Wow, what a stroke of luck. Join our Legion of Iden, okay?" Being hugged by a girl for the first time, Taeho's emotions were reaching their limit. He screamed loudly, and a pink explosion erupted from the tent. After Heda left, a blue-haired man approached Taeho's tent. He called out, "Warrior Taeho, are you in there?" Taeho, who was now wearing an iron helmet on his head, answered, "Yes, what is it?" The guy introduced himself. "My name is Rolf from Uller's Legion." "What's wrong with him?" He continued, "A warrior from Cirrus Division has joined Ragnar's division. Everyone is gathering at the division's base, so I came here to guide you." Taeho began to cast his magic. Let's see. All of Rolf's information appeared before his eyes. His name is Rolf. Wolf Hunter is just a nickname, so. Then he saw something he shouldn't have seen. He covered his face and turned off his X-ray vision. I should turn off the X-ray mode unless I really need it. Outside right now. Rolf walked ahead and called back, but am really jealous. Being visited by a Valkyrie? Rolf felt shy and seriously jealous. It's so impressive, and it sounds cool too. Taeho thought to himself, it's like a celebrity visiting. The perks of Iden's Legion aren't bad at all. He ran ahead to catch up with Rolf. By the way, Rolf, what is Uller's blessing? Rolf held up 2 fingers, invisibility and tracking. You have to choose one of them, though you can unlock both later. Rolf cast his magic. I chose invisibility. Taeho gave a thumbs up in admiration. Stealth. So cool. He explained, tracking is an ability to trail a target. You can track someone with just the slightest trace. Taeho nodded. That's nice. They finally arrive at the division. Rolf raised his hand. We're here. He respectfully reported to someone, Captain, I've brought Warrior Taeho. Taeho's jaw dropped. A woman? In front of him stood a girl with an imposing aura. Taeho was bewildered. This is the first time I've seen a woman in Valhalla who isn't a Valkyrie. He scratched his head. In Lee Taeho. Siri stood up. You're the warrior who defeated the giant Knoll, right? Nice to meet you, Warrior Taeho. Taeho was a bit wary. What is with this overwhelming aura? Siri's presence astounded him. It was greater than any warrior here. She told him, the Supreme Commander will be here soon. Wait here. Taeho awkwardly replied, yes, ma'am. Siri of Uller's Legion, the Manhunter. Taeho pressed his lips tightly together. She was truly captivating. Suddenly, a strange light caught everyone's attention. It was a Valkyrie. It's Rasgrid. She slowly descended. Taeho was amazed. Incredible. That is the Valkyrie Rasgrid. But what's with that nickname? Was it given by the warriors? She slowly introduced herself to everyone. I am Rasgrid of Odin's Legion. I am the supreme commander of this battlefield. As you all know, Ragnall has fallen on the battlefield, so Ragnall's division will merge with Cirrus' division. Saying that, she instructed Siri, take good care of them, Siri. Siri replied, yes, ma'am. Rasgrid took something out. She looked at the paper in her hand. I am aware of all your achievements. I will reward those who have made significant contributions. Warrior Taeho. Taeho's name was called out. You have defeated the giant Knoll, captain of the Knoll division. You will receive a pouch of gold and a rune, along with 10 contribution points for your division. He tried to suppress his emotions. I can't smile yet. Am I about to be famous? Everyone started whispering. The one who defeated the giant Knoll, Tae. Isn't he the one who was visited by a Valkyrie? Everyone was in an uproar. Really? Just as expected. So formidable. Awesome. Damn, I'm so jealous. Taeho was stunned. No way. He felt helpless. It turned out that being visited by a Valkyrie was more admirable than defeating a boss. Rasgrid brought the divisions back to order. All right, silence everyone. Starting tomorrow afternoon, we will capture the fortress. We will use a special tactic, Iron Rain, and the warriors here will gain renown. Everyone cheered, Iron Rain, Valhalla. I've been waiting for this. Iron Rain. Taeho was doubtful. Iron Rain? What is that? Secretly asked Rolf, hey Rolf, what is Iron Rain? Rolf answered goofily, I don't know. Razgrid flew up to command the entire division. Her voice echoed clearly, "Charge." Both sides were facing each other. The Valhalla division advanced fiercely. All of them were brimming with passion. Someone from above saw everything. He was the boss of this legion, Red Eye. Below the fortress, the battle between humans and beasts was raging fiercely. A bloody battle was taking place. A day prior, Ciri was planning a strategy. When the siege begins and the enemy's attention is focused on the front lines, a unit will scale the fortress walls and open the gate. To open the gate, we must reach a place called the Rune Magic Control Room. Rolf pondered. So, we'll cross the wall using the Iron Rain? Taeho pouted at him. He spoke as if he knew it well. But he himself wondered, what exactly is Iron Rain? Teleportation magic? Taeho looked bewildered, his nose still running. What is this? He, Rolf, and 3 others were seated in something resembling a modern-day Ferris wheel. Iron Rain? Taeho's inner voice screamed. Rolf gave him a thumbs up and asked, Taeho, aren't you happy? Taeho grimaced. No, not really. The bald guy next to them joyfully cheered, Valhalla, here I come. Taeho looked at him. We're already in Valhalla, though. A guy with a horn helmet blew a horn. Prepare for launch. Capsule began to close. Taeho was alive but terrified. His eyes squeezed shut as he screamed for help. Save me. The cannon aimed straight at the area ahead. The cannon launched Taeho's group into the air. At this moment, he could only pray to the heavens. Taeho was endlessly terrified. Everyone else felt exhilarated. They cheered non-stop. The enemies below still hadn't figured out what was happening. Barrel rolled straight into the chaotic fray. Then it plunged right into the stronghold. The scene became incredibly chaotic. A short amount of time passed after that. Upon landing, everyone in the barrel was dizzy. Ugh, my back. I bit my tongue. Taeho was in despair, yet am still not dead. Ciri commanded, prepare for battle. The enemy is coming. A leg of some creature slowly approached the group. It was a horde of giant spiders, each looking absolutely hideous. Damn it, there are so many of them. In no time, the division was surrounded. Giant spiders travel in groups of 5. If the alpha is taken down, the rest become useless. Rolf worried, but they looked too similar. Taeho reassured him, we'll just have to rely on luck. Saying that, he activated an epic as random as its name. If I use the dragon's eyes, I can see it. Each one has a different name. Taeho shouted out, I can tell them apart. I have an epic. Ciri quickly rushed over to him. She carried him on her back. Don't underestimate a woman's strength. Point them out, she said, ignoring Taeho, who was blushing. Yes. Then she told everyone, point to the alpha with your hand. Everyone, focus your attacks on the one I attack. Taeho started using his dragon's eyes. Found it. He pointed at a spider. That's the one. That one, then he continued to point at the second one. That one. The third one was taken down in turn. Everyone charged forward. Taeho and Ciri cooperated seamlessly. The alpha spiders were instantly eliminated by the Valhalla warriors. The battle temporarily tilted in favor of the humans. The other spiders lost their commanders and immediately became confused. Ciri continued to stand guard and protect Taeho. The spider army began to flee. A wolfkin began blowing a horn to signal. The Knoll Legion swarmed out in droves, looking quite entertaining. Damn it, they're coming again. Ciri told Rolf, gather a separate unit. Leave this to us and head for the control room. Rolf listened obediently and loudly complied, understood. She pointed at Taeho, take warrior Taeho with you as well. She smiled, I'll leave him in your hands, warrior of Iden. Taeho remained silent at Ciri's words. Thus, a separate unit formed by Rolf was ready to move out. Rolf suddenly grabbed one of Taeho's shoulders. Stay close to me, warrior of Iden, he said. Then Rolf cast a stealth spell. Rolf's unit quietly stepped into the fortress, ignoring the fierce fighting outside. The entire map here is right in my head. There's a hidden door around here. Rolf fumbled around looking for the secret door. A passageway appeared right before their eyes. The 3 of them immediately entered. It connected to the control room, an emergency passage. As they went deeper, it grew darker inside, which was only natural. Whether out of foolishness or bravery, the group pressed on courageously with unyielding willpower. Taeho was horrified by the densely woven spider webs. He pulled the cobwebs off his face with his hands. Why are there so many webs? He looked around. It seemed this place hadn't been used in a long time. Up on the ceiling, a pair of eyes was watching their every move. The monster spider was tracking the trio's every action. Squad marched straight in, led by Rolf. He turned back to remind them, everyone, watch your step. Taeho replied, understood. The bald warrior let out a groan full of regret. The spiders silently snatched someone up. Taeho pointed upward. Rolf, up there. Rolf broke a sweat. Ah, a nameless soldier. It's a wolf spider, he said. It's huge. That soldier had already been almost completely devoured by the wolf spider. Rolf was terrified. Damn it, we ran into a starving one. It ate him in the blink of an eye. There's no time to save him. Taeho warned, Rolf, there isn't just one of them. Their group had been surrounded by a swarm of wolf spiders. He panicked. Taeho calmed himself down. Calm down, Lee Taeho. What is their weakness? A stat panel appeared before his eyes. Trait, paralyzing venom, weakness, fire. He summoned his weapon, epic, battle sword. Rolf was surprised. A sword just randomly appeared in your hand. Taeho threw the sword straight at the wolf spiders. The sword shot forward like an arrow. He started using magic. Fang Trace activated. The sword burst into flames. One look and you knew something big was about to happen. An explosion erupted. Taeho urgently told everyone, hurry up and run past this section. Rolf asked as he ran, Taeho, are you a magician? The bald warrior chimed in, but what about the sword? Taeho hastily replied, I can summon another one. They started running frantically. This way, over here. Over here, this direction. Ahead of them was a door. Look, that door. We'll be safe once we get through it. Everyone rushed. First to arrive were Rolf and Taeho. Hurry, get in. Followed by the bald warrior. Close it, close the door. Finally, there was a wolf spider. The three of them felt that something was wrong. Close the door quickly. Rolf and the bald warrior used all their might to close the door, while Taeho fought this wolf spider. The door was finally closed. At the same time, Taeho also managed to kill the wolf spider. Everyone was exhausted. Taeho turned back, muttering in confusion as he hadn't fully grasped what just happened. This is. A vast space appeared before their eyes. The three walked toward the light source. Rolf spoke up, yes, to be more precise, it's the emergency control room. It's a secondary control room hidden within the fortress. Taeho finally realized. No wonder the path here was so tough, and since it's a hidden room, there are no guardians. Rolf took something out of his pocket. Anyway, let's hurry up. He inserted the key into the console. We have to open the fortress gates quickly to minimize our comrades' casualties. The console immediately emitted a blue light. The next scene left everyone frozen in shock. A woman stepped out from the console. The woman introduced herself. Welcome, my name is Oh-seong. Please give your command. The other two were captivated by Oh-seong's beauty. Taeho looked on, exasperated. Weren't you two in a rush? Rolf snapped out of it. The gates. Open the fortress gates. Oh-seong acknowledged the order. Understood. An iron door suddenly opened. No, not that door. The fortress gates. The fortress gates. Rolf could only stand there frozen. What else could he do? Now we just need to guard this place until the entire army takes control of the fortress. All three of them were sweating bullets, incredibly tense. Rolf perked up. We still have time, so let's talk about girls. Oh-seong warned, intruders approaching the control room. Get ready for battle. At the same time, a monster kicked through the iron door. Taeho was astonished. It smashed right through that thick iron door. Rolf was worried. There's a whole army of spiders outside. Wait, it took down all the spiders. Piles of spider corpses surrounded the monster's feet. The group was stunned, hesitating as they asked each other, what is that thing? Red Eye glared fiercely at Taeho's group and growled, you lot. Red Eye roared, you Valhalla rats, it'll tear you to shreds. They were all terrified by its sheer power. Taeho summoned his sword once again. He clenched his teeth. Heda. Smash him. The three of them charged forward together. Crush him, they shouted loudly. Red Eye wasn't going down without a fight. It began its attack. Bald Warrior was the first to get injured. A fierce gale was generated with every swing of Red Eye's hammer. The Bald Warrior was sent flying into the wall. Red Eye glanced around searching. Where's the little one? Taeho was preparing to strike from mid-air. He was trying to find its weakness. Fearless of everything, he simply dove straight down. Red Eye sensed something. Perhaps its grip was loose. It ruthlessly dropped its hammer. It quickly braced itself to welcome Taeho. Taeho gritted his teeth. His face showed absolute determination. Red Eye snatched Taeho with one hand. It leaped up and slammed Taeho down hard. A lethal finishing move. The ground around the two of them cracked and splintered. Rolf's voice was filled with anxiety, stuttering as he called out, Tae. Taeho coughed up blood in agony. Only then did Rolf scream his full name, Taeho. Taeho immediately fell into an illusion. What is this? It feels so warm and comforting. He slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a heavenly light. He was in a daze. So this is what death feels like. Red Eye was about to stomp Taeho to pieces. Taeho resigned helplessly to his fate. It seems the battle isn't over yet, but this time, I'm really going to die. Rolf grabbed his divine crossbow and cast his magic. He shot straight at Red Eye. Struck by the bolt, Red Eye immediately shifted its target to him. Rolf shouted, "Wake up, Taeho. Team B's healers, get ready." Red Eye swiftly lunged toward Rolf. Rolf carefully assumed his combat stance, ready to fight. Red Eye growled, "You bastard, I'll kill you." But right at that moment, a flicker of hesitation seemed to flash in those blazing red eyes. It hesitated. Who should I take down first? That annoying guy facing me, or... It glanced back at Taeho. They'll crush that hyperactive brat first. Taeho noticed that hesitation. His eyes rolled back and his tongue hung out to the side, playing dead. Red Eye fell silent. Then it roared in Rolf's face, "You'll be the first one I send to the afterlife." Rolf, busy reloading his crossbow, muttered, "I really hate this. Come and ram me if you're so tough." At the same time, Taeho silently stood up from behind. He suppressed the agonizing pain tormenting his body. This unbearable agony made him feel like he was dying. Yet he fiercely charged forward. "I'm not dead yet." He aimed at Red Eye from the side. Taeho immediately lunged forward. He pierced right through its crotch. Rolf was stunned, entirely confused by what was happening. Red Eye's cucumber was sliced in half. Red Eye gasped in excruciating pain, completely bewildered by what it had just experienced. It grabbed its crotch in agony, screaming violently. Rolf was utterly speechless. The bald warrior watched the scene, feeling a twinge of pity. He spoke up, "Taeho, I think this is a bit. Maybe I should help put it out of its misery." Taeho nodded, looking all intellectual, but when he opened his mouth, only a weak croak came out. Yeah. Red Eye was in too much pain to endure and simply collapsed on the spot. Taeho cast his magic but didn't forget to show some empathy. As a fellow male, I'm so deeply sorry. Something began taking shape in the palm of his hand. Taeho's face was filled with astonishment as he asked a very familiar question. "What is this?" It was a massive hammer, just like Red Eye's. He screamed with all the might he had left. He raised the hammer and smashed it down, finishing Red Eye off. That power just now was truly terrifying. Everyone fell dead silent. Finally, Rolf spoke up. "4. And the bald warrior immediately chimed in. 4. Rolf and the bald warrior joyfully cheered for the goddess Idun. Glory to Idun. A system screen popped up. Synchronization rate at 7%. Rolf and the bald warrior joyfully rushed over to hug Taeho. It ended with the victory of the warriors of Valhalla. Outside the fortress, a wolf's head was held high. Someone in the legion shouted, "For the glory of Thor." The final commander of the mysterious cult was defeated by a warrior named Braki from Thor's legion. High above, Hugin silently assessed, "That guy Braki is quite interesting. But there seems to be something even more intriguing. Is that a rookie?" That rookie was Taeho. Everyone was happily celebrating his victory. Once again, the brave warriors had emerged victorious. The time shifted to evening. Regenleaf took the lead and raised her glass. "Tonight, let us celebrate, for you all deserve it." The entire legion cheered in response. While everyone was celebrating, Taeho stood alone in a quiet spot. He seemed to be deep in thought about something. "Are you okay?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. Taeho forced a smile. "Oh, it's just you. Honestly, I feel like I've died." Rolf replied, "Yeah, I'm just relieved you're alive. When you fell to the ground, I was so shocked." Siri walked over. "Sorry, but let me cut in for a bit." She offered, "Your team did an absolutely amazing job today. Care to have a few drinks with me?" Rolf chuckled. "It'd be an honor. I've always wanted to have a drink with you." Everyone fought for a chance to drink with Siri. Captain Siri. Me too. Me too. Have a drink with me. Tisk, these guys. Siri cheered loudly, "For Valhalla." The crowd yelled back, "For Captain Siri." Rolf got annoyed by the whole bunch. At that moment, only Taeho remained silent. He quietly observed them, thinking to himself, "I thought they would be incredibly cold people." Rolf was starting to recount the tale of the wolf spider. Then he bragged about Taeho's feat of slicing off Red Eye's family jewels. Taeho's gaze suddenly fell on Siri. "So these are the people who will bring me a sense of happiness, huh?" Meanwhile, at the fortress, the sky had gradually turned dark. Countless soldiers were celebrating together, torches in hand. The feast looked incredibly lively. Suddenly, one excited soldier ran up to another. The two cheerfully bumped chests as the festival carried on. They joyfully danced, swaying to the playing music. Another soldier was completely focused on adjusting the festival's music. They continued dancing wildly at the party. Seeing the chaotic scene of the party, Taeho's face turned pale. He thought wearily, when is this going to end? Damn it. And who are those people in that last corner? A drunk soldier slurred. Want to see something fun, Commander? Hearing this, two others panicked and shouted, he's completely wasted. The other added, this is bad. Subdue him quickly. Showing off inappropriate stuff like that will cause massive trouble. Then they rushed in and started brawling. Taeho's attempts to stop them were useless as one soldier in the mob yelled, grab him. Rasgrid coldly called out, Warrior Lee Taeho. Hearing this, he immediately turned toward her. It seems someone else was standing behind Rasgrid, waiting for him. The soldiers nearby stared at the two women in sheer shock. Taeho was taken aback, thinking, no way, at a time like this? Rasgrid kept her cold expression and said, you have a visitor. The girl hiding behind her was Hedda, who shyly waved at him. Hello. There are still so many people here, huh? And she timidly walked over to Taeho. Seeing this, the soldiers cheered excitedly, making Taeho incredibly embarrassed. He blushed and told Hedda, let's get out of here quickly. The watching soldiers were thoroughly amused, endlessly teasing Taeho and Hedda. Oh, things are heating up. Another yelled, youth. Oh, youth. I'm so jealous, damn it. Then they excitedly cheered, come on, let's keep drinking. Hearing this, Rasgrid issued a warning from afar, absolutely not. She continued, Sura's Legion has a special mission tomorrow, so everyone go to sleep right now. Receiving such an order, the soldiers were deeply disappointed to end the party. Early the next morning at the fortress. As soon as everyone had fully gathered, Taeho walked over, making the soldiers cheer in delight. They're here. Over here, Taeho. Perhaps because he wasn't fully awake, he covered his mouth and yawned. A soldier immediately asked, you look exhausted. Then they took turns teasing Taeho. One said, did you have a good time last night, huh? Another chimed in, spending the whole night alone with a Valkyrie, eh? Rolf then asked, what exactly did you do, Taeho? Bombarded with questions, he just awkwardly replied, sorry, I was told to keep it a secret. Hearing that, they burst out laughing and continued teasing, so something really did happen. Taeho immediately blushed and frantically explained, no, nothing happened. They kept going, oh, it totally did, right, Taeho? At that moment, the necklace around his neck began to glow. Suddenly, footsteps approached the crowd and someone shouted, everyone, attention. Siri stepped forward and declared loudly, from this moment on, we have a special mission to execute. Our objective is. She continued, the location is west of the fortress, the Dwarven Mine. Siri immediately provided background on the Dwarven Mine. When the Gnolls took over the fortress, the dwarves sealed the mine and fortified themselves inside, but there has been no word from them since. She then shouted an order to the troops. Our mission is to march straight to the Dwarven Mine and investigate the situation there ourselves. Hearing this, Taeho pictured a dwarf in his mind and asked, dwarves? Do you mean those dwarves? Rolf asked him puzzled, what's up with those dwarves? Then his eyes suddenly lit up, looking like he was craving something, and Rolf said, dwarves love to drink beer, so maybe we'll get to have a feast after a long time. Taeho, standing helplessly beside him, thought, we literally just had a huge drinking party yesterday. Rolf then gave him some more info. Dwarves are the most masculine race. Even the women in their tribe have beards. Hearing this, he immediately replied, I'm not interested in knowing that. Siri suddenly interrupted their conversation, saying, I'm not done announcing yet. Then she continued, it's quite a long way from here to the Dwarven Mine, so in order to save as much travel time as possible, before she could even finish speaking, a wave of nausea suddenly hit Siri. She covered her mouth, her face turning pale as she said, to be used as our transport, the Black Thunder has been prepared. Hearing this, the soldiers were extremely surprised. Everyone's face showed tension as they asked back, the Black Thunder. Rolf didn't seem to know what it was, but his face looked incredibly eager as he said, never heard of it. Taeho looked at him helplessly and said, I know what it is. Going back to the previous night, in a room with only Taeho and Hedda, she sat on the bed and happily said, make sure you keep what we talked about today a secret, okay? Saying that, she reached both hands behind her neck, seemingly trying to take something off. Taeho's face immediately flushed red as Hedda said, and I have something I want to give you. Right after that, Hedda held out a golden apple necklace in front of him and said, "The golden apple necklace." Then Hedda said, "Wearing this will speed up your recovery." Not only that, she also gave him a small pouch and said, "And there's more, here." Hedda immediately opened the small pouch, revealing tiny golden fragments inside. She quickly explained, "These are fragments of a golden apple. They have miraculous effects in healing wounds, purifying the body, breaking curses, and even enhancing beauty." Then she continued, "And lastly," she immediately leaned in close to Taeho. Hedda held his forehead with both hands and gave him a kiss, saying, "May Eden's blessing be with you." Seeing this, Taeho's face instantly turned bright red at Hedda's action. The scene shifted. Taeho was now lying in thick snow, his face pale from the extreme cold, while the golden apple necklace Hedda gave him glowed continuously. Right now, the soldiers had arrived at the dwarven mine. The place was surrounded by towering snowy mountains, and in front of the tunnel entrance were numerous upright graves on the ground. A hand suddenly thrust up from the snow-covered ground. Taeho was now struggling to free himself from the snowy ground, panting heavily as he said, "Am I really still alive?" He looked toward the open coffin and said, "I didn't expect a normal method in the first place, but to think they'd have us approached by literally lying inside coffins." Taeho suddenly turned his head to look. Behind him, countless soldiers were sprawled on the ground. Taeho thought, "None of them are actually dead, right?" Taeho immediately grabbed the necklace and thought, could it be because of this necklace that I'm the only one who didn't get hurt? A while later, a solid stone statue appeared. The soldiers were now gathered in front of the dwarven mine's entrance. Someone spoke up, "The door is open. Did we get tricked?" Rolf and Taeho looked ahead with extremely tense faces. Hearing that Siri didn't say a word, she immediately ordered the soldiers, "Let's head inside." They slowly walked into the mine. One soldier spoke up, "It's pitch black in here. Dwarves hate the sunlight after all." Another one added, "There's a rumor that if they're exposed directly to sunlight, they'll turn into stone." They kept chattering as they entered the mine. "They don't suck blood, do they? If so, they wouldn't be dwarves anymore. They'd be vampires." Siri, leading the troops, suddenly shouted, "Oh dwarves, we are warriors from Valhalla. The Valkyrie Razgrid sent us here." Taeho's eyes suddenly emitted a blue light as if he had sensed something. As they gradually walked deeper inside, from high above, someone was standing and observing them. Taeho immediately yelled out, "Commander Siri, there are too many with red names." Hearing this, they all looked up. There were countless shadows radiating a red aura, and a voice rang out, "We're surrounded." Siri instantly shouted an order, "Shield wall." Countless shields were quickly raised by the soldiers for defense. Then arrows rapidly shot toward them. Thousands of arrows aimed straight at the soldiers' shields. One arrow slipped through the shields and almost pierced right into a soldier's head, turning him pale with fear. The panicked soldiers yelled, "Hold it tight. That hurts." Another said, "Damn it, I know." An arrow swiftly shot up. It plunged straight into the ground and snapped in half. Siri then turned to ask Taeho, "Taeho, can you pinpoint the enemies from this distance?" Taeho looked through the gaps between the shields and replied, "Yes." He looked toward a dwarf. Taeho immediately tensed up and said, That is." He looked at the dwarf drawing a bow and said, "An undead dwarf." An anxious soldier asked, "An undead dwarf?" Rolf also chimed in, "Dwarves. Why would dwarves? Undead. Why are there undead here?" Taeho nervously said, "Undead dwarves." Before he could finish, Siri scolded the other two. "Listen to him first." Then he explained, "Which means could it be?" Looking at the dwarves, who were merely skeletons drawing their bows to attack, he said, "They're all already dead." As soon as Taeho said these dwarves were all dead, Rolf asked in shock, "Taeho, are you sure they're all undead?" He quickly replied, "Yes. It's too dark in here to see their faces clearly, but..." Recalling the nicknames of each undead dwarf, choreographer Undead Dwarf, rap god Undead Dwarf, sub-vocalist and singer-songwriter Undead Dwarf, Taeho said, "Even though their names are different, they're all absolutely undead." Suddenly, an undead dwarf drew its bow, preparing to attack. Siri immediately ordered, "They're drawing their bows again. Raise your shields now." The soldier stuck his hand through a hole in his shield and said, "But Commander, the shields have all ended up like this." The soldier continued, "We might not be able to block the next attack." Siri looked at the condition of the shields and cursed, "Damn it." Then she looked up to where the undead dwarves were preparing to loose their arrows, and Siri said, "Is this really the end?" Suddenly, fast footsteps came running toward them. Isaac ran over, holding a strange flask in his hand, and shouted, "Everyone!" Immediately. He threw the flask, which had a burning paper seal, toward the undead dwarves. He yelled, "Close your eyes." Hearing that, Taeho and Siri both closed their eyes and complied. The flask instantly exploded with a loud bang. Isaac quickly led everyone through another path, saying, "Here, this way." He pointed to a hole leading underground and said, "Hurry, get inside." As Rolf was crawling in, he hesitated and said, "It's too tight. I think I'm stuck. Is there any other way?" Isaac yelled helplessly, "No, just slide in, stop complaining." Then he used his foot to stomp Rolf's head down into the hole. Taeho was the last one to jump down the hole. Rolf was now shivering from the cold temperature down below. Siri asked, "Everyone's down, right? This way, Taeho." Taeho's face showed extreme astonishment at the sight before his eyes. Before him was a path paved with colorful blocks of ice looking incredibly mystical. They followed Isaac to a mysterious citadel. By now, the soldiers were sitting and listening to the explanation. Isaac spoke up. "That is the work of a vampire." He continued, "It suddenly showed up just yesterday at dawn and caused this huge mess in the span of one short day." Siri and Taeho listened attentively. He continued, "If you get bitten or killed by it, you'll immediately turn into an undead through a curse, and if an undead bites you, you'll turn into another undead too." Then he looked tremblingly at the dwarves behind him and said, "The meager 20 dwarves present here are the only ones left alive." Siri asked seriously, "Does that thing have any distinguishing features?" He quickly replied, "It's huge, and its entire body is gray." Isaac described the vampire's appearance. "It has a bald head and eyes as pitch black as ink, and its nails keep growing out and retracting. It seems to rely more on physical attacks than using magic." Siri asked once more, "Do you have a plan for revenge, Isaac? If you do, it's better to put it on hold for now." She said, "We should regroup our forces and come back later. It'll be safer that way." Isaac kept his head down and remained silent. Then he immediately made his decision. "No, we must get our revenge right now. Perhaps there is something more important at hand." He sweated profusely, forcing out every word. Recently, in this mine, an unt was discovered. Hearing that, the soldiers gasped in utter shock. Rolf asked tensely, "An unt?" Siri was also looking at them with a serious expression. Except for Siri and Taeho, who were calmly listening, Rolf and the other soldiers asked in shock, "Are you saying it was discovered?" Taeho looked helpless. Watching two soldiers asking each other, "What is that?" Taeho thought helplessly. "Why do you guys act so surprised when you don't even know what it is?" On the way to the citadel, everyone was chattering. "I had no idea unt was such a mystical thing. That's what I'm saying, I'm quite shocked. If it's truly an item like that, we should go right now. Of course, we can't let them steal something so valuable." A soldier said, I get it. So it really is a wonderful item, huh?" Rolf turned to them and said, "All right, now explain it to me. What exactly is that thing?" Unt is known as the metal of the gods. It's the hardest material in the world, and it also contains the power of miracles. Mjolnir itself was forged from Unt. They slowly approached the citadel, and someone spoke up. "We can't let a weapon like Mjolnir fall into the hands of the enemy. We need to deal with this quickly." Suddenly, Isaac raised his hand to stop everyone from going further. He said, "Stop, we're here. It's right over there." Before them was a massive citadel situated underground. On the very top floor was the sacred anvil. He continued explaining, "That's where the Unt is kept, so the vampire might be up there too. Unt can only be refined by starlight and moonlight." Taeho turned to ask Isaac, "Starlight and moonlight? But how, in an underground place like this?" He quickly explained, "The top of the tower is connected to the surface. A part of the tower's ceiling can be opened." Taeho thought, "This is valuable information. It's around noon right now. The vampire will definitely be very weak under the light." The door was immediately opened. The soldiers and dwarves quickly entered the fortress. Siri shouted her command, "We are launching a quick frontal assault. Move." The undead dwarves who were feasting and playing cards inside suddenly turned to look at them. Instantly, the undead dwarves swarmed out to attack us. A fierce battle broke out. Soldiers, dwarves, and undead dwarves immediately clashed in combat. Siri, Taeho, and Rolf charged forward with grim determination. The undead dwarves growled as they counterattacked. Siri yelled, "Vanguard! Shield wall!" On command, the soldiers marched forward to fight back against the undead dwarves. The dwarves resolutely gripped their hammers, ready for battle. The dwarven warriors followed right behind. Then they turned into devastating whirlwinds as they advanced to fight. The dwarven warriors launched a relentless barrage, shattering the undead dwarves into pieces of bone. Seizing the opportunity, Siri called out, "Teho, let's head inside." He quickly replied, "Understood." While they sneaked deep into the fortress, Isaac stayed outside to create a diversion, shouting, "Fire your arrows! Keep pushing forward!" His eyes blazed with fierce resolve as he said, "I'm sorry to those who were once my comrades." A massive explosion instantly erupted in front of him, followed by raging flames. Teho, Siri, and Rolf sprinted forward without hesitation. When they arrived, they knew the holy anvil lay just behind this door. Standing before the door, someone spoke, "Let's go inside." Peeking through the crack, they saw the holy anvil glowing brilliantly. Isaac didn't hesitate to throw the door wide open. Looking in from a distance, he said, "It's Unt. So, where's the vampire?" Teho immediately pointed at the ceiling and said, "There, on the ceiling." Everyone instantly looked up to see the vampire, Stragos, hanging upside down from the towering ceiling. Seeing this, a soldier urgently said, "Shoot your arrows." Rolf also hastily yelled, "Everyone, get ready." Teho looked at the vampire and thought, compared to the giant gnolls, it's smaller, but there's an intimidating aura radiating from it. The vampire Stragos emitted a terrifyingly powerful magical energy. Boss Stragos. The soldiers raised their bows high and commanded, "Aim." Just as they were about to yell fire, Stragos leaped down from above, attacking them in a flash. No one had time to react. This left Teho absolutely horrified and completely stunned. Stragos was already right next to Teho, hissing, "How did you manage to get in here?" What's worse, right at this moment, Stragos pressed his sharp nails directly against Teho's neck, drawing blood. He sneered, "This treasure belongs to me." Teho thought in a sheer panic, since when? A terrifying enemy had appeared before Teho and his comrades. Could they manage to survive this time as well? Stragos continued to dig his nails into Teho's neck, making it bleed, and threatened, "Don't twitch, or your head will be rolling on the floor." As Siri and Isaac prepared to rescue him, he turned around and pointed directly at them. "You stand still too." Isaac cursed in frustration. "Damn it." Siri nervously asked the injured soldiers behind her, "Rolf, are you guys holding up okay?" Rolf, struggling through the pain of his wound, replied, "Yes, Commander." Then he added with dread, "But it'll be hard for me to shoot arrows now. It seems he's intentionally ignoring us." Stragos suddenly opened his mouth, baring his incredibly sharp fangs at Teho, and said, "Indeed, it would be a pity to kill a capable warrior like you." Teho instantly imagined himself and his comrades turning into vampires. The creature continued, "So, you shall be reborn as my majestic undead warriors." As the vampire pressed his mouth close to Teho's neck, Teho thought in a panic, "No, I'd rather die than end up like that. But even if we die, we'll probably turn into mindless killing machines anyway, because of some stupid steel warrior curse." Suddenly, Stragos noticed something. An arrow was flying right at him from behind. However, he effortlessly caught the arrow with swift reflexes. Staring at the arrow, he snarled, "Did you really think you could stand against me?" Isaac turned around in shock and gasped, "Commander Siri," when he saw her shoot the arrow at Stragos. Then Isaac turned back and declared, "He's right. Anything is better than becoming an undead slave serving that bastard like a dog." Isaac raised his cannon and fired, roaring, "I'd rather fight to the death." The flames bursting from the cannon rapidly surged towards Stragos. However, it didn't faze him in the slightest. Stragos chuckled dismissively and said, "How pathetic, you foolish little ants." He darted toward Isaac with terrifying speed. Siri turned and shouted, "Shield wall, protect Isaac." At once, the soldiers stepped in to block the attack and shield Isaac from Stragos. The vampire continued his relentless charge. He slammed his fist onto the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. The sheer impact sent everyone flying backward. Stragos' tremendous power blasted Siri away as well. Seeing this, the dwarves charged in to attack one after another. Dwarven Whirlwind Trio, attack. They swept through swiftly in an attempt to strike him down. But Stragos effortlessly blocked all three of the Dwarven Whirlwinds. He laughed and said, "That tickles." While Stragos was busy fending off the dwarves, Teho seized the chance to run toward a control lever from behind, thinking, "Good, just a little further." In that instant, Teho forcefully pulled the lever down. A door on the ceiling began to open up to the outside. Pulling the lever caused the hatch on the ceiling to slowly creak open. Light immediately cascaded down from above. The glaring light instantly set Strago's body ablaze. He screamed in sheer agony. Taeho had completely snapped the lever off. While Stragos was writhing in pain under the beaming light and muttering something, Taeho stood at a distance and muttered to himself, "I broke it off so it could never be closed again." Stragos instantly collapsed to the ground. He sat there completely paralyzed in front of the soldiers due to the agonizing effects of the light. Seeing Stragos sitting entirely motionless, everyone began to murmur, "What do we do now?" Rolf nervously asked, "Taeho, I'm just asking just in case." Then he turned and asked, "Do you actually know how to kill a vampire?" Taeho rested his chin on his hand and thought, I'm not totally sure. Maybe we should drive a stake through his heart." Staring at the creature's motionless body, he continued, "Or we could just leave him be and wait for him to kick the bucket on his own." Suddenly, Taeho realized something. He yelled, "He's chanting a spell or something!" Indeed, Stragos was muttering incantations. Everyone immediately looked up at the sky as Taeho shouted, "He's summoning dark clouds." The sky was slowly being blanketed by dark, ominous clouds. Then everyone swiftly surrounded Stragos, readying for an attack as someone spoke up. "Let's finish him off quickly." Right as their weapons were about to strike him down, a swarm of bats flew in out of nowhere to attack them. Everyone looked up at the sky. It was a horrifying sight of thousands of bats diving down to attack Taeho's group. Someone cursed, "Damn it, we were too slow." Giant bat spread its colossal wings. The bat's glare and massive body looked incredibly fierce and intimidating. The giant bat, named Burgot, instantly swooped down to attack their group. He spat, "You can't let your guard down. I'll make sure they can't even lay a finger on me." A menacing toxic green aura radiated from its body. Sensing something wrong, Taeho shouted, "It's about to spew something." In a split second, Burgot unleashed a massive torrent of green magical energy down upon them. Everyone froze in their tracks. While everyone was running around in panic, one soldier just stood there in a daze, curious about what it was. Seeing this, Taeho urgently screamed, "Get back into the corners of the room." But before the soldier could react, the poison rained down on him, instantly melting him down into a bare skeleton. Burgot continuously spewed that toxic sludge onto the ground, while Taeho's group scrambled frantically to dodge the venom. Creature roared furiously, "Heroes, how long are you going to keep running?" Taeho and Rolf ran desperately to escape the poison. "Damn it, it's covering the entire floor with venom." Rolf panicked on looking everywhere for cover, while Taeho seemed to be forming an attack plan on the run. Then, gripping his sword to prepare for battle, Taeho thought, "I can't let it end like this." As Burgot descended, Taeho took the opportunity to rush in and attack him. Seeing this, he thought disdainfully, "You dare face me head-on? What a fool." Then Burgot immediately spewed poison at Taeho. His eyes instantly flared with a fierce will to fight. Taeho quickly dodged the poison with ease and continued charging straight toward him. He instantly appeared right behind Burgot before the monster could even react. Furious, the monster thought, was that an afterimage just now? Right behind him, Taeho raised his sword high and shouted. He immediately swung his sword at Burgot, but unfortunately the blade bounced off him and was thrown back. This left Taeho completely shocked. Burgot laughed loudly and turned around saying, "Too bad, that sword of yours can't even scratch my skin." Hearing this, he was stunned and confused. "What?" Taeho immediately fell onto his shoulder. Burgot shouted angrily, "What do you think you're doing? Get off me." While Taeho casually grabbed his ear and said, This is just momentum." He calmly held the monster's ear and said, "Even if you chase me off, how am I supposed to get down from this height?" To which the monster yelled, "Not my problem." The monster fell silent in thought, then said, "All right, let's do it like this." Burgot turned to negotiate with Taeho, saying, "I'll put you on the ground first, then we resume fighting." Hearing this, Taeho awkwardly replied, Okay, that makes a surprising amount of sense." As Burgot slowly descended, he thought to himself, "You idiot, I'll crush you straight into the ground." At that moment, a blue light suddenly emitted from Taeho's chest, and he said in surprise, "Wait." Burgot suddenly turned back and asked, "What now?" looking at the blue light on his chest. Taeho thought, "Why in a situation like this?" Burgot slowly descended from above. Everyone also looked up at them, and Taeho thought, "A new epic has appeared." The blue energy kept glowing, and Taeho thought to himself, "A new epic is appearing in a situation like this." Burgot yelled furiously, "Hey, what are you doing? Stop fooling around." He held the monster's ear in confusion and said, Hold still, I'm trying to focus here. The monster roared in anger. What did you say? You insolent little brat, how dare you? Right then, the blue light shot out of Taeho's body. He suddenly said, I did it. I've obtained the power of the dragon knight Karlstad, reigning at the apex of all winged creatures, from griffins to wyverns and even dragons. They are all Karlstad's mounts. Instantly, Burgot was transformed into an adorable bat by the dragon knight's taming epic. Taeho easily controlled him, making the cute Burgot land gently on the ground. He said happily, all right, just touch down slowly. Seeing this sight, Isaac looked up and said, why does it look kind of cute? Burgot brought Taeho to the ground and he said cheerfully, good job, good boy. Seeing this, Rolf said, so what do we do now? Siri remained silent, and Isaac also hesitated in thought. Immediately, the bat Burgot was surrounded by soldiers and dwarves, who touched it and praised, it's so cute, I want to touch it too, while Siri watched them from a distance. She had a serious look, pondering something. Looking at the cute bat being petted by everyone, so soft, so fluffy. Even Siri couldn't resist its cuteness and unconsciously reached her hand out. Right away, she shyly touched the bat Burgot. Burgot glared angrily at Taeho, who could only smile helplessly. Right then, Stragos Burgot used his resistance. He reverted to his original form, and Burgot yelled out, you cheap bastards, how dare you mock me? He roared furiously, I'll never forgive you, you vermin. I'll chew you alive into pieces and swallow you whole. Seeing this, Rolf panicked. Oh no, the control is broken. Siri immediately said, prepare for battle. While Taeho thought in shock, the power of this epic isn't fully complete yet. He frantically tried to come up with a plan. I can only control it for a limited time, if that's the case. As soon as he finished, a soldier quickly lifted him onto Burgot's shoulder, catching the monster entirely off guard for a new round. Less than greater than. Burgot immediately transformed back into a cute bat, and Taeho said urgently, I'll try to deal as much damage as possible. Everyone worked together to take him down. Having heard the plan, Rolf said, all right, we're counting on you, Taeho. Then Taeho pointed straight up at the sky, demanding Burgot to fly upwards, ordering, fly as high as you can, Stragos. The bat immediately flew straight up into the sky. As it flew past the ceiling and straight up high, Burgot flew up as close to the sun as possible. The sunlight scorched the bat's body and it cried out in pain. Then Taeho ordered, now go full speed, aim straight for the ground. As the bat quickly plummeted toward the ground, he managed to jump off its back just in time. A massive crash echoed out. Taeho channeled all his power into his hand. Combat sword epic. A hammer instantly appeared in Taeho's hand and he gripped it, preparing to strike the skull. Then Taeho used all his strength to smash the hammer into the ground. A cloud of dust rose from the ground and Taeho panted heavily after expending all his strength. Taeho said in alarm, just as I thought, he's still alive. At that moment, Isaac ran up from behind and said, make way. He quickly threw a grenade at Burgot. Seeing this, Taeho quickly ran away from the spot. Flames erupted from the explosion, sending him flying. Taeho was thrown far away and fell, slamming his face into the dirt. Rolf yelled, we need more kindling. Die. Right before throwing a skeleton into the fire, while Taeho lay in the distance holding his nose after the fall, thinking painfully, who carries that kind of thing on their back anyway? This place is full of dark energy. Rolf hurriedly turned and asked, Taeho, is he dead? He immediately stood up to check the situation. Looking at the flames still blazing, he guessed, most likely. At this time, their group walked up toward the holy anvil. The sky above the ceiling had now cleared up. Isaac and the group quickly stood before the glowing box containing the holy anvil. He immediately opened the glowing box. A beam of light instantly shone directly on them, and Isaac said joyfully, this is the metal of the gods. He immediately held up the piece of the holy anvil. Seeing it, they said in astonishment, Unt is so tiny. Looking at that piece of Unt, Siri, Taeho, and Rolf felt deflated. He said, I feel like losing it wouldn't even be a big deal. We suffered so much for this little piece. Isaac angrily replied, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. He jumped up and shouted angrily, this much is enough to craft a ring. The three of them helplessly replied, at first you said it could be used to forge Mjolnir. Let's just keep going. Isaac carefully tucked the piece of Unt into the box. Then he offered it to Siri and said, I will bestow the honor of forging this piece of Unt to the blacksmiths of Valhalla. He looked down and said, as you can see, in our current situation, we have neither the time to forge it nor the tools to protect it. Siri seriously accepted the container and said, "Understood. We respect your decision, and we guarantee to transport it with the utmost care." Then Rolf asked loudly, "So, are we going to have a feast now, or what?" Hearing this, Isaac excitedly said, "Of course. We've prepared barrels of beer over there. We must treat our benefactors properly." The soldiers immediately cheered with excitement. "Awesome. So manly. Dwarven beer. Dwarven beer." However, Siri coldly refused them, saying, "No, we don't have time." She calmly continued, "We have to return right away, Isaac." Hearing this, the soldiers let out a tragic wail. Isaac thought for a moment and said, "In that case, it can't be helped. But we can't let our benefactors return empty-handed." Saying that, he came up with a new idea. "All right, follow me." The door slowly opened. Isaac led them into another room. The soldiers instantly howled in surprise. He led the soldiers to an armory, and a soldier exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary weaponry of the dwarves?" The soldiers happily picked up each weapon and marveled. "Dwarven weapons! Dwarven weapons!" They excitedly tested each weapon, happily exclaiming, "A true masterpiece! Dwarven weapons! Dwarven weapons!" Isaac asked Taeho, "Taeho, don't just stand there dazed. Pick one for yourself." He immediately looked up and said, "Ah, okay." Taeho immediately used his power to look, thinking, "Maybe if I use the dragon eyes to check." Taeho scanned the area. Through his eyes, the weapons had different colors. Taeho thought to himself, as expected, they have a tier system. Then, as if discovering something, he thought to himself, "This is it." The scene shifted to the soldiers' farewell. Isaac represented the dwarven warriors and said, "I sincerely thank everyone once again for avenging our brothers." He happily said, "And Taeho, you really have a keen eye." Taeho touched the cloak, thinking, "Hawk cloak. It's the only blue-tier item in the armory." He spoke up, "I only saw that it's light and durable, but does it have any other functions?" He excitedly replied, "You'll need to recite a spell to use it. Let me show you. If it's facing south, you can instantly return to the castle right away." Hearing that, Taeho was extremely amazed. Under the clear blue sky, a hawk was flying across the sky. Taeho had now transformed into a hawk. He happily said, "This is so awesome." He happily and excitedly soared through the sky with ease, along with the coffins carrying the soldiers. Taeho looked ahead and said, "I see the castle. Great. Let's fly straight towards it, to Valhalla." Early morning at the castle. At this time, Siri, Taeho, and Rolf were reporting back to Rasgrid. Astragos had taken over the dwarven mines, and everyone joined forces to defeat it. Rasgrid held the box containing unt to examine it. Siri continued, "And we secured the unt. This is the piece of unt the dwarves trusted us with." Looking at the piece of unt, she said, "You've done an extraordinary job. Well done. It's truly small, but the fallen warriors will be reborn as proud warriors of steel." Then Rasgrid continued, "I will handle the rest. Everyone go back and rest." The three of them seriously left Rasgrid's room. Suddenly, Rolf leaned in and asked Taeho, "Want to go for a few drinks, Taeho?" Hearing this, he smiled helplessly and said, "No, I'm exhausted." Siri happily turned and said, "Great job, warrior Taeho of Iden. You made the biggest contribution this time." Hearing this, he shyly rubbed his head and said, "Not at all. If it weren't for everyone's support, then." Rolf cheerfully interjected, "Then let's go drinking, huh?" Taeho coldly refused, in not going. Walking out of the castle with everyone, Taeho thought, Stragos was indeed very strong. Summoning dark clouds with storms, shape-shifting, those things were no joke. Then he reached out his hand, channeling a blue magic power, and continued thinking. But thanks to that, I gained so much saga after defeating it. The system announced, synchronization progress at 9%. Taeho thought excitedly, just 1% left. I wonder what will happen when it reaches 10%. Right now, Regan Leaf was flying high above on a scouting mission. She thought, have I gone too far? I should probably head back. Suddenly, Regan Leaf seemed to notice something. She immediately heard the movement of a massive creature. The noise made the mountain shake violently. Regan Leaf used her power to listen to where the sound was coming from. She thought, this kind of tremor isn't normal. Regan Leaf said in a panic, should I get closer to verify it, or? She suddenly paused to think for a moment. Immediately, Regan Leaf used her swan wing cloak. She went to scout the situation. Regan Leaf thought approaching it alone could be dangerous. I must report this news back as quickly as possible. Scene transition. At this time, upon hearing the news, Rasgrid panicked and slammed her hand on the table, saying, an army is marching to invade. Regan Leaf, who was standing there giving her report, thought in surprise, wow, I got here really fast, and even finished reporting the situation completely. Rasgrid said in utter panic, At that speed, a battle will break out by tomorrow noon at the latest. I will request reinforcements from Valhalla. Leaf didn't seem to mind. She was still thinking to herself, why don't I remember reporting anything at all? Was I just messed up because of the emergency? Hearing the information, Siri immediately announced to the soldiers, since it has come to this, everyone needs to rest and recover their strength early. She coldly suggested, drinking is strictly forbidden. This made the soldiers and Rolf panic and exclaim, that's too harsh. Siri looked around and thought, I don't see Taeho. Where did he go? Suddenly, footsteps were walking at this moment. It turned out Taeho had gone to a secluded place. He looked around and thought, there's no one around, right? Then he touched the cloak and thought, I have to make good use of this item. I need to know how to use it properly. Taeho's eyes were filled with determination as he continued thinking, let's train until tomorrow's battle. The next morning at the castle, a girl immediately walked into the room. It seemed Razgrid and Leaf were already waiting. A female warrior of Njord's legion named Ingrid came to announce, I have brought in 500 more lower-rank warriors. Have we verified the enemy's numbers yet? Leaf quickly said, not the exact number, but at least 6,000 or more. Razgrid added, even if we join forces, we only have 2,500 men. Leaf continued seriously. Unfortunately, we can only fight outnumbered to stall them. In case of an emergency, I will activate the defensive magic. Having said that, Ingrid, Leaf, and Razgrid all stepped outside with determined expressions. Let's go, for Asgard and the 9 realms. The footsteps of the demonic beasts were gradually approaching the castle. The enemy forces had arrived. They shouted, ready for battle. The army of Thor's legion shouted with full determination, for Thor. Seeing this, Siri immediately ordered, Oller's forces, prepare open fire, for Asgard and the 9 realms. At this time, Taeho also put all his strength into attacking. He thought, I need a long-range weapon. Lightning crossbow creates a short shock, an added effect when attacking. A crossbow instantly appeared. Taeho quickly fired his arrows and shouted loudly, for Hedda and for Idun. The demonic beasts swarmed toward the castle one after another, attacking fiercely. Their numbers here were incredibly massive. Arrows from our forces also quickly eliminated the demonic beasts. They used shields to defend, continuously shouting loudly. Anchors were instantly launched. The anchors hooked onto the castle walls. The demonic beasts quickly climbed up the walls. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately poured boiling water down. A soldier laughed and said, you won't be able to climb up. Another chimed in, eat this. As the boiling water poured down, it made the demonic beasts scream continuously. Not only that, our soldiers also immediately threw rocks down to destroy the enemies. Large boulders crashed heavily onto the ground. Thrown rocks quickly took down the demonic beasts. Suddenly, a demonic elephant charged straight into the castle wall at full speed. Its sheer power caused the wall to crack and shatter, sending countless soldiers standing above flying down below. Seizing the opportunity, the demonic beasts also advanced to attack our forces. Soldiers didn't back down, immediately striking back at them. The battle between the two sides was incredibly fierce, with neither side willing to yield. Rolf quickly used his divine crossbow to shoot a massive blast of fire, sending the demonic beasts flying away. Both Taeho and Siri were still fighting with all their might against the demonic beast army. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and saw the shadow of a massive creature. From above, countless demonic beasts were flying wildly across the sky. Taeho shouted loudly, there's something in the sky. The demonic beasts rode dragons, flying straight toward our forces to attack. The dragons breathed fire. Taeho immediately recognized them and said, they are wyverns. The wyverns breathed fire, rapidly burning everything, forcing our troops to immediately use shields to defend. The soldiers exclaimed, it's too hot. The wyverns were extremely numerous. They breathed fire to attack our forces. Seeing this, Leaf immediately used her magic. O holy power of the saga! A barrier was created to protect the castle. The wyverns didn't back down, continuously breathing fire to break the barrier. Leaf panicked and said, when attacked, the durability of the protective saga barrier will decrease. We must eliminate those airborne enemies right away. Hearing that, Taeho immediately touched his cloak. Without hesitation, he quickly ran toward the barricade. Seeing this, Siri called out in shock, Taeho. He immediately jumped into mid-air. Taeho thought, it's my turn to take the stage. Then he jumped high to build momentum. Taeho continued thinking, I'm counting on you, Hawk Cloak. He shouted loudly, go. Having said that, Taeho immediately leaped high into the air, go. Instantly, his body emitted a golden light. Taeho quickly transformed into a hawk. He soared out of the barrier. His speed was incredibly agile. Taeho, now in the form of a falcon, was observing everything from afar. He watched and thought, all right, it looks like no one is paying attention to me. Looking at the fire-breathing wyverns, he thought, it's time to show the results of last night's training. He shouted loudly, here I come. Then Taeho immediately dove straight down. He rapidly flew toward a wyvern being ridden by a demonic beast. Taeho used his sharp claws and yelled, transform. His claws transformed into human feet. Taeho used the monster bird strike. He instantly kicked the demonic beast down with his foot. Then he quickly sat on the wyvern and said happily, operation successful, leaving the wyvern completely bewildered about what had just happened. Taeho excitedly controlled the wyvern, saying, this wyvern is mine now. Next, he used his epic, Dragon Rider, to turn it into an obedient pet. Taeho immediately raised his hand and shouted, warrior's epic, I need a spear. Suddenly, a bamboo stick appeared. Taeho helplessly held the bamboo stick and said, what the hell is this, a bamboo spear? I guess I'll just have to make do with it. Then he shouted a command, move forward, wyvern, and the wyvern obeyed Taeho's order. It quickly breathed fire and charged straight ahead. The wyvern breathed fire at the other wyverns. This caused them to instantly fall down. Taeho shouted, next. The pet was gradually becoming more obedient. He controlled the wyvern to continuously attack the other wyverns. Their large numbers took him by surprise. Taeho held the spear and swung it in a powerful attack. He dashed from one side to the other. He easily took down the wyverns one by one. This made them fall down one after another. He continued using the spear to strike down the demonic beasts riding them. Seeing this, the soldiers below cheered joyfully. Great hit, warrior of Iden. Iden, Iden, Iden. Now the only wyvern left in the sky was the one Taeho was riding. The other wyverns were in flames and falling down one by one. Regent Leave witnessed this scene in sheer amazement, exclaiming, how surprising, he is controlling an entire wyvern army all by himself. Suddenly, Regent Leave noticed something was wrong and shouted, it's not over yet, warrior of Iden's legion. He immediately looked back to see countless monsters flying toward him from afar. As she yelled again, something else is coming. They all had incredibly sharp claws. A massive flock of monsters flew in. It was a flock of harpies. Seeing this, Taeho said tensely, there are too many. I can't take them down one by one. In that case. With that said, he steered the wyvern downward. Let's land, wyvern. Taeho immediately flew toward the fortress. He called out loudly, Commander Siri. In an instant, Siri seemed to understand his intention. She quickly reached out her hand as Taeho extended his toward her. Their hands gently touched. Siri quickly got onto the wyvern with Taeho to turn back and attack the harpies. It flew at a rapid speed, charging forward. The wyvern quickly dove straight at the flock of monsters. Siri immediately raised her crossbow, ready to attack. Her eyes became incredibly sharp and Siri used Epic, the witch's flawless arrow. Those arrows rapidly shot toward the flock of harpies. Monster flock was instantly struck down by Siri's arrows. Soldiers below looked up at the sky in sheer excitement. Regenleaf and Razgrid sighed in relief as they looked up and said, truly impressive, these warriors of Eden. Razgrid smiled and replied, he's the biggest contributor in this battle. Suddenly, the sky grew dark. Dark clouds rolled in, covering the entire sky. Suddenly, a massive object rapidly plummeted straight to the ground. The falling object created an earthquake, sending everyone flying into the air as a panicked soldier said, what is happening? Thick smoke and fire billowed from where the object landed. Seeing this, Siri and Taeho were utterly shocked. He said, what just fell from the sky? It looks like. He immediately recognized it and said, a dark thunderbolt. A giant? The dark thunderbolt quickly shattered open. A massive creature stepped outside. Its eyes glowed a bright blue. In its hand, it held a rope tightly wrapped around its arm. It had massive feet with incredibly sharp claws. Seeing this, both Taeho and Siri's faces turned pale. He hesitated and said, what the hell is that, Kaif Alf? The size of that thing is unbelievable. That creature was the giant Hegut, a warrior of Utgard Loki. Looking at the creature slowly stepping forward, the panicked soldiers pointed and said, it's terrifyingly huge. How are we supposed to beat it? Suddenly, it directed its gaze downward. Hegut's expression was incredibly ferocious, looking as if it could destroy everything at any moment. Seeing this, Siri said, let's retreat quickly. Taeho, drop me off near Rolf. Taeho quickly replied, got it. Right at this moment, Hood had picked up a mountain and was raising it high, seemingly preparing to throw it down at the fortress protected by Regenleaf's barrier. She was still trying her best to hold it up. Regenleaf said, "O Odin, the holy power of the epic." At this moment, Hood immediately threw the mountain straight at the barrier, continuously used the mountain chunk to attack the barrier. Its tremors sent everyone inside the barrier flying into the air. Its terrifying power gradually made it impossible for Regenleaf to hold on any longer. The ferocious Hood continued to raise the mountain high to attack the barrier. It slammed it hard into the ground once again, causing the earth to shatter into many pieces that scattered everywhere. Regenleaf seemed unable to hold on much longer. She was gradually reaching her limit. The barrier immediately began to crack. Ingrid and Razgrid witnessed the scene and said, "We must reset the protective barrier." Razgrid immediately ran over to help, urgently asking, "Are you okay, Regenleaf?" She replied, "But at this rate, we can only withstand a few more hits at most." Razgrid continued in a panic. "We can't handle an enemy of this caliber with just low-rank warriors. If only I could use that power." Just as Hugot raised the boulder high to prepare for an attack, Razgrid said loudly, "The true power of a Valkyrie." Realizing the situation was grim, Razgrid yelled in panic, "O Odin." Facing the giant enemy in front of them, she continued, "We do not have enough forces to confront this enemy, when we only have low-rank warriors." As soon as she finished speaking, the protective shield was attacked by the enemy, causing the glass-like barrier to crack into pieces. Ingrid and Regenleaf instantly had to struggle to withstand the terrifying power from the outside. Razgrid shouted her plea, "Please grant us permission to release the combat seals." As she spoke, she looked up at the black raven Hugin, soaring in the sky. Hugin seemed to hear Razgrid's desperate plea. Its eyes burned red and it opened its beak to speak. "I refuse," it slowly replied to Razgrid. The faces of the three girls, Razgrid, Regenleaf, and Ingrid, instantly paled upon receiving the undesirable answer. Hugin continued to speak, "Valkyries, don't forget, this is a test for you all." It reminded the girls as they faced the enemy's powerful attack. Hugin once again firmly asserted that Valhalla only needs strong warriors, its words serving as a wake-up call to the three girls. Bracky stood next to Razgrid, his eyes shining with fierce determination. He raised his weapon high, frantically calling out to everyone, "Charge, warriors of the gods." The crowd below cheered joyfully, screaming his name, Bracky. Meanwhile, Bracky crouched down to gather momentum for his charge, swinging his weapon-wielding arm backwards. Bracky swiftly leaped into the air, aiming the tip of his scythe straight at the giant Fgut. From a distance, Bracky looked incredibly small as he put all his might into fighting Fgut. He poured all his energy into a direct strike, attacking Fgut with his weapon. That powerful blow created a blue glow on Fgut's body, and the people watching below cheered in excitement. Realizing their chance had come, someone shouted, "All right, let's go." With weapons in hand, they charged forward without hesitation. Bracky landed a hit right on Hugot's head, leaving the sharp spear tip stuck in his forehead, which the giant's glowing eyes quickly noticed. As if completely unfazed, Hugot gently swatted Bracky away with his hand, sending him flying. On the wall below Hugot stood Teho, blue-haired Ciri, and green-haired Rolf. Riding a small dragon, Teho landed and asked Ciri, "What should we do?" Ciri instantly replied, "Rolf and I will carve a bloody path." Walking towards Rolf, she turned back to Teho. "Then you fly in and strike." Thankfully, it seems Bracky managed to create a weak point. Observing Hugot clutching his head, Teho asked in surprise, "Bracky created a weak point. Where?" Just then, Gut moved his hand away from his head, revealing a small blue glowing mark on his forehead. Teho saw it too. He thought to himself, "It's true, there's a scar on his head now." Teho immediately mounted up, gripping his weapon, and said with determination, "All right, let's attack again." Watching Teho swiftly fly towards Gut, Ciri told Rolf, "Rolf, well, provide cover fire." Rolf asked in confusion, "Cover fire?" Ciri replied firmly, "Yes, well, simultaneously activate our epics." Taken aback by Ciri's words, Rolf repeated, "Simultaneous activation," before silently praising, "That's a great method." While the two were discussing their plan, Teho had closed the gap with Gut, hurriedly warning his dragon mount, "Careful, careful." Gauging the distance ahead, Teho wondered, "Waiting at this range should be fine, right?" Gut was looking downwards. But suddenly he lifted his head, his pupil-less eyes seemingly glowing. Herga's gigantic hand appeared right behind Teho's back. In sheer panic, Teho slowly turned his head to look behind him, right as Hugot launched his attack. Teho and the dragon instantly leaped away, narrowly escaping. Taeho quickly climbed back on. The dragon's wings were torn to shreds, but the two immediately flew off, only to be snatched by Huggett before they could get far. Taeho's body plummeted downwards. His head and arms crashed straight into the rocky ground. His fall carved a straight line into the earth, so fast that it kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. Witnessing this, Razgrid couldn't help but scream. Warrior of Iden. Regenleaf and Ingrid, who were beside her pouring all their strength into maintaining the protective shield, were also struck with horror. Razgrid could no longer hold back. She immediately stepped forward, confusing the two behind her. Razgrid? Unable to hide the anxiety on her face, she turned back and told Regenleaf and Ingrid, I leave this place to you too. Am going to the Warrior of Iden. Razgrid stated with absolute certainty, right now he's our only hope. Meanwhile, Taeho managed to struggle to a sitting position, his body covered in wounds. Before he could even compose himself, a dark shadow loomed in front of him. Giants had surrounded him. His face was pale, his mind pushing as hard as it could. I have to get up, but I... Before him stood a horde of monstrous giants, their glowing red eyes staring right at him. He held on until the very last second, but couldn't keep going anymore. I'm so sleepy. His vision gradually faded to black as he thought, am I really going to die this time? Suddenly, a girl appeared, calling out his name affectionately. Ho. Seeing him still dazed, the girl called out again. Taeho. This time, he appeared wearing glasses, startled as he responded to the girl. Taeho was sitting at a dining table across from her. Looking at the familiar surroundings, he hesitated. Is this my imaginary honeymoon home with Hedda? Seeing Taeho still frozen, the girl Hedda gently reminded him, What are you doing? Eat up. Noticing a plate of food on the table, he was surprised. Are these pieces of the golden apple? Hedda replied softly, That's right. Since this is just your imagination anyway, let me feed you. Obeying, Taeho opened his mouth for Hedda to feed him a piece of the golden apple. She praised him, What a good boy. But in reality, Taeho's face was completely covered by a massive hand. Suddenly, a golden light flashed from where Taeho was, catching the anxious Razgrid by surprise. That light is. Realizing what it was, Razgrid was stunned, hardly believing her eyes. Divine power. An ordinary low-rank warrior can use the power of the gods. Meanwhile, over at Taeho's spot, his body was enveloped in golden light. His strength gradually returned, and he managed to stand up. His energy was overwhelmingly intense, radiating blazing heat to the surroundings. This made the muscular wolf demons from earlier highly uncomfortable, agitated by the rising temperature as they communicated in their own guttural tongue. Taeho was astonished by the power surging through him. My wounds are all healed. Plus, I can feel this immense strength overflowing within me. But before he could even finish marveling at himself, Taeho sensed something and threw a quick side glance. A pack of wolf demons was charging at him, their eyes glowing red and dangerous weapons in hand. They all lunged straight at Taeho. A burst of light suddenly erupted. The wolf demons were blasted away. With just one punch from Taeho, long live Hedda, and Eden too. Having dealt with them, Siri and Rolf on the wall above called out anxiously, Taeho, are you okay? Hearing their voices, Taeho tilted his head up. Rolf, Commander Siri. Standing by their weapons set up, Siri said, We're in position. Can you attack once more? Taeho quickly replied, I don't have a mount right now. Razgrid stepped out from behind him. Don't worry about that. Ride me, Warrior of Eden. Taeho flushed bright red in sheer embarrassment and panic. What? Wait, what? He thought to himself, what does she mean by that? Meanwhile, everyone was in a state of frenzy. They shattered the protective glass shield, rushing out towards Ugut. They rapidly scaled his colossal body. Furious, they tore into him, venting their rage on Ugut. You monster! Die! Die! Ugut immediately flew into a violent rage, swatting the crowd down with his hand. They free fell right behind Taeho. At that moment, he still couldn't wrap his head around Razgrid's words. Ride you? What does that mean? She softly chanted, Draco. A brilliant white light flashed before Taeho, making him jump back in utter astonishment. Razgrid had transformed into a massive dragon with beautiful snow-white scales. Taeho gasped, a dragon. Now in her dragon form, Razgrid spoke softly to him. I think I finally understand why Odin forbade us from intervening directly. You are incredibly strong, far beyond what I imagined. This was Razgrid's praise for Taeho, taking him completely by surprise. She continued, This battle belongs to you. Out on the battlefield, Bracky was still fighting tenaciously. He charged forward, attacking with all his might. Amidst the chaotic scene, Razgrid encouraged him. Seize victory with your own two hands. She continued, This battle belongs to you. Out on the battlefield, Bracky was still fighting tenaciously. He charged forward, attacking with all his might. Amidst the chaotic scene, Razgrid encouraged him. Seize victory with your own two hands. She swiftly urged him. Now, mount up, warrior of Idun. The other warriors are buying us time. This is our chance. The scene outside unfolded. Everyone was fighting valiantly, completely disregarding the danger. Seeing the situation, Taeho immediately climbed on. Excuse me then, Razgrid gently warned him. Hold on tight. The two of them quickly flew out of the protected zone. Even Taeho was astounded by Razgrid's speed. So fast! Siri and Rolf below saw that the two had flown far ahead. They sprang into action. Siri commanded, Fire, Rolf. He replied, Understood, Commander. The two hurried to the weapon, aiming and pulling the bowstring taut with all their might. Siri and Rolf shouted in unison, Epic! Simultaneous activation! Down below, Bracky glanced up toward the wall. His face covered in blood, he roared like a madman. Activating his epic, the one known as the Son of God, the power within Bracky awakened. At the same time, the infallible hunter arrows from Siri and Rolf were also fired. Taeho and Razgrid had also advanced behind Fgut. Bracky's weapon was raised. Siri and Rolf's arrows were fired as well. Attacked from both above and below simultaneously, Fgut roared in agony. He collapsed, the struck areas burning with crimson flames. Fgut screamed, struggling to stand back up. But Taeho and Razgrid charged from a distance, and she encouraged him once more. Do it, warrior of Eden. Taeho's eyes showed pure determination. Now with just this one strike, he'll risk everything, he thought. He quickly unleashed his warrior's epic like a raging storm, striking directly at Fgut's head. A blue tornado, layered with powerful golden energy on the outside, swept toward Hubbit. It sent him flying away. The ever-growing, colossal energy destroyed everything in its path. A moment later, a desolate scene emerged from the dense smoke. Huggit lay perfectly still, unable to move. Afterward, the scene shifted to everyone happily gathering for a feast. A girl stepped forward. Holding an animal horn cup, she called out, Warriors, raise your cups. Reganleaf, with Razgrid and Ingrid behind her, spoke up. It is an absolute honor to witness your loyalty. It is a true privilege to be a part of this with you today. Everyone joyfully raised their cups and chanted, Hail Valkyrie! Hail Reganleaf! Reganleaf continued her speech. I am very sorry that I cannot serve you a full cup. We cannot just revel for only a single night, can we? Instead, let my sister, the Princess of Ice, Razgrid, fill the cups for the two who made the greatest contributions in today's battle. The crowd below quickly reacted, enthusiastically chanting her name, Razgrid, Razgrid, Ice Princess Razgrid. Annoyed, she thought to herself, I really want to punch them all. Razgrid quickly regained her composure, adjusted her expression, and gave a light cough. Standing before the crowd, she announced, I will now declare their names. The warrior from Thor's territory, Bracky. The most unique guy in the manly army, the invincible warrior, stepped up to Razgrid to receive his drink. The crowd below continued to chatter. That's the son of the god, Bracky. Without keeping them waiting long, Razgrid called out the second name, the warrior of Iden, Lee Taeho. While he was still in a daze, the other warriors below erupted into a frenzy yelling. The warrior who gets visited by girls. The warrior who gets to ride a Valkyrie. The crowd's teasing words made Razgrid extremely irritated. Ingrid took over and announced to everyone, and for this achievement, these two will be promoted to intermediate rank warriors. Taeho was surprised, pondering this title. Intermediate rank warrior. Does that mean I am now on the same level as Bjorn? 5 of them stood on the stage above. Reganleaf raised her cup high and shouted, Now, raise your cups. Let us celebrate today's victory. Everyone cheered in response. Taeho and Bracky happily clinked their cups together. Suddenly, Taeho, holding the large cup in his hands, blushed. Everyone was encouraging and praising him with joyous smiles on their faces. This feels really nice, he thought to himself. In high spirits, he yelled, Bottoms up, bottoms up, bottoms up, and chugged the entire cup in one go. The moment he finished, the crowd started cheering for him. He's a real man, a true man. While everyone was dead drunk and happily drinking, a hooded man stood from a distance with his arms crossed, observing them. He suddenly spoke, Taeho, right? How can he use divine power when he's of such a low rank? He turned to the person standing close to the wall. That's quite impressive, but even my youngsters can do that. The other person remained silent, saying nothing. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sigh. Just like always, Since you asked, I guess I'll lend a hand this one time." Saying that, he turned around and walked away from the banquet. 1 week later, at the residence of intermediate rank warrior Taeho, he was still sleeping with his legs spread wide on a simple bed. Taeho was sleeping so soundly that his mouth was wide open, drool dripping down. Suddenly, he kicked off his blanket, shot up, and screamed. He rushed out through the door wide open with his hair completely disheveled. What's going on? Outside, standing opposite him, was a guy completely covered in a cloak, his face hidden. It was the man from the other day. Taeho had no idea what was happening. He asked the strange man, "Who is it?" while thinking to himself, "Why is there lightning only in that spot? Is this some hidden camera show?" He didn't answer him, but instead asked back, "Intermediate rank warrior Lee Taeho, right?" He continued, "You defeated 2 commanders of the Knoll Giants, and this time, you even repelled a giant. You're being treated like a hero among the low-rank warriors," he said as he grabbed his cloak. "But feats like that, my soldiers can do it in their sleep." He tore off his outer cloak. A sharp sword was stabbed into the ground. Taeho's eyes widened in sheer surprise. This guy, he thought. He's insanely strong, at least on the level of a Valkyrie or even higher. Beneath the cloak was a muscular physique, equipped with meticulous protective gear. He was Ragnar Lodbrok, bearing a long scar on his face and rocking two-tone black and white hair. He issued a declaration of war to Taeho. "I'm here for a fight." He provoked him. "Show me every ounce of skill you've got." Hearing this, Taeho was bewildered and quickly rejected the offer. "I asked who you were. And more importantly, why would you just show up out of nowhere and demand a fight?" He continued, "I don't want to fight without a reason." Ragnar brought his hand to his chin, contemplating. "A reason? A reason, you say?" Suddenly, his expression changed. He smirked and growled softly. "Do I really need to give a reason to a dead man?" Taeho's face immediately lost its color in absolute panic. Question arose. What is the true motive of this mysterious warrior, Ragnar, who suddenly appeared before Taeho? A sword gradually materialized in Taeho's hand. He gripped the sword tightly, focusing intently on Ragnar. Ragnar, on the other hand, casually rested his sword on his shoulder, smiling with a relaxed expression. Taeho charged forward, initiating a storm-like assault. He brought his sword down fiercely, right at Ragnar, but Ragnar effortlessly raised his sword to block it. Taeho swiftly raised his sword, preparing to launch another strike. Observing this, Ragnar also shifted the angle of his blade, ready to parry. A second later, the clashing sound of 2 blades rang out continuously. No matter what attack Taeho threw, Ragnar defended against it with ease. Fighting through gritted teeth, he thought to himself, "Damn it, is he using hacks or something to block everything like this? If that's the case." In a flash, Taeho's figure appeared right behind Ragnar. I'll strike him from behind, he murmured inwardly, before lunging at Ragnar's back like lightning. But who would have thought that before the attack could even land, Taeho would take a brutal kick to the gut? Ragnar maintained his low stance with his low stance straight behind him, while Taeho's sword flew from his grasp as his entire body was sent flying. A few seconds later, a loud crash echoed. Still in the same posture, Ragnar turned his head halfway to look. Taeho's entire body had smashed violently into a tree trunk. He let out an agonizing scream. The impact was so fierce that several tree trunks caved in, as if about to snap. Ragnar stood completely still, watching Taeho. Clutching his stomach, he coughed uncontrollably, thinking to himself, he's too strong. Taeho held onto the hidden flame in his chest, secretly feeling relieved. If I hadn't received that blessing, it'd be dead by now. At this moment, Ragnar suddenly spoke up. Warriors who lose their lives here become warriors of steel. And if a warrior of steel dies again, only then do they go straight to the warrior's rest. He slowly raised his sword high, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he continued. So even if you die, don't lose heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Ragnar brought his sword down. However, something unknown caused his eyes to widen in utter shock. Looking closer, it turned out that Taeho had suddenly vanished. The atmosphere instantly became eerily silent. At that moment, a large bird suddenly appeared in the sky and Ragnar looked around searching. Finally, he looked up at the sky and spotted the bird. Ragnar easily recognized it as Taeho. He calmly called out, "Come on, give it your all. It'll face you head on." Hearing this, Taeho dove down at maximum speed, preparing to unleash his storm-like assault. As he neared Ragnar, he transformed back into his human form and roared, "Deploy." Instantly, a giant hammer materialized behind Taeho, and he reached his hand up high to grab it. He then swung it down fiercely, shouting his command, "Warrior's Sword Epic." Without waiting for Ragnar to react, he yelled another command, Skull Hammer. The smash created a massive explosion in the forest, clearly visible even from a distance. Moments later, the smoke and dust began to clear. The hammer lay motionless on the ground. However, Ragnar was completely unharmed and calmly remarked, "That attack of yours was quite entertaining." His hand firmly gripped Taeho's face as he stated, "But it's far from enough. Try harder to show me more of your power." Taeho was lifted high into the air by Ragnar, who teasingly reminded him, "Otherwise, you're absolutely dead." After speaking, Ragnar slammed Taeho's entire body into the ground. He raised his fist high, his expression filled with warning as he asked, "Do you understand now, Taeho?" Taeho glared back at him with unwilling, defiant eyes. At this moment, Ragnar gathered power into his hand. Then he violently punched Taeho right in the face. The punch was so powerful that it sent dust flying everywhere. Ragnar's eyes were bloodshot and piercingly cold, his fist still resting on Taeho's face. Seeing him lie motionless without reacting, he said with slight disappointment, "Is that all?" He then pulled his hand back and walked away, saying, "I was waiting to see if there was anything better." He walked over and pulled his sword out from the ground. Resting the sword on his shoulder, Ragnar muttered, "Is his level of understanding really just this much?" Right then, a resounding explosion echoed from behind, startling Ragnar slightly. He slowly glanced back. Behind him, Taeho erupted with divine power, gritting his teeth as he slowly stood up. He looked incredibly imposing now, standing tall and radiating a powerful golden divine aura. Ragnar turned back to look, calmly commenting, "So you really can use divine power. Your goddess must trust you a lot, huh?" He narrowed his eyes, staring straight at him as if predicting what would happen next, and said, "But if you recklessly let the divine power envelop you." Before he could finish his sentence, Taeho began to stagger, unable to stand firm. A second later, he fell flat on his face, and Ragnar then continued, "This will happen." The scene shifted as Taeho slowly opened his eyes. Seeing him stir, Hedda called out with a worried expression, "Taeho, you're awake." The moment Taeho saw her, he cried out in panic, "Hedda." Not understanding why he reacted so strongly, Hedda just said, "You slept for so long. I was worried sick." Taeho squeezed his eyes shut in exasperation and recounted, "Don't even mention it. Some lunatic came out of nowhere to my place and started beating me up." However, he didn't notice that the familiar figure he had just encountered was also right there. Taeho turned to Hedda and continued, "I really thought I was going to die." Right after he said that, he saw Ragnar leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, watching him. Ragnar smirked and said, "Go on, keep talking." Taeho was so startled that he became tongue-tied, his jaw dropping as he yelled, "What the? Why are you here?" Hedda then gestured toward Ragnar and said, "Oh, let me introduce you. This is Ragnar Lodbrok. From today onward, he will be your instructor." Taeho asked in confusion, "Instructor? But I already have you as my guide, Hedda." Ragnar also seemed unwilling to accept it, frowning as he snapped, "Who said I was going to be that guy's instructor?" Hedda got a huge headache from the two of them. She clutched her head and let out a shout to quiet them down. Then she turned back to explain to him, "My abilities aren't enough anymore, so I bother him a lot and dragged him all the way here." Ragnar then spoke up, belittling Taeho. "It's impressive that a mediocre warrior like you can use divine power, but even a child can do that much. If that's all you've got, I'm quite disappointed." Hearing this, Hedda crossed her arms and confidently asserted, "But you'll change your mind soon enough. You might even end up begging to learn from him." Saying that, she turned to Taeho and said, "Taeho, I trust Ragnar. Why don't you show him your epic?" Taeho, who trusted Hedda immensely, replied, "If you trust him, then I trust him too." Hedda responded, "All right, thank you." Taeho then took out the iron feather, a magical tool that allowed one to show the contents of their epic to others. Hedda asked carefully, "Taeho, you know how to use it, right?" Taeho hummed an affirmation and she gently instructed, "Good. Start whenever you're ready." Ragnar still didn't think much of him, thinking to himself, "Let's see what you've got. What makes you so extraordinary?" A second later, a piece of paper rolled out as long as a royal edict. Ragnar stared at the iron feather with utter shock in his eyes. He was so horrified that he broke out in a cold sweat and asked Taeho, What did you just do?" Then he quickly changed his address, saying, "I mean, my lord." Seeing Ragnar's reaction, Hedda breathed a sigh of relief. Then she called out to Ragnar to ask for his opinion. "Ragnar, what do you think? If all of Taeho's epics are completed, how far do you think he can go?" Ragnar looked at Hedda's face. She looked back at him, her wide eyes filled with anticipation. Ragnar brought his hand to his mouth in thought, and after a few seconds he replied, "At least at the level of Sigurd." Taeho repeated the name Sigurd in confusion, and Hedda immediately explained it to him. He is a mighty warrior hailed as the greatest in Valhalla. Then she turned to Ragnar and asked further, and at the furthest, he fell silent again. Then he suddenly threw his arm around Taeho's shoulder and asked Hedda, I just need to teach him, right? Seeing that he had agreed to be his instructor, she gave a soft smile. She then raised a finger and warned, no using the law of the jungle like today, all right? You were too hasty. Ragnar, his face still devoid of emotion, replied, but you can't just keep him locked away like a treasure chest either. Hedda didn't answer but directly brushed the matter aside, smiling as she said, I'm leaving him in your hands. Ragnar placed his hands on his hips and replied, yeah, got it. A moment later, he rested his sword on his shoulder, preparing to leave. Without turning his head, Ragnar muttered, I can't believe those epics. I can't believe something like that actually exists in this world. Pausing, he turned his head halfway back and told her, don't bother worrying about how I'm going to teach him. I think the process will be quite interesting. Hedda finally spoke up and asked one more time, so ultimately, how high do you think he can climb? Ragnar cast a brief glance at her. He saw Hedda looking at him with a face full of immense pride and anticipation. He remained silent to her question, his gaze shifting elsewhere. His eyes seemed to hold many thoughts, but he chose not to speak them. Down below the citadel, the soldiers had gathered in full force. Ciri seriously looked around, inspecting everything before their departure. She stepped forward and remarked, you ended up becoming a subpar warrior after all. Ciri then said excitedly, it's really good to see you again, Rolf. He tapped his chest and replied boldly, it's all thanks to you, Captain. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar, footsteps approaching the crowd. Is everyone here? No, someone is still missing. Ah, speak of the devil, here he comes. Taeho. He happily waved and greeted them. Long time no see, Captain Ciri, Rolf. Seeing him, the soldiers excitedly stepped forward and asked, are you that dragon-riding warrior? Are you the warrior who gets visited by Valkyries? I've heard so many rumors about you. It's a real honor to meet you. Ciri immediately chimed in. He even told the story of how you took down a giant. Hearing that, Taeho blushed in embarrassment and blurted, Captain. Suddenly, a woman stepped up and shouted, all right, everyone pay attention. The woman boldly introduced herself. It's great to meet you all. I am the commander of this operation, the Valkyrie Gander. She confidently continued, this scouting mission is just a minor operation involving only low-rank warriors from Oller's and Eden's legions. Hearing this, the soldiers grumbled in protest. No way, why is it never easy? That's so unfair. Gander playfully replied, well, should we just let low-rank warriors sit around doing nothing? Taeho thought to himself, Oller's legion really does have a relaxed atmosphere. Gander clapped her hands, cutting off his thoughts, and shouted, all right, settle down now. Gander said, we'll discuss the details of this operation once we arrive. Does anyone have any questions? Rolf raised his hand and asked, which area will we be scouting? Gander fell silent, thinking for a long while. Her face turning serious, she answered, the land of the dark elves, where eternal night reigns. Her words clearly conveyed the gravity of the operation, Svartalfheim. Taeho was astonished, thinking to himself, dark elves. The branches of the ashen tree intertwined to form a canopy that blocked out the sky. This was why it was known as a world ruled by the night. Beneath the colossal roots, a spatial vortex opened, transporting the legion of soldiers to the elven lands. Footsteps gradually landed on the mysterious terrain. Taeho thought in awe, it's daytime, yet it's pitch black and terribly damp. Is this really where the dark elves live? Gander stood before the group and shouted, all right, everyone is here. She continued seriously, now I will explain the mission. Our objective is... In front of everyone gathered, Gander continued, to eliminate a monster. It seemed a member of the Dark Elf family, our pharmaceutical supplier for Valhalla, had accidentally awakened a basilisk from its hibernation. Ciri responded in surprise, a basilisk? You mean the Serpent King? Gander replied, exactly. She raised her index finger and said, and for this mission, we are specially deploying the White Silence. The soldiers seemed thrilled by the name, shouting excitedly, the White Silence, the White Silence. I'm so ready for this. Speechless and helpless, Taeho thought, what is it this time? He awkwardly turned to Ciri and asked, Captain Ciri, what is the White Silence? She happily replied, it's something truly incredible. You're going to love it too, just wait and see. As soon as she finished speaking, a pack of fierce white wolves charged forward in unison, howls echoing. It's the real deal. They're huge. Looking at the white wolves, Taeho thought in amazement, they look so cool. The wolves swiftly darted toward them. Then, the soldiers each mounted a wolf and advanced deeper into the elven lands. Riding a wolf for the first time, Taeho thought excitedly to himself, "They're super fast and so quiet. It feels like riding on a cloud." Gander pulled up beside him, smiling in admiration. "Smooth riding, warrior of Eden." He awkwardly replied, "Yes, it's all thanks to the Dragon Rider epic." She stuck out her tongue playfully and praised, "You really are an admirable talent." Taeho immediately blushed, laughing it off in embarrassment. She then sped forward and told Siri, "Siri, I need to form a plan to draw the attention of the Elf Council. Lead the troop to the designated household, all right?" Gander said seriously, "I'm leaving it to you." Siri immediately responded, "Understood." Then Siri moved to the front, leading the legion of soldiers forward. Eventually they arrived at the ancient village of the Malo clan just as the sky grew dark. A figure stood in the distance, seemingly waiting for them. Siri's troop halted, dismounted, and approached the person waiting for them. He bowed and spoke, "Welcome. I am Tolaris, responsible for guiding you through the village. I will escort you all to the family." The soldiers immediately followed Tolaris deep into the village, while the locals stood outside to greet them. However, it seemed they had no goodwill toward the soldiers at all, constantly whispering about the strange guests. Seeing them, the young children also hid behind in fear. Noticing the bizarre attitude of the locals and the names floating above their heads, Taeho panicked inwardly. The atmosphere isn't very welcoming, is it? Their names are all gray, meaning they are neutral. He turned to look at the green name above Tolaris Mala's head and thought, at the very least, he's not an enemy. And so they finally arrived. The soldiers looked up in awe as Tolaris smiled and said, "We're here." Before them stood a remarkably massive building, radiating a cozy warm light. The doors gradually opened. The soldiers had to pass through one more door to enter deep inside. Tolaris took the initiative to push the door open, saying, "This way, please come in." Through the crack in the door, a lavish dining table was already prepared with a solitary figure sitting and waiting. Tolaris pushed the door wide open and announced, "Our guests have arrived." The old elf stood up and spoke warmly, "You all must be exhausted from your long journey, right? I am Malice, the head of the Malo family. Please, make yourselves at home." The soldiers also made themselves comfortable and sat down at the banquet table. Malice said happily, "Please enjoy some drinks before the meal." Seeing this, Rolf's eyes sparkled with craving as he blurted out, "Bring on the booze." Malice excitedly raised his glass and shouted, "Come on, everyone, a toast." All eyes immediately turned towards Siri. Seeing this, she sighed, smiled, and replied, "Having a glass is fine." Soldiers excitedly raised their glasses high and cheered, "Cheers." Watching everyone so joyful, Siri and Taeho also subconsciously smiled along. He eagerly raised his glass high, preparing to drink. Suddenly, Taeho's face turned completely pale, his eyes widening in shock. Taeho quickly threw his glass to the floor and roared, "Wait!" Accordingly, everyone's glasses slipped from their hands. The banquet table was now a total mess. Taeho had managed to knock away the glasses from their hands, much to everyone's astonishment. What the hell? He turned his head and shouted loudly, "Commander Siri." Hearing this, she also paused in surprise for a few seconds. Then Siri instantly screamed, "Everyone, escape." Malice also frantically barked out orders, "Seal the main gate." The soldiers swiftly smashed the door and rushed outside. Taeho's eyes glowed intensely as he surveyed the surroundings. His attention was drawn to the second floor, where countless shadowy figures were already waiting. "They're right above us." Following orders, the elves immediately drew their bows and fired. "Archers!" He yelled the command, "Raise your shields." Hearing this, the soldiers readied themselves in a defensive stance. Although panicked, Taeho still effortlessly dodged their arrows. He swiftly dashed toward the main doors outside. The terrified elves quickly slammed the doors shut to prevent the soldiers from escaping. However, with just a single kick from Taeho, he easily took them down. Inside, where the banquet food was still scattered across the floor, Malice stood rooted to the spot, making no move. He trembled in fear, clenching his teeth tightly in silence. Malice gripped the tablecloth tightly, thinking to himself, "How? We didn't leave a single clue. How the hell?" Dark Elf Malice, a follower of Lord Utgard, was now breaking into a cold sweat out of fear, panicking in his mind. He figured it out. With one kick, Taeho blasted the doors open, clearing the way for everyone to pour outside. Siri quick-wittedly pulled out a flute from her pocket. She immediately blew the flute as if summoning something. Sure enough, the pack of white wolves quickly bypassed the gate and rushed inside. "The white wolves are here. Hurry up." The elves from afar simultaneously drew their bows. Don't let them escape. The arrows easily pierced the soldiers. Fire. The elf tribe ruthlessly kept drawing their bows, viciously shooting down our side. However, Taiho managed to rush out in time, using his own body to block the rain of arrows. Taiho. He pulled his sleeves high up, revealing the bizarre tattoos on his arms. His eyes showed absolute resolve, and the tattoos instantly turned glowing gold. These tattoos were drawn for him by Hedda herself. All done. Going back to before, Taiho sat still bare-chested for her to draw on. He blushed and asked, "What is this?" Hedda calmly replied, "It's a rune tattoo. By tattooing runes onto your body, you'll be able to use magic." She elaborated further, "But the one I just did is only a temporary tattoo. You can erase it whenever you want. A true tattoo cannot be removed, and that will become an issue when you want to use more powerful magic later on." She looked around his body, then smiled and said, "Anyway, there aren't many spots left on your body for rune tattoos." Hearing that, Taiho glanced over his back and quickly replied, "That's true." Turning to the present, his hands were now bathed in magical light as Taiho roared, "Shield." Instantly, the arrows flying toward him swiftly shattered all at once. This left the elves frozen in absolute shock. Malice, only now, frantically ran outside. Panting heavily, he scolded them. "Why are you all just standing there staring? Go after them." But the soldiers had already mounted their wolves and dashed away, one step ahead. The elves could only stand there blankly, watching the soldiers gradually ride far away from the area. Seeing this, Malice trembled and collapsed to his knees, clutching his head as he muttered, Damn it, how am I supposed to explain this?" By now the soldiers had left the Malo family's estate. They stopped to rest deep inside the forest. They continuously discussed and brainstormed. "It shouldn't be dangerous around here anymore, right? Let me see your wounds." Those who were struck by arrows earlier kept groaning in pain. Could you pull the arrow out for me?" And then the arrow was finally pulled out. That soldier brought the arrow up and gave it a lick, immediately grimacing as he said, "This arrow is coated with a lethal poison. Just a tiny scratch from it is enough to make a normal person writhe in agony." Hearing this, another soldier went pale with fright and asked, "Siri, can we take a short break to recover from our wounds?" She walked toward her white wolf, her face stern, and replied, "Well, treat them on the move. Stopping here is too risky. We can't let our guard down until we reunite with Gander." Back inside the Malo family's estate, the lights were still burning bright. Malice was kneeling slumped in the room, trembling as he stared ahead. His face was completely pale, looking toward the opposite side in sheer terror. Through the hazy purple smoke, a horrifying voice echoed, "You have failed, Malice." He immediately bowed his head to the floor and fearfully said, "I apologize." Malice was dripping with cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he begged, "Please, lend me the basilisk. Please lend me your power. I will find a way." That voice echoed once more, "You cannot do it. But fear not, Malice. I had already anticipated this scenario." The smoke reflected his image groveling and begging. He should be making his move right about now. Returning to the other side, the Legion was quietly marching deeper into the forest. Taiho. Rolf turned to him and took the initiative to speak. "Did you know the head of that family was a bad guy through the power of your runes?" He immediately replied, "Yes." Then he turned to the other side, forcing a smile, and said, "In the end, I still have to thank you for trusting me, Commander Siri." She smiled and replied to him, "That's a given. As a commander, trusting is." Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes suddenly darted backward as if she had spotted something. Sure enough, right behind the troops was a mysterious spatial vortex. Siri turned pale and screamed, "Watch out, it's an ambush." The moment a soldier turned around, a sharp spike swiftly pierced through his body, leaving him no time to react. What is this? That soldier was quickly yanked high into the air by tree branches, right before everyone's eyes. From within the spatial vortex, a heavily cloaked figure slowly emerged. Taiho thought in sheer terror, "This guy is incredibly dangerous. Is definitely a formidable foe." That mysterious dark figure was none other than Regenerator Marcus. The instant he set foot on the ground, the soldiers quickly raised their clubs and shields, charging at him in unison. "Die. Leave your head here." Marcus was quickly attacked by two soldiers from both sides. However, that meant absolutely nothing to him. Marcus immediately retaliated with his axe, causing the two soldiers to instantly drop dead. The soldiers attempting to stop him were effortlessly slaughtered by Marcus. This brutal sight instantly terrified the remaining troops, 3 of our men, in just the blink of an eye. Look over there. Marcus' gaping wound revealed a bizarre green slime. his wound. The gashes on his body quickly regenerated, fully healing in an instant. Siri yelled in astonishment, "A regenerator?" Taeho echoed her words, "A regenerator?" She mounted her white wolf and urged them, "Everyone quickly mount your white wolves. Get away from him right now." Following her command, the remaining soldiers mounted their white wolves and fled together. But there was no way Marcus would let them go that easily. He raised his hand high, preparing to launch an attack. From within his sleeve, thousands of ferocious snakes slithered out. Those snakes rapidly bit into the white wolves, making it impossible for the Legion to retreat. Surrounded by them, Siri was also unable to break free. Marcus continued to rush toward her from a distance. He charged straight ahead, wielding his scythe. Not to be outdone, Siri raised her bow to return fire. The loosed arrows immediately pierced through his body. However, Marcus managed to leap high into the air right in front of Siri. She panicked and drew her sword to defend herself. "Damn it, aren't you going to stop them anymore?" Marcus' scythe slammed directly into Siri's defending sword. Not stopping there, he clenched his fist, preparing to throw a punch. With just one kick, Marcus easily sent her flying backward. Seeing the critical situation, Rolf aimed an arrow at him and shouted, "Captain Siri." From amidst the flames, Rolf gritted his teeth and endured. "You damn bastard." A barrage of flaming arrows relentlessly struck Marcus, knocking him back. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Rolf carried the unconscious Siri away from the area. But his footsteps suddenly halted as a murderous aura bore down heavily from behind him. Marcus' eyes suddenly darted to another direction. From behind, Taeho had raised his sword high, preparing to strike him. Marcus managed to block it in time with his scythe, but this simultaneously created an opening for Rolf to get Siri to safety. Taeho furiously declared, "From now on, I am your opponent, you monster." Taking advantage of Marcus' attention being on Rolf, Taeho quickly swung his sword and charged straight at him. However, he merely let out a sinister smile, seemingly completely unfazed. The snakes extending from his arm immediately lunged forward, tightly binding Taeho. Yet he easily used his sword to slice the snakes into 100 pieces. Taeho once again raised his sword high and advanced toward Marcus. His blade suddenly burst into flames. He thought to himself, this guy isn't even bothering to dodge. In that case. With just a single slash, Marcus' body was cut in two. Rolf panicked and yelled, "You hit him head-on? But he's a regenerator. His wounds will heal in no time." However, Taeho seemed unafraid, standing tall and facing him. Marcus let out a sly grin, knowing the wound on his stomach would quickly regenerate. Taeho's gaze upon him was incredibly sharp, filled with determined resolve. Seeing his composed demeanor, he started to feel a bit confused. He suddenly recalled Ragnar's words, that power isn't just limited to self-healing. It can also suppress the blessings and powers of others. You've experienced it yourself. Fighting while cloaked in divine power is foolish. Taeho attentively listened to his every instruction. You must fight smartly. Only use divine power at the exact moment of your strike. Suddenly, blood endlessly poured from his body. Marcus looked down in utter astonishment. The wound on his stomach could no longer heal. Marcus' face darkened in horror. Taeho proudly raised his radiant sword and confidently said, "Watch me." In a panic, he gritted his teeth and glared at him. Taeho immediately lunged at Marcus with his blazing sword. Refusing to back down, he also readied his stance to strike back. The clashing of their weapons rang out relentlessly, neither willing to yield. However, Taeho seemed to have noticed his weakness and attacked continuously. Unprepared for this, Marcus frantically stepped back to defend. He was struggling just to guard himself. Seeing this, Rolf shouted with amazed excitement, "Finish him, Taeho." Siri was also too stunned to speak. She anxiously thought to herself, although the situation seems favorable right now, as long as the enemy can hold up their defense. Marcus' arrogant expression had completely vanished. He fearfully gripped his blade to block Taeho's strikes. Watching him relentlessly swinging his sword, she thought, Taeho will be the one to exhaust his strength first. With that thought, Siri quickly rushed toward their fierce battle. Rolf shouted in shock, "Captain." Marcus roared furiously and fiercely. His blade instantly closed in on Taeho's neck, catching him off guard. Fortunately, he managed to dodge this fatal blow just in time. However, the impact sent him flying far away. Taeho stepped back and struggled to maintain his footing. Even though he was exhausted, he still tried his best to stand firm and fight. Taeho charged to attack Marcus once more. Refusing to lose, he immediately swung his blade high to counter. As he rushed in, he thought, "I'll end it with this strike." But before he could even get close, Marcus' tail lunged out and pierced right through his body. Taiho hadn't anticipated this situation at all. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Seeing this, he smiled slyly and raised his sword high to deal the finishing blow. Thankfully, Siri rushed in just in time to stop Marcus' lethal intention. He was utterly shocked by her appearance. Even with a heavily injured body, Siri confidently charged in and declared, "I may not be able to wound you, but I can force you to step back." Thanks to her, Taiho had time to reassess the situation and discover his weak point. In an instant, Taiho dashed in and slashed deeply into Marcus' body. Now he had no choice but to take the full brunt of the attack, unable to do anything else. Taiho gritted his teeth and drove the sword fiercely into him. "I'm not done yet." Charged sword. Immediately, a giant hammer materialized and crushed Marcus. Skull hammer. A voice suddenly echoed from a mysterious purple smoke. "How is this possible? The regenerator Marcus is dead." Hearing this, Malice was so stunned he couldn't utter a word. The voice echoed again. "Halt the operation, Malice." He frantically cut in. Then the smoke commanded, "We have no choice but to use the basilisk." Voices rang out continuously. "Taiho. You have to hang in there, Taiho." The Legion members incessantly called his name. By this time, he had fallen unconscious from sheer exhaustion. Rolf frantically turned to Siri and said, "He's still not waking up. Are we going to keep waiting?" She replied with a serious face, "I have a bad feeling about this. We need to get out of here quickly." Suddenly, a flurry of heavy sounds rang out, causing the Legion to panic immensely. That sound. Rolf's face darkened as he blurted out, "Basilisk!" Siri exclaimed in shock, "Damn it! Which direction?" She quickly ordered the Legion were scattered. The top priority now is to regroup with Gander, but not every member has to gather in one spot. Hearing this, the remaining Legion members emotionally grasped Rolf's hand and bid farewell. "See you in Valhalla." Speechless, Rolf replied, "To be honest, this isn't exactly the time to be saying that." Siri immediately cut them off and shouted, "Everyone, scatter, for Asgard and the 9 realms." Rolf said anxiously, "Captain, what about Taiho?" She replied, "I'll take care of him. You go, quickly." Even though he was worried, Rolf couldn't do anything but obey the order. "Captain, take care." Then he quickly ran off, leaving Siri behind with the unconscious Taiho. A flash of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It seems Siri was unleashing her magical power. She instantly transformed her state. Wolf transformation. Right after that, Siri's body transformed into a wolf form. She approached and picked his body up. Then, carrying him, she swiftly ran deep into the forest. From another direction, a bizarre creature slowly advanced forward. The murderous aura it emitted was absolutely terrifying. Voices rang out continually. "Ho! Taiho!" In his subconscious, he seemed to hear those calls. "Wake up quickly, Taiho." After a long bout of unconsciousness, his eyes instinctively fluttered wide open. Hedda. But before his eyes, it wasn't Hedda, but Captain Siri. Siri leaned in close, bringing her face right up to Taiho's, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. He shyly exclaimed, "Captain Siri." She immediately signaled him to be quiet. "Shh, lie still and listen to me. We are currently surrounded by enemy forces." At this moment, Siri was still casting a stealth spell to help them temporarily hide. She said, "If we start moving, the cloaking spell will weaken. When that happens, they will immediately pursue us, and a bitter fight will naturally be unavoidable." Taiho felt guilty. He said, "Because of me, you're in danger too, Captain. Didn't you think about just leaving with Rolf and the other members?" Faced with his question, Siri paused in surprise for a few seconds. She slowly replied, "You possess a special power. Losing you would be a great loss to Valhalla." Siri then directly admitted, "But personally speaking, I quite enjoy fighting side by side with you. So much so that I don't want to return to the warrior's base early at all." Taiho's eyes widened in disbelief as if he couldn't trust his ears. He thought, "I'm being trusted." Recalling his past life, Taiho thought to himself, "I don't want to betray this trust." He bashfully replied, "Thank you, Captain Siri." Siri chuckled playfully, "Well, because you didn't wake up as early as it hoped, the situation got a little dangerous. I tried every method to wake you up." Taiho blushed and thought, "Every method?" Then her gaze scanned their surroundings and she said seriously, "Now let's head out. I'm counting on you, Taiho." With eyes full of unwavering resolve, he nodded in agreement to her words. Then Siri instantly transformed into her wolf state, allowing Taiho to ride on her back as they dashed deep into the forest. Taiho said seriously, "Leave it to me, Captain Siri." Siri once again unleashed her powerful magic, Epic, Dragonoid Controller. The demonic energy surrounding her radiated incredibly abundantly. Suddenly, Siri exclaimed in astonishment, "So this is what it feels like." Right in front of them, countless eyes were glaring in their direction. "They've completely surrounded us." The giant snakes instantly lunged forward, bearing their razor-sharp fangs at them. However, Taeho remained calm and effortlessly sliced their bodies apart, but the sheer number of the snake's swarm was overwhelmingly vast, charging together to attack the two of them. Taeho gritted his teeth and launched a deadly counterattack right away. The body of one of the snakes was swiftly split in half with a vertical slash. Just like that, every single snake was slashed to pieces by Taeho with horizontal sweeps. Next, he used a dicing move to continuously slice them into bits. Taeho shouted, "A massive monster is about to appear." As soon as he spoke, a strange force suddenly surged forth. It was the basilisk. From deep within the forest, this colossal beast slithered through every corner, snapping countless bushes in its path. The basilisk bared its razor-sharp fangs and bolted rapidly towards Siri and Taeho. She instantly warned him, "It has a blinding move that paralyzes the body. Don't make eye contact with it." Taeho seemed utterly astounded by its sheer power. Right after her words, the basilisk swiftly lunged to attack them, but Taeho managed to jump high into the air and dodge it in time. Then he jumped back onto Siri as she sprinted forward. After that, they turned around, bracing themselves for the next strike. Standing before the monstrous basilisk, Taeho looked incredibly small and harmless, yet he was far from easy to defeat. Taeho's eyes radiated a terrifying sense of resolve as he said seriously, "Let's make our move, Captain Siri." She too sparked her fighting spirit to face it head-on. In a flash, both of them leaped high into the air, closing in on the basilisk. The monster bared its sharp fangs, exhaling a horrifying cloud of toxic smoke. Expelled venomous gas engulfed the entire surrounding space. Taeho raised his hand high, projecting the power of light. Cover. His counterattack completely dispelled its toxic gas. Note, he is using the magic Heta tattooed on his body here. Siri immediately gained momentum and bounded high into the air. They leaped up and positioned themselves right above the basilisk's head, charging up a stormy attack. Seizing the opportunity, Taeho swung his sword to strike back at the monster. The basilisk widened its eyes, glaring fiercely at them. Taeho's tattooed arm transformed as he roared, divine power. Facing a monstrous basilisk with its glaring divine eyes and razor-sharp fangs, Taeho fearlessly charged into attack. Taeho's hand, surging with magical energy, gathered momentum, ready to hurl it fiercely at the monster. Epic Battle Sword. A weapon instantly materialized in Taeho's hand, Agarwood. Sura's body was currently undergoing a transformation, turning a shade of pink. It seemed her strength was completely exhausted, leaving only Taeho to struggle and endure on his own. He didn't have enough stamina left to fight it either. Exhausted, Taeho said, "I can barely even stand anymore." Siri replied, "All right, take a little rest." His face was now drenched in sweat as Taeho silently pondered a solution. Suddenly, he noticed a blinding flash of light deep inside the monster's mouth. It was a sword lodged inside its jaws. Taeho looked at the sword curiously, thinking, "What is that?" Holding the broken sword that only had its hilt left, Taeho thought in astonishment, "This is the hilt of a broken sword." Siri frantically screamed, "Taeho," she said in a panic, "It looks like we're surrounded all over again." The two instantly stood close to each other, raising their guard and staying vigilant of their surroundings. Taeho cursed angrily in his mind, "Damn it, I seriously don't have an ounce of strength left." Taeho. Siri unexpectedly spoke up, "Go, leave this place to me." He was so shocked that he couldn't reply. Gripping her blade, she spoke to him with a trembling voice. Taeho immediately summoned his sword and declared, "No, we have to survive and return together." Siri's eyes widened in amazement as she looked at him. Taeho met her gaze, his eyes radiating absolute resolve. Standing back to back in a defensive stance, Siri replied, "Then I'll see you in Valhalla." With those words, countless snakes bared their fangs and lunged at them. They had surrounded the duo, backing them into a corner. Suddenly, a snake lunged forward, but Siri reacted in time to strike back, while Taeho gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into slicing through the venomous snakes. The two of them coordinated flawlessly, slaughtering the snakes one by one. From behind, a bizarre creature slowly approached. It was another basilisk, its glowing red eyes glaring fixedly at them. It instantly slithered out of the forest, looming right in front of Taeho. Seeing this, Taeho's face darkened as he exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, of all times, that colossal thing had to show up right now." Siri suddenly spoke up, "It seems that's not all." Another one abruptly emerged from behind them. From another direction, yet another basilisk crawled toward them. The monstrous beasts were gradually converging. They swiftly completely encircled Siri and Taeho. She continued, "There are 5 of them. We're totally surrounded." Sure enough, one basilisk after another slowly revealed themselves before them. Looking at those terrifyingly powerful monsters, she said tensely, "There's no way to escape." Siri asked, "Do you still have any strength left to fight?" He stayed silent for a moment without answering. Staring at his own trembling hands, he gritted his teeth and thought, "I can't use my divine power anymore right now. Even my epic's power can only be unleashed 1 or 2 more times." Taeho thought furiously, but he tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Holding the sword that emanated a terrifying magical aura, Taeho said with fierce determination, "If we can't escape, then I'll fight with everything I've got." Siri breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, spoken like a true warrior of Valhalla. Both of them shouted together with unwavering resolve, "For Uller, for Eden." Just as they were bracing to attack the basilisks, Rolf and his troops shouted loudly from above, "Hold on." They had finally arrived just in time to rescue Siri and Taeho. "Taeho, Captain Siri." Rolf said seriously, "We're here to provide backup." Then, a familiar figure wielding a sword leaped down from above. Gander delivered a devastating slash downward at the horde of monsters. She roared, "Tear them to pieces." By now, Taeho was completely exhausted, standing powerlessly before a basilisk. The monster instantly opened its maw wide, baring its sharp fangs as it closed in on him. However, the beast was swiftly cleaved vertically in 2. Witnessing this scene, Taeho's jaw dropped in absolute shock. The one who delivered the strike was none other than Ragnar. He broke into an arrogant smirk and said, "You held out stubbornly. Leave the rest to us." Taeho exclaimed excitedly, "Ragnar." Hearing this, Siri instantly turned around as well. She blushed shyly, looking at him as she said, "Is it really you, Ragnar Lodbrok?" Siri seemed completely mesmerized by Ragnar's handsome looks, leaving Taeho gaping in astonishment as he thought, Captain Siri actually has this kind of starstruck expression too. Rolf and his legion also charged in simultaneously, attacking the monsters one by one. Gander unleashed all her strength, swinging her sword and lunging forward to slice a basilisk clean through. Ragnar was no less impressive. His relentless slashes left the monsters no chance to react. After a while, the forest returned to its tranquil state. After finishing off the basilisks, Ragnar spoke up, "The situation has been stabilized. Everyone fought well." Seeing him, swaths of soldiers instantly swarmed around, gazing at him with absolute admiration. "Ragnar Lodbrok, it is a great honor to meet you. Is this a dream or reality?" Siri also blushed shyly and called his name Ragnar. Taeho thought helplessly, "I don't know much about him, but he seems to be quite a formidable person." Gander stepped forward and said, "Our mission ends here. Let Razgrid handle the rest." She continued, "We will investigate the Malo family and the Dark Elf Council. Given the current situation with even the reincarnator Marcus appearing, it seems the giants are definitely involved as well." Suddenly, she called out, "Taeho of Eden, your victory when taking down that reincarnator was truly spectacular." Gander said, "I will inform Uller's side and you might receive a reward later." Taeho shyly rubbed his hair and replied, "Thank you." Gander playfully stuck out her tongue to tease him. "You truly are a highly coveted talent," causing Taeho to pale in fear. He looked back in panic at the glares behind him, thinking to himself, "Look at all those bitter, jealous eyes." Gander crossed her arms, put on a serious face, and said, "Now, let's head back." She held the broken sword hilt in her hand. Hedda looked in confusion at the object Taeho brought back. Feeling apologetic, she awkwardly returned the hilt and said, "Sorry, I can't really tell. It's too heavily damaged to see anything noteworthy." Taeho quickly waved his hands and replied, "It's fine." Hedda continued, "I can only be certain of one thing, it's not a normal item. It bears many traces left by the Great War." "Traces of the Great War." Hedda continued explaining, "The Ragnarok front line is currently in a stalemate, but there used to be a massive and brutal battle there. Traces of that time still remain all over the world, and that broken sword piece might also be." She guessed, a piece of a warrior's weapon from that era. Taeho looked at the sword hilt and thought to himself, "I knew there was something special about it. I can feel it. Well, I'll just keep it safe for now." Suddenly, Hedda had an idea. "By the way, Taeho, let's go to Eden. We still have to report the reconnaissance situation." At Eden's seaport, Hedda and Taeho rowed a boat together on the sea. It was just the 2 of them on the boat heading towards Eden. They gradually rode to their destination. Arriving in front of a strange house, Hedda smiled and said, "We're here." Both of them went deep inside. She cheerfully spoke up, "Hey," and Taeho replied, "What?" Hedda said, "The goddess mentioned that she has a special gift for you this time." Surprised and excited, Taeho said, "A gift from the goddess? I have a good feeling about this." Hedda said, "I'm looking forward to it too. Will you let me see it with you?" As she handed an item to Taeho. He held the golden apple and eagerly replied, "Of course. I'll be right back." Then he dropped the apple. Instantly, a magic circle appeared on the ground. Goddess even appeared and said, "My warrior, Taeho, come here." He knelt respectfully and spoke, "It's an honor to meet you, Goddess Iden." She happily replied, "You've made a great contribution again this time. Without you, we could hardly have stopped the giant's cruel plan early on." Taeho smiled awkwardly and said, "It's all thanks to your blessing, Goddess Iden." She continued, "I'm truly glad to see you return safely." Iden asked curiously, "I heard you rode a dragon during the battle?" And that it was actually a beautiful female warrior in disguise. Hearing that, he blushed and awkwardly said, "What? No, it's not like that." Even extended her hand to cast magic and said, "You successfully completed the reconnaissance mission, so of course you will receive a reward." She made 2 glowing orbs appear and said, "I have prepared 2 options for you. Please choose one." The first item is the Pegasus Cloak, a gift from Olympus that grants the user the ability to transform into a Pegasus. The second item is Unnir, a bag that can shrink all items for storage. The items will return to normal a few seconds after being taken out of the bag. Taeho dropped his jaw in shock and thought, "Both are so awesome. Why didn't you just show me one thing, Goddess Iden? This is too cruel." He racked his brain for a while but still couldn't choose, which made her chuckle in amusement. Iden said, "Don't worry too much. If you bring back good results next time, I'll reward you with the other one." Hearing this, Taeho nervously thought to himself, "Right, think positively. No matter which item I choose, it's like winning the lottery." After thinking, he spoke up, "In that case, I will choose this one." Right after returning, Taeho held the Unnir bag out in front of Hedda. She said in surprise, "I didn't expect this. I thought you prefer the Pegasus Cloak." He cheerfully replied, "True, but if I chose that, I'd need teammates to cover me while I put it on. Plus, in online games, the top priority is always expanding your personal inventory." Hearing that, Hedda could only smile helplessly and reply, "Is that so? I don't really understand that, but okay." Sitting on the boat, heading back, Hedda said, "Starting today, you'll have to start training with your new master. You know who it is, right?" He replied, "Yeah." She asked cheerfully, "Are you excited?" Taeho shyly rubbed his head and said, "Well, he's a legend after all." At this time, Ragnar was yawning repeatedly, looking very sleepy. He sat on the porch, looked around, and sighed. Ragnar tilted his head up, looked at the sky, and happily exclaimed, "The weather is incredibly beautiful today." At this moment, Taeho was sitting quietly next to Ragnar. He turned and asked, "So?" Ragnar continued, "How far have you and Hedda gone?" Hearing that, Taeho flinched, blushing, and was left speechless. He stuttered shyly, "What? What do you mean by that?" Ragnar was speechless, pointing his finger and saying, "I mean, how far have you gotten with your studies?" Taeho froze, realizing he had misunderstood. "Look at you, your head is full of dirty thoughts." Seeing his mocking smile, he cursed silently in exasperation, "As if your head isn't." Then he picked up his sword and said, "Well, whatever. By the way," he continued, "Hedda told me to teach you divine power, but I'll hold off on the advanced stuff and start with the basics first, like extending the duration of your power usage." Ragnar smirked challengingly, "But I'm not going to spoon-feed you. You have to figure it out yourself. Got it?" Taeho replied seriously, "Understood." Hearing that, he happily said, "Great, bring it on," which made Taeho jump in surprise. The training session began, and the sounds of clashing swords rang out continuously. Facing Ragnar's terrifying strength, Taeho had to use all his power to fight back. He excitedly told him, "Show me what kind of epic you have." Not only did Ragnar attack him, but he also explained, "Epics are our foundation. Just because you have divine power doesn't mean you can neglect them." Taeho immediately emitted a strong killing intent, as if transforming into a different person. He shouted back seriously in retaliation. Faced with Taeho's resistance, Ragnar widened his eyes in shock. Taeho took the opportunity to swing his sword and attack. However, in the end, he had to yield to Ragnar's terrifying strength. Unresigned, he lay on the ground, glaring at him. Ragnar rested his chin on his hand and said, "If you want to know how I felt fighting you, I can think of 2 immediate goals for you." He raised his index finger and continued, "First, an offensive epic. A low-rank warrior like you has many epics, but most of them are supportive. They can be useful in any situation, but you lack a finishing move. Taiho thought in confusion. A finishing move. An ultimate attack. Ragnar continued seriously. Second, ponder over your epics again. Taiho jumped up and asked, Ponder? He replied, Right, none of your epics are complete. Ragnar frowned and complained, so this is what my epic is like. I can only use it this way. This is a common mistake among low-rank warriors. Looking at his attentively listening face, he continued, But remember, an epic is a story passed down by word of mouth, constantly changing. Your epics might contain other uses that you aren't aware of. With that, he turned and walked away. All right, that's enough for today. Think carefully about what I've said. He smiled and said, and about practicing your divine power, try to maintain it while you eat, sleep, and even when you go to relieve yourself. Saying that, he turned and left, leaving Taiho still sitting there dumbfounded. He exhaustedly lay down on the ground and sighed. With a haggard face, Taiho complained exhaustedly, So much training. It's too hard. The sky was turning red with the sunset. The pan was continuously tossed up and down, stir-frying shrimp. Hedda cheerfully hummed a song while cooking. It seemed she was in a very good mood. From outside, Ragnar and Taiho kept looking into Hedda's kitchen. He chuckled and teased him. Nice expression, kid. Got something you want to show me? Taiho smiled confidently and said, Yes. Then he raised his hand and deployed magic. Epic, the warrior's sword. Instantly, a sword appeared in his hand. Taiho eagerly replied, Runefang, this is the sword I usually summon. Ragnar rested his chin on his hand and asked, And then what? Taiho confidently drew the sword from behind his back. He immediately raised the broken sword hilt high. Epic, the warrior's sword. Instantly, a blazing red blade emerged from the hilt. Heavenly light sword, Runefang. Holding the two swords with contrasting colors in his hands, he happily continued, If I summon a weapon while holding this broken hilt, I can call forth its upgraded version. Witnessing this scene, Ragnar was extremely shocked and speechless. He forced a smile and said, So you plan to use it as a finishing move? He thought to himself, Is it because this kid is from another world? His way of thinking is fundamentally completely different. Just then, Hedda ran out and called loudly, Taiho. She hurriedly brought a piece of paper and continued, Its way of thinking is fundamentally completely different. She wants you to come right away. Taiho asked in astonishment, Razgrid sent for me? Hedda immediately replied, She thinks you should see the actual field with your own eyes at least once. He excitedly thought to himself, This might be a good opportunity. I might be able to find more fragments of the broken sword. Seeing this, Hedda puffed her cheeks in jealousy. She put her hands on her hips and complained, You look pretty excited. Are you that eager to see Razgrid? Taiho shyly explained, No, it's not like that. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, So, can I go now? Hedda still looked at him with jealous eyes. Seeing this, Ragnar thought to himself, What's with this awkward atmosphere? You idiot. A giant spider web appeared in the dark sky. A sharp hand gently reached up. Two mysterious silhouettes moved closer to the spider web. From afar, a peculiar butterfly fluttered closer. It was a fairy butterfly. She spoke up gleefully. Lord Avolt, the giant of strength, has made his move. The other party replied calmly, Yes, I'm keeping an eye on it personally. The followers of Harad, the giant of strength, are marching towards Svartalfheim. Both of them smirked wickedly in unison as he exclaimed with excitement, How thrilling. I can't wait for the fun that's about to unfold. Over in Svartalfheim, a soldier cheerfully introduced himself. I am Torstein, a low-rank warrior of Odin's Legion. Upon stepping out of the spatial vortex, the Legion found themselves face-to-face with Torstein. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard of your reputation, so I'll lead the way to the base. Torstein warmly pointed toward a herd of horses and said, I prepared 30 black steeds. Mount up quickly, and let's move out. With that, the Legion immediately mounted their horses and rode toward the base. As they ventured deeper into the forest, someone murmured in confusion. For some reason, riding a normal horse feels weird now. Taiho, looking pale, added, It's not like I miss black flash or iron feathers. Ciri burst into laughter and replied, You're slowly turning into a true warrior of Valhalla. Suddenly, noticing the deep scowl on Rolf's face, he asked, What's up with Rolf's face? He had to cut his vacation short to come here. Torstein announced loudly, We're almost at the excavation site. Let's pick up the pace. Immediately, the Legion sped up, galloping forward at full speed. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed through the air. Taiho gasped in alarm. This horn. It's them! A ferocious pack of wolves had closed in, surrounding them from all sides. Ciri quickly reassured everyone. They're just small fries. trample over them, and charge forward. Without hesitation, the Legion ignored the wolves' attacks and blitzed right through them. They easily crushed the obstacles in their path and continued their charge toward the base. Suddenly, another bizarre screech pierced the air. They cried out in shock. Now what? A vicious flock of harpies swooped down to assault the Legion. Harpies. Under the relentless bombardment of the harpies, the Legion shouted in panic. Damn it, there's no time to draw our bows. The harpies' fierce onslaught pinned the Legion down, bringing their advance to a grinding halt. Ciri fought desperately, doing everything she could to fend off the harpies. Rolf gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath in pure frustration. Damn it, it's a complete mess out here. Taeho instantly drew out his sword hilt, preparing to unleash his magic. The harpies continued their maddening, relentless assault. Suddenly, a blinding burst of light erupted, throwing the vicious creatures back. It was a radiant light flaring from Taeho's blade. The sword of heavenly light in his grasp radiated an utterly terrifying pressure. Witnessing the sheer power erupting from Taeho, Thorstein and Rolf were left utterly speechless with their jaws dropped. Even Ciri froze in awe at the heavenly blade he summoned. Under everyone's mesmerized gazes, Taeho stood rooted to the spot, completely flustered. He stammered awkwardly, F for Aiden. Fueled by his display, the Legion regained their morale and furiously struck back against the harpies. Thorstein yelled urgently, We're almost at Odin's territory. Taeho thought to himself in awe, incredible, so that's what it is. Looming before him was a sprawling domain, scarred by the remnants of a colossal war. The Legion quickly descended toward the sprawling ruins. Ciri drew her bow and invoked her power. Epic, the witch's infallible arrow. Instantly, a devastating storm of arrows rained down on the enemy horde. The battered monsters shrieked in absolute agony. Ciri spurred her horse forward, leading the vanguard. Breakthrough. Following her lead, Taeho charged valiantly into the fray, cutting down the demonic beasts. His arm, gripping the broken hilt, glowed a searing red. Epic, the warrior's sword. Taeho then drew his bow and unleashed his next attack, Storm of Thunder. With a single volley, a thunderous explosion of arrows blasted into the monstrous swarm. Awed by his explosive display, the Legion marveled. Impressive. He shattered their center formation in a single strike. Less than, greater than. Damage numbers continuously flared above the monsters' heads. 950,000, 2 million. 800,000, 2 million, 400,000. 800,000, 950,000. 2 million, 400,000. 950,000. 2 million, 200,000. 800,000. 950,000. 2 million, 800,000. 870,000. Suddenly, Raskrid gracefully descended from the skies. Taeho gasped in surprise. Raskrid. With just a few fluid, devastating slashes, she effortlessly decimated the beasts. Raskrid turned to him with a radiant smile. It's a relief to have you here, warrior of Aiden, Lee Taeho. Dismounting his horse, he approached and asked, What's the situation? She answered promptly, It's mostly under control. Raskrid continued, So far, it's a stalemate. It seems they possess a tactic similar to our iron feathers. Suddenly, both she and Rolf roared. They're coming again. Scatter now. From the pitch-black sky above, massive flaming meteorites hurtled toward the earth. Blazing meteors slam into the ground, unleashing apocalyptic explosions. Shattered debris and fiery shrapnel rained down in all directions. From the smoldering craters, a horde of monstrous beasts emerged. At the forefront was a massive wolf, 3 times the size of an ordinary beast. They're multiplying, and they're sending down much stronger ones. Taeho looked up in terror and screamed, Here comes another one. Directly above them, an absolutely colossal meteorite was plummeting toward the earth. He shouted in disbelief, It's massive. A deafening explosion blasted everyone backward. The Legion stared at the monstrous rock in shock, muttering, What in the world is that thing? How is it so gigantic? Raskrid cast her gaze upward. Even more blazing meteors were plunging from the heavens. She thought in absolute horror, Another colossal one is falling, and it's heading straight for the Dark Elf village. Looming before Taeho, the gargantuan meteorite began to crack open. He went pale and exhaled sharply. I almost died. From a distance, Raskrid flew to his side. She urged desperately, Taeho, head to the Dark Elf village immediately. You're the only one I can trust for this mission right now. She continued, That enormous meteor crashed right into the village. Go there and get the situation under control. Tense but resolved, he accepted his orders. Understood. I'll ride out immediately. Raskrid instantly stopped him. There's no time. Take this." With that, she stripped off her feathered cloak right in front of him, making Taiho blush furiously. She shoved the cloak into his hands and said, "This is the dragon wing cloak. Have someone you trust put it on." Imagining Rolf wearing the cloak and saying, "Thanks for trusting me," Taiho sent chills down his spine. He thought, that just feels entirely wrong, and it wouldn't even fit him. The moment the cloak was worn, it brilliantly transformed into a pair of dragon wings. Riding upon the now dragon-transformed being, he soared fiercely toward the dark elf village. The one wearing the cloak was none other than Siri. Taiho yelled, "I see the village. Captain Siri, full speed ahead." By now, the blazing meteors had wreaked havoc across the land. The entire domain was drowning in thick smoke and raging hellfire. Razgrid frantically scanned the battlefield, thinking tensely, "This one is definitely smaller than the giant in the Black Forest, but I can feel an overwhelmingly dense true evil emanating from him." True evil is the hierarchical system of the giants. In stark contrast to the epic progression of Valhalla warriors, the more enemies a giant slaughters and the more infamy they amass, the more terrifyingly powerful they become. The monstrous giant roared, jaws unhinged, unleashing an overwhelmingly scorching blast of fire and smoke. Its wrathful, booming roar rained down upon the legion like a physical blow. A blazing orb of pure hellfire began to form deep within its jaws. Its devastating roar was so agonizingly loud that the warriors had to clasp their hands over their ears to keep from passing out. That's enough. Seizing the moment, the pack of wolves lunged forward to attack. The true evil giant bellowed continuously, releasing a crushing shockwave that forced everything to retreat. Back at the Dark Elf village, the meteor strike had birthed a colossal monster. Taiho, riding atop Siri in the sky, pointed downward. "Over there. The giant is breaking out." The monstrous brute stomped deeper into the village, sending the terrified inhabitants fleeing for their lives. The behemoth swept its glowing, sinister eyes across its surroundings. Suffocating under the sheer pressure it emitted, Taiho gritted his teeth and thought, that garb. Could this giant be a sorcerer? Suddenly, the giant conjured a crackling blue flame in the palm of its hand. An explosive blast instantly detonated, obliterating everything in its path as the terrified elves scattered in absolute chaos. Taiho immediately dove downward. It'll draw its attention. With a powerful beat of her dragon wings, Siri hurtled directly toward the giant. Taiho roared fiercely, unleashing every ounce of his magical power. His razor-sharp blade rocketed toward the monster with blinding speed. But the moment his weapon struck the beast, it shattered into pieces. Taiho's eyes widened in sheer shock. A barrier? Looming before him were layered magical barriers, projected specifically to deflect all attacks. Suddenly, a chilling realization hit Taiho. The hulking monster shifted its gaze. It had noticed him. The creature slowly tilted its massive head, locking its dead, piercing stare directly onto them. Siri whispered, "I think I succeeded, but..." It's still holding the orb of power. It's even getting bigger and bigger. The monster immediately unleashed its magic, blowing up everything around it, terrifying Siri and Taiho, and forcing them to flee at once. The magic spread everywhere, leaving the forest heavily devastated. The villagers panicked, scrambling to hide in all directions. Looking down at the ruins of the village, Taiho thought to himself, "At this rate, the whole village will be destroyed. A prolonged battle isn't our strong suit." He racked his brain in stress. What should I do? Think, Taiho, think. The monster once again unleashed the orbs in its hands, preparing for the next wave of attacks. I have to find a way to take this thing down. The scene shifts to a castle on a snowy mountain. Inside, a shadowy figure sat on a throne. A large bird immediately flew toward her. The bird landed on her hand, and a voice rang out instantly. "Avolt, Avolt, you coward." The voice transmitted through Avolt's spiderweb. Hiding in the dark like a rat, fiddling with webs, babbling about using dark elves, and then hiding your hands after throwing stones. What a sight to behold. She roughly bit off the cap of a liquor bottle. "Are you saying you're a threat? Have you lost your mind from desperation?" The liquor poured full into the glass. To retrieve the seed, something more guaranteed than anything, more powerful than anything, yet forgetting the most effective method. She smirked wickedly. Just destroy everything. So she was the one controlling the two monsters fighting the Legion. Burn it all down. Until we find the seed, if we just wipe out every obstacle. She excitedly raised her glass. Even if those lowly Valhalla fools call it the Great War, we will turn it into a glorious era. One of the 5 magic commanders of Utgard, Loki, the giantess Harad. Meanwhile, in the Dark Elf village, the monster kept unleashing attacks at Siri and Taiho. He shouted angrily, I've had enough. Holding a metal rod, Taeho yelled in frustration. You think you're the only one who can throw things. Take this. As he finished speaking, countless sharp rods shot toward the monster. It immediately activated a barrier shield to block the attack, but Taeho didn't give up. He kept hurling the metal rods relentlessly. His attacks continuously smashed straight into the monster despite its barrier shield. Siri asked in confusion, Taeho, is there any point in doing this right now? He replied tensely, of course. Originally, this was just a game scenario, but Taeho explained his idea. The magic barrier absorbs a significant portion of damage, and then it disappears. Taeho said seriously, the moment it recreates the lost barrier, that's our chance to attack. At the ruins of the Great War, Razgrid was facing the high-rank monster, True Evil. She looked at it tensely, thinking, this isn't going to be an easy opponent, and the monster thought the exact same thing about her. Then, both of them got into their stances, preparing to attack each other. Razgrid raised her sword to strike first, telling herself, I have to be careful. The monster's fist also charged toward her. O warrior of Eden. Immediately, an explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. On the other side, the monster conjured 2 orbs of power in its hands, preparing to hurl them at Taeho's group. Exhausted, he desperately tried to think of a plan. Damn it, if I don't buy some time soon, the villagers won't survive. The Dark Elf village was now nothing but ruins engulfed in smoke and fire. Suddenly, a group of people ran toward the villagers, shouting, Everyone, fall back. They wore hats with flashing red and blue lights on their heads. They rushed in incredibly fast. It was the rescue team of the Dark Elf village. The Dark Elf Fire Brigade is here. They rallied each other and headed toward the battlefield. Everyone, quickly chant the spell to summon dark clouds. Warrior, don't worry about us, just fight. Instantly, dark clouds gathered, covering the entire sky, much to Taeho's surprise. The monster froze as the first raindrops began to fall. Its magic was immediately washed away by the rain. It just stood there, rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do. Taeho quickly realized this and shouted, The rain is weakening its shield. Thanks, Fire Brigade. He once again hurled the metal rods at the monster. We have to charge before it can recreate the shield. Let's go. A sudden flash of light appeared on the monster's chest. Taeho yelled, Chase the spear at full speed. He tightly gripped the broken sword hilt. I have no choice but to use this. The full power strike that Ragnar mentioned. Synchronization rate at 17%. Synchronization rate at 18%. The magic on his body gradually became visible. Taeho seemed to transform into a completely different person. He swung the heavenly light sword high. The signature technique of the Dragon Knight Karlstad. Dragon's Fury. Taeho's eyes flared with intense determination. He unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks. Dragon Cannon. With just one strike, the monster was sliced in half, revealing the gemstone inside its body. It groaned in agony. The stone hidden deep within its body was exposed by Taeho. He exclaimed in shock, What the hell is that stone? He pointed straight at it and said, Is that its weak point? Commander Siri. She immediately responded, Understood. Then they quickly dashed toward the orb inside its body. Taeho urgently requested, Support me with an epic, Commander. Right away. Siri immediately cast her magic, Epic, the witch's unfailing arrow. Amplified by Taeho's power, they both charged swiftly at the monster. The next magic was activated, Epic, Storm Warrior. Catching the monster off guard, they moved in and stabbed it from behind. A loud clash echoed out. Taeho used the metal rod to shatter the stone inside its body. Just like that, the monster crumbled into pieces in an instant. Taeho's eyes widened in amazement as he watched the monster vanish. Suddenly, a strange light radiated from it. Taeho's body began to distort. He gasped, What's happening? The same happened to Siri. They were quickly sucked into another dimension. Right before the eyes of the Dark Elf villagers, they were swept into a spatial rift and vanished. The crowd stood there in bewildered shock. Well, what happened? The warriors disappeared. They soon appeared on a small patch of land floating in a cosmic dimension. Taeho looked around and said, Where are we? I definitely defeated the giant. Then we were engulfed by that light, and now we're in this weird place. Siri speculated. The explosion from the giant's core shattering must have thrown us into a hidden space-time rift. As Taeho looked on in astonishment, she continued, It seems this place is a ruin of the Great War. He thought in surprise, a ruin of the Great War. Taeho looked at the broken hilt in his hand. Somewhere around here, there has to be a piece of the ruin. The two stared at each other for a few seconds as the silence stretched on. Suddenly, a picnic blanket filled with food appeared. This is surreal. Siri stared at the food in disbelief. Did Iden's Valkyrie prepare all this? He held up a bag and cheerfully explained, Unir. It's a pouch that can shrink and store anything. Siri smiled, breathing a sigh of relief. Holding a mug of beer and a chicken wing, she mused, this makes things difficult. Taeho, with his mouth full, asked curiously, what do you mean? Siri confessed, Lady Gander wanted me to scout you, Taeho. She said you're a talent worth tempting. She continued, but with Iden's Valkyrie pampering you like this, my job just got a whole lot harder. Hearing that, he just scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, thinking, it's also because of Hedda. The food gradually disappeared as they devoured everything. Taeho stretched and said, all right then, where do we go from here? Siri asked, confused, go where? Do you know the way, Taeho? He reached behind his back to grab something and said, about that. He then excitedly held up the broken hilt. I think this little guy will lead the way. Looking out into the dimension, Taeho held the glowing broken hilt high as it radiated magic to show the way. I think we should head in this direction. Then the two swiftly followed its guidance. Siri looked at him with a helpless expression but didn't utter a word of complaint. Then he quickly climbed onto Siri's back as she soared around. Even though she didn't want to, Siri still accompanied him on his search. She spoke up. In Valhalla, people rarely talk about their pasts. Siri continued, those epics of yours are truly amazing. It makes me curious about the world you lived in. What did you do before? Taeho awkwardly scratched his head and replied, I used to be a world champion. Siri wasn't surprised and exclaimed, I knew it. So I really am in the presence of an extraordinary person. Taeho thought helplessly. Oh, she misunderstood. She completely misunderstood. They kept looking around and he said, the exit should be right around here. Siri marveled in awe. You really have a special pair of eyes. Have you spotted anything yet? Hearing that, he activated his search mode. Instantly, countless weapon ruins appeared before his eyes. Taeho excitedly readied his Unir pouch, thinking, jackpot, and going to sweep all of this up. Siri stood by helplessly, watching him run around hoarding weapons. Oh, a bow. Oh, a shield. Oh, even a helmet. Looking at the pile of weapons he had gathered, she sighed in disbelief. Taeho, I know they're valuable, but do we really have to pick up all this damaged junk? Taeho eagerly tossed the weapons into his pouch and replied, yeah, it's fine. Everything will come in handy. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention. Taeho stared in awe as he held up a tin belt, a relic from Freya's territory. The epic stated, the warrior who wears this belt can fight tirelessly for 10 days and nights. He excitedly gripped the belt, thinking, so it boosts strength and stamina, huh? Finding an epic is way more thrilling than those stat-based items. Seeing him wear the belt, Siri gasped in amazement. That was engraved by the ruler of Freya's territory. Curious, he asked, Freya. She immediately explained, she is the goddess of love and beauty, but also the goddess of magic and war. Taeho thought to himself, in Norse mythology, even the goddess of beauty knows how to throw a punch. Did you know Iden's maiden is a fighter too? Then he spoke up, oh right. Commander, you should grab a few things too. Siri rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment. Holding a sword she had tucked into her pocket, she said shyly, it's just because I can't bear to let such amazing items lie around gathering dust. Taeho gave her a thumbs up in agreement and said, great minds think alike. You have to be completely focused when looting. The two of them then quickly scoured the area, scavenging for weapons. Taeho patted his pouch and said, I think we can stop here, right? Siri looked helplessly at Taeho, who was carrying dozens of weapons on his back as he excitedly said, this works great for fashion. Plus, I need to save space in the pouch. Suddenly, the hilt of the sword on his back began to vibrate violently. Taeho picked up the hilt, which was radiating a mysterious magical aura, and asked in confusion, an unidentified item fragment. Is it leading us somewhere again? The magical energy then guided him toward a dagger fragment lying on the ground. He held the tiny blade fragment in his hand, completely bewildered. He thought for a moment before saying, this doesn't look like a piece of the sword. What exactly is this? Siri quickly replied, it might be a weapon from the same origin. Curious, he asked, origin? She explained, humans from another world who have now vanished from here. They used to clash with us. She pointed at the weapon fragments and continued, those fragments could be artifacts from that fallen world. Taeho thought to himself, so that's why Heda recognized it. Siri said, of course, that's just a possibility. Either way, we should take it with us. Taeho stuffed everything into his Unir pouch, agreeing with her, naturally. And so, they continued their search around the area. Siri and Taeho came to a halt, looking down at the source of a strange, glowing light. He gasped in shock. This place. Looking at the surrounding landscape, he muttered, "It looks exactly like the basin where Odin's army fought. Why is it so identical?" Siri suddenly deduced, "The magic is concentrated at the center of the ravine." Taeho replied, "Could that be the way out?" Right beneath a dry skeleton, a strange light radiated continuously. Siri bent down to look at the glowing stone and said, "It looks similar in a glance. Do you see anything, Taeho?" He used his divine eyes to inspect it and said in panic, "I see a name. This is..." Siri cried out in terror, "Garm. Garm, the Hellhound." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making it impossible for them to stand still. "Whoa, what's happening?" The dry bones of the Hellhound immediately began to move, piecing themselves back together. He exclaimed in panic, "The bones." In an instant, the Hellhound was resurrected and loomed menacingly right in front of them. Siri said in astonishment, "They are all charging at us at once." Standing before them now was a massive Hellhound, possessing an overwhelmingly dominant presence. The sheer bloodlust it emitted was utterly terrifying, forcing Siri and Taeho to stagger backward. It quickly raised its massive paw and lunged toward them. The surrounding skeletons gradually came back to life, enclosing the two in a tight siege. Thick dust and smoke from the ruins billowed everywhere. Even the remaining beasts had been completely resurrected. Facing Siri and Taeho were the Hellhound and a countless horde of beasts, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They immediately drew their swords and took a combat stance. "Damn it." He gritted his teeth, staring intensely ahead. Suddenly, his gaze shifted backward. To his surprise, countless souls of Valhalla warriors appeared behind him, charging forward in unison to retaliate against the beasts. He stood frozen in shock, witnessing the bizarre spectacle unfolding before him. The souls of the Valhalla warriors then fiercely clashed with the horde of monsters. Watching the chaos, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a mess." Siri didn't wait any longer and dashed forward, saying, "Let's go too, Taeho." Taeho suddenly pulled her hood to stop her. "Commander, wait." Grabbing her own neck in confusion, Siri asked, "What is it?" Taeho excitedly pointed at the Hellhound and replied, "We've got a boss fight right here." Faced with his utterly absurd remark, Siri helplessly obliged. Taeho gave her a carefree, beaming smile. Reluctantly, Siri once again carried him on her back, approaching the heart of the battle. Looking down from above, he said, "Just swoop right past the boss face like this." It seemed a Hellhound Garm had noticed their presence. It fixed its deadly gaze upon the two of them. Instantly, Garm opened its massive jaws and unleashed a mighty, thunderous roar. The deafening sound carried waves of electric energy, continuously suppressing Siri and Taeho. Unable to withstand the attack, Siri quickly reverted to her human form, much to Taeho's panic. And just like that, the two plummeted hard onto the ground. They had crashed right into the middle of the monster horde. Groaning in pain and rubbing his head, Taeho asked, "Are you okay?" His eyes widened in flustered shock. "Commander Siri, are you her?" Taeho panicked intensely as he realized he was lying right on top of her. Blushing furiously, he quickly scrambled backward and shouted, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Siri, tiredly holding her head, replied, "I'm fine." She continued tensely, "But right now, we need to get out of here." Surrounding them were countless ravenous beasts, ready to strike at any given moment. Taeho clenched his teeth, fighting hard to push them back. Siri also moved with flawless agility to break free from the encirclement. They swiftly slipped past the horde of monsters and dashed straight toward the Hellhound Garm. The beast seemed to read their intentions and actively advanced forward. It ferociously opened its jaws, baring razor-sharp teeth that looked ready to devour them alive. A cloud of magical smoke was instantly sucked into its mouth as it charged up its next attack. However, Siri and Taeho showed no hesitation, sprinting fiercely head-on. It turned out that what Garm was inhaling were the souls of the lower-tier beasts. Soon, only the souls of the Valhalla warriors remained on the battlefield. Garm had completely absorbed the power of the monsters. Seizing the moment, he shouted, "Perfect! There's an opening behind us." Taking advantage of Garm being preoccupied with absorbing energy, Siri and Taeho had stealthily maneuvered behind it. She quickly drew her bow and activated her power, a witch's arrow that never misses its mark. Thousands of arrows immediately rained down upon the beast, but they didn't seem to yield the expected results. Siri thought in alarm, did those arrows just pass right through it? Looks like normal attacks won't work. After amplifying its power, the beast sharply detected her presence. Under Siri's terrified gaze, it opened its gaping maw and lunged at her. The beast snapped its massive jaws, but bit nothing but air, as Siri had transformed and evaded just in time. She turned her head and called out to him, "Taeho, normal attacks are useless. Use that power of yours to strike." He immediately grasped her meaning. Divine power, right? Every step he took on the ground seemed to carry terrifying magical power. Calling out his ultimate move in true epic fashion, the warrior appears like a raging storm. He fearlessly charged at the beast. He summoned the heavenly light sword and immediately swung it to counter Garm. With a single slash, he cleaved the beast's leg. Emerging from the sea of flames, he looked insanely badass. Taeho thought in awe, nice. I definitely felt it cut through something. I should have severed a leg at least, right? However, when he looked back and saw only a mere scratch on its leg, he froze and blurted out, "Holy shit, that's just a tiny scratch." Taeho grumbled in frustration, "Damn it. At this rate, when will this ever end?" From behind, Siri shouted, "Taeho." She spoke urgently, "Get on my back. Let's land the finishing blow." Garm also seemed to sense their intentions, opening its massive jaws to prepare its next devastating attack. It quickly unleashed its magic power to separate the two of them. Taeho thought tensely, "This isn't an opponent we can beat half-heartedly. We need a more surefire method." He yelled seriously, "Captain Siri, buy me some time. I'll try to find another way." Taeho gritted his teeth and focused on casting his magic, his dragon eyes seeing through all things. He immediately saw through the movements of the monster, the hellhound Garmer. Counterattack, defense. Taeho thought in surprise, defense. Now that I think about it. Looking closely at its counterattacks, he suddenly realized that its strikes weren't overly aggressive, and it hadn't left its spot this whole time. Taeho deduced inwardly, no doubt about it, it's protecting something. At this moment, the hellhound Garmer opened its mouth wide again, unleashing magic to attack Siri. It snapped its jaws, aiming to bite Siri, but she managed to jump high into the air and dodged just in time. She fought while trying to think of a solution. Normal attacks aren't effective, but... She continued her train of thought. What if I use the power of the curse in my wolf form? Siri immediately opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. Just as she thought, Siri managed to bite into the monster's face. She pulled tightly at its skin, filled with excitement. All right, it's working. Seeing the monster struggling heavily against Siri, Taeho thought to himself, great, this is a good start. Siri tried to hold on, exhausted after a long struggle. I can't hold on much longer. Taeho, I need backup. However, at this moment, Taeho was inexplicably running away. He quickly dashed toward the densely packed swarm of beasts. Taeho immediately activated his divine eyes. With just a single punch, he sent the horde of beasts flying. Move aside. He frowned, forcing his way forward. The way to take down that monster. It has to be around here somewhere. Spotting the gemstone embedded deep in the ground, radiating a mysterious energy, he approached without hesitation. It's that item over there. Taeho gripped the gemstone tightly to pull it out of the ground. He channeled all his inner energy, straining to pull the stone up. Huh! His face turned bright red with veins popping out. He was now pouring all his strength into this stone. Seeing his actions, the monster became extremely panicked. Realizing he was about to pull out the stone, Garmer rushed over in a panic to stop him, but was blocked by Siri. Just as it lunged forward, opening its massive jaws to swallow Taeho whole. At the crucial moment, he finally yanked the stone out of the ground. The monster immediately halted its attack. Instantly, its body began to crumble, fading away into nothingness. A spatial vortex appeared on the ground. The warriors of Valhalla couldn't help but chatter upon seeing this. Hey, look over there. Garmer is down. Seeing the monster slowly vanish, the warriors cheered enthusiastically. Charge. Taeho and Siri were also incredibly shocked by the appearance of the spatial vortex. They approached the vortex, hesitating for a few seconds. Taeho suddenly exclaimed, "Looks like we found the exit." Siri immediately crouched down and signaled, "Hop on, Taeho. Let's get out of here together." With that, the two of them quickly leaped into the spatial vortex. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Taeho stepped inside and Siri followed with utter seriousness. The two of them finally returned to the dimension they belonged to. A blinding light suddenly appeared ahead, signaling that the exit was near. Back on the battlefield, the valiant warriors of Valhalla pressed forward to finish off the remaining beasts. They fiercely eradicated every monster that dared to stand in their way. The horde of beasts was quickly wiped out completely. Upon their victory, they hugged each other in excitement, shouting, "We wiped them all out. Victory belongs to Valhalla." Suddenly, one of them asked in confusion, "Wait, where are the two warriors who defeated Garmer?" They immediately crowded around the spatial vortex. Then the warriors of Valhalla decided to step inside and head to Taeho and Cirrus' world, shouting enthusiastically, "Valhalla, here we come." Turning to the ongoing battle between the evil entity and Rasgrid, before her stood an opponent that was not easy to deal with. Rasgrid immediately took the initiative, swinging her sword to attack. He had no intention of holding back either, throwing a punch in retaliation. The two of them began clashing, attacking each other relentlessly. Their strength was completely matched. They kept charging at each other, but neither could secure a victory. Rasgrid was quick enough to land a slash on his chest, making the evil entity roar in pain. Both of them shouted loudly, pouring all their strength into striking back at each other. After a long while, their battle still had no final outcome. Suddenly, from afar, a massive spatial vortex appeared, interrupting the intense fight. The light radiating from it brought everything happening around it to a standstill. The evil entity was so stunned by the sight that he couldn't speak a word.
And so was Rasgrid. She froze in place, unsure of what was going on. From within the vortex, Ciri and Taeho suddenly leaped out. They crashed into the ground with a loud thud, to the astonishment of the evil entity and Rasgrid. From within the dust cloud, Taeho, aching all over, slowly got up and groaned. Extremely surprised and confused, Rasgrid called out their names, "Taeho, Ciri, why are you two suddenly?" Seeing this, the evil monster was also shocked, unable to believe its eyes. What caught its attention was the gemstone behind Taeho. Wait, that's the seed the king has always been searching for. Realizing this, it reached out, disregarding the danger, to snatch the gemstone. Taeho immediately noticed his intention and turned around. Rasgrid also dashed forward to intervene, shouting, "Protect warrior Taeho." She ran up to block the monster, preventing him from grabbing the stone. The furious monster exhaled heavily, sending dust flying everywhere. Blinded by the dust, Rasgrid couldn't advance to attack and asked in bewilderment, "What's going on?" Taking advantage of the opening, he reached out to grab her, but fortunately, the souls of the Valhalla warriors blocked him just in time. Rasgrid gasped in astonishment. The souls of the Valhalla warriors. One of them yelled, "Everyone, assemble. There's a battle going on. We must join the ranks." The brave warriors of Valhalla surged out of the spatial vortex, charging forward eagerly to attack. Thus, the Legion of Valhalla warriors had fully assembled to stop his schemes. One of the warriors turned around and spoke, "Valkyrie, we have a request." They continued with determination. "Please allow us to fight one more battle. Grant us the honor of protecting Asgard and the Nine Realms. We seek your approval." Rasgrid immediately granted their request. "I, Valkyrie Rasgrid, hereby grant my approval." As soon as she finished speaking, the souls of the Valhalla warriors quickly manifested into physical bodies. Their leader was incredibly thrilled to be joining forces against the evil entity. And so the clash between the Valhalla warriors and the evil entity began. The overwhelming numbers of our legion quickly suppressed the horde of beasts. They relentlessly charged in, clashing with the enemy. The chaotic battle raged on until dusk fell. The leader of the evil forces let out a furious roar. Rasgrid immediately leaped forward, swinging her sword at him. "Your opponent is me, you monster." At that moment, Rolf ran over, calling out to the two of them in a panic, "Captain Ciri, Taeho." He asked curiously, "How did you two get back so fast? It's only been a short while since you left the village." Taeho speculated in surprise, "The place we went to must have a different flow of time than here." However, Ciri didn't seem to care much about that. She quickly ran toward the battle, saying, "Never mind that. Let's join the battle formation." Suddenly, Taeho grabbed Ciri's shirt to stop her. "Wait a minute, Captain." He pointed slightly toward the evil entity and said, "Shouldn't we go after the boss?" With that, the two of them immediately leaped into the air, heading toward the evil entity. Looking at Ciri's condition, he thought worriedly, "Captain Ciri looks exhausted. Well, going through two terrifying battles back-to-back will do that to you." Ciri seemed completely drained of energy, panting heavily as she tried to assist Taeho. As they approached the fight, he encouraged her, "Hang in there just a little longer, Captain Ciri." Taeho spoke seriously. "This time, our goal isn't to deal damage, but to trigger its berserk state." Ciri asked in confusion, "Berserk?" Watching the evenly matched battle between the evil entity and Rasgrid, he deduced, "The two sides are stuck in a stalemate." He smiled confidently and said, "If we can distract it for just a moment, the tide of the battle will turn in our favor."
On this side, Razgrid and the evil entity were still unable to finish each other off. Suddenly, one of Taeho's weapons was hurled with great force, provoking the fiend. Then a relentless barrage of weapons followed, drawing its attention. It cursed in disdain, "You can't even scratch me, you pesky flies." Glaring at Razgrid, who was relentlessly attacking, it thought, "Once I'm done with this warrior bitch, I'll tear you apart." Meanwhile, Taeho calmly whistled as he continued throwing weapons to provoke the fiend. Siri urgently spoke up, "Taeho, I don't think we're distracting him enough." Razgrid was still holding her ground against the fiend. She let out a fierce battle cry and charged in for another strike. The fiend immediately countered with his dark power. Taeho realized the moment had come. Now. He instantly activated his magic, holy power. A beam of radiant light pierced straight through the fiend. An explosion erupted, completely shattering its attack. Seeing the fiend wounded, Razgrid seized the opportunity and lunged forward. She activated her magic, the power of the gods. Her heaven-rending sword strike effortlessly cleaved its body in two. Taeho exclaimed in excitement, "Nice. We won." As the fiend collapsed to the ground, cheers erupted. The enemy captain is down. Witnessing this, the horde of monsters fell into a panic, unsure of what to do next. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Valhalla forces charged forward in unison. Attack. Wipe them all out. Siri and Taho looked down from above at the legion slaughtering the enemy, breathing a sigh of relief. "Looks like we won." Exhausted, he flopped onto the ground and said, "So we can finally get some real rest now, right?" Siri smiled, thinking to herself, "You truly are an extraordinary person." Watching Taho lie there complaining, she murmured inwardly, "I hope we can fight side by side for a long time to come, warrior of Iden." The fallen Valhalla warriors returned to their spectral forms. They spoke with fervor, "Valkyrie, thank you. Now, please guide us back to Valhalla." Razgrid gladly invoked her power, saying, "O great warriors, Valhalla always welcomes you with open arms." A divine sword instantly manifested, and Razgrid revealed her ethereal goddess form. Immediately, a dimensional rift opened, guiding the souls of the warriors back to the realm of Valhalla. Before fading away, they didn't forget to bid farewell to Taeho. "Warrior of Iden, thank you." One of them eagerly added, "We shall return to Odin and proudly tell him of today's glorious battle." Taeho smiled, placing a hand over his heart to show his respect and gratitude. The dimensional rift slowly dissipated, bringing all the souls back to their rightful place. The radiant power shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire land. After guiding the souls to Valhalla, Razgrid spoke, "Please forgive me. I must leave in haste to command the warriors. I will return first and prepare rewards worthy of your great deeds." She expressed her gratitude to the two warriors, especially you, Taeho and Siri. You both did exceptionally well. He brought over the dragon wing cloak and handed it back to her. "Thank you. Here, this was incredibly useful to me." Razgrid stared at the cloak in silence for a moment. Turning around, she asked with concern, "You must have had a hard time, Siri. Warrior Taeho's flying wasn't too bad, was it?" Siri touched her lower back and replied, "I merely did my duty." Razgrid continued, "Regenleaf and Gander will be here soon. Leave the rest to them." The two immediately placed their hands on their chests in obedience and acknowledged her words. She happily reached her hand forward, saying, "Now then." She brought her hands to his face, leaving Taeho confused. Razgrid swiftly planted a kiss on his forehead and said, "May Lord Odin bless you." Blushing as she kissed his forehead, he replied, "May Lord Odin bless you too." Then Taeho sighed in relief. "That startled me. So this is just how folks around here give blessings, huh?" Recalling the moment Hedda had kissed his forehead, he felt a twinge of disappointment. So that kiss was just a blessing too. Guess I got excited over nothing. The elegant and beautiful image of Razgrid faded in. At the castle on the snowy mountain, a deafening roar echoed, shaking heaven and earth. Herod's bird cowered in a corner, trembling in terror. Herod was consumed by a blind rage, violently smashing everything in sight. Herod gritted her teeth and cursed. "Damn it." She thought bitterly, the failed attack doesn't matter. The goal from the very beginning was simply to spark the flames of war. Less than greater than. Thinking of her failure to snatch the gemstone from Taeho, she was furious. But I didn't think the seed actually existed. Now Valhalla knows exactly what we're after. Herod clutched her head and let out an infuriated scream. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. Herod is struggling so much, all because the king hasn't said a word about this failure. The speaker was a vault, from his spiderweb lair, which only drove Herod further into a panic. He continued mocking her, but that silence, it must have another meaning. A vault smiled cryptically and said, "Perhaps everything." A mysterious silhouette faintly appeared behind him, is unfolding exactly as that emperor predicted. From a distance, two swans quickly flew in.
They slowly descended to where Siri and Taeho were standing. Regenleaf and Gander had arrived at the ruins of the great battle. The two Valkyries approached Siri and Taeho. Regenleaf spoke in a serious tone. "I apologize, you two must be exhausted, but could you give me a summary of what happened?" Taeho replied nervously, "Yes, well, please give me a second." Before recounting the events, he hastily handed her the gemstone, and this is what we managed to retrieve. Regenleaf immediately pulled out a chest and replied, "This was clearly their target. You've made a tremendous contribution." Taeho quickly placed the gemstone inside the chest. She then put the chest away and continued, "Now, rest easy. We'll discuss the details of this matter later." Then she cupped Taeho's face in her hands. He thought in shock, "No way." Despite his awkwardness, Regenleaf kissed his forehead to bless him. "May Lord Tyr bless you." He thought, flustered, "I knew it." Watching Siri receive the same blessing, he blushed and muttered to himself, "If this is just a normal thing here, I guess I shouldn't feel so embarrassed." Noticing his confusion, Gander instantly teased, "What's wrong?" He hesitated before replying, "I was just wondering if you were going to give me a blessing too, Gander." She burst out laughing and said, "If people just keep blessing each other, we'll never be done." When he felt Gander cup his cheeks, Taeho thought to himself, "Getting a blessing like this is a huge win. Don't be nervous. It's just a blessing. Just a blessing." Gander chuckled with a teasing, ambiguous gleam in her eyes. Instead of kissing his forehead, Gander kissed his cheek, sending Taeho into a state of panic. He was so flustered, he couldn't even speak. Gander playfully said, "May Lord Uller bless you." Taeho's face turned beet red as he thought, "A kiss on the cheek? That scared the hell out of me. Gander was just joking around, right?" After the two of them flew off, Hedda stood behind, staring at the backs of Taeho and Siri. Visibly jealous, she spoke up, "Hello?" Hearing the voice of the one had been missing so dearly, Taeho joyfully called out, "Hedda." Sensing something, Siri shifted her gaze toward Taeho. He asked shyly, "When did you get here?" Hedda looked at him with a strange expression. "Just a moment ago." Observing their incredibly awkward interaction, Siri chuckled to herself. These two are so funny. Suddenly, tens of thousands of coffins appeared to transport the returning warriors. Resting her chin on her hand, Hedda smiled and said, "I see, so you received blessings from Razgrid, Regenleaf, and even Gander." Taeho's face darkened as he thought, that wasn't exactly a pleasant memory. It felt as suffocating as being in one of those coffins. Beside them, Siri tried her best to hold back her laughter at their utterly senseless conversation. Hedda cheerfully coaxed him, "Just kidding, just kidding. Now you really need to get some good rest. The post-battle cleanup crew is huge." Exhausted, he thought, "Yeah, I seriously feel like I'm about to drop dead." Hedda tucked her bangs behind her ear and looked at him, blushing. She hesitated, gazing at him for a moment. Leaning in, she kissed him on the cheek. "May Goddess Aiden bestow her blessings upon you." Taeho blushed furiously, but didn't pull away. Shyly, she turned and walked away, leaving Taeho with a face as red as a tomato. Taeho squeezed his eyes shut and drifted off to sleep. Maybe it was because of Hida's kiss, or maybe I was just overly exhausted, but I slept like a log. At the roots of Yggdrasil, a mysterious figure stood before a river glowing with a mystic light. His footsteps slowly approached the river. The man approaching was the god king Odin. Before him stood two strange figures. The god of thunder, Thor, spoke up first. "Father." In Odin's hand was the gemstone that Taeho had retrieved. He held it out in front of him and said, "As expected, is this really the Fenrir we've been looking for?" On the stone surface in the middle of the river, the wise Mimir immediately replied, "That's exactly it." He continued, "Garmr is truly a massive and powerful monster, but I don't think they cause all this just to target Garmr." Odin said thoughtfully, "That's obvious. I understand the reward is a bit too small compared to the effort they put in." Hearing him say that, Thor just stayed silent and didn't utter a word. He turned to Mimir and asked, gathering the fragments of Garmr, "What does that have to do with Fenrir's reappearance?" He looked back at him, but hadn't answered yet. The thing to awaken the wolves from their long slumber and break their chains is Garmr's howl. Garmr is the key to awakening all the wolves. Odin's eyes lit up fiercely. On the day the wolves awaken, Odin, the god king, will lose his life in their jaws.
At the castle on the snowy mountain in Jotunheim, the land of giants, the solitary fortress on the peak looked incredibly desolate.
Strange footsteps gradually approached. The footsteps softly halted before a room where a mysterious figure sat on a throne. His eyes radiated a terrifyingly murderous aura. The preparations are complete. We are simply proceeding according to plan. He was none other than the demon king, Utgard Loki. The person opposite him was the traitor Loki, who smiled and said, "The battle will break out soon, Loki." His eyes clearly revealed a sinister glint. The demon king, Utgard Loki, and Loki. All they needed was Garmer's howl, so they didn't need a complete Garmer. Mimir continued with a grave expression. Once they gather enough fragments, the giants will achieve their goal. Odin replied thoughtfully, "Right, and among them, there are those who can use epics." Thor clenched his teeth in anger and cursed under his breath, "Loki." Odin, holding a gem-studded staff in his hand, interrupted Thor. He ordered, "Destroy it." He asked in utter bewilderment, "Father?" He continued, "This is the most surefire way to prevent Garmer's resurrection. Whether it's Garmer or Fenrir, we need neither." He handed in the staff and walked away, leaning on his cane. Now that they've openly revealed their scheme, we have no choice but to step in this time. Back at the Legion, goddess Idun was currently very happy. She exclaimed, "My warrior, Taiho." She said joyfully, "You've returned safely." He knelt down, bowing as he replied, "It's all thanks to your blessing, goddess Idun." She continued to praise him, "You did wonderfully. You've achieved a grand victory once again. I heard the voices of Valhalla's warriors chanting your name loud and clear." She said, "Now then, as promised, I shall grant you a reward." Taiho was incredibly thrilled, eagerly anticipating the Pegasus wings. However, goddess Idun said, "You can still choose the item you like best." She replied with amusement, "That's right, you have to choose again this time." Taiho thought, speechless, "You're just as playful as ever, goddess Idun." First is the Pegasus Wings cloak. You already know about this one. And the second item is, she struggled to carry over a saddle. It's a monster riding saddle, a magic saddle that can be placed on the back of any monster. Taiho thought to himself, "This item is pretty sweet. I could even let someone ride on my back when I transform using the Hawk's Wings cloak." Seeing him lost in thought, goddess Idun quickly smiled in amusement. After a long while, Taiho finally returned. Hedda and Ragnar were waiting for him outside. She spoke up curiously, "How did it go? Did you have a nice chat?" Ragnar asked with amusement, "Did you get some good loot again? Huh?" On his back was the magic saddle. Taiho forced a smile, thinking, "Someday I'll get another chance to get those Pegasus wings." Ragnar rested his chin on his hand and said thoughtfully, but more importantly. He continued, "You've gotten a lot stronger, haven't you? We should probably push the pace of your divine power training a bit." Hedda interrupted, "Pushing the pace is fine, but you have to let him rest first. After all, it hasn't even been a day since the battle ended." Suddenly, he realized something. He spoke up, "If that's the case, could you two help me out with something?" Back at Ragnar's training camp, Hedda and Ragnar were currently utterly speechless at the sight of something. Right in front of them lay countless weapons Taiho had found during the great battle. "What is this? Are you planning to open a scrap shop or something?" Hedda confusedly picked up a weapon and said, "All of these are magical items. Did you gather them from the battlefield?" Ragnar cut in, "If you ask me, you should probably return these to their rightful places. Some of them might contain an entire history within them." Taiho smiled and nodded in agreement. "Now that you mention it, that sounds like a great idea." Ragnar and Hedda sat down, intently examining something. She continued cheerfully, "All right then, let's start sorting them out together." At Ragnar's training camp, voices rang out, Odin, Tyr, Ullr. They examined each weapon to figure out its origin. Hermod, Heimdall. This one belongs to Vidar. Hedda picked up a broken blade, deep in thought for a moment. She scratched her head awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I have no idea which god this belongs to." Ragnar replied instantly, "It might be from a different pantheon, just like that other sword fragment from before." Taiho suddenly realized something and muttered, "I'll check it out." Then he stood up, preparing to activate his magic power. Taiho held the blade fragment in his hand, thinking nervously, "I'll try activating it with an epic, just like I did with the other piece." His eyes glowed, radiating incredibly powerful magic. The magic illuminated the entire room and spread outside. This sight left Hedda and Ragnar utterly astonished. However, the atmosphere gradually sank into awkwardness when the sword in his hand showed absolutely no change. Taiho forced a smile and explained, "Nothing happened." Suddenly, the blade began to vibrate non-stop. Then, his eyes glowed once more, emitting an overwhelming energy.
Hedda exclaimed in astonishment, Taeho. Ragnar panicked, pointing behind him as he said, Look at that wall. Before Taeho was now a projection showing an unfamiliar scene. The scene shifted to a boat in the middle of a vast sea. Standing on the boat was a mysterious figure seen from behind. The boat gradually approached a large island. The mysterious young man smiled and said, Here it is. After the boat reached the island, the young man moved deep inland. In front of him stood an incredibly heavily fortified castle. The moment he stepped forward, the castle gates automatically opened. The queen of the land of shadows. The young man calmly entered the castle. Inside were piles of countless skulls. She was rumored to be a cannibal who bathed in the blood of her maidservants.
He confidently continued, But I only believe what I see and hear for myself. Skahach. Standing right in front of him was the queen of the land of shadows, Skahach. She gave him a gentle smile. She had become my master. She was a beautiful woman. Even though her face was almost entirely covered, it couldn't hide the beauty radiating from Skahach's aura, and I gradually developed a deep reverence and love for her. Later, Skahach brought the young man a wrapped weapon. On the day I left the land of shadows, the woman held a massive spear in her hands. I was given the snow-white spear, forged from the bones of a sea monster. The young man boldly left with the snow-white spear in hand. From that day forward, I only knew the taste of victory. He stood atop tens of thousands of monster corpses, and my name spread throughout the world. The scene shifted to a sanctuary that was crumbling down, but then, standing before the heavily injured and collapsing young man was the traitor, Loki. He spoke up, Prince of Light, Ku Kullen. The young man was now bleeding relentlessly from his severe injuries. He continued to mock him. Your family, your lovers, your close friends, even this very world you're trying to protect has reached its end. Ku Kullen bitterly endured it, as he had no strength left to fight back. Just as he was about to leave, he yelled out, Stop right there, Loki. Ku Kullen once again grabbed the snow-white spear and lunged straight at Loki from behind. However, he simply turned around with an incredibly sinister smile. Blood continually spurted from Ku Kullen's mouth. His snow-white spear was completely shattered. My world, Ariu, was destroyed. Before their eyes was a projection recreating the origin of the metal fragment Taeho had found. Ragnar exclaimed in shock, My god, that weapon fragment. So it's Ku Kullen's keepsake. Taeho's eyes had not yet returned to normal and continued to glow brightly. Ragnar helplessly walked up behind him. He smacked Taeho on the head, snapping him back to his normal state. Taeho scratched his head in confusion. Who is Ku Kullen? Ragnar sighed and replied, I knew you wouldn't know him. He was once known as the strongest in a world that is now destroyed, Ariu. If we were to compare him to Valhalla, he'd be on par with Sigurd. Taeho replied tensely. After looking into the weapon's memories, I could see its name, a fragment of Gay Bolg. Ragnar said thoughtfully, If it's really Gay Bolg, then it's understandable that your epic is ineffective on it. He crossed his arms and continued, Don't try to use your epic on Gay Bolg for now. We have no idea what kind of giz it contains. Taeho asked in confusion, Giz. A giz is a form of oath, the power of Ariu. It's a system where you gain power by strictly fulfilling a vow. Ku Kullen had many such vows, fitting for the title of the strongest. Some oaths become even stronger after their master dies, so you must be careful. Ragnar's face darkened as he said seriously, Besides being dangerous, it could also mean the weapon refuses to accept you as its master. Memories it showed me were incredibly vivid, he said. Do you think it wanted to show off to me what its previous master was like? Taeho looked at the spearhead gripped tightly in his hands. If that's the case. Taeho continued seriously, I will become stronger than I am now, strong enough to be a master worthy of it. Ragnar chuckled in amusement and replied, Yeah, that's a good attitude. At Taeho's house. He spoke up, Hey Hedda, I want to ask you a few things. Do you know where I can find a mount? I think having a beast to rely on during travels would be pretty nice. Hearing this, Hedda was momentarily surprised. He forced a smile and said, It doesn't necessarily have to be a flying beast, just something like the elven horses or the white wolves from Oller's Legion. Taeho thought nervously, I won't tell anyone that I chose the beast's saddle because the first thing that popped into my head was Commander Siri. Hedda awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, but our Aiden doesn't have specific summoned beasts like Oller's Legion does. Ragnar suddenly spoke up, If you want a normal horse, you can buy one in Vanaheim. But I can tell you're not the type to want just an ordinary mode of transportation. He smiled and continued, So, instead of buying one, how about catching it with your own hands? Hearing that, both Hedda and Taeho were stunned. Catch one?
Taking advantage of the moment, he continued to provoke his desire. Yes, let's go hunt a wild griffin. He said, I know a place on the border between Asgard and Olympus where griffins live. If you catch one, you'll have your mount. Ragnar turned to Hedda and said, but it will take some time to make a detour. Is that okay, Hedda? She replied excitedly, let's do it by any means necessary. And so Ragnar quickly concluded, all right, it's decided then. If Hedda says yes, we hit the road. While traveling, we can take the time to train your divine power. Taiho thought in amusement, the idea of catching a griffin to ride somehow makes me really excited.
A few days later, they set out on their journey to catch a griffin. Hedda sat at the front of the carriage, driving the horses. She seemed to be in a very good mood, humming songs as she steered the horses. Inside the carriage, Siri and Taiho were relentlessly exerting magic power in front of Ragnar. They were conducting divine power training on the way. Siri, who was enjoying her vacation, also joined in. She gritted her teeth to endure the magic pressure. Lord Ragnar is watching. I can't give up. After a while, he suddenly spoke up. All right, take a break for a bit. They both stopped, panting heavily. Ragnar suddenly peeked outside and signaled. Hedda, pull over for a bit. We'll take a short rest and then swap shifts with you. Eventually, they stopped by a small river. Ragnar pulled out a rack of ribs and placed it on the grill. Before long, the meat was medium rare, exuding an absolutely irresistible aroma. He picked up a small knife. Ragnar immediately sliced the meat meticulously. He excitedly picked up a rib, ready to dig in. Taiho also took a bite of the meat. He exclaimed excitedly, wow, this is heavenly. It just melts in my mouth. Seeing his delighted mood, everyone couldn't help but smile along. Ragnar took the initiative to ask, Siri, do you want to join Iden's Legion? If you do, I can teach you any time. Taiho chimed in, that's a great idea. Siri replied shyly and awkwardly, Lord Ragnar, I am deeply honored, but I can't leave my comrades in Ullr behind. Hearing that, he proudly replied, that answer makes you an even more elite warrior in my eyes. After a while, they completely devoured the rack of ribs. Ragnar turned to face the incoming breeze and said excitedly, all right, shall we hit the road again? And so, the carriage wheels rolled once more to continue the journey. They traveled from one mountain to another. Ragnar was now driving the carriage, looking incredibly pumped up. A while later, it was Hida's turn to take his place. Ragnar stepped forward and said, this place seems prime. Hida, I'll leave the rest to you. She smiled, immediately understanding his intention, and touched the horse's body to activate her magic power. Her magic power instantly radiated everywhere. Ragnar said, griffins love horse meat. Well, use the scent to lure them in. Not long after, birds began flying frantically high above the forest. Rushing sounds echoed from all directions. Ragnar immediately shouted, they're flying this way. Siri and Taiho got into their attack stances. From above, 3 griffins suddenly swooped down. 3 of them. He called out to them, I'm just going to watch. You two handle this. Siri swiftly drew her bow and arrow, saying, I'll prepare the paralyzing poison. Taiho took out his onion pouch and said, in that case, I will. He chose to use the hawkwing cloak. Hedda and Siri suddenly froze at the sight of the treasure he pulled out. Seeing him seriously throw on the cloak, the two of them standing from afar could only feel helplessly speechless. Hedda shyly turned her face away. After putting on the cloak, Taiho shouted, activate. Instantly, he turned into a massive hawk and flew up to confront the flock of griffins. Seeing him fly high up, Siri and Hedda paused and thought for a moment. The two girls unexpectedly caught each other's eyes. They immediately turned away in embarrassment. Ragnar rested his chin on his hand and teased, I probably should have told him he could ride one of you into battle, right? Hedda shouted shyly, that's not it at all. A griffin's roar echoed through the forest as it quickly lunged to attack Taiho in his hawk form. However, he easily dodged its sharp claws. The griffin was absolutely shocked that he managed to escape. Right when it turned to look back at Taiho, 3 arrows unexpectedly pierced straight into its neck. It turned out that from below, Siri had drawn her bow and shot 3 tranquilizer arrows to take down the griffin. The bird, after being tranquilized, quickly plummeted straight down to the ground. Taiho said excitedly, all right, next one. The one I really want isn't just one of these. The remaining 2 griffins swiftly advanced to attack him. Deep inside the forest, a griffin with a peculiar appearance was fast asleep. It yawned widely and woke up lazily. This was none other than the alpha male griffin, Rollo. He thought in confusion, why is it taking so long? When will they bring the horse meat? Rollo suddenly speculated, could it be, did they eat it all by themselves? With that thought, he immediately took off into the sky.
Rollo looked around to determine the location. It's in that direction. Just from the flap of his wings as he ascended, the forest was heavily devastated. At this time, on the ground below, the tranquilized griffin was lying completely unconscious. Ragnar stepped forward and said, "Well, that wraps things up here. Now we just wait." Teho, from above, riding the tamed griffin, said excitedly, "They're kind, the alpha male." The forest was now teeming with birds flying up in chaos. He said in a panic, "The birds in the forest. They're all flying away in a panic." Ragnar shouted, "Looks like it's coming. Get ready, Teho." He excitedly pulled out a pre-prepared rope. "Hunter's trap. I just need to tie it around its neck and both the prey's strength and stamina will drop." Suddenly, from afar, the alpha male Rollo flew in ready to pounce and attack. Teho couldn't help but marvel. "It's huge. It must be twice the size of the females." Seeing his expression, it became even angrier. Is he smiling? And what's more? Witnessing the sight of a griffin obediently letting Teho ride on its back, he thought in confusion, how dare he climb on top of one of us? Without thinking much, Rollo immediately lunged forward to attack. Teho seemed to be standing ready as well, gripping the rope tightly. Rollo flew over, quickly striking down the griffin and sending it crashing down. Its triumph didn't last long before it realized something was wrong. Its eyes scanned the surroundings. Where did he go? Suddenly, Rollo noticed the falcon flying high above. It thought in astonishment, what the hell? That human turned into a falcon. Arrogant and unyielding, it flew toward him once again. Well then. It thought, falcon meat isn't too bad either, as Rollo shot up into the sky from below. Right as it approached, Teho was one step ahead, jumping up to dodge. He shouted loudly, "Now!" With those words, Teho transformed back into a human, wielding a rope as he jumped onto it. It wasn't until the rope slipped around its neck that Rollo realized something was very wrong. Teho had tightly bound Rollo's neck, leaving it with no way to escape. It struggled continuously to throw Teho off. "Get off! Get off me, you stupid human!" He gritted his teeth, resisting its tremendous power. It's terrifyingly strong. Refusing to surrender, Rollo flew wildly all over the sky. Teho used all his strength to pull the rope tight. The alpha griffin, after struggling for a while, gradually became exhausted. It panted and fought. Why? Why is it so hard? He's just a weak human. I cannot lose. Rollo gradually stopped struggling, but deep down it didn't submit to him. I am the king of the green forest, Rollo. Teho suddenly realized it's gotten much weaker. Now's the time to act. With that thought, he pulled out his broken sword. I can use this. Ragnar exclaimed in astonishment, "The warrior's sword." Hedda said, "Do you want to hurt it?" Teho immediately replied, "Thanks to the recent battles, the synchronization rate with the immortal warrior's epic has increased. The warrior's sword is now at a current progress of 20%. The warrior's sword epic has now become the warrior's weapon epic." The sword instantly transformed into a hammer, and what's more, I've gained a new epic. He immediately unleashed his magic, epic, hammer of the god of war, which never slips from one's hand. The rope around Rollo's neck was also imbued with aura, weapon enhancement. Exhausted and panting heavily, Rollo thought, "No, impossible. I can't muster any more strength." It trembled and weakened. What did this human do? Try to escape Rollo. Teho smiled confidently and said, "An immediate reaction. Good, the effect is perfect." Its eyes gradually became glassy. "No, I can't. A mere human." Teho quickly activated his Dr. Dragon Eye. "Now you belong to me." Right after that, he pulled the rope tight and cast his magic, Dragon Rider. Exhausted and speechless, Rollo thought, I am losing myself. It suddenly became extremely excited. Human, no, human, master. Before long, Rollo was completely tamed. Ragnar shouted from below, "Nice one." Teho said happily, "Yeah, this one even has a name." He looked at Rollo excitedly and said, "I have to go down and put a saddle on him. Now we just need to prepare reins and armor for him." Hedda spoke up in delight. "All right, then let's head out." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. They froze and looked around. What is that? That sound. From high above, a fiery red beam shot straight down to the ground. The same thing happened on the opposite side. Witnessing the scene, Ragnar said in astonishment, "It's an emergency signal." He said tensely, "If both signals appear together, it seems the neighboring squad is also being attacked at the same time." Hedda said urgently, "We need to split into two groups." Siri. She immediately transformed into a swan and said, "Get on my back." Hedda turned her head back and reminded him, "Taeho, be careful." He replied tensely, "Got it, understood." Immediately, Ragnar leaped up, threw an arm around his shoulder and said, "Come on, let's go too." He forced a smile and thought, his body is so solid, this feels a bit weird.
And so they quickly flew off in two different directions. Taeho immediately steered the griffin and said seriously, "Hurry up, Rollo." Taeho and Ragnar's group finally arrived at the battlefield. He thought in surprise, we only crossed a few small mountain ranges, but we suddenly ended up in such a desolate area. Ragnar quickly pointed and said, "That way." Down below, a battle was raging between giant monsters and the warrior squad. A giant monster suddenly raised its blade high, preparing to attack. The person facing the monster was none other than Bracky. The monster immediately slammed its blade down on his head. Despite being 10,000 times smaller, Bracky still had enough strength to block the blade. The monster continued to press the blade down with force, but it had no effect at all. Ragnar quickly jumped down from above to assist him. He immediately activated his magic to counterattack the monsters. Seeing his action, Taeho's jaw dropped in amazement as he exclaimed, "From way up here, what a monster." Taking advantage of the monster's lack of caution, Ragnar rushed in from behind and swung his sword. With just a simple slash, the monster's head was severed from its body. Witnessing this majestic scene, the warriors couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "It's Ragnar." At this time, Taeho quickly rode Rollo and flew toward the remaining monster. He seriously pointed his hand. "Charge, Rollo." The griffin immediately lunged forward to attack the monster's face. On this side, Bracky shouted loudly, giving his all to fight back. He quickly activated his magic, preparing to defend against its next attack. The monster roared furiously. Refusing to hold back, Bracky unleashed his heavenly eye. The attack immediately slammed straight into the monster's stomach. He launched a relentless barrage of attacks on the monster. Bracky gained momentum, jumped high, and swung his blade, preparing to take it down. He released a terrifying amount of magic and roared for Thor. With a single slash, the monster was cut in half. The moment it collapsed to the ground, the warrior squad cheered joyfully. "Bracky, Bracky, Bracky." On the other side, the warrior squad continuously chanted, "Ragnar, Ragnar, Ragnar." From high above, Taeho soared continuously with Rollo. The excited warriors also shouted, "There's a warrior riding a harpy," the warrior brought by the female harpy. Taeho forced a smile and thought, why don't they just call my name? Why keep shouting my nickname? Rollo gradually landed on the ground. Bracky shouted joyfully, "Taeho, long time no see." He also replied excitedly, "Bracky." The warriors watched Rollo with interest, constantly marveling, which legion is this female warrior from? Must be from Iden's Forge, right? Taeho replied awkwardly, "No, this is just a griffin. It's a male. A purebred male." Hearing this, the expressions on all their faces turned incredibly gloomy. Bracky spoke up seriously. "Taeho, the battle isn't over yet. We can't waste time like this." Ragnar stepped forward and asked, "Give me the details. What's going on?" He immediately replied, "We found something that might be a soul fragment of Garmr." Hearing that, both Ragnar and Taeho's faces darkened in shock. Bracky continued, but the giants discovered it at almost the same time. Ragnar interrupted, "So they got it." He answered tensely, "Well, not exactly, but you could say that." The soul fragment of Garmr was currently being guarded by a giant monster. The soul fragment is stuck on the head of a giant boar monster, and the giants have no way to subdue it either. He went on, "They set traps behind to delay our side and chased after the monster." Ragnar pondered for a moment, then said, "So the monster is controlled by the soul fragment. If we act fast, we still have a chance." With that, he jumped onto Rollo and put his arm around Taeho's shoulder. His face was full of dissatisfaction, but he couldn't resist. He turned to ask Bracky, "What about the others? Should we fly up and buy some time?" He looked confidently at his mysterious bag and replied, "No need to worry about that." Then he immediately poured bizarre bones out of the bag. These were the bones of a monstrous beast. Bracky shouted loudly, "Tanganyostra!" A beam of light burst forth from it. From the light emerged an incredibly cute baby goat. Taeho exclaimed in amazement, "A baby goat! So adorable!" Ragnar laughed with delight. A low-rank warrior managed to summon Tanganyostra? Impressive. Bracky confidently shouted, "Success!" Instantly, a bright beam of light shot out from the goat's eyes. Tanganyostra immediately transformed, growing drastically larger. The goat evolved step by step, becoming bigger and stronger. Its limbs grew massive and muscular. Tanganyostre morphed into an absolutely colossal, gigantic form. The aura it emitted was incredibly terrifying. Braki excitedly introduced it, saying, "This little guy is one of the treasures of Thor's domain. Well righted to chase after them." Ragnar replied seriously, "All right, let's head out first. Leave a few people behind to tend to the wounded, and the rest can catch up." Then they quickly soared straight into the sky amidst the cheers of the warriors. Valhalla, Valhalla. Chasing right behind them was Tanjoster, carrying dozens of warriors. Taeho shouted, "Follow the footprints, Rollo." The sound of Tanjoster's heavy footsteps echoed across the land. Witnessing this godlike speed, Taeho couldn't help but marvel. "That goat is faster than I thought." Braki, steering Tanjoster, yelled, "Right ahead. I see them right ahead." Right in front of them was a group of giants, surrounding the stone boar containing Garm's soul fragment. Ragnar speculated, "The monster is down. It looks like they haven't retrieved the soul fragment yet. Move fast." Realizing there were attackers, the giants shouted out to one another, "Rollo." From behind, Rollo and Tanjos quickly charged in to attack them. The giants didn't hold back and immediately turned around to retaliate. 4 giants and the rest were orcs, seemingly around 100 of them. Ragnar spoke up, "I'll handle the giants. You and Braki take care of the grunts." Taeho replied tensely, "Understood." He shouted loudly, "Take back the soul fragment." Both Taeho and Braki were filled with fierce determination for this battle. And so the battle between them commenced. On the other side, Ciri had easily dispatched the giant. The warriors cheered in overwhelming joy. "We won. Valhalla, Valhalla." Ciri and Hedda turned to look at each other, smiling and saying, "All done." Ciri took the initiative and said, "Should we head over to Taeho's side?" Hedda immediately replied, "Ragnar is there, so I'm not too worried, but..." Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight down from above, leaving Hedda utterly stunned. It was a massive meteor crashing down at blinding speed. Ciri and Hedda looked up at the sky where the meteor was passing through. Ciri panicked the moment she saw Hedda collapse to the ground. Hedda. Her face turned pale and she was speechless. Why? Why would something so terrifyingly powerful appear? Ciri and Hedda looked up at the sky where the meteor was passing through. Ciri turned around in shock and called out, "Hedda." At this moment, she was continuously radiating magic power. Hedda transformed into a swan and said urgently, "Hurry up, Ciri. We have to get to Taeho." Tanjoster's rapid footsteps closed in on the group of giants. It swiftly carried the warriors forward to reclaim the soul fragment. Looking at their opponents, the giants couldn't help but doubt, "Can we really trust this guy?" The warriors couldn't contain their excitement and roared for Valhalla. Rollo, now carrying Ragnar and Taeho, charged toward the giants. He took the lead and said, "I'll handle the giants. You and Braki take care of the rest." Taeho immediately replied, "Understood." The giants were already standing by, ready to strike back. Then Ragnar swiftly leaped down from high above. Taeho quickly steered the griffin. "Let's go too, Rollo." The stone boar containing the soul fragment was having its energy almost completely drained by the mages. Taeho said, "The orcs are chanting some kind of spell. Whatever it is, we can't let them succeed." He shouted loudly, "Attack." Taeho immediately deployed the magic of his divine eyes. "This is the epic I recently upgraded." The warrior's epic appeared like a storm, lightning, and wind, as a bolt of lightning swiftly struck straight down to the ground. He continuously unleashed magic power to stop the orcs from draining the energy. Just as they were putting all their strength into draining the magic, Taeho's lightning finally struck them directly, incinerating the orcs. After successfully stopping them, he changed direction and flew toward the giants. Braki was still commanding the legion to charge forward simultaneously. "Keep knocking them down. I'll take care of the wild boar." Saying that, he gathered his momentum and leaped toward the stone boar holding Garm's soul fragment. He stepped toward the orcs who were trying to seize the precious stone. Braki quickly summoned his lightning and wind magic to strike back. With just one swing, he rapidly wiped out the group of orcs. Seeing this, Taeho exclaimed in excitement, "Braki is amazing. He fights non-stop like a spinning meat grinder." He excitedly continued, "Rollo, let's head down there too." Suddenly, a blazing red light shot straight down from above. Taeho seemed to feel the overwhelming pressure it brought, and his body stiffened, completely unable to move. Meteor crashed into the ground, creating a tremendously devastating explosion. The one who landed was none other than Harad. She flashed a sinister smile. Amidst the sea of fire and smoke, she slowly walked toward the crowd.
Her sudden appearance made Taeho grimace, too terrified to move. Both Bracky and Ragnar were also left speechless in shock. That giant is. She was one of the 5 top lieutenants of the Demon King Utgard Loki, the super-strong giantess Harad. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached from behind her. Harad slightly turned her head, glaring with a murderous gaze. Standing before her was Tangynjoster, roughly similar in size to her. Harad flashed a cunning smile and warmed up her limbs. She clenched her fists, preparing to strike back. Harad stepped closer to the goat Tangynjoster, but it was clear that the gap in their power was immense. Bracky panicked and screamed, "Wait, no! Run!" Her eyes widened with sheer excitement. The moment Tangynjoster swung its fist to attack her, Harad only needed a light punch to completely blow Tangynjoster to pieces. The scene before them left both Taeho and Bracky frozen in absolute shock. After obliterating Tangynjoster, she turned around and walked toward the others. In front of her was Bracky, his entire body trembling. He gritted his teeth looking at her and thought, "What is this pressure? I can't even breathe." The killing intent emanating from Harad was utterly terrifying. She raised her hand, ready to crush him. Instantly, the area in front of her turned into a sea of fire. Taeho, utterly stunned, desperately tried to scream, "Bracky! Damn it, I can't move." She stood still, admiring the sea of flames in front of her. Suddenly realizing something, Harad opened her eyes wide in shock. She flashed a thrilled smile and said, My, who's this pretty boy?" In front of her stood Ragnar, who had shielded Bracky from a fatal blow. Harad exclaimed, "It's been a long time, hasn't it, Ragnar Lodbrok?" He snapped back unexpectedly, "You must be crazy to dare show your face here." She looked at him with utter contempt and sneered, "You've gotten so weak, Ragnar, it actually makes me want to cry." A top-tier warrior who once bathed in the blood of the Great War, a legendary man now gasping for breath over such a trivial skirmish. She looked at Ragnar with a mocking smile and said, "What a pity for you." He thought to himself, "Those two are still in shock. I need to buy more time." At this moment, Bracky and Taeho were still paralyzed by the sheer pressure Harad exerted. Suddenly, the stone boar seemed to awaken. It charged up behind Harad and initiated its attack mode. She turned around to look at it. The stone boar containing the soul fragment charged fiercely straight at her. It rushed forward with all its might, aiming to ram right into Harad. She wasn't an easy opponent either, immediately blocking the stone monster. Ragnar quickly shouted to Bracky, "Now's your chance, run." He was still reeling from her magic power as Ragnar kept yelling, "Bracky, Bracky." From behind, Taeho flew in riding Rollo and called out, "Ragnar." He quickly turned around to look at him. Taeho reached out his hand. It seemed he wanted to pull him up to attack together. Ragnar let out a laugh and said, "This kid is truly commendable." Then he lifted Bracky up and tossed him into the air. After throwing him onto Rollo, he said, "Take this frozen idiot and go find somewhere safe." Taeho asked in astonishment, "But what about you, Ragnar?" His face darkened as he remained silent. His eyes blazed with sheer willpower as he said, "Let me show you." Ragnar replied, radiating immense aura, the power of a top-tier warrior. "From here on, you're going to witness an entirely new realm. He is an unparalleled king, a brave navigator who set sail to distant oceans no one dared to explore. He is the strongest warrior who has never lost a battle. His legend is etched into the world and passed down through generations. The origin of a monarch. Ragnar has now truly awakened his inner magic power as the King of Kings. Epic. King of Kings, Ragnar Lodbrok." He smiled with absolute pride as he glared at his opponent. The beast carrying the soul fragment of Garm was gradually running out of energy. Harad quickly closed the distance, locking her eyes on the gemstone embedded in its head. She immediately clenched her fist, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. And then, with just a single punch, she completely obliterated the beast with terrifying ease. The monster gradually crumbled into tiny fragments of stone. Now, only the remaining soul fragment of Garm was left on the ground. She bent down in twisted delight to pick up the gemstone. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. From behind, a streak of light dashed forward and snatched the soul fragment away before she could even react. Harad glared bitterly at the figure standing across from her. It was none other than Ragnar, having fully summoned his epic magic power. She stared at him, her eyes bulging with surprise. Harad broke into a thrilled, psychotic smile. Then she swung her fist and lunged forward to attack Ragnar. Harad charged in, trading blows with him in a clash that sent tremors through heaven and earth. "Yes, this is it, your true form, the one who makes my blood boil." Their fists collided endlessly, unable to determine a victor. The explosions rapidly spread everywhere, and even though Rollo had taken Taeho and Braki far away, they were still affected by the shockwaves. Taeho turned around in a panic and said, "The shockwaves are piercing the sky. What a terrifying clash." He cried out in deep concern, "Ragnar."
At this moment, Harad was still engaging him, unable to hold back her admiration. Though he's past his prime, he truly is the king of kings. This bastard's head will be the perfect offering to the demon king. On the opposite side, Ragnar was constantly strategizing. At this rate, I won't last much longer. There's no time left. Their peak-level collision transformed into a devastatingly massive explosion. In a mere 10 seconds, a clash erupted with enough destructive force to claim the lives of thousands, no, tens of thousands of people. The warriors standing nearby couldn't escape the devastating fallout. They scrambled to flee the battlefield. It's too dangerous here. We need to pull back further. Ragnar's strength was gradually fading. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I can't hold on much longer. I have to end this with one final strike." Then another punch barreled towards him. The moment Harad threw her punch, Ragnar agilely slipped away. He immediately unleashed a flurry of slashes in the opposite direction. Harad realized she had fallen into his trap, her brow furrowing in sheer fury. She spun around and launched another punch to frantically evade. Ragnar gritted his teeth, thinking, she dodged it. His slash slipped past her, completely slicing a mountain in half. Harad mockingly teased with excitement, "You almost got me. What a pity. But just like you, I've prepared a finishing blow." With those words, she clenched her fist and swung with all her might. However, Ragnar was still sharp enough to dodge this fatal strike. He leaned to the side just in time, narrowly evading her deadly punch. But Ragnar suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. She wasn't aiming at him. The warriors in the distance panicked in sheer terror. "Whoa, look out! Dodge it!" Harad seemed to have grasped his fatal weakness. She sneered disdainfully. "What are you going to do now, King of Kings?" The catastrophic attack quickly hurtled towards the innocent warriors. Left with no choice, he had to risk his own life and sprint over to protect them. Just as the magic attack closed in on them, the terrified warriors shielded their faces with their arms, bracing for death. But when they opened their eyes, Ragnar had made it in time, using his own body as a shield to protect them. The brutal attack completely drained the last of his stamina. Exhausted, Ragnar firmly thrust his sword into the ground to keep himself standing. The worried warriors ran towards him, screaming, "Ragnar!" Harad was extremely satisfied with the outcome. She laughed and said if he had just ignored them, he could have completely countered me. "But you aren't that kind of man, are you, King of Kings?" The attack forced Ragnar to revert to his original state. He let out an exhausted groan. "Damn it." She calmly strolled over, oozing amusement. "I guess this is the end, huh, Ragnar? What a shame, but it's time for you to die." His body covered in severe wounds, he stood there gasping for air as he glared back at her. His eyes darted as if he were plotting something. Ragnar let out a faint scoff. Just as she stepped closer, he spoke up. "I told you to run, didn't I?" Harad felt confused by his words. She furrowed her brow and retorted, "What the hell are you muttering? Have you gone mad on the brink of death?" But out of nowhere, Taeho and Braki had actually returned, riding atop Rollo. They charged in at a dizzying speed. Having snapped out of his shock, Braki regained his fighting spirit. "I am the son of a god. I absolutely refuse to suffer this disgrace a second time." Instantly, he unleashed his lightning power, diving straight down from the sky. The blade in his hand was swiftly summoned. Epic, lightning wind. Epic, lightning mace. Braki channeled all his inner energy, raising his weapon high. Then, with an explosive burst, he hurled it violently towards Harad. She stood there, completely unfazed, watching the blade fly straight at her. Harad brought her fist forward. She easily crushed the blade of Braki's mace with her bare hands. But he wasn't discouraged in the slightest. He thought to himself, "That's enough of a warm-up. Go." Harad gritted her teeth, baffled by his words. Suddenly, from behind, Taeho charged in for an attack while riding Rollo. His sharp metal spear was fully activated. Taeho channeled every ounce of his internal energy to cast his magic. Epic. Dragon cannon. He let out a fierce roar and hurled the spear at her. Harad seethed with rage, realizing she had been fooled. She aggressively lunged forward to counter his attack. The moment the spear hurtled towards Harad, she swiftly swung her fist to attack Taeho's group in retaliation. But it seemed she had completely missed the spear. A massive explosion detonated once again. Ragnar screamed in utter shock.
Taeho. Taeho unleashed his attack on her with everything he had, while Herod refused to yield, instantly striking back. She viciously threw a punch towards Taeho and Rollo.
However, he had already swiftly leaped off Rollo's back. Her devastating punch hit nothing but empty air, failing to land on anyone. Herod's eyes went wide in pure astonishment at his incredible agility. Right at that moment, Taeho gripped his spear tightly once more and drove it straight into her. Just like that, a colossal explosion erupted. Ragnar and the surrounding warriors couldn't contain their shock as they screamed, "Taeho." At this moment, he landed safely without any issues. Taeho's eyes were full of determination as he thought, "It looks like that strike hit dead on. I hope it at least shook him up a bit." From within the sea of fire, Herod still stood towering before him. She cracked her shoulders in amusement and exclaimed, "You caught me off guard. Not bad, kid. I acknowledge your skills, so I'm going to fight without holding back." Taeho sighed in disappointment. "Damn it. Not a single scratch. I'm doomed." Ragnar spoke up from a distance. "We have to help Taeho." The soldiers looked at his battered back and quickly stopped him. "Ragnar, but look at your current condition." At this moment, Braki walked over to Taeho. He shouted loudly, "Taeho, they'll fight alongside you." Hearing that, he was deeply moved and exclaimed, "Braki." Although he was still feeling the pressure, he forced a smile and said, "If it's inevitable, then we have to launch an attack at all costs." The challenge awakened the demon within Herod. She laughed in amusement and replied, "All right, come at me. I'll take on as many of you as it takes." Then she immediately charged at the two of them with an overwhelmingly murderous aura. The two of them didn't panic at all and charged forward in unison. Thunder Wind. Braki gripped his mace tightly and quickly activated his magic, Thunder Mace. Even Ragnar summoned his strength to return to the battle once more. From Heda and Cirrus' direction, a terrifyingly bright light radiated outwards. Heda called out his name in panic, Taeho. The battle was now nearing its end. Herod still stood firm, holding an exhausted Taeho in her hand. "This is your end. Perhaps you just wanted to buy some time." After sustaining his injuries, Ragnar was no longer capable of continuing the fight. But it seems right now, none of you have the strength left to do so. Braki lay unconscious on the ground before anyone even realized it. Taeho was squeezed so tightly that he couldn't fight back. She smiled slyly and said, "Farewell." Then Herod gathered her strength once more and violently threw Taeho far away. The throw sent him flying miles away, kicking up a massive cloud of dust upon impact. Seeing this, Heda immediately landed where he fell, Taeho. Scene transition. Taeho was now in a strange dimension, asking in confusion, "Where am I?" He looked at his hands in confusion and said, "I can't see anything. Am I really dead this time?" Suddenly, a figure approached from behind and replied, "Not yet. If you were dead, you wouldn't even be able to ask such a silly question." Taeho turned around in astonishment. "You are." Meanwhile, on the outside, Heda was endlessly calling his name, Taeho, Taeho. Tears streamed down her face as she continuously pleaded, "Please don't die." Taeho stood facing the mysterious man and asked, "Are you Cuchulainn?" The man smiled and said, "Yes. To be more precise, what's left here is just my existence within Gae-Bolg. You can call me the remnant spirit of Cuchulainn." He continued, "From this moment on, I will guide you." Taeho forced a confused smile and asked, "Guide me." Cuchulainn stepped closer and said, "Gae-Bolg has accepted you. Because of that, I want to acknowledge you as well. I will pass down all the secrets of Eru to you." On the other side, Heda cried as she took a bite of the golden apple. "Gather all the remaining fragments of Gae-Bolg." She cried and chewed the apple while looking at the man she loved, who was still unconscious. "They will guide you. Complete Gae-Bolg and seek out my master, Lady Skahak." Heda immediately kissed him, hoping Taeho would wake up. "I will help you." Suddenly, his fingers slowly began to move. The successor of Eru. Heda's tears kept falling as she endlessly called his name, Taeho. He slowly opened his eyes and replied, "Heda." On this side, Herod was still leisurely searching for something. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Herod." It turned out the voice was from Avalt. "You're wasting too much time. Hurry up, grab the fragment, and get out of here." She replied indifferently, "Avalt, aren't you tired of nagging?" He continued to warn her, "Leave quickly before more reinforcements arrive." She said lazily, Yeah, I know. I'll get it right now, okay?" From behind, Ragnar slowly pushed himself up. As soon as he stood up, she knew that things couldn't end here just yet. Herod frowned and turned her head to look. Seeing that he still had the strength to stand, she thought in annoyance, "You're as stubborn as a leech, Ragnar. You can barely even stand yet." Even Taeho had stood up once again. Hedda panicked and tried to stop him. Taeho, you shouldn't be moving yet. She cried relentlessly and said, You can't die. I don't want to lose someone so precious to me. However, Taeho replied without hesitation, I can't let Ragnar die, and I don't want to die either. He turned his head with a confident smile and continued, So, I will return. As his words fell, Hedda's anxiety eased somewhat. He gripped Cuchulain's spear tightly in his hand. Taeho returned to the battle once more, but something about him had changed. At this moment, Herod had approached right up to Ragnar. Hearing an explosion behind her back, she turned around in astonishment. Ragnar shouted loudly, Taeho. Herod flashed an amused smile and immediately activated her magic. From afar, Taeho charged straight at her, tightly holding Cuchulain's spear. She confidently threw a punch and said, No matter how many times you attack, it won't change a thing. This time, I will definitely crush you to ashes. Her fist radiated terrifying magic that instantly clashed with Taeho's own magic. On his side, he also poured out all his inner strength, leaping high and thrusting his spear at her. Their clash created a devastating explosion that destroyed almost everything around them. She was extremely arrogant, flashing a sly smile. As for Taeho, he didn't dare to let his guard down against his opponent for even a moment. Then the magic radiating from her quickly spread to his arm. With amusement, she instantly kicked Taeho away. Just like that, he was knocked out of the fight once again. Seeing this, Herad smiled triumphantly. However, something seemed wrong with her arm. Herad was deeply shocked as her arm instantly turned to ice and slowly crumbled away. Furious, she quickly raised her remaining arm high. Herad immediately smashed off her remaining cracked arm. She looked toward Taeho, who had been knocked to the ground. Herad hadn't expected this situation and spat bitterly, You. Seeing that he still had the strength to sit up, she thought in confusion, What is that? His gaze fixed steadily on her, radiating an invisible yet incredibly overwhelming pressure. She looked at him in astonishment and thought, You. How? How could you manage to injure me? Seeing that she was still able to stand firm, Taeho thought in disappointment, Damn it, I hit her with such a massive blow and still couldn't blow her away. Now my arm has completely lost feeling. Avald appeared once more and scolded, Harad, let's go. We've wasted too much time already. But with her competitive nature, she quickly refused. No, I can't retreat. She shouted furiously. At the very least, I have to kill him. I must snuff out this future threat. This is even more important than dealing with that broken Ragnar. Seeing that she still wanted to take him down, he sighed in exhaustion. She still wants to fight. Fuck, in this condition, I don't know if I can even manage one more strike. Avald thought for a moment before saying, Fine, Harad. Then he instantly transformed into an arm for her and said, Let me lend you my strength. Finish this quickly. After being recharged with energy, Harad clenched her fist, supremely confident in continuing the fight. This sight left both Ragnar and Taeho stunned. She laughed triumphantly and exclaimed, Sweet, my arm is as flexible as ever. Round 2, you nameless little warrior. Taeho panicked in astonishment and said, Are you allowed to do that? This is a bit much. Suddenly, a call came from behind him. Taeho, we will fight alongside you. Ciri and Hedda also stepped forward to lend their strength to the battle. Taeho was deeply moved and exclaimed, Thank you, everyone. Herod flashed a contemptuous smile and said, Hilarious, but it's just what I wanted. Taeho's eyes burned with determination as he confidently said, No matter the outcome, the only thing left to do now is attack. Even Bracky had stood up to fight alongside him. Herod immediately unleashed her magic to attack them. A terrifying tornado rapidly advanced, sweeping away everything in its path. The monster they now had to face was even more terrifying than before. She spoke excitedly, No one can escape and no one can stand in my way. I will burn every last one of you to ashes. The storm from it immediately left everyone so stunned they couldn't even move. Taeho gritted his teeth in panic and thought, What an insane temperature. I can't move an inch. Taking advantage of that, she quickly swung her fist and confidently said, I'll deal with you first. She gathered all her strength and charged toward Taeho, intending to finish him off. Suddenly, a blue light appeared, freezing everything in place. The light radiated and spread everywhere. Herod stood paralyzed in shock for a few seconds. Even Taeho was taken aback by this magical power. The one who came to intervene was none other than Thor. He blocked Herod's attack with his hammer and spoke, Sorry, I'm late, warrior Taeho. It was the god of thunder, Thor. He thought in astonishment, Thor? How does he know my name? Thor continued, First, let's get out of this annoying place by blowing away the root of the problem.
The tornado created by Herod was instantly shattered by the god of thunder. Thanks to this, everyone was able to move again. Siri sighed in relief. This area has returned to normal. Bracky exclaimed in excitement, "Father." Taeho couldn't help but marvel. "That's awesome." He said gently. Everyone stepped back. This battle might get a little intense. Thor's hammer quickly smashed into her face. This immense power sent her flying far away, and the sky gradually returned to its original light. Not stopping there, he quickly teleported to Herod.
Thor gripped his hammer tightly, once again unleashing terrifying magical power. From high above, he raised his hammer, preparing for the finishing strike. The magical power from the hammer shot straight toward Herod, leaving her no way to retreat. Then she rapidly crashed straight into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Witnessing the scene from afar, the warriors couldn't contain their excitement and cheered loudly. "Thor, Thor, Thor, Thor." Ragnar immediately stopped them, saying, "Enough cheering. All of you step back and take cover. If you accidentally get dragged into the battle, none of you will survive." Behind him were the injured returning. Taeho leaned back and asked doubtfully, "Will he win?" She quickly comforted him. "With Lord Thor here, you can rest now, Taeho." He seriously told himself just how many terrifying enemies like that are out there. From this moment on, I must become even stronger. At this moment, Herod was collapsed on the ground. She bitterly cursed, "Damn it, Thor, how did he show up so fast?" He also gradually moved toward her. She watched tensely as he approached, and a strange smoke instantly spread out. Thor thought in surprise, a smoke bomb. The ground below was now engulfed in thick smoke, making it impossible for him to pinpoint her location. Herod was also completely stunned. She asked in confusion, "What is this? Avolt, is this your doing?" He replied coldly, "You cannot defeat Thor right now. I'll use the darkness to cover your retreat." She gritted her teeth in speechless anger. Herod clenched her fists in bitter frustration. After a brief search, it seemed Thor had located her. He looked down in surprise to see what kind of trick she was pulling. At that moment, she still stood up, seemingly intending to continue fighting. Her competitiveness had made her lose her mind. Herod said, "Drop that thought, Avolt. I am Herod, the giant with boundless strength." She looked up high and continued, "I do not flee from the battlefield, and I certainly won't die while running away." She immediately activated her magic to challenge him. "Master, bear witness to this battle of mine. Come at me, god of thunder." Thor glared at her with a deadly gaze. He quickly raised his hammer, brimming with powerful magic, high into the air. She clenched her fist, accepting the fight. Suddenly, the magical power from her severed arm continuously emitted a strange aura, just as she raised her fist high to strike back at Thor. Both of them charged at each other, aiming to finish off their opponent. The collision erupted into a blinding light that illuminated everything. The soldiers couldn't bear it and had to cover their eyes. "Oh, my eyes! I can't see anything." The ground had now sunk into a massive crater the size of a continent. Herod appeared to still be standing firm. Thor looked at her with eyes full of killing intent. He stepped down and walked toward her. Thor brushed past her and said softly, "Warrior, I will not forget you, Herod." She had completely lost. Herod's body gradually dissipated into nothingness. Thor walked away toward the rising sun, leaving behind the ashes of Herod. One of the 5 henchmen of the demon king, Utgard Loki, the super-strong giantess Herod, was dead. Thor took step by step toward the soul fragment of Garmr. He raised his hammer high. With just one smash, the ground shattered along with the stone. A beam of light instantly shot up to the sky. Hedda exclaimed in astonishment, "The remnant of Garmr." Ragnar said thoughtfully, "I see. So Odin's order was to destroy it immediately." Then Thor approached the crowd of warriors who were chanting his name. They kept shouting loudly, "Thor! Thor! God of thunder! Oh, my father!" He stepped onto the ground and walked toward Ragnar's group. They quickly placed their hands on their chests and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Thor." He replied cheerfully, "Long time no see, Ragnar, Hedda. And it's a pleasure to meet you, Taeho, warrior of Idun." Taeho thought happily, "I knew it. He knows my name. How do you know me?" Thor pondered for a moment at his question. He recalled the words of old Mimir. On the day those wolves awaken, Odin, the king of the immortal gods, will surely become nothing but tasty dog food. The old man had said seriously, the probability of that future changing is 72,970 out of 100,000. Odin, flustered and shocked, had said, "Wait, what?"
Even Thor, upon hearing the words 72,970 out of 100,000, couldn't hold back his surprise. He turned and said, "Father, this is." Odin calmly replied, "The number has dropped." Thor replied, "The prophecy we've heard hundreds of thousands of times remains the same, but this time the probability of destruction has decreased." Looking at Taeho, who was eagerly awaiting an answer, he replied, "Even if it's just because of a small factor." "Taeho, thank you for finding the remnant of Garmer."
He stepped closer and said, "Warrior of Eden, may my blessing always be with you." This blessing instantly made Taeho imagine a terrifying scenario, and he screamed in panic, "No." But contrary to his thoughts, Thor simply rested his hammer on his shoulder. Then he left cheerfully, "Well, see you later," causing Taeho to quickly sigh in relief. Phew, thank heavens. Thor continued, "I still want to chat more with everyone, but there are many warriors waiting for my rescue. Unfortunately, we'll have to continue this some other time." Ragnar calmly replied, "Thank you for the assistance." He said, "No, and the one who should say that. Thank you for protecting my warriors." With that, he immediately flew up and left. Before leaving, Thor didn't forget to bid farewell. "My warriors, see you outside the territory, for Asgard and the 9 realms." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. At Taeho's house. In front of his house's nameplate, the griffins, after being tamed, were resting obediently in their pens. Hedda said, "Thanks to the golden apple, you can be considered fine, but you still need to rest. There's no schedule for now." She continued advising him, "Just eat and rest to your heart's content for a few days. Got it? After you recover, you can go look for Gaybolg." He scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "Okay. Hey, Hedda, since we're on a break." He blushed and stammered, "Do you want to go out with me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Hedda blushed, unable to believe her ears. At Anaheim port, Ragnar rowed a boat, taking the two of them along. He cast a confused look at Ragnar and asked, "Why are you here too, Ragnar?" He chuckled softly and teased, "I'm only going with you to the gate. If you really want to enjoy Anaheim, you two have to go alone." Thinking of the map of this land, he nervously muttered, "I should stop digging into what really enjoying Anaheim means." This was a bustling island where people lived and traded. After arriving, he immediately waved a cheerful goodbye to the two of them. "Well, have fun." Taeho blushed and stole a glance at the person beside him. Looking at Hedda, he couldn't help but admire. She's so pretty. Wearing clothes like this gives off a completely different vibe than when she's in armor. Suddenly, their eyes accidentally met. The two young people immediately looked away in embarrassment. He awkwardly took the initiative to speak. "The weather's nice, huh? What am I even saying? I'm such an idiot." Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, "Taeho." He immediately turned around. This voice. It was none other than Commander Siri, and the person next to her quickly spoke up. I'm here too." Siri said joyfully, "Hedda," and she quickly replied, "It's so good to see you, Siri." Rolf sighed in dismay, I'm here too." "Wait, guys." Voices rang out from the group of soldiers. "Lucky kid getting visited by a Valkyrie, huh?" Taeho cheerfully called out, "Bjorn." "Long time no see, Taeho." "The warrior who rides a Valkyrie." "The brat dating a Valkyrie, huh?" Bjorn stepped forward to tease him. "Rolf, no wonder. I thought it would be strange for you to break a promise. But so this is why." Sira's deadly glare immediately fell on him, making Rolf hurriedly explain, "No, I won't do it again next time." With that, the warriors wrapped their arms around each other and left. "All right, let's go. It's time to truly enjoy Anaheim," Taeho thought helplessly. "Even Braki is there." Siri still seemed to be sulking. She said coldly, "Rolf, if you want, go with them." He turned pale and spoke up. "No, I'm fine. I prefer it like this." Taeho forced a smile and said, "Anyway, let's go too." On the streets, people were bustling back and forth lively. Hedda and Taeho freely picked out their favorite items. Siri confidently showed off her archery skills to win a teddy bear. Hedda stepped closer to gaze at the stonefish in the aquarium. The two of them pressed their faces close, looking into the tank with passionate fascination. Their outing continued to be incredibly fun. The ship gently rose into the sky. The four of them even challenged themselves with thrill rides. Everyone was enjoying the ride, except for Rolf, who was pale with fear. As the sunset gradually fell, it was time for the four of them to head back. Ragnar watched them quietly from a distance. He unconsciously broke into a smile. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. They seemed very relaxed. What a beautiful sight. Ragnar was shocked and thought, he appeared right next to me without leaving a single trace. This guy is.
This old man covered in a cloak was Odin. He continued, "Be at ease, no need for formalities. Long time no see Ragnar Lodbrok." He asked curiously, "Are you here to watch Taeho?" Odin quickly answered, "Many reasons. Of course, including my curiosity about him." He said thoughtfully, "Sometimes, rather than relying on those ravens, I prefer to see the world myself with my own old eyes." Ragnar couldn't help but think warily, how much does he know? What if I say the wrong thing? Odin smiled faintly. Then he leaned on his staff, turned around and said, "Delicious. Maybe I should come back to eat once in a while." Ragnar asked in confusion, "Are you leaving?" Holding a loaf of bread, Odin replied, "I told you I'd drop by for many reasons. Now I'm busy with something else." He spoke as he walked away. The time to utilize excellent warriors is drawing near. The stench of the flames of war is lingering in the air again. With those words, he transformed into a raven and flew away. Ragnar thought with a serious face, "That's what I learned from a friend in Olympus. Once gods interfere with mortal affairs, nothing good ever comes of it." Looking towards Taeho and Rolf, who were fooling around. Not just them, but also Hedda and Siri. He muttered to himself, "Then I'm counting entirely on you guys." 2 days after returning from Anaheim, Taeho went back to his training. Siri joined as well. Ragnar had kept an eye on her talent and convinced her to become his true disciple. Instantly, a wave of killing intent radiated from Ragnar. He explained with amusement, "This is a mythic rank epic, something you both will one day achieve and surpass." Taeho thought in astonishment, "A mythic rank epic. Even though I've seen it once, its power is still incredibly terrifying." He turned to look at Siri, who was gazing passionately. "Lord Ragnar is so cool." Taeho thought, speechless. "Watch out or you'll lose your girl, Rolf." It seemed like Rolf could also sense someone calling him from afar. Just like that, 3 months passed, a period neither long nor short that flew by like the wind. One night at Taeho's house, on his cabinet shelf were the glasses he bought during the trip to Anaheim. Taeho had long fallen into a deep sleep. He seemed to be having a pretty good sleep. Suddenly, Cuchulain's spearhead emitted a strange light. He appeared and said, "Hello, Taeho." Taeho said in shock, "Cuchulain." He looked around and muttered, "Is this a dream?" He quickly replied, "You could say that. You are in your own subconscious." Holding the snow-white spear in his hand, he continued, "If I am to pass on Aria's legacy to you, you need to find both Gay Bold and the fragments of my memory. According to what I can remember, Gay Bold was broken into 4 fragments." He said thoughtfully, "And I still remember the location of one fragment." Taeho asked with a hint of surprise, "Where is it?" "Svartalfheim, the dark forest, the home of the dark elves, a place surrounded by towering giant trees. If you cross the forest and go further, you will reach a wasteland of pure gray." Cuchulain answered, "That is where the storehouse of our Red Branch Knights is located." Taeho exclaimed, "Red Branch Knights." He recounted, "Our order was mostly buried along with Eru, but a few survived and they established a storehouse there." Looking at the spear, he continued, "I carve his summoning spell onto Gay Bold for emergencies. The fragment bearing the spell seems to have returned to the storehouse on its own." Hearing this, Taeho deduced to himself, "I have a feeling. This is like hitting the jackpot with a hidden quest in a game." Cuchulain added, "I have one more favor to ask. Please find the fragment of Gab Bold and my master, Skahak." He said seriously, "Taeho, successor of Eru, I shall grant you the power of Eru." He placed his hands on Taeho's face and said, "The energy of Eru will always be with you." With that, he placed a kiss of blessing on his forehead. Taeho screamed in panic. This shock jolted him out of his slumber. Taeho panted, looking at his surroundings. His face darkened as he stayed silent for a moment. The sound of footsteps left immediately. Hearing this, Hedda turned around in surprise. "You're up so early." Ragnar sighed in relief and said, "You look like you haven't slept a wink." Taeho, looking haggard, held his face and groaned, Last night let's just say I had a nightmare." A voice rang out as Cuchulain said in annoyance, "Hey, do you think I enjoyed doing that?" He glanced at his silhouette right in front of him. Taeho screamed in fear once again, "Ghost! There's a ghost!" Hedda asked in confusion, "Taeho, what's wrong?" He nervously pointed at his shoulder. "Here, right here. Can you see it?" The two of them looked around for a while, still not understanding what he was talking about. They immediately discussed it in worry. "I think Taeho is a bit out of it today." Ragnar replied nonchalantly, "Is it because I pushed his training too hard lately?" Cuchulain chuckled and said, "Only you can see and hear me. Why don't you explain everything to them?" After a long explanation, The two of them listened very attentively to the story he told.
Hedda couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, the successor of Eryu. What a thrilling story.
Ragnar quickly reminded her, it's too early to get excited. We haven't even gathered all the fragments of Gay Bold yet. Hedda interrupted, but, Ragnar, you just said so yourself. He forced a nervous smile and said, well, it is truly astonishing. Then he adjusted his mood and spoke up. For now, let's just focus on Gay Bold. Remember to explain everything to Siri as well. Taiho quickly glanced at him and replied, got it. Ku Kulin said in delight, excellent. At Svartalfheim, the wasteland, they took slow steps across the thick layer of snow. Siri and Taiho shivered as they walked through the freezing blizzard.
He spoke with emotion. Thank you for coming with me, Commander Siri.
She cheerfully replied, because this is your quest. I also need to repay my master, even if just a little. She said eagerly, now let's search seriously, got it? With that, Siri immediately transformed her body, activating her magic power. Epic. Wolf transformation. Her body gradually began to change shape. Seeing this, Taiho couldn't help but marvel. So cool. After turning into a wolf, she spoke up, my epic has improved. It even carries a bit of divine power now. Siri said excitedly, come on, hop on. And then Taiho immediately jumped onto her back. Then excuse me. In the thick blizzard, the two continued their advance to find Ku Kulin's fragment, from the magic radiating from the spear and Ku Kulin's guidance. This way. Just keep going this way and head straight for the fragment.
They gradually sped up, following the directions.
The blizzard at the mountain peak was growing fiercer. They finally arrived at a mysterious vault. Standing before the vault, Taiho couldn't help but be amazed. The fragment's resonance points right here. Siri quickly replied, that means we're very close. Ku Kulin spoke up, I'll guide you two from here on. There's a hidden door somewhere around here. Stepping inside, they found an incredibly vast cave. They slowly made their way deeper into the vault. The two stopped in their tracks. Puzzled, Taiho said, is it a dead end? I don't see anything that looks like a door. Ku Kulin touched the stone wall and replied, I'm certain it's here. Press your empowered head against this spot. Feeling helpless, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Taiho pressed his forehead against the stone wall.
Instantly, a mysterious door opened.
Ku Kulin excitedly said, sweet, let's go. Taiho was speechless, thinking to himself, he sure looks thrilled. With that thought, the two decided to head deeper into the vault. After they went inside, strange shadows faintly appeared from the outside. Taiho reached his hand forward, thinking to himself, temporary seal, orb of light. In the blink of an eye, a fireball appeared in his hand. Taiho and Siri continued to move forward, the space around them echoing with eerie sounds. The two ignored it and proceeded deeper inside. Eventually, they reached a massive open space. Before Taiho's eyes was an old table with absolutely nothing left on it. His expression grew bewildered. I thought it would be here, but there's nothing. Ku Kulin, right beside him, called out, Taiho, try placing your hand on the altar. Hearing that, he slowly reached out his hand. They both held their breath, silently watching to see what would happen. A second later, a golden light suddenly appeared. When Taiho looked again, the space had completely transformed. The silhouette of Skathak appeared before his eyes. He was still dazed by what had just happened. Skathak. Taiho silently observed the deity before him closely, as Ku Kulin's illusion appeared right beside him. She lifted her head, smiling gently as she spoke, Ku Kulin, my proud disciple. On the day Eru fell, the land of shadows vanished along with it. I fought so hard to protect it, hovering between life and death, only to be swept into an uncertain flow of time. After endless days and nights of wandering, I have finally returned here. But it turns out I was too late. I know now that you have perished, yet the regret in my heart refuses to fade. I shall guard the remnant of Gay Bolg. If you ever return, come find me. Just like before, I will always wait for you, no matter how long it takes. After saying these words, Skathak faded completely into thin air. Ku Kulin stared forward in shock and disbelief. Tears of sorrow streamed down his face. Skathak, master. Even Taiho was moved by the scene he had just witnessed. Seeing him act strange, Siri called out, Taiho, he explained, I just saw an illusion. Skathak is holding a fragment. This symbol is a map to where Skathak is located. While the two were still focused on observing, a strange commotion occurred behind them. He quickly turned his head to look back. Siri angrily turned around and shouted, Who's there? Two silhouettes emerged one by one from the darkness. Darkness gradually engulfed the entire area. Taeho and Siri hastily drew their weapons to fight back. She furiously cursed them. Those bastards. They're the ones who brought Eru to ruins. Fomorians. They are giant, shapeless monsters from the deep sea. Siri turned her head with a serious look and warned, had they been guarding this place for decades, waiting for it to open. Don't let a single one escape, Taeho. He nodded and continued. Commander Siri, aim for the entrance and take care of any that try to run. She decisively charged forward, replying, got it. Her mind was constantly calculating. It's time to show the results of 3 months of blood, sweat, and tears. Synchronization rate, 32%. Siri decided to use her sword technique, the Ice Wolf Sword, to finish off all the Fomorians. A terrifying burst of power was unleashed straight ahead. The Fomorians were completely frozen solid before they could even react. Seizing the opportunity, Taeho charged straight ahead. He coldly gripped his sword, executing his strikes with absolute precision. After just a few basic strikes, the Fomorians were all knocked back. With no time to rest, he continued dashing forward to attack. Observing the surroundings, Taeho silently assessed. It's all clear on this side. Time to head over to Commander Siri. Thinking that, he sprinted swiftly down the path ahead. On the other side, Siri was still using her weapon to attack the Fomorian. Their numbers kept growing, making the battle a bit difficult for her. Suddenly, one of the Fomorians turned its head to look at Siri. It seemed she had also realized things were going south. Damn it, it's about to escape. The arrow from her hand shot straight toward the fleeing monster. A loud explosion echoed from behind. It seemed Siri had missed. The Fomorian monster managed to escape the place just in time. At that moment, Taeho caught up from behind. Commander Siri, are you okay? She turned to look at him helplessly. Sorry, I let one slip away. He shook his head, brushing it off. It's fine. There were so many of them, after all. Siri remembered something and hurriedly urged. We have to hurry, Taeho. Let's head to the treasure vault first. These words left him a bit puzzled. The treasure vault? She nodded, leading him deeper inside. As they walked, she said, once, even though rebuilding Eru took so much effort, I still dreamed of making myself a new cloak. I collected not just weapons like swords, spears, and shields, but also a massive amount of gold and silver. There are also items here that will make our travel much easier. The space here made even Taeho gasp in awe. These are all top-tier gears. This really is a genuine treasure vault. Ku Cullen from the side reminded him, Taeho, over there. We need to grab that boat. Scrabtuin. It has neither sails nor oars, but it's a magical boat that can move on its own. Place your hand on it and tell it to shrink. Taeho immediately followed his instructions. He placed his hand on the boat. Shrink. As soon as the words left his mouth, the boat shrank down into his hand. After they went outside, the boat gradually returned to its original size. Carrying Taeho and Siri, it moved forward. Ku Cullen called out from the side, Master is at Nidavellir. I will steer, so just bring Gabe Bolg onto the boat. He firmly took the helm and shouted loudly, full speed ahead, to Nidavellir. The boat darted forward at full speed. The scene shifted to a damp, dark place deep underground. The Fomorian trembled, falling to its knees on the ground. Before its eyes was the supreme god, judging it. Suddenly, he spoke up and asked, So you found where Skahak is hiding? As expected of the Witch of the Dark Lands. She hid herself quite well. You heard that too, didn't you, Admaha? It's your turn. From beneath the water's surface, a massive, towering figure emerged. This monster was none other than the legendary Adin Maha. The leader coldly commanded, Go, to Nidavellir. Outside, where the mountain ranges were completely covered in white snow, Ku Cullen was steering the boat carrying Taeho and Siri. It seemed he had sensed something unusual. Hurry, Master is in danger. Taeho glanced at him in confusion and asked curiously, But she's your master. Shouldn't she be really strong? He shook his head and replied, Not exactly. Of course, she possesses a certain level of power, but my master was an instructor, not an actual warrior, someone who specialized more in teaching. Ku Cullen thought to himself, Actually, when we first met, I put my sword to her neck and threatened to kill her if she didn't teach me. Taeho's expression gradually turned suspicious as he asked, Is that true? You wanted it that badly. You really were a troublemaker. He angrily retorted, Well, I was young and naive back then, and am finding this mind-reading thing incredibly annoying now, okay? Siri suddenly called out from behind, Taeho, you've been muttering to yourself this whole time. Are you okay? He turned around with an awkward smile. I'm fine, don't worry about it. A long time passed after that, and the three of them continued moving forward. Suddenly, Siri noticed something unusual. That's the White Knight. Master was right. He said that when crossing the territory of Midavellir, the world remains completely white, whether it's day or night. Kuchulin yelled out to warn them, "Look ahead. Something is rushing towards us." A loud explosion echoed, leaving all three of them bewildered by the sight.
Adenmaha's massive figure blocked their line of sight. Seeing such a huge monster for the first time startled Taeho. What is that? He continued to observe its appearance. A white dragon. In Taeho's eyes, this beast was incredibly terrifying. Adenmaha shot a cold glare at the group. An explosive battle was bound to happen here. Kukulin couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up. Adenmaha, it's a sea dragon, so it can't go to shallow places if it has appeared here. Then the one behind this is its master, the tyrant Brez. In other words, the king of the Fomorians. Taeho was still in awe of the giant white dragon. Adenmaha, it's so cool, or rather, beautiful. Kukulin dumbfoundedly turned to him and asked, "Are you even listening to me?" He became even more excited about what was about to happen. If it's a dragon, no matter how cool it is, it's still a dragon, right? I like you already, Adenmaha. The dragon Adenmaha was still watching their every move. At the same time, Siri, right beside Taeho, transformed into her beast form. Noticing something was off, Adenmaha was startled. Who are these guys? Why are they smirking at me like that? One by one, ugly monsters also began to appear in the area. They all surrounded Taeho's group, throwing the scene into chaos. Without any fear, he mounted Siri's back, appearing like a warrior riding the stormy winds. With her speed, Siri dashed for the horde of monsters like a breeze. In the blink of an eye, she and Taeho charged straight at Adenmaha. With a resolute expression, he declared, "My target is you, Adenmaha." Naturally, she wasn't afraid and immediately struck back. Seizing the moment, Taeho leaped into the air. He and Siri perfectly dodged the incoming attack. Their speed was so fast that it left Adenmaha in sheer disbelief. She was still trying to launch a counterattack. What is this? Perhaps Adenmaha had underestimated Taeho's strength. He used a rope to tightly bind her massive body. At the same time, he pulled the rope back with immense force. Despite her desperate struggles, Adenmaha couldn't break free. Even her mouth was clamped shut by Taeho's rope. He calmly appeared right on top of her head. Then he slowly spoke, nice and ready. The Dragon Master Epic has leveled up too. The Dragon Knight Karlstad's Epic is incredibly effective against Dragon Kin. After saying that, Taeho used the Dragon Master skill on Adenmaha's body. Slave of the tyrant Brez, the sea creature Adenmaha, pure white. After a brief moment of chaos, she successfully changed masters. Taeho chuckled excitedly. "I'm your master now. Let's go, Adenmaha." A clear voice rang out. "Wait, go where?" He was startled and confused. Thinking he had misheard, he asked, "Are you a girl?" Adenmaha immediately scolded him. "Is this how you put a leash on a lady's neck?" Encountering this for the first time made Taeho freeze. Do all dragons have this kind of attitude? Rolo is really smart too, but we can't communicate this smoothly. He calmly smiled and said, "Anyway, we can chat later. For now, follow my orders." Adenmaha hastily replied, "Wait, hold on a sec. If we keep going like this, I'm going to have a system error." Taeho didn't understand what she meant. A system error? She glared at him and explained, "My principle is to obey my master's orders. But now I suddenly have two masters. If both of you give me conflicting orders, my logic will contradict itself. Get it?" Taeho was taken aback and thought, "I think I get the gist of it." So Brez, her old master, ordered her to attack me, but I'm making her protect me. That's why there's a contradiction. No wonder she reacted so strongly. But despite being confused, she must be feeling terrible. Thinking of this, he suddenly spoke. "All right, Adenmaha, then tell me how to break Brez's command. Brez is the bad guy, right? Let me be your new master. I'll treat you much better and won't treat you like a slave." These words deeply moved Adenmaha. But she quickly regained her composure. "Look at the scale above my saddle. There's a slave seal there. Unless you know how to erase it, it's useless." Hearing this, Taeho's eyes suddenly lit up. A slave seal. Is it this glowing blue scale? I see it. So I just need to get rid of it, right? He quickly pulled out the epic sword, also known as the Rookie's Dagger. Taeho held up the dagger and announced, "Here I go." Adenmaha frantically reacted, "Wait, what are you doing?" Without another word, he directly pried off the scale with the seal. Feeling the excruciating pain, Adenmaha screamed incessantly. Blood endlessly gushed out from her body. Taeho didn't think much of it and lifted his dagger.
Cuchulainn watched his actions, still somewhat dumbfounded. No way he removed a slave's seal like it was child's play. Seeing that Adin Mahal was still in pain, Teho decided to use his divine power. He gently placed his hand on her body and comforted her. Bear with it a little longer, Adin Mahal. It'll heal you. Is this good enough? She angrily snapped back. It's done, you terrible master. Even though he was scolded, Teho still felt delighted. Great, then let's fight side by side. Trust me and leave your body to me. He continued to use Dragon Master, leaving Adin Mahal bewildered. What is this? It feels so weird. Realizing the surrounding monsters were constantly blocking their path, she immediately swung her tail. With just one massive tail whip, Adin Mahal easily sent the surrounding monsters flying. Seeing this, the monsters flying in the sky immediately swooped down. Teho immediately pulled out his hidden weapon and declared, "Leave the sky to me." With that, he aimed his bow and shot straight at the monsters. The area was in utter chaos, and the monsters were all dealt with by Teho like trash. Their increasing numbers made him frustrated. Seriously, why are more of them popping up? Is your old master coming here too? Adin Mahal sighed and replied, Brez definitely won't show up. He only reveals himself when he's sure of victory. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. You don't know how to fly, do you? She angrily turned and glared at him. How is a sea dragon supposed to fly a man? Teho reminded her, be a little more polite. Adin Mahal gritted her teeth and replied, Sir, sea dragons fly on hopes and dreams. He asked curiously, so based on this situation, what kind of Fomorian monster is about to appear? She pondered for a moment. It's probably Midek. He can manipulate all monsters with magic, and he can also transform himself into any kind of monster. In the vast expanse, Midek silently looked at the monsters before him. He was standing on a large ship speeding forward. Midek's face revealed an excited smile. Adin Mahal will surely complete her mission well, right? But if that female dragon takes them all out, where's the fun in that? I want to personally taste the blood of the witch from the Dark Lands. And so, Midek rode on the large ship, charging towards Teho's location. One by one, the monsters were hurled to the ground. The area became incredibly chaotic due to the battle between the two sides. Adin Mahal opened her mouth wide and unleashed a blast attack. Clearly, the monsters here were no match for her. They were all wiped out. Even so, the sheer number of monsters was still too much, giving her a hard time. Seeing this, Teho had no choice but to use his crossbow to attack the surrounding monsters. But the more they fought, the more monsters kept appearing. They threw large boulders, annoying Teho. They switched to area of effect attacks now. Adin Mahal was still whining and complaining, I can't take this anymore. We have to run. Looking at the situation before him, he had to secretly agree. She's right. The truly strong ones haven't even appeared yet. At this rate, our side will be the first to get exhausted. What should I do? He glanced around anxiously. Suddenly, catching sight of his lifeline made Teho burst into laughter. He was thrilled to realize his comrades had arrived. Gander rode her divine beast, charging toward the area alongside their comrades. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Teho looked at everyone and asked, Gander, why are you here? Ciri suddenly answered him. I called for backup. He turned his head in surprise. Commander Ciri. She continued instructing him, leave things here to us. Go find Skatha. He suddenly thrust Adin Mahal's reins in front of her. Then, please take care of Adin Mahal for me. Seeing no other choice, she sighed and took them. Sometimes stepping into a battle isn't so bad compared to being forced into one. And so, Ciri rode Adin Mahal into battle against the monsters there. Meanwhile, Teho turned and followed Cuchulainn. He continuously pointed the way, that direction. Along the way, countless monsters tried to block his path. But he didn't care at all, breaking past them one by one. Looking at the path ahead, Teho shouted, I see the cave entrance. It looks like there's a barrier set up there, right? Cuchulainn advised right beside him, just charge straight in. The barrier will sense gay bold and let you pass. Without a second thought, Teho stepped right through the sensory barrier. The sight ahead only fueled his determination to explore this place. Cuchulainn followed him and warned seriously, I can feel the energy of another fragment getting clearer. No matter how complex the path is, we'll find it soon. In the blink of an eye, Teho and Cuchulainn found a massive tunnel. Without overthinking it, he ran straight deep inside. His expression slowly changed upon seeing the scene before his eyes. In the middle of the freezing space, Skauhawk was fast asleep on a throne. Seeing her familiar face, Teho called out, Lady Skauhawk. She looks quite weak, doesn't she? Cuchulainn carefully observed her condition. She just woke up from a long healing slumber, so that's why she looks so frail. Sensing someone's presence, Skahawk slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Taeho's current state, she asked, "You are the successor of Eryu, aren't you?" His face suddenly flushed. What an incredibly beautiful voice. He hurriedly replied, "A warrior of Eden greets Lady Skahawk." She smiled gently and waved him over. "Come closer. Take my hand." Hearing those words, Taeho stepped forward without any hesitation. Skahawk smiled softly and informed him, "If you hold my hand, I will learn much more detailed information than words could ever convey."
It has been 100 years since Eryu fell, yet the Fomorians haven't changed a bit. And there is a very powerful one coming here as well. Hearing this, Taeho thought to himself, "Is that the guy Adamaha mentioned?" She looked at him with sorrowful eyes. "I am so sorry to burden you just because you are Aryu's successor, but please understand it's because you are the only one I can rely on." Understanding the meaning behind her words, Cuchulainn became too sorrowful to speak. The distance between the two closed in. Then Skahawk passed on to him all the essence she had. "May the land of shadows bless you." Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, she slowly closed her eyes. Before falling into a deep sleep, Skahawk didn't forget to instruct, "I entrust Gay Bold to you. Even though it's not fully intact, it is still the strongest weapon in this place. And Cuchulainn will help you unlock its true power." After receiving the weapon in his hands, Taeho felt the immense power emanating from it. While he was still in a daze, Skahawk continued explaining, "Your vitality will turn the spear pure white, and the deathly powers sealed deep within it will unleash a powerful curse. The true purpose of Gay Balg is to deal a fatal blow that ends the enemy's life. Never waste its power or use it carelessly." After hearing this, Taeho nodded obediently. "I understand." "Well then, be going, Lady Skada." Having fulfilled Skahawk's task, Taeho dashed outside. Cuchulainn turned his head to chat as they went. "I can't believe you were thinking of another woman while receiving a kiss from my master." He blushed and hurriedly turned back to ask, "You can hear my thoughts too?" He shook his head, looking at him with suspicion. "No, but I guessed as much. You were thinking about that Valkyrie, weren't you?" Taeho's face turned as red as a tomato. He unconsciously recalled his dream lover, Hedda. But this wasn't the time to relax. Taeho continued turning toward the outside. Finally, he and Cuchulainn were able to find the light. Before Taeho's eyes was a fierce battle between both sides. Realizing something was off, he hurriedly warned, "Hey, look at the sky." Taeho nodded in understanding. "I see it." A massive ship appeared in the sky. Next, Taeho would have to face a terrifying enemy. It was none other than the Monster King Midak. Taeho frowned in worry, thinking to himself, according to Adma's memories, he's incredibly strong. A direct confrontation is going to be extremely tough. His expression grew more serious than ever before. Remembering something amiss, Taeho was startled. But what if we don't fight him head-on? This time, Cuchulainn turned to look at him. "You mean a guerrilla attack?" He nodded, voicing his thoughts. "Right. We spotted him first. Now the enemy is out in the open while we're in the shadows. He probably hasn't noticed us or Gay Bolg yet." After saying that, Taeho turned his head, searching around. "If we trust Gay Bold's power, we can land a devastating blow. We just need to fly up and approach without being detected." His gaze suddenly landed on Siri. But then Taeho muttered to himself, "No, Commander Siri can't do it. I need something that flies faster and higher." Realizing his next thought, his facial expression slowly changed. On this side, Gander was still relentlessly attacking the monsters. Her power was incredibly decisive, wiping them out one after another. From behind, Taeho called out as he ran toward her, "Gander." She turned her head in surprise. "Taeho, you got a really sly look on your face. You're planning to use me again, aren't you?" He asked her in confusion. "Do I really look like that?" "I'll explain on the way. For now, just transform, will you?" Midak's ship was gradually descending closer to the ground. Taking advantage of his inattention, Taeho rode on Gander's back and dashed forward. She assessed the situation while reminding him the flight path hasn't changed. It seems he hasn't spotted us yet. Taeho silently analyzed the situation before him. As expected, this is the stealth skill of a top-tier Valkyrie, completely different from those low-rank warriors. Gander continued her instructions. "We're going to dive straight toward the target. Get ready." He nodded as if understanding perfectly. "Got it." At the same time, he gripped the weapon tightly in his hands. "We only have one chance. We can't afford to mess this up." Seeing that the moment had arrived, Gander carried Taeho and charged forward at lightning speed. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the ship with eyes full of determination. "For Eden."
Gander, carrying Taeho, tried her best to approach Midak's ship. He clenched his teeth, reminding himself, "We only have one chance. We can't afford to mess this up." Very quickly, he spotted Midak's imposing figure standing right there. Gander spread her wings wide and swooped past the area, while Taeho leaped down from above. He firmly grasped the weapon in his hands.
The sunlight shining down made his silhouette look even more powerful. It seemed Midak still hadn't noticed anything unusual. Finally, Taeho successfully landed. Taking advantage of the monster's lack of focus, he appeared from behind, ready for a sneak attack. Looking at his massive back, Taeho reminded himself, "I need to act swiftly and cleanly." Right at that moment, Midak suddenly turned his head to look behind him. He realized with anxious fear, "I've been spotted." The exact moment Midak sensed an enemy abruptly appearing, he instantly spun around. Gaybold's finishing strike required an immense amount of power to achieve its true effect. If the attack missed, Taeho would be left entirely defenseless. Midak instinctively recognized this. If he could just dodge this single blow, it meant he had won. He immediately conjured a protective barrier in front of the spearhead. This could help him block the momentum of the strike, even if just for a split second. In that brief instant, he could contort his body in any direction to evade the attack. Cucullin seemed to silently cheer on Taeho's every move. "Don't lose your nerve. Remember what you are holding in your hands." Gaibolg. This made Taeho's determination burn even fiercer. Carrying Cucullin's hopes, he poured all his strength into a forward thrust. But Midak had overlooked just one thing: the hidden potential of Gaibolg. From aboard the ship, a blinding white light spread across the entire space. Midak was still stunned, his body covered in wounds. Impossible. This can't be. Under Taeho's determination, he had no way to fight back. He anxiously looked at his iron-like body that had completely shattered. Time seemed to stand still as pieces of Midak's body fell to the ground. At the same time, Taeho felt an unprecedented amount of pain. He desperately hugged his own body, feeling as if his arm was about to break. Gander hurriedly arrived at the scene. "Taeho, you did it." He turned to look at the monsters behind him. They noticed it too, but they don't seem to realize what's happening. Having achieved her goal, she pointed behind them. "All right, let's get out of here too, shall we?" He shook his head and replied, "No. We took down their leader, so we should hijack the ship now." Taeho's intentions were so obvious that even Gander was surprised. Unable to hold it in, she immediately grabbed her stomach and burst out laughing. "That's so like you." "Okay then, I'll buy us some time, so focus on recovering." He smiled brightly. "I'll leave it to you then." Gander sighed and commented, "Goodness, you really don't know how to treat a lady." Looking down at the ground, Taeho's attention was suddenly caught. He noticed an item emitting a blue light. "What is that?" He stepped closer and picked it up, realizing it was an ancient stone. Meanwhile, Admaha endlessly fought off the petty monsters. The people of Gander's legion eagerly joined the battle. Siri used her weapons to wipe out a massive number of monsters. Explosions continuously erupted in the air, and even Admaha fought with all her might. Under everyone's fierce attacks, not a single trace of the monsters was left. The people of Gander's legion spotted the ship in the sky. "Looks like this area is clear. Look over there, what is that?" "It's the ship. A ship is heading towards us. It's the guy who rides Valkyries. He's even riding Gander now. So unfair, I'm dying of jealousy, oh my god." Siri laughed and nodded in praise. "Taeho, you actually did it." Adenmaha still found it hard to believe. "You took down Midak." After the battle ended, Taeho and Siri stood side by side and spoke clearly. "Thank you for your support, Gander." She laughed and gently let out a breath. "Siri, you've been spending so much time training over at Aiden's lately. I was worried you might permanently transfer there." He stepped forward to chat. "Thank you, Gander." She chuckled and clarified. "Don't get me wrong, of course I care about you too, but bringing the support troops wasn't just for you." The Fomorians are allies with the Giants, meaning they are our enemies too. But above all, Valhalla owes Skahawk a favor. Taeho looked a bit bewildered upon hearing this. A favor? Gander decided to tell the whole story. The warriors of Valhalla weren't the only ones shedding blood in the battles. Countless heroes of Eru fought and supported us. Most of them were Skahawk's disciples, such as the Prince of Light Cucullin. Taeho smiled and looked over at Cucullin right beside him. She continued explaining, "Honestly, I really want to invite Skahawk to Older's domain, but she'll probably join Aiden's, right?" Startled, he asked back, "Probably." Gander laughed excitedly. "Goodness, how annoying." As they were happily chatting, the familiar figure of Skahawk appeared. She slowly approached everyone. Bright smiles graced everyone's faces after their recent victory.
Sometime later, Cucullin began to praise him. It's great that you got the ship back, Taeho. After all, this ship is a treasure of Iryu. As the successor, you have full ownership of it. By the way, this is my first time seeing this giant ship in full HD. The ship had now become incredibly massive, and Adenmaha was obediently curled up in a corner. While Taeho was still relaxing, Siri walked up and notified him. Taeho, I have some news. You and I have been transferred to the combat-ready warrior ranks. This news took him a bit by surprise, but he nodded, understood. Finally, this long battle had come to an end. That's how it went down. Somewhere else, Hedda was focused on feeding the spirit beasts. She gently placed the bucket of food on the ground. Then, with a bright smile, she called out loudly, Rolo, Porsche, Benz, time for dinner.
Having finally finished feeding the beasts, Hedda sighed, feeling a bit tired. A gentle breeze blew by, and she turned to look behind her. Her face showed concern. I wonder if Taeho is okay. I hope nothing major happens in these last few days. A familiar voice suddenly startled Hedda. Long time no see. She was surprised to see Skuld sitting casually on the roof. Hedda couldn't believe her eyes. Skuld. This girl was the youngest of the 3 Norn sisters, the Weavers of Fate. She was still dazed. Why are you here? Skuld chuckled and turned to talk. Want to go for a walk? Is that all right? Time had moved to late at night. Hedda and Skuld walked to the vast river nearby. She suddenly turned her head. It's nice to have little heart-to-hearts like this sometimes, isn't it? Hedda smiled and nodded in agreement. I like it too.
Right after she finished speaking, she reached her hand out to her. All right then. See you next time. Hedda still didn't understand what the heck was going on. Skuld, don't you have anything important to say? She smiled sadly and replied, Nope, not really. I just wanted to see you, Hedda. Right after that, Skuld left the area as well. As she turned around, she blamed herself. I couldn't bring myself to say it. Skuld's expression grew even more gloomy and sorrowful. She looked up at the dark sky. Once again, the threads of fate have found their way to Eden. The events of that terrifying day might repeat themselves. Seeing the massive ship in front of them left Hedda and Ragnar bewildered. They both looked up at the sky in confusion. Before their eyes was an enormous ship, bringing along a strong gust of wind. The griffin, still half asleep, let out a huge yawn. Then it went back into a deep sleep, ignoring everything happening around it. Taeho smiled and introduced her to everyone. This is Lady Skahak, Queen of the Land of Shadows. Ragnar laughed and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet such a beautiful and wise queen. My name is Ragnar Lodbrok. She bowed politely in greeting as well. A pleasure to meet you, great king of the Vikings. I am Skahak. At the same time, Hedda happily stepped forward to introduce herself. I am Hedda, Valkyrie of Eden. Hearing this name, Skahak laughed in surprise. She stepped forward and replied, I've been hearing a lot of stories about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hedda's eyes immediately shot a glance to the side. She scrutinized Taeho right next to her. I wonder what kind of stories, huh? He felt a bit awkward. Well, this is Adenmaha, the sea dragon of Eru. Hearing her name, she immediately approached to greet them. Then she obediently laid down on the ground. Nice to meet you. This sight surprised even Hedda and Ragnar. So cute. Can I pat her head? Realizing something was off caught Hedda's attention. She quickly turned her head and instructed, Adenmaha, could you wait here for a moment? I'll prepare a resting place for you shortly. Lady Skadak, please come inside. Having said that, she turned her head and glared at Taeho. The tension in the air made him anxious as well. As the two left, Cucullin appeared and whispered in his ear. I don't know why, but that glare looked exactly like a wife glaring at her husband when he brings friends home without giving her a heads up. Inside the room, everyone chatted happily with one another. Hedda seemed to have understood everything. So that's what happened. I didn't expect the tyrant Brez to be involved. The flying ship, Skafak, and Adenmaha will definitely be a huge help to us. But Brez is notorious for being petty and ruthless, so I am still a bit worried. Suddenly, Taeho remembered something. Oh right, we also have this. Seeing the glowing crystals made Hedda curious, and she leaned in closer. Are these stones magic tools from Iryu? He nodded and explained what he had learned. They are summoning stones. With these, we can summon anyone who has signed a spirit contract. Now I can summon Rollo and Adenmaha anytime, anywhere. She laughed in surprise. Is that so? But how did you find that out? Taeho gently explained. Cucullin told me in my subconscious. Hearing this, Hedda suddenly thought of something. She smiled and shot a curious glance at Taeho. In that case, you don't need to ride Siri or any other Valkyrie anymore, right? He didn't know what else to say. I guess so. Cuchulainn sighed from the side and criticized, no, not at all. This time he didn't even hesitate to ride that Valkyrie gander, and he was even excited about it, considering it a new achievement. Teo hurriedly turned his head and retorted, when did I ever do that? And besides, I'm the only one who can hear you. Hedda pondered from the side, is that so?
So you rode another Valkyrie. Are you trying to become a legend for riding the most Valkyries?
He didn't know how to explain himself in this situation. No, wait, why would you? Cuchulainn suddenly spoke up. It seems my power has increased after finding another piece of gay bulk. Teho glared at him. You've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you? While the atmosphere was tense, Hedda burst out laughing and clarified. I'm just joking, just joking. I'm truly glad you returned safely. Those words made him feel incredibly warm inside. As time passed, the two stood there and chatted for a long time. The scene shifted to another location inside the Dark Castle. This place is also known as Asgard. Loki walked and thought happily to himself, I never expected to come back here again. Father, brother, I actually find myself missing them.
This man is the god of fire and mischief, Loki.
He walked and thought to himself, to reach the human world of Midgard, one must pass through the divine realm of Asgard and the underworld of Niflheim. Of course, just like when I forced open the gate to Eru, I could force a path open now, but I don't want to cause a scene right now. As Loki approached the massive gate, he activated his stealth skill. He stepped closer to the heavily guarded gate. Thanks to his stealth ability, the guard didn't notice him, making Loki even more smug. It's been a while, Heimdall. After walking for a long time, he arrived at a massive, expansive space. Loki muttered to himself, the human world of Midgard is truly vast. Not even the gods can know everything about it. The seeds of disaster I planted will bloom all over Midgard, and each seed is enough to be called an earthly tragedy.
Everything shall follow the will of the monarch.
Loki silently gazed at the vast space before him. A long period of time passed after that. The scene transitioned to a grand castle. The man stepped forward and reported, it's been a week, and the ships that left the port still haven't returned. This isn't due to a storm, and we haven't found the cause yet. The entire kingdom is suffocating in fear. Advisor U placed a hand on his chest and declared his resolve. We must set sail and find the cause of this, while also checking if all the sea routes are blocked. King Sven nodded in agreement upon hearing this. What you say makes sense, but we've already lost so many ships and sailors. Although I don't like it, it seems there is no other choice. I will go seek a prophecy.
Walking down the grand corridor, Sven thought to himself, a prophecy? How long has it been since the last one?
It has existed inside the castle since long before I was born, and it's still here today. Honestly, it creeps me out a bit. He decisively opened the massive doors. While Sven was still lost in thought, a voice rang out, Please come in, I've been waiting for you. This dry skeleton was known as the Nameless Prophet. Looking at the dry skeleton before him, Sven thought to himself, it's just as creepy as ever. Is this guy even human? He continued to explain the reason I came here. The Nameless Prophet replied, I already know. Hold a grand ceremony, offer tributes to the gods, and pray for salvation. Gather 9 types of beasts, 9 of each, light a massive fire, slit the sacrifices' throats, and offer their blood.
If all of this is just the wrath of the gods, their anger will be appeased. And if it's truly a disaster, the gods will resolve it for you. Hearing this, Sven quickly nodded in agreement. All right, it's still better than sitting around waiting to die. We have to do something, he thought to himself. Didn't its neck just stretch out for a split second? After recounting the story, Ragnar sighed, and so. Soon, the warriors of Valhalla will be dispatched to Midgard. Teho hurriedly asked, Midgard, the place where normal humans live? He nodded to confirm, yes. That's why warriors in all territories are extremely excited. Older's side must be incredibly noisy and lively right now. He laughed and shared his thoughts. They might get to see their family or friends again, so it makes sense that they're excited. Ragnar nodded in agreement. That's part of it, but there is another reason. Actually, most warriors who die don't leave their souls behind, so for them, this is an opportunity to do something else. Taiho thought blankly. Do what? Realizing something wasn't quite right, he froze. He quickly reacted, birth a new epic. Ragnar laughed and nodded in confirmation, yes, exactly. Of course, you can do that in Valhalla too, but everyone here is a hero, so it's very difficult to achieve a feat that unlocks a new epic. But it's different in the human world. The stories that happen there can instantly become a powerful epic. Taiho laughed, seemingly extremely excited, all right, and getting fired up now. And as everyone was filled with anticipation, the expeditionary force of Valhalla warriors to Midgard was established.
In the dark room, Sven paced back and forth nervously. It seemed he was terrified of the nameless prophet's words. Ube, right beside him, suddenly spoke up to comfort him. We've been performing the ritual for 4 days now. Shouldn't you at least be able to confirm the cause by now? Sven just scoffed coldly upon hearing this. He thought to himself, I really don't want to do this at all, that scamming prophet, in the end, the one who has to take the blame. All around the area, the citizens were screaming non-stop, the heavens are angry. We aren't sincere enough, it's because the king is immoral. Sven walked up in front of the massive crowd of citizens. They showed no respect and cursed him continuously. You puppet king, stupid, moronic. This situation made it impossible for him to endure any longer. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. That trash prophet, it'll make him pay. Thinking of this, Sven turned around and headed toward the nameless prophet. Hey you. Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy rain began pouring from the sky. Everyone present immediately fell silent. Sven looked up at the sky in confusion. Why is it suddenly raining? Pointed forward from behind him. Your Majesty, look at that. Before the crowd was a brilliant rainbow-colored light. What caught everyone's eyes was a massive flying ship hovering in the air. Seeing this sight, the citizens cheered joyfully. A ship, it's a flying ship. Odin, Valhalla. In the center of the ship, a golden halo of light radiated all over the place. Ingrid was bestowing blessings upon all the citizens. Sven was frozen by the sight as her clear voice rang out. King Sven, citizens of Midgard, I am the Valkyrie Ingrid, ordered by the gods to assist you. Hearing these words, he hurriedly knelt on the ground. I, Sven, son of Knut, request an audience with the god's warrior. From the ship, Teho immediately jumped down. He appeared before the entire crowd. His face revealed a radiant smile as if his plan had succeeded. Teho then announced to Sven, Raise your head, I am a warrior of Eden. He asked in confusion, You mean Lady Eden, the goddess of youth? He nodded with absolute certainty, exactly. That ship also belongs to Lady Eden. She sent me here. It is I, her warrior. Although very confused, Sven obediently nodded, yes. Siri, watching from the side, laughed. Teho is really working hard, huh? Bracky beside her nodded and added, trying to boost Lady Eden's reputation anytime, anywhere. Now it's my turn. He immediately jumped into the air. In just a few seconds, he appeared behind Teho. Bracky laughed proudly and introduced himself. I am Bracky, a warrior of Thor, here to save everyone. This familiar name startled Sven, Bracky, of the Skald warriors. The nameless prophet was also bewildered. Bracky, the phantom of the Skald battlefield. Hearing this familiar name, all the citizens immediately cheered. Bracky, Lord Thor. Seeing how beloved he was by everyone, Teho reminded himself, I have to try even harder. From above, the bald guy asked curiously, Should we jump down too? Siri shook her head and replied, Who knows? Right then, a sudden sound echoed. Teho reacted incredibly fast, immediately turning his head. What's that sound? Oob hurriedly ran over and announced, That's the emergency signal. Something is approaching from the harbor. Everyone turned to look into the distance. It's a ship approaching at an insane speed. It's not one of our ships. It's a merchant vessel from the northern continent. From inside the ship, bizarre creatures emerged. The creature used its tentacles to shatter the ship drifting on the sea. Everyone instantly noticed the anomaly and yelled, Something is breaking out of the ship. Sven's group quickly ran forward to check the situation. Giant tentacles were tightly gripping the ship, and so the boss Kraken had finally made its move. It used its tentacles to frantically destroy everything, putting innocent citizens in danger. Help. Ingrid frowned in annoyance and ordered, We have to take down this seafood and save the people. After understanding her intentions, Teho nodded firmly. He stepped forward and instructed everyone. They'll handle the Kraken, prioritize saving the people first. Everyone behind him was startled seeing this. You, warrior of Iden. Teho turned his head back and reminded her, Commander Siri, take the helm for me for a bit. Although very surprised, she still nodded in agreement. Got it. Seeing his actions, the other warriors found it incredibly hard to believe. Are you really planning to go alone? Teho pays no mind to everyone's worries and continues to press forward. His target this time is the giant Kraken that's destroying everything in its path. He pulls out a carefully hidden ancient stone from his clothes. Seizing the moment, Teho thrusts it forward and shouts, Adin Maha, I choose you. A bolt of lightning strikes straight down beneath the surface of the sea in a magnificent scene. The familiar silhouette of Adin Maha appears right then and there. The warriors on the ship still find it hard to believe. What on earth, a sea monster? Towering pillars of water erupt from beneath the surface. Taeho rides on Adam Maha's back and reminds her, "You understand the situation, right? Let's go." To which she angrily replies, "I was in the middle of eating, hey, seriously." Seeing the enemy, the Kraken immediately uses its tentacles to hurl wooden planks at them. Not wanting to be outdone, Adam Maha uses her flexible body to effortlessly weave and dodge. Realizing things are going south, Taeho hurriedly shouts, "It seems it's spotted us. Let's lure it away from the ship." But these words only make Adam Maha angrier. That's easier said than done. She then uses her body to close the distance with the Kraken. As the distance gradually shortens, she immediately unleashes a powerful attack. Perhaps because it's too fast, the Kraken can't react in time, and its body is frozen solid by a thick layer of ice. But at the same time, its tentacles strike back at the two of them. Adam Maha has no choice but to carry Taeho and dodge these tentacles. He can't help but marvel at the brief clash. "You fight so well," to which Adam Maha smugly replies, "I told you I was strong." He continues to observe the situation around them. If we met this guy while out at sea, we'd be in deep trouble. Realizing the situation at hand, the Kraken has no choice but to release its tentacles from the ship. The survivors on the ship cheer with joy. "We're saved, thank the gods." It's leaving the ship, pull the ship closer. Taeho looks forward to the upcoming battle even more. At this rate, we might have to engage in a proper, all-out war. Adam Maha silently glares at the silhouette of the sea monster beneath the water. Ku Kulin appears right beside him and sternly warns, "Those tentacles will almost instantly regenerate. If you're going to aim for its legs." With someone guiding the way, Taeho thrusts his hand forward and uses his skill, Divine Greatsword. Gripping his weapon tightly, he looks decisively at the monster. If that's the case, this weapon is the perfect choice. Suddenly, all of the Kraken's tentacles surge up from the surface of the water. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Taeho quickly charges in. He shouts fiercely, "Here I come." The Kraken's tentacles relentlessly break through the water's surface as Taeho holds his weapon, ready for the next bout. Ku Chulin right beside him reminds him, "That thing has dozens of tentacles but only about 10 legs. Chop all its legs off and it'll be completely paralyzed." In response to Taeho's provocation, the Kraken attempts to establish dominance by launching a preemptive strike. This poses no difficulty for Taeho, as he relentlessly swings his weapon, slashing away its tentacles one by one. This time, a gigantic leg emerges from the water. Taeho seems absolutely thrilled to see it. Here's the leg. Aden Maha carries him and weaves through the air, looking for an opening. Taeho raises his sword into the air and declares, "Surrender your leg." Having said that, he puts all his strength into a powerful slash. But perhaps he was a little too confident in his current strength. Realizing the Kraken's leg is incredibly tough makes Taeho shudder. Why is this leg so hard? Before the two of them can react, two more massive tentacles appear on the water's surface. The right tentacle whips straight at Taeho. The remaining tentacle attacks Aden Maha. Massive upheavals violently disrupt the water's surface, but fortunately, the quick-witted Aden Maha easily dodges them. Knowing his enemy won't be easy to deal with, Taeho sighs and complains, "Damn it, if we were on land, this would be a breeze. If only I could use Gaebolg to cleave it in half." After a moment of silence, Ku Kulin calls out, "Aden Maha, can I leave all the responsibility to you? Taeho really is a good enough master, isn't he?" He looks up in surprise at him, "Full power. Are you planning to go all in?" At these words, Aden Maha feels incredibly conflicted about what to do. Taeho silently senses the unusual situation. It seems she's hiding something. Because of the Gias, I can't completely control her, but I don't want to treat this dragon like a slave. Not wanting to make things difficult for her, he reminds her, "Aden Maha, just do what your heart tells you." His words only make her feel more frustrated. "Seriously, I absolutely hate it when you talk like that. I'd rather you give me an order so I can defy it." But deep down, she feels a sliver of warmth, secretly thinking, "Compared to that guy Brez, you really are a good master." Giving them no time to rest, the Kraken continues to block their path with its tentacles. The massive tentacles' attack disrupts Aden Maha's flight path, but she grits her teeth and warns, "I can only unleash my full power for a short time. And this consumes a lot of mana, so after I erupt, you have to take good care of me. Got it? You understand?" Her innocent words make Taeho chuckle, understood loud and clear. From the ship, Sira's voice rings out, "Taeho, we've finished rescuing the people. Now we're coming to back you up." Seeing that he has reinforcements, he is overjoyed. "Perfect. Give me just a moment. Let's go, Aden Maha. Show them what you're really made of." Adama's eyes light up and she sternly warns, "Hold on tight." After saying this, her speed increases significantly. Out at sea, the Kraken is still relentlessly wreaking havoc, but then a brilliant golden light illuminates the entire area. Citizens standing by to watch have to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Sven's group freezes in sheer terror.
Siri grows even more anxious about the battle between Taeho and the sea monster. Above all, Taeho's face is utterly dumbfounded as he looks straight ahead. It turns out Adamaha has transformed into a beautiful dragon girl. With her eyes sparkling brilliantly, she gazes intently ahead. Upon locating the Kraken, Adamaha raises her hand into the air. A clear yet fiercely resolute voice rings out, "Sovereignty of the sea." The surface of the sea splits apart under Adamaha's command. The colossal figure of the Kraken is revealed before everyone's eyes. Braki is in disbelief. The sea is split in two as Siri nods in astonishment. The entire body of the octopus is completely exposed. Without the seawater to support it, the monstrous Kraken finds it a bit difficult to escape. Realizing she can't hold it for much longer, Adamaha shouts a warning, "I'm dying here. Go, hurry up." Acknowledging her efforts, Taeho can't delay for another second. "Braki, Commander Siri, now's the time." Following his words, she immediately readies her magical, never-miss arrow. Taking careful aim, she decisively hurls the arrow straight into the middle of the Kraken's head. Clearly, this attack is so sudden that the creature has no way to react in time. Seizing the opportunity, Braki grips the weapon tightly in his hand. He attacks using his Thunder Hammer's skill. Finally, he unleashes a powerful blow, bringing down a bolt of lightning. Lightning combines perfectly with Siri's arrow. The electric current surges through the Kraken's entire body, rendering it completely paralyzed. Now it's Taeho's turn to strike as he charges straight ahead. He even pours all his current strength into his next attack. After so much effort, the sword finally pierces straight through the Kraken's head. His power is so immense that the entire space is engulfed by a massive shockwave. Running out of time, Adamaha seems to have reached her absolute limit. Her entire body plummets heavily from the sky. Everything returns to normal, and the Kraken's body sinks deep into the water. It's swept away by the waves like a lifeless corpse. Sensing things aren't right, Siri cries out, "Taeho, Braki." Massive waves surge back and time seems to stand still. Just a short while later, the surface of the sea finally returns to calm. The corpse of the sea monster Kraken breaches the surface of the water. Braki and Taeho also successfully swam up. Remembering something, he hurriedly searched around. "Adamaha, where did you go?" Taeho suddenly noticed a massive wave right in front of his eyes. Adamaha turned her head, angrily scolding him. "I told you to take care of me." He became extremely awkward. "Sorry." The subjects around them continuously cheered. "The warriors of Valhalla have won. Long live Odin. Long live the warrior of Idun." Even Sven had to laugh and shout at the recent battle. That was incredibly impressive. Warrior of Idun. Only Ingrid realized that something was off. Siri hurriedly approached. "Lady Ingrid," she immediately voiced her thoughts. "Something is approaching very fast." Perhaps that Kraken wasn't the hunter, but the prey. From afar, a school of sharks swam towards them. They swam at an incredibly fast speed, like true assassins. The faces of these sea monsters were even more terrifying than the Kraken's. Standing on the Kraken's body, Braki also marveled in disbelief. This thing is seriously huge. Should we grill it or blanch it in boiling water to make it crispy? Noticing something, Siri hurriedly shouted a warning. "Taeho, Braki, something is rushing toward you too." From beneath the water's surface emerged the silhouette of a giant sea monster. Its speed grew faster and faster as it charged straight toward Taeho and Braki. Water erupted, splashing high columns of waves into the air. What struck their eyes was a giant killer whale. Taeho hadn't even had time to react to this situation. Although greatly surprised, he still managed to shout out in time, "Do it." Right as the sea monster struck, Taeho transformed into a spirit beast and soared into the sky. The sea monster could only glare in anger at his fading back. Braki finally took a close, annoyed look at the sea monster before him. "What the hell are you, a mutant shark? But whatever you are, you're going on a plate for my dinner anyway." Seeing another prey appear, the sea monster thrashed around even more frantically. Its power was so terrifying that Braki had no choice but to smash his hammer straight onto its head. Water splashed everywhere and the scene descended into utter chaos. This time, the surrounding shark-like sea monsters also lunged onto the flying ship. Siri hastily drew her weapon and warned everyone,
The enemy is closing in. Protect the civilians. Ingrid wasn't worried at all. She directly unleashed her power. Hundreds of arrows pierced straight through the bodies of the invading sea monsters. Even so, a few sea monsters still managed to board the ship, leaving everyone terrified. There are monsters behind us, too. The warriors raised their weapons, ready to fight. This way. Cover all sides. They combined their strength to push back the invading sea monsters. Bracky gritted his teeth in anger, unable to hold back anymore. He channeled all this strength into the hammer in his hands, then smashed it straight into the sea monster's body. His eyes were now filled with nothing but pure hatred. Thousands of lightning bolts shot from his hammer directly into its body. Realizing it had no effect at all made Bracky annoyed. This fish is out of the water but still insanely agile. High above, Taeho suddenly called out, "Admaha, come back here." The moment he finished speaking, Edenmaha's familiar figure rose from the water. "Be careful." Q Cullen frowned and voiced his plan. "Now, drop down and regroup. Those people on the flying ship are going to be a huge problem too." Seeing movement on the flying ship, Bracky immediately paid attention. Standing high above, Ingrid announced to everyone, "We're retreating. Prioritize protecting everyone." Seeing the group leave, the sea monsters didn't move another step either. Realizing their intentions, Ingrid spoke up. "They aren't chasing us. It seems their main target is the Kraken. But those monsters are the main obstacle blocking our route, so sooner or later we'll have to face them." While everyone was still discussing strategies, the silhouette of a massive sea monster appeared. Everyone was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What's that sound? A bizarre noise echoed from afar, making everyone's head ache. Even Taeho turned his head in confusion. What the hell is that noise? After getting a clear look at the creature, everyone's expressions gradually changed. An alpha sea monster was standing on top of the Kraken's corpse. It silently stared at the group with eyes full of hatred. Siri asked in confusion, "Is that their leader?" Its massive size is terrifying. Bracky was also ready for the next battle. Could this be a sign that a fight's about to break out? Taeho silently observed the situation before him. Ku Chulin abruptly reminded him, "Let's go, Taeho." Time shifted to late at night in the palace. At the dining table, everyone fell silent. Sven was still enthusiastically raising his wine glass. "All right, bottoms up. You all saw today, didn't you? The actions of this warrior here." Taeho immediately coughed a few times. "Warrior of Iden." He hurriedly corrected himself. "Yes, warrior of Iden. And did you see that warrior like goddess? He rode that female warrior." These praises left him speechless. Actually, Admaha isn't really a female warrior, but whatever. Let them say what they want. Sensing that something wasn't right made Taeho flinch. A notification popped up. New epic. The warrior on the female warrior's back. He was extremely surprised. So that can become a new epic too. Siri, right beside him, explained, "It's not impossible. It's a widely known moniker in Valhalla, and the fact that the people of Midgard witnessed it acted as a catalyst." Taeho silently looked at her current expression. "Commander Siri, it seems like she's a bit drunk." She burst into laughter and continued chatting. "Anyway, you sure work hard, huh? Promoting Iden like that." He hurriedly replied, "If given the chance, I'd just do it again. Honestly, you not doing anything surprises me more. Or is this the confidence of the major legions?" Siri continued drinking the beer in her hand. "I mean, since I had to die to reach Valhalla in the first place, acting like this is perfectly reasonable. But the true war could break out at any moment, even sooner than most people think. However, thinking about the time it takes to build faith in Iden, that's not something that can be done overnight." That was what I wanted to say, but for some reason her behavior was so cute that I just wanted to sit and watch. Seeing Siri acting so strangely made Taeho call out, "Commander Siri." Over here, Sven was still endlessly praising him. "So, as I said, we have the great warrior of Eden right here." He didn't know how to respond. Is he repeating himself again? Good grief. Time passed, and it was late at night. Ingrid stepped forward and reminded everyone. "It seems we've had enough fun for today. It's time to prepare for tomorrow." Everyone was a bit disappointed. "Can't we unwind just a little more?" She still replied very decisively, "No." "Sven, is there a suitable room here for a strategy meeting?" Hearing his name made him hurriedly react. "Yes, of course there is. I'll take you there right away." Afterward, everyone gathered in the room. Ingrid spoke up. "The main reason our sea route is blocked is due to the attack by those mutant sharks. But our goal isn't to wipe them out completely, it's to take down their leader. If we just eliminate it, the rest will naturally scatter." Hearing this, the bald guy asked curiously, "The problem is, how do we fight it? We can't just fight from the ship. and the monsters themselves aren't big enough for all of us to climb on their backs to launch an attack. Ingrid pondered for a short while before replying. If we are prepared, there will be a way. After all, I am a Valkyrie of Njord's legion. Hearing this, the warriors cheered joyfully, truly worthy of the name. Understood. Taeho, on the side, quietly glanced over. He softly called out, Commander Siri, who is Njord anyway? She immediately reached out and pinched his ear. Then she softly whispered so he would understand, the god of the sea. Amidst the murmurs, Ingrid placed her hands on the table. She used a firm tone to remind everyone. I'll show you all how to take down those monsters.
In the blink of an eye, time passed, and it was the morning of the next day. The warriors marched forward in formation. Everyone's faces gradually grew incredibly fierce. Ingrid glanced to her side and conversed, I acknowledge your bravery, King Sven, for seeing us off all the way here. Hearing that, he just remained silent and didn't reply. At the same time, Ingrid announced to everyone, those monsters must be ready for battle as well. Cuchulainn nodded in agreement. The aggression they displayed yesterday proves that. Taeho stepped forward, silently looking at everyone. Holding the ancient stone in his hand, he seemed ready for the next battle. Everyone's in position. Shall we begin? Unable to wait any longer, Taeho held the ancient stone up into the air. He shouted loudly as if to summon her. Edenmaha, I choose you. Just a few seconds later, Admaha's massive figure appeared. But her face looked incredibly gloomy. She glared at Taeho in annoyance and complained, You completely drained me yesterday, and now you're calling me out again. Unbelievable. Taeho could only offer an awkward smile. Then he hurriedly mounted its body. Because I trust you the most, you were great yesterday. No, you're beautiful. These compliments made Admaha overjoyed inside. Enough already. Do you think I am some little kid who likes being flattered? Seeing her act like that, he just let out a soft sigh, wondering what she had been through. Flashing back to last night, Taeho found it incredibly hard to believe. What? She used to be a goddess. Admaha? Cuchulainn, right beside him, explained, The entire Tuatha Dé Danann tribe were all deities, although with a few exceptions. Most of them have lower divine power than the gods in Asgard. It doesn't mean that divine power can be denied. Taeho still found it hard to believe, but how? She sighed and continued, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems Adama had to surrender to breast to protect something precious. This made his eyes grow even more suspicious. Protect what? That would make her submit to that bastard breast. While Taeho was still reminiscing about the past, Adama's voice called out, Master. Why are you zoning out all of a sudden? If you're ready, let's start. Though quite surprised, he nodded in agreement. All right. The warriors have all gathered. All right, let's get going too. Come on. This should be far enough, right? Well, use this to lure them. Seeing the wooden barrels drop onto the water made Adamaha curious. Barrels? What's inside them? Taeho calmly pulled out the item he had hidden on him. Blood and pork, its bait to attract the sharks. After taking aim, he made these wooden barrels explode. Bright red streaks of blood spread across the water's surface. Seeing the initial step of the plan succeed, Taeho chuckled in amusement. Now for one more thing. He slowly reached his hand forward. Then he gently touched Adamaha's body. Warrior's epic on the female warrior's back. Seeing his action, she was incredibly curious. What's this? Taeho continued explaining his plan. With this new epic, I will make you a temporary Valkyrie of Iden. Your body will be blessed by Iden's grace. All right, now we're truly ready to dive in. Admaha didn't feel eager for the upcoming battle, just sitting and waiting for the prey to fall into our lap. Time passed by until noon, and the sea's surface remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Waves gently lapped against the island in soft murmurs. Perhaps waiting for too long made Admaha extremely bored. Noticing her acting strange, Taeho called out in surprise, Admaha. She jolted and announced, I think they are here. Her body, submerged deep in the water, had sensed something unusual. Exactly as Admaha predicted, a school of shark sea monsters rushed toward this place. Seeing the moment had come, Taeho shouted a warning, Admaha, dive. Startled in surprise, she hurriedly turned her head. Are you crazy? But he was completely sure. It's fine, Ingrid made something that lets us breathe underwater. So, show me what you can do. Hearing Taeho say that made Adamaha even more confident in her abilities. Fine, prepare to be amazed. With that said, she took him and dove deep underwater. The massive swarm of sea monsters was still chasing after the two of them. They acted as if they had gone mad, relentlessly thrashing about. Taeho and Adamaha silently watched the scene unfolding before them. He couldn't help but laugh and praise her in awe. Awesome, Adamaha, you're herding them like a flock of sheep.
Seeing the two fleeing, all the sea monsters immediately gave chase. Unable to wait any longer, Taeho shouted, "All right, now, shoot straight up." He and Adamaha dashed forward at full speed. In just a few seconds, both of them launched themselves into the air. Right behind them were the beasts, still madly in pursuit. Taeho shouted loudly, as if announcing to everyone, "Transform." Adamaha shot him a cold glare. "This time, you'd better do your job properly." A golden beam of light shined straight down on the area while the beasts continued their frenzied chase. Adamaha instantly transformed into a powerful female warrior. This ferocious beast leaped out of the water, intent on swallowing the two of them alive. Before she could react, Taeho grabbed her by the shirt. Right after that, he ruthlessly hurled her straight up into the air. Caught completely off guard, Adamaha yelled out in shock, "What the hell are you doing?" Taeho remained very confident in his actions. "Don't worry, I'll catch you. Go." Time seemed to stand still as an aura of radiant light emanated from his body. Meanwhile, Adamaha was falling straight down. Taeho transformed into a large bird and flew over. He gently caught Adamaha on his back. After flying forward rapidly, he spoke in a comforting voice. "Great job, Adamaha. Now it's the turn of the warriors on the airship." Right at that moment, the flying ship rapidly approached, while the sea monsters thrashed about relentlessly. Everyone on the ship was already in a combat-ready state. Siri pulled back her bowstring with all her might and shouted, "Aim at the targets. On my command, fire your arrows together." Hearing that, all the warriors quickly took their positions. "Ready. Aim." She let out a loud roar. "Fire." The magical arrows hit their marks with deadly precision. Hundreds of different arrows shot straight toward the beasts. Caught off guard, the beasts were struck right in their heads by these arrows. The scene here turned incredibly terrifying. Titan chains held the corpses of these sea monsters securely. Seeing the enemies taken down right before their eyes, they were incredibly overjoyed. Caught them all in one fell swoop, the whole pack. Adamaha stared at the scene in awe. Oh my god, the strategy was a huge success. But the most important one is still out there, right? Taeho nodded without hesitation. Yeah. Though inwardly anxious, he wondered, just how strong will it be? The alpha of this pack. Ingrid stepped forward and reminded everyone it's too early to celebrate over just this. Don't let your guard down. After saying that, she frowned in discomfort. Soon. It's coming here. The alpha leader began to appear in the area. Corpses of the ferocious beasts were still hanging from the airship. Ingrid silently steered the airship forward. Knowing that the upcoming battle would be anything but simple made her expression grow even more serious. Perhaps out of excessive worry, Sven frowned in confusion and asked, "What is it? Is there a problem?" Seeing that she could no longer hide it, Ingrid announced, "The ship is too heavy. It can't move. In this situation, we have no other choice but to stay put and wait for the enemy to attack." With that said, she turned around and looked down at all the warriors waiting there. Ingrid's resolute voice rang out, "Prepare yourselves to face the enemy. We can no longer steer the ship to evade them." Air bubbles started rising from beneath the water's surface. Siri turned her head and shouted, "Starboard side. It's closing in." Just as predicted, the colossal sea monster suddenly burst out of the water. It lunged straight at the ship hovering in midair. Siri turned her head and warned Bracky, "Get back." Faced with the overwhelming power of this alpha sea monster, the warriors couldn't help but scream in fear. In just a few short moments, this sea monster had climbed onto the airship. Under its immense weight, the ship gradually tilted to one side. The terrified warriors frantically screamed, "The ship is tilting. It's because you're too heavy, you brute. We're about to fall into the sea." In this perilous life-or-death situation, a few people had already fallen into the deep sea. The airship was sustaining increasingly severe damage. Under the thrashing of the alpha sea monster, the ship slowly descended until it touched the sea's surface. Even though Ingrid tried her hardest to steer the ship, all her efforts were in vain. The airship continued to wobble dangerously in the air. Suddenly, the alpha sea monster halted its current actions, leaving the warriors puzzled. It stopped. After regaining its balance, it stood up and looked around. Now the truly difficult battle had just begun for everyone. The boss sea monster started generating lightning bolts. They crackled continuously in the air. Bracky saw the situation going bad and quickly shouted a warning, "Everyone, get behind me." At the same time, he ran up to the boss sea monster, ready to fight. He gripped the thunder hammer firmly in his hands. The boss sea monster launched its first attack. Bracky showed no fear and directly countered it. Realizing the clash unfolding before them, the surrounding warriors were amazed. All the lightning is being absorbed into Bracky's hammer. Great job, Bracky. Show what you've got. He decisively raised his hammer high into the air. All right, all-out attack. Let's finish it in one hit. Everyone watched with expectant eyes. But Cucullin wouldn't sit still any longer. It blew out a gust of air that tore the area around the flying ship apart even more. Everyone hurriedly covered their ears because of the deafening sound. Even Taeho and Admaha in the distance couldn't bear it. Everyone covered their ears tightly and screamed in pain. Damn it, my head hurts so much. After dealing damage to everyone, the boss sea monster turned and fled. Taeho realized its plan. It's escaping back to the sea. We can't let it get away.
Siri understood immediately and charged forward. She gripped her divine crossbow tightly in her hands. Right after that, she aimed her infallible witch arrow at the boss sea monster. A long, sturdy chain shot straight forward. The arrow pierced right into the boss sea monster's body. From that previous attack, it was already severely wounded. The chain was pulled even tauter. Siri quickly urged, everyone grab the chain. Everyone lined up and held tightly onto the chain in their hands. The boss monster was still trying to escape deep into the sea. Everyone could only try their best to hold onto this sea monster with the fragile chain. Seeing that the moment had come, Siri shouted out, Now, Taeho, finish it. Hearing the signal, he charged from a distance straight toward the struggling boss sea monster. At this very moment, the fragile chain instantly snapped. Taking advantage of this, the boss sea monster sank deep beneath the surface of the sea. Taeho turned his head and yelled, Let's tail it, Maha. She frowned and looked at him doubtfully. Why am I always the one doing the hard work? Even though she said that, she still transformed into a white dragon and carried Taeho. Both of them dive into the water together. The boss sea monster was severely injured, so the two quickly caught up. Taeho shouted, I won't let it escape. At the same time, he used his Dragon Eyes epic skill. The boss sea monster, also known as Caragol, tried to shoot out a lightning bolt to attack. But Taeho wouldn't give it any more chances to run wild. He used the sword epic, firmly gripping the spearhead in his hands. With Maha's help, Taeho arrived right in front of Caragol. Seeing them blocking its path, it got furious and prepared to attack him. Noticing its movements, Maha hurriedly warned, It's getting ready to shoot lightning. Taeho didn't flinch at all. Don't worry, charge forward. We have a much more powerful lightning bolt. Just as he said, he used the Storm Warrior epic to attack. Time seemed to stand still as the two faced off head-on. The two surges of power gradually clashed in the water, and the silhouettes of Caragol and Maha became increasingly blurred. In just a few brief seconds, Taeho used the dragon's nemesis skill, dashing right through its body. Then he turned back and announced, Done. Activate the spear's effect immediately. The weapon began to shift its structure at Taeho's command. A white light flashed from the spear embedded in Caragol's body. Finally came the critical strike that Taeho had calculated beforehand. Seeing Caragol's body explode made Admaha gasp in disbelief. This move is really strong. And just like that, Taeho defeated Caragol. Still surprised by his own strength, he said, We took it down. She turned her head and reminded him, We took it down, but my poor legs. Please get off me, sitting on me and acting so violently. I thought my damn neck was going to break. Taeho smiled, moving forward to explain, Sorry about that. I'll bandage you up later. She was still quite sulky. What is that supposed to mean? He smiled and gently explained, I'll send you back to the camp to heal up. I don't know if Hedda is there, but Ragnar probably is. Realizing something wasn't right, Taeho's expression changed. The hellhound sea monsters suddenly appeared in this place. Everything happened so fast that he froze. Taeho hurriedly shouted a warning, Dodge quickly, at Denmaha. But it was perhaps too late. Denmaha couldn't react in time. The unexpected situation unfolding before his eyes left him in despair. Why? Why is there a hellhound here? The ferocious hellhound directly attacked Denmaha. Taeho was so worried and terrified that he screamed, Denmaha. Perhaps because she was struck so unexpectedly, her body slowly sank into the deep sea. He quickly dove toward her at top speed. No matter the cost, Taeho had to protect Denmaha. This time, Hellhound shifted its target to Taeho. Seizing the opportunity, it dashed rapidly forward. In just a few brief seconds, it appeared right before his eyes. With no other choice, Taeho had to use his ancient weapon. He cursed angrily. Damn it. Get the hell out of here. Saying that, Taeho gripped his sword and charged at the Hellhound. It showed no fear, opening its mouth wide to bite him. Fortunately, his body was agile, and he managed to dodge in time. Then Taeho poured all his strength into his divine power skill. An incredibly decisive slash struck straight at the Hellhound. Perhaps he had underestimated its strength.
He didn't know when, but it had already appeared behind his back. He flinched in panic and turned his head. Oh no, it moved behind me. Suddenly, Adamaha unexpectedly appeared right there. The power of the ocean has awakened. The water surrounding the hellhound started to undergo a change. Following that, a whirlpool sucked it inside, forcing Taeho to retreat a distance away as well. He turned his head in bewilderment, not yet understanding what was happening. This power, could it be? Adamaha. Seeing her still safe and sound made him breathe a sigh of relief. But her condition still wasn't very good. It hurt so much. It hurts so bad I could pass out, but I can't pass out. Taeho quickly spoke up to comfort her. Aiden's blessing. So she has temporarily become a warrior of Aiden. What a relief. After saying that, he turned to look at the hellhound being swept up by the whirlpool. Not wanting to waste any more time, he moved forward. Now we really have to finish it. Im charging in. Taeho gripped his storm warrior weapon and dashed straight ahead, intending to attack with divine power. After focusing all his strength, an overwhelming power launched straight toward the hellhound. A second later, that power finally collided with a monster. Everything happened so fast that it had no way to dodge in time. The time had come and Taeho made an immediate decision. Activate. Explode. An explosion erupted in the middle of the deep sea. Air bubbles continuously rose to the surface of the water. Catching his eye was a strange crystal fragment. Taeho quickly recognized what this item was. Here it is, a fragment of Garmer. At the same time, he stepped forward and grabbed the crystal fragment. After observing it closely, Taeho's expression gradually turns serious. The time shifts to the evening at the Grand Palace. Inside, the corpses of monsters lie scattered across the ground. Seeing these corpses, some of the citizens gloat, while others are terrified. The warriors joyfully celebrate their recent grand victory. Out on the balcony, Siri steps forward and notes, "It truly is a lavish dinner party, King Sven." He laughs and converses. The disrupted sea route has been restored, and we've opened up the food storage. Noticing Taeho's arrival, everyone immediately pays attention. Sven happily walks over to chat with him. "Warrior of Aiden, please come in." Siri looks at his face, sighs, and thinks, "You're planning to lead the king by the nose again like yesterday. I guess not every story trickles down from the top, huh?" On the contrary, Taeho is reminding himself, "It's not entirely necessary, but today, I prepared a trump card." Having thought this, he immediately lets out a few light coughs. Taeho holds out a gold coin in front of him. "Take it." Sven is extremely surprised. "This is," he explains, "a gold coin of Valhalla." The king finds it incredibly hard to believe. Sven deeply cherishes what he's handed. Heavens, Valhalla. An item from the divine realm. Seeing the two acting so strangely, Taeho coughs a few more times. Then he reveals his plan. "I gave you that gold coin to build a temple for Aiden." Time passes and Sira's voice rings out. "That was truly brilliant. I never expected you to pull a move like that. I heard that back in Anaheim, your reward money was gone before it even warmed your hands." Siri holds the wine bottle and pours a glass for Taeho. Remembering something, she asks curiously, "Just how many gold coins did you bring?" He laughs and asks in return, "How much do you think will be poured into Uller?" After some thought, she sighs and replies, "Are you planning to build an army of millions for Iden's territory?" Truly a one-man army. Iden definitely picked the perfect warrior. At these words of praise, Taeho just smiles and says nothing. He proceeds to drain the glass of wine in his hand. Feeling a refreshing sensation in his body, he lets out a long breath. Remembering something, Taeho's expression immediately turns thoughtful. He thinks of Adamaha's pouting face and mutters to himself, "I wonder if Adamaha is doing okay." But that image is quickly replaced by another. "I miss Hedda so much." Seeing Taeho's expression, Siri grows even more curious. "You look lost in thought. What are you thinking about?" He doesn't hide it and speaks his mind. "Well, Commander Siri has someone to miss too, right? Someone you want to see like Rolf, for instance." Hearing this, she is startled. "Rolf?" "Rolf. Yeah, someone I truly care about. My little brother." Hearing this, Taeho's expression completely changes. "Little brother?" She continues to explain, "He looks exactly like my little brother, so." He suddenly realizes something important. "You're dense. Truly dense." On the other side, Rolf feels his ears burning but doesn't understand why. Very quickly after that, Taeho climbs into bed, getting ready to sleep. His eyes gaze dreamily up at the ceiling. Before falling into a deep sleep, he realizes, "I want to see Hedda so badly. She used to visit me at night during expeditions. The path to Midgard must be too far for her to follow. It must be hard for her too."
Thinking of this, Taeho gradually closes his eyes tightly. From the darkness, a mysterious figure slowly appears. This person walks right up to the side of Taeho's bed. Realizing Taeho is fast asleep, the mysterious person stays silent for a short moment. Then she calls out, "Taeho, you have a visitor." Hearing his name, he abruptly wakes up. Before Taeho's eyes is a completely different space. He still doesn't understand what's happening. He hurriedly looks around the place. This place looks so familiar. Is it because of my dream? From behind, Aiden's clear voice rings out, "Yes, that's right. Since I cannot go directly to Midgard, I had to use a method favored by the gods of Olympus." Seeing the person before him, Taeho hastily kneels down. "I greet you, goddess Eden." She continues speaking. "I heard the war in the mortal realm isn't simple, Taeho." Maha returned severely injured, and Heda was very worried. Hearing her say this, he immediately pays attention. His expression gradually turns anxious. "Is Maha all right?" Eden laughs and answers, "Heda is taking very good care of her. Well, she cried a lot, but it won't leave any scars. She's fine." Taeho breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Wasting no time, Eden moves on to the main topic. Now let's talk about something more serious. I received a report from Valkyrie Ingrid. The gods were completely surprised to learn that a fragment of Garmr was discovered in Midgard. Taeho asks curiously, doesn't Midgard also have remnants of the Great War? She calmly explains to him, it does, but they are quite rare, and only in a few specific areas. So no one expected to find anything there. Hearing this, he is startled. Specific areas? Eden shares her analysis. Tomorrow, Ingrid will explain it to you in more detail, but this expedition will drag on. You will be sent to another continent to continue searching for the fragments of Garmr's soul. This time, you'll have to march with Garmr's fragment, so remember to always be careful and stay prepared. Taeho nods firmly. Yes, Goddess Eden. She claps her hands a few times and chats. We still have a little time left. Perhaps we should go back to talking about something fun. I was quite surprised when so many humans suddenly prayed to my name, and a few even had very strong faith. What kind of trick did you pull? Hearing this, Taeho bursts into laughter as he recalls his every action. Eden continues asking, a temple. He explains to her without hesitation, yes, I think it will be completed soon. The people with strong faith you mentioned must be King Sven, Ub, and the Prophet. Now that the network of power is united, our legion recruiting more warriors is only a matter of time. Hearing Taeho's plan, Eden laughs heartily. I truly chose the right warrior for our legion. Perhaps it's time to choose Heda as my inheriting Valkyrie. When you return from your expedition, remember to look forward to that moment. I'll have a wonderful welcome gift. Hearing this, he anticipates it even more. Thank you, as always, and looking forward to it. I still have a few tricks left to spread the faith. These words surprise Eden. But understanding the intentions of the young man standing before her makes her laugh. She steps closer and gently kisses Taeho on the forehead. My blessings are with you. The scene shifts to the small land of Katern. This place is the most bustling port of the Kalix Sea. Its wealth and prosperity have often attracted enemy nations to invade, and it has endured many fierce battles. Because of this, aside from the sea, the entire mainland area has been besieged by war. In front of the city walls, many citizens are gathered in lines. Their hands are battered and bruised from pounding. But they don't give up and continuously cry for help. Please, let us in. Open the gates. Please have mercy on us. Faced with these pleas, the guards just remain silent and continue doing their jobs. They look down at the citizens who are cursing. Bastards. How can you even call yourselves human? More and more citizens appear below to protest. Perhaps out of despair, one woman among them begs, at least save the child. Please, we beg for your mercy. Seeing this scene, the guard clenches his teeth, not knowing what to do. The commander behind him angrily warns, don't waver. If you can't bear it, don't look down. Look away. Under no circumstances are the gates to be opened. He is the captain of the guards, Bloten. Seeing dark figures from afar, the citizens are terrified. Damn it, they're coming. We're all going to die. The footsteps of the undead start to invade this place. Their eyes have completely lost all reason. Bloten stands up high, observing the whole scene. The undead are swarming here. The undead. Victims of the most terrifying disease, Hellas Curse. If the city gates open, those refugees will flood in like a torrent. In that chaos, the undead would enter the city before anyone else. If bitten or killed by the undead, you'll suffer the exact same curse. Surely some of the refugees are already infected. There are tens of thousands of people in Katern that I have to protect.
I absolutely cannot open the city gates. A refugee hastily points to the distance. Damn it, let's run toward the sea. The undead can't swim. It seems Bloaton also secretly agrees with that idea. Yes, that will at least buy you a chance to live. He commands all his subordinates, prepare for battle. Do not let the undead get near the city walls. Seeing this, the soldiers hurriedly get into position. Their arrows are all aimed outward. The hideous undead begin to swarm toward the city gates. From the sky, something was flying over incredibly fast. A white swan spread its wings, appearing right before everyone's eyes. A soldier hurriedly reported, "Captain, something is approaching from the sky." Bloaton was surprised. Is that a swan? In a flash, the swan flew right in front of him. A blinding golden light forced him to raise his hand to shield his eyes, but Bloaton quickly opened them to see what was happening. Appearing before everyone's eyes was Ingrid's angelic figure. After a brief silence, she suddenly asked, "I am Valkyrie Ingrid. What is your name?" Though very surprised, he replied, "I am Bloaton, Eric's son, Bloaton." She nodded as if understanding. "Bloaton, son of Eric. I order you to open the gates and take in the refugees." These words left him completely stunned, but Ingrid knew what he was going to say. "Don't worry, what you're thinking won't happen." Seeing Ingrid's figure, the people cheered with joy. "It's Valhalla. We're saved. This is great." She turned and pointed into the distance. "Look over there. The leader of the rescue team is none other than..." Following her point, a fluttering flag caught everyone's attention. Taeho's familiar and confident figure appeared. It's Aiden's warrior. The people were in disbelief. Aiden, the goddess of youth? Aiden has a warrior too. Seeing her successful introduction, Ingrid sighed softly. That's enough of an introduction, right? Taeho chuckled, thinking to himself, looks like Ingrid found spreading the faith too tedious, so she said that, though really she just wanted someone to take her place as soon as possible. He gripped his divine sword tightly. Well then, I still have to do my job properly. Riding on Rollo, he raised his sword high, preparing to use his divine sword Epic. Taeho charged swiftly toward the zombies below. Every place his sword slashed through erupted into a massive explosion. Realizing Taeho's power was no joke, the people rejoiced wildly. Long live Iden. Rollo flew up high, allowing him a clear view of everything. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. What's that? On the roof of that ruined building. There was someone there. The zombies seemed to be swarming them from a corner. The female warrior seemed to be struggling against these zombies. Everyone, stay close to me. From a flying ship, everyone jumped down in unison. Everyone, charge. The mighty warriors used their swords to clear out the zombies. Bracky used his hammer to easily push back the monsters. Siri attacked the zombies in close combat, though her speed was a bit slow. The clash between the two sides was incredibly intense. High above, Taeho noticed something wrong. There's something over there in the distance. He rode on Rollo and flew swiftly into the distance. On this side, the female warrior kept reminding them, everyone, hide close behind me. But she seemed to be struggling heavily against the countless monsters. There were even crazed zombies lunging at them while screeching. Left with no choice, Helga hurriedly used her shield to block them. Taking the opportunity, she beheaded the zombie in front of her with her sword. Her speed was incredibly agile, leaving them no time to dodge. But her limited stamina left Helga utterly exhausted. How long can I hold out if no one comes to help? On his end, Taeho was also feeling anxious and urged. It's too far. We have to do whatever it takes to get there fast. Sorry, Rollo. We should have practiced this first, but there's no time. Hearing him say that took the Griffin completely by surprise. Before Rollo could even react, Taeho became the one on the Valkyrie's back. Everything happened so suddenly that he couldn't react. Now he had temporarily become the very first male Valkyrie, Rollo. Understanding his thoughts, Taeho quickly comforted him. It's fine, Rollo. But he was so angry that he burst into tears. With no time to overthink, Taeho continued to urge, if anything happens, the book. Anyway, let's just move. He flew forward like a storm-forged warrior. On this side, Helga couldn't hold on any longer. My sword. It's getting heavier. I can't fight anymore. I don't have an ounce of strength left. At the same time, more zombies appeared and surrounded her. These disgusting monsters lunged, ready to eat Helga alive. In her despair, she could only raise her shield and try to dodge. Her sword hand had started trembling at some point. Helga sighed helplessly, accepting her fate. Is this the end? Just as she thought she was about to meet her maker, a burst of flames appeared. Confused, she hurriedly opened her eyes wide. It turned out a tall, well-built man had appeared right in front of Helga. With a gentle wave of his hand, Taeho easily wiped out the zombies. His strong back left Helga in complete awe. Her face instantly flushed in front of this silent hero. His eyes remained fierce as he glared at the grotesque zombies. Helga was bewildered, asking herself, "He just swooped down from the sky. Is he a god?" Her face visibly turned bright red. Remembering something, Taeho turned his head to check. "Is everyone all right? Is anyone hurt?" She hurriedly replied, "We're fine." He pointed at the griffin and instructed, "Climb onto that griffin. It'll take you all to the city walls. Go, Rolo." Hearing him, Helga was greatly surprised. "What about you, warrior?" Taeho calmly introduced himself. "I am the warrior of Iden." She was still dazed. "No, I mean, aren't you coming with us?" Realizing what she meant, he chuckled and answered, "Don't worry about me. Nothing will happen. I have Iden's blessing." His confident words made Helga blush shyly. Taeho continued to urge them on. "Go." Rollo slowly flew up into the air. Before leaving, she didn't forget to call out, "We'll wait for you on the wall, warrior of Iden." He didn't reply, simply raising his hand in a gentle wave. Taeho then watched their figures as they departed the area. Remembering something, he turned back around. "And now, let's clear a path straight to the wall from here." Zombies were already swarming around Taeho. The refugees, witnessing the miracles of the Valkyries and Valhalla's warriors, entered the city in an orderly fashion without any incidents. The battle ended sooner than expected. The undead were countless, but they only charged blindly, and they were no warriors. Above all, their opponents were intermediate warriors of Valhalla, and a single intermediate warrior possessed the strength of a fully armed 100-man battalion from Midgard. Taeho suddenly appeared at the location, calling out anxiously, "Commander Siri." She was surprised, Taeho. He approached and asked, "Are you all right?" She laughed and replied, "Someone went missing, so things got quite hectic over here, but I'm fine." He scratched his head sheepishly and suggested, "Thank you. Commander Siri is always so reliable. I'll head out first to check on Rolo." She nodded in agreement without hesitation. "All right." The soldiers on the wall continuously cheered, "Iden's warrior. Iden's warrior is here." Seeing everyone praising him made Taeho incredibly ecstatic. He reminded himself, "No, I need to maintain my image." He then leaped straight up high onto the city wall. This left the soldiers even more stunned. He jumped right up the wall in one go. Taeho walked over to Helga, who was waiting there. Their eyes met and the atmosphere seemed to freeze. He chuckled and spoke, "Looks like everyone is safe." Helga bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, warrior of Iden. My name is Helga, daughter of Ivar. These are my younger siblings, Gudmund, Gudrick, and Eric." The soldiers behind them overheard the conversation and were startled. "Ivar. They're King Ivar's children. So that girl is Princess Helga. She's truly as beautiful as the rumors say." Taeho silently realized, "A princess, huh? Let's see." His eyes lit up as if wanting to verify what they were saying. Information popped up. Princess Helga, female general of the Kingdom of Cateron, daughter of King Ivar. Taeho was extremely surprised. It's true. She's not just a daughter of a wealthy family, she's royalty. But the Kingdom of Cateron has a close relationship with this Cateran territory, right? King Ivar focuses on military power, so he frequently causes trouble with neighboring countries. Commander Siri told me that before we came here. As expected of royalty, which means the faith of Iden. I might be able to make Iden the official religion of this country. Once again, Taeho's willpower was overwhelmed by his illusions, and she felt it too. Helga blushed, not daring to look at Taeho, her heart about to burst. Ivan's warrior. Time skipped to late evening inside the castle. Everyone had gathered inside the meeting room. Sitting in the center was Kettle, the king of Cateran. He stroked his beard and slowly spoke. "Right, what wind brings the princess of Cateran here?" Though surprised, Helga explained, "My father ran into trouble during his expedition, so my younger siblings and I had to flee. There seems to be a plague originating from the forest near Cateran." Kettle immediately frowned, grasping the situation. "So you're saying Cateran is the source of the plague? This complicates things." He smiled smugly, thinking to himself, "Serves you right. This is our chance, and we even have the successors right in our hands. This is a once-in-a-millennium stroke of luck." And just like the rumors said, she is absolutely gorgeous. I will cherish her with all my heart. Helga nervously covered her chest, suddenly feeling a chill. King Kettle was fantasizing about her body under those clothes. Taeho, watching from afar, noticed his demeanor. I don't even need my dragon's eye to know what he's thinking. It's written all over his face. At that moment, Ingrid suddenly spoke up. Lady Helga, where is King Ivar's army? We must eradicate the source of the plague, and joining forces with them is the best way. She turned around and shared what she knew. By now my father must have heard the news. Hela's curse is incredibly dangerous, and I believe he will return to deal with it. Sitting to the side, Bloten figured it out. Joining forces with King Ivar's army means we'll have to cut straight through the infected zone. Ingrid seemed to read his thoughts. We have a flying vessel, a ship blessed by goddess Idun. Crossing the infected zone won't be an issue. Taeho chuckled and turned around to instruct her. Helga, you and your siblings will come with us. Get ready. Hearing this made Kettle furious. That's not fair. Reading the old man's mind, he turned around and glared fiercely. Got a problem with that? Although extremely resentful, Kettle couldn't do a thing against him. Seeing Taeho protect her made Helga incredibly happy. She gave a soft, warm smile and replied, "Thank you." Soon, all the mighty warriors boarded the flying ship. Before leaving, Ingrid made sure to remind him, King Kettle, take good care of the refugees. After all, both you and they are people of Midgard. Despite his bitter frustration, he nodded in agreement. Fine, I understand. Seeking the root of the plague, the Valhalla warriors left Kattern and headed for Katteren. Aboard the flying ship, the three children gazed far into the distance. Their faces were filled with joy, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Off to the side, Helga chatted happily with Ciri. Shortly after, all three children fell fast asleep. Ciri gently approached and covered them with a blanket. She moved very carefully, as if afraid of waking them up. After putting the kids to bed, Ciri turned toward the ship's railing. She walked over to where Helga was standing. Suddenly, Ciri asked, "Is something on your mind?" Startled, she turned around. Lady Ciri. I'm worried about the people left behind in Kattern. When you think about it, we abandoned merely 1,000 people just to escape. She sighed and gently comforted her. Even if the reason was to avoid being taken hostage, it's completely understandable. Just then, Bracky walked over to join the conversation. It's fine. Even if you and your siblings had stayed, how much could you have really helped? I'm a noble too, you know. People would just say, so a princess suffers just like the commoners, and that's it. It's much better to end this situation quickly and bring the people home. And thanks to that, you and the other princes and princesses didn't become hostages. To King Kettle, those refugees are a huge nuisance. Hell release them the moment this is over. Ciri was surprised to hear him speak like that. You're quite articulate. I never thought you'd be so talkative. And a prince too. That doesn't suit you at all. Bracky chuckled and explained, not a prince, just a lowly royal son-in-law. My wife is a princess. I hope she's doing well. Helga was deeply moved by everyone's comforting words. Thank you for your advice. By the way, are you two also warriors of Idun? Hearing this, the two immediately glanced at each other. Then they burst into loud laughter, making her undeniably curious. Laughter echoed across the flying ship, and it seemed everyone felt a bit more at ease. Time passed until the next morning at Ivar's encampment. This man was the son of Grim, the king of Katteren. Ivar suddenly spoke up. I, Ivar, son of Grim, greet the warriors of Valhalla. Ingrid stepped forward to introduce herself. I am Valkyrie Ingrid. Thank you for your hospitality. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. He nodded in agreement without hesitation. All right. I heard Hela's curse was spreading and immediately ordered my troops back. I set up camp here, overlooking the city where the plague started. She nodded and shared her findings. The fever causing the curse doesn't spread easily. As long as we can stop the undead attacks, we'll sort this out quickly. The plan is simple. Join King Ivar's army to assault the city and lay those undead back to rest. Upon hearing this plan, the warriors were quite surprised. What caught their eyes was a flag fluttering high in the air. Taeho rode fiercely on Rollo's back. While he was still enjoying the thrill, Ingrid asked, "Shall we begin?" He quickly gave an awkward smile. Yeah. She glanced to the side and continued, Good then. For Asgard, for the 9 realms. All the warriors roared in unison, for Asgard and the 9 realms. At the same time, Ivar's side had finished rallying their troops. All the warriors followed Taeho, ready for battle. After observing the area closely, he suddenly spoke to Cuchulainn. From up here, we can see every movement clearly. King Ivar is commanding his troops very well. This city sits next to a large river flowing into the sea with all 4 sides wide open. This location is great for expanding territory, but tough to attack. Instead of launching a full encirclement, well advance from the southwest and drive the undead into the pine forest. Unable to wait any longer, Ingrid charged forward. Well clear the path. Advance. All the warriors followed closely behind her, They quickly attacked the undead that were invading the area. Seeing the momentum on Ingrid's side, Ivar wasn't about to be outdone. Don't let a single one slip by. Drive them all out of the city. The soldiers immediately ready their weapons, pushing the undead back. As the two sides clash, lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. The warriors were extremely alarmed. The dark clouds are suddenly gathering like this. That means
It's Stragos, and there are vampires too. Suddenly, a zombie let out a loud, guttural roar. The rest of the undead hurriedly turned and fled, leaving everyone bewildered. Ivar instantly ordered the surrounding soldiers. They're escaping. Herd them all toward the forest. Taeho stood high above, observing the entire battle unfold. Everything was going so smoothly that he couldn't help but laugh. Perfect. Everything is going exactly as planned. Now let's head to the forest and finish them off. Realizing something was wrong, he flinched. Kuchulin. That's the pine forest, right? When we saw it earlier, it was obviously much farther away. Kuchulin seemed to realize the abnormality of the situation. This is impossible. The entire forest. They look like individual living entities. They are moving into the city. From afar, these mysterious creatures were gradually advancing deep into the city, filling everyone with dread. Grasping the situation before him, Ivar trembled in fear. We've fought countless enemies, but what do we do against a forest with a mind of its own? Fall back, retreat, get back inside the city. Following the king's orders, everyone retreated behind the city walls. From a distance, the mysterious creatures kept surging forward relentlessly. On this side, the Valhalla warriors fought on with unrelenting ferocity. Bracky laughed in surprise, calling out, "What's this?" Did everyone spontaneously come up with the same grand idea? The guy next to him laughed and replied, "Can't be helped. At times like this, we have to step up. It's time to make history." Wasting no time, Ingrid immediately gave the order. "Warriors of Valhalla, charge. Don't let those forest creatures reach the city." Her words fueled the warriors' resolve, spurring them into endless attacks. They acted with great discipline, even reminding each other, "Split our forces here. Let's go. Let's see what these new epics can do." And going in first. "I got a new epic too." "You do. Me too." Wiping them out, the forest creatures were slowly being pushed back. The soldiers inside the city watched the scene in awe. Good heavens, those forest creatures are getting torn to shreds. I've never seen anything like this. It feels like a dream. Ivar couldn't help but marvel and praise them. Incredible. So this is the true strength of Valhalla's warriors. Taeho seems swept up by everyone's spirit. I can't just stand by and watch. Admaha, let's roll out. Right after his words, the massive silhouette of the white dragon suddenly appeared. But perhaps caught off guard, she accidentally crashed to the ground. Still reeling from the pain, Admaha glared around the area. What's going on here? From above, Taeho called out loudly, "Admaha." She looked up in a daze. "Master?" He ordered her without hesitation, "Roll out." His decisive words caught Admaha completely off guard. What? The soldiers were completely stunned when they saw the giant white dragon before their eyes. What is that thing? What's going on? Why is there a sea monster here? Even though she was furious, Admaha couldn't do anything else, expressing her dissatisfaction. Unfair. Seriously, this is so unfair. Ingrid flew into the air and approached Taeho. She immediately called out to get his attention. "Taeho, Garmer's soul fragment is somewhere in this forest. We have to find and retrieve it." Hearing this, he immediately used his eyes that see through the world. Taeho continued describing what he was seeing. "I see something not far from here. That energy. Just as I thought, it's Garmer's soul fragment. It'll lead the way." He rode on Rolo and flew rapidly forward. Remembering something, Taeho suddenly called out, "Admaha." She hurriedly looked up at him. "Yes?" He waved his hand and ordered, "Get on my back, I need your help with something." She obediently followed his command, using her body to leap into the air. Then she transformed into a female warrior and sat on Taeho's back. She suddenly called out, "Master." He curiously turned his head. Admaha asked in surprise, "Our goal is to stop those forest trees, right?" He nodded in confirmation. "Right? So what?" This time, looking very puzzled, she shared her thought. "If we use that river to flood the forest, we can stop their evolution." "Would using river water instead of seawater even work?" Taeho explained. "That river connects to the sea." Admaha instantly regained her spirit. "Then let's go." Power of the ocean. From the surface of the sea, massive waves began to swell up. The seawater gradually engulfed the entire area. A giant tsunami struck so suddenly, throwing the whole place into utter chaos. In just a few short minutes, the area was completely swallowed by seawater.
Seeing the effectiveness of this method, Taiho laughed excitedly. The edge of the forest is getting wiped out. You're absolutely amazing, added Maha.
Faced with these praises, she had no energy left to reply, tired. So tired. Can I rest for a bit?
Taiho noticed her current exhaustion and hurriedly suggested, I'm sorry, Adenmaha. Since you're already helping, let's finish the job. Just hold on a little longer. Seeing him drain her energy like this, she could only whine, you're so mean. Afterwards, Adenmaha continued using her body to block the sentient trees. Meanwhile, Taiho and Ingrid flew towards a massive ancient tree. Behind them, Adenmaha was already holding back the trees for him. Realizing he was getting closer and closer to the giant tree, he hurriedly spoke up. There it is. That red tree. It must be the one controlling the forest. Sensing their intentions, the giant tree immediately attacked with its branches.
Seeing this, Rollo hurriedly carried Taiho, desperately trying to dodge. The roots were getting faster and faster, making it incredibly difficult for the two of them. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, he quickly suggested, we can't approach it from the air, we have to land. Siri immediately transformed into her spirit beast form and leaped to the ground. She didn't forget to look up and signal, this way, Taiho, get on my back. Seeing Siri chasing after him surprised him immensely. Above all, he felt incredibly lucky to have everyone's help. Commander Siri, you came at the perfect time. Fall back, Rollo. Taiho jumped down straight from the sky. He held tightly onto Siri's body, and she warned him as she dashed forward. We're going at top speed. Very quickly, the two of them got right up close to the millennium-old tree. Seizing the moment, Taiho used his cold wolf sword's battle aura. Siri understood his intention perfectly, closing the gap between them and the giant tree even further. At the same time, Taiho decisively raised the sword in his hand. He delivered a powerful direct slash at the massive demonic tree. In just a few short seconds, the giant tree split open, clearing a new path. Unable to hide his joy, he laughed and announced, all right, I've sliced it in half. The enormous tree was now reduced to just a stump, its massive trunk crashing heavily onto the ground. A sudden burst of purple light radiated from the tree's roots. Siri carried Taiho closer. He was incredibly curious. Just like last time. Is Garmer's soul inside a weapon fragment? Right at that moment, Ingrid abruptly flew down from above. She shifted into her human form. Then she gracefully jumped down to where that mystical light was emitting from. As usual, a giant hellhound appeared right behind her. Taiho hurriedly shouted a warning, Ingrid, watch out. Garmer's soul form is right behind you. But she remained completely calm, picking up the crystal fragment in her hand. It seemed the hellhound couldn't keep its composure any longer. It rushed madly at Ingrid's back, intending to tear her to pieces. Seeing that Ingrid still hadn't reacted, Taiho yelled another warning, Ingrid. Standing high above, Breeze silently observed everything. His expression became indescribably cold. The battle outside was still raging on, but he just stood there silently, watching. Over here, Taiho screamed a warning, Ingrid. The ferocious hellhound lunged from behind Ingrid. She calmly used her divine power, even sealing the crystal fragment right in her hand. Before the hellhound could even touch her, its body gradually began to dissipate. A golden light illuminated the entire space, leaving Taiho dumbfounded. He quickly grasped the situation before him. Garmer's soul fragment is dissolving and fading away. Awesome. Ingrid gently stored the crystal fragment in a box and praised him. Great job, Taiho. It seems everything is wrapped up here. Seeing the victory before their eyes, everyone cheered joyfully. The forest has stopped attacking. Hooray for the warriors of Valhalla. Ivor couldn't help but laugh in amusement. What a crazy battle. Are these really the warriors of Valhalla I've always admired? In the face of this great victory, everyone was absolutely ecstatic. Taiho glanced over at Siri, while only Admaha was still sulking over what she had just gone through. Witnessing the battle that just unfolded, Brez chuckled. This is it. Now is the time. When they are busy resting on their laurels, right when their guard is down. Go, take their lives. Suddenly, Ingrid's sword gradually vanished. Hundreds of thousands of blows struck straight in one direction. Everything happened incredibly fast. Taiho and Siri froze completely at the sight of this. He hurriedly reacted. What just happened? Was that lightning? The thick smoke and dust gradually cleared from the area. Looking at the scene before him filled Taiho with despair. He frantically yelled out, Ingrid. She was lying motionless on the ground. Before his eyes was the figure of Balzac, who was standing coldly right in the center. Unable to stand still any longer, Taiho rushed forward. Ingrid, get out of there now. Next, he activated his battle aura, readying his cold wolf sword to fight back.
Seeing someone interfere in the battle, Balzac looked extremely annoyed. He coldly placed his hand on the ground, summoning a giant green snake. Taking advantage of Taeho's momentary lapse in attention, it attacked him directly. Fortunately, his reflexes were incredibly sharp, allowing him to dodge the snake. It seemed the green snake wasn't willing to let him go and continued its assault. Left with no other choice, Taeho had to use his sword to block the giant green snake. Its strength was no ordinary matter, making even him shudder. What kind of power is this? At this moment, Siri, off to the side, finally reacted in time. Taeho.
The warriors of Valhalla also rushed over in a hurry. Ingrid. Who are you? I'll kill you. Seeing Ingrid's trembling body, Balzac was surprised she was still clinging to life. He remembered Brest's orders to surprise attack their key female warrior, leaving the rest as just a disorganized motley crew. He turned his head to look at the warriors rushing into battle for Valhalla. Balzac's gaze quickly changed. Sensing his murderous intent, Cuchulainn hurriedly warned, Taeho, close your eyes, don't look at him. But Balzac's movements were far too agile. He used his eyes to stare right at him, and he felt an overwhelming discomfort wash over his body. All the warriors around the area sensed something was terribly wrong. Even Siri couldn't endure it any longer. Seeing her collapse to the ground, Taeho anxiously called out, Commander Siri. The warriors' bodies trembled as they fell. What's happening? I can't move, my body is paralyzed. Suddenly, he turned his head to watch Balzac's movements. The man gradually transformed into a monster, simultaneously recalling Brest's strict orders to ensure he claimed the head of that first female warrior. With that thought, he leaped high into the air. Right after, Balzac raised his earth-shattering fist. Realizing his intention, Taeho rushed forward to stop him. They're targeting Ingrid again, but I won't make it in time. What do I do? While he was still in despair, the monster coldly struck out at Ingrid. Left with no other choice, he used his own body to shield her. He didn't hesitate at all, pulling her body into a tight embrace. From above, Balzac began his assault, and Taeho squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for what was to come. Unable to sit still any longer, Adin Mahal lunged forward to intervene. Seriously, give me a break. Sensing that something was off, Balzac flinched and turned his head. Adin Mahal used her massive body to try and block him. Taking advantage of his distraction, she slammed her tail fiercely into his body. Just like that, he crashed heavily into the ground below. Thick dust and smoke clouded the entire area as Taeho turned his head and called out, Adin Mahal. The warriors also gradually regained their composure. I can move now. My body isn't stiff anymore. Siri sat quietly on the ground, panting heavily, the events of moments ago still vivid in her mind. Taeho hurriedly grabbed the ancient stone and commanded, Adin Mahal, return at once. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and warn him. Be careful. After being slammed into the ground, Balzac looked incredibly agitated. He was furious that someone kept interfering with his plans this time. Very quickly, he realized that his opponent this time was none other than Taeho. At the same time, Brachy turned around and instructed Haravel, take care of Ingrid. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement, understood. Knowing that his opponent this time wouldn't be easy made Taeho anxious. I've only seen his name, but he is a true powerhouse. But he also knew full well that Balzac's power was far from ordinary. Taeho unconsciously recalled he isn't as terrifying as before. He frowned, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. From high above, Brez was still observing everything. Witnessing what Taeho had done only fueled his rage. They didn't just take Skada's life, they even stole my Adin Mahal, those bastards. Don't let them escape. Balzac, slaughter every last one of them for me. At this moment, Balzac slowly advanced, making everyone even more vigilant. His gaze was exceptionally cold, as if he wanted to devour everyone alive. Amidst the tense situation, Taeho still tried his best to stay perfectly calm. Brez stood up high, silently observing everything. When I realized I had lost Scott Hawk and that Adin Mahal was stolen away, I was furious. Even so, I couldn't act rashly. I hid myself, enduring and waiting for the right moment, and the opportunity came sooner than I expected. A soul fragment of Garm. I will decide to use it to my advantage. With the vacant spot in the 5 fingers after Herod's death, the giants were boiling with ambition for that position, so I made a deal with them. The soul fragments of Garm that even Herod, the strongest of the giant race, couldn't obtain. If they just snatch 2 fragments, they can easily squeeze into the ranks of the 5 fingers. The first giant to accept my deal was Balzac, become my sword and fight. In the midst of the battle, Balzac silently stared at the crowd. Taeho and the warriors were ready for the next round.
On this side, Haravel and the other warriors were taking Ingrid back to be treated. He anxiously glanced at her as she was still clinging to life. Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this. We need to hurry to a safe place. Right at that moment, the Fomorians suddenly blocked their path.
Seeing this, the warriors screamed in despair. Fomorians, why are they here? Damn it.
Seeing no other way, the remaining warriors immediately charged forward. Carve a bloody path. After a moment of silence, Balzac coldly ordered, "You bastards, hand over the Valkyrie, and the soul fragment of Garm he's holding too. If you know what's good for you, it'll at least grant you an intact corpse." Actually, the warriors were completely unfazed by these threats. Stop joking around, there are no cowards among the warriors of Valhalla. From behind, Ciri fired an arrow straight at him, without anyone noticing when Taeho appeared right behind Balzac. Noticing his speed, even the monster was surprised and thought, this guy is really fast. But when he poured all his strength into the attack, Balzac easily ducked to dodge it.
Realizing this battle wouldn't be simple, frustrated Taeho.
He dodged that strike. He's way too fast for such a bulky body. All around, the warriors charged in unison. Die. At that exact moment, Balzac viciously lashed out with his snake tail. Before they could even react, they were sent flying far away by the tail whip. Even Bracky was left in agonizing pain from this tail. The warriors crashed heavily into the ground, and seizing the opportunity, Balzac immediately leaped forward. He flawlessly evaded everyone's attack. This made the battle even more difficult. Damn it, that bastard. Balzac's gaze remained freezing cold as he raised his head to look ahead. His eyes burned red. He was probably planning to use the same skill from earlier. Seeing the bad situation, Taeho hurriedly warned everyone, "Cover your eyes."
Thanks to his timely warning, the monster's skill was rendered useless.
Everyone burst out laughing in sheer triumph. Great job, Taeho. Thanks. Balzac grew annoyed, realizing the group had gotten smarter. It seems that trick won't work anymore. From behind, Ciri shouted a reminder. His movements are too fast. It'll buy some time. Everyone seized the moment to attack. Everyone stared blankly and turned to look at her. Buy time? How are you planning to do that? Ciri didn't waste any words and took action immediately. Watch this. My epic awakened from Midgard. She gradually transformed into a stunning beauty as she unleashed her noble and exquisite epic, Poisonous Flower of War. This sight left Balzac completely frozen. Even Taeho's group was left dumbfounded by the scene. Ciri hurriedly turned her head and scolded them. "You idiots, hurry up and attack."
Hearing this, the group hastily charged toward Balzac.
Bracky raised his hammer, unleashing the descent of the Thunder God's son. The guy next to him also used all his might to unleash the sea monster's slaying strike. Following that was the twin fists cleaving the heavens from the middle-aged man. With just one strike, he easily sliced off the green snake's head. Caught off guard, Balzac was also ambushed by everyone. Bracky immediately gritted his teeth and brought his hammer down with all his might. A powerful surge of electricity shot straight into Balzac's body. A continuous barrage of powerful attacks left him completely unable to react. And just like that, he was blasted far away while everyone watched in silence. As the last one to deal damage, Taeho leaped into the air.
He wanted to take advantage of Balzac's distraction to attack. This time, it was another terrifying bolt of lightning. The lightning struck down directly onto Balzac's body, completely shattering the ground in the area. The scene became incredibly terrifying. Taeho put all his strength into executing that last move, but his expression didn't look much better. It turned out that in the critical moment, Balzac managed to dodge. Even the green snake appeared from behind him out of nowhere. With no other choice, Taeho quickly jumped into the air to dodge. With the help of the green snake, Balzac immediately sat up and regained his composure. The surrounding warriors were incredibly shocked. What? The tail was chopped off, but the wound has healed completely. Realizing that these people were not simple, Balzac stood up in annoyance. The pink-haired guy asked himself, "No way, this is surreal. Is it because our divine power isn't strong enough?" Bracky still refused to give up and reminded everyone, before it can regenerate, let's crush it to pieces. But Balzac couldn't sit still any longer. He charged straight ahead. Then he coldly raised his leg to attack. With just one strike from him, the warriors were knocked back. The pink-haired guy turned his head in surprise to look at his comrades. In the blink of an eye, Balzac appeared behind him again. The pink-haired guy was about to step forward to fight when he suddenly realized the situation had changed. Damn it, where did it go? Instantly, his head was slammed hard into the ground by the guy. Unable to sit still any longer, Bracky charged straight at him.
Unfortunately, he managed to block it in time. Balzac even generously countered with an attack of his own. This punch was so powerful that it made Bracky scream in pain. Obviously, he was no match for this terrifying monster either. Feeling it wasn't enough, he continued to throw brutal punches. Bracky's entire body became like a punching bag for Balzac to endlessly vent his anger. Unable to watch any longer, Taeho gripped his sword, rushed forward, and shouted, "Stop." Facing this attack full of openings, he easily dodged to the side. He stepped back to keep a safe distance. At the same time, Balzac's whole body was crashing down to the ground. Even though the opponent was very strong, Taeho wasn't afraid at all. "Now it's my turn, Balzac." Around here, only Taeho was left standing to face Balzac. The pink-haired guy had collapsed on the ground. Everyone's current state was incredibly tragic. Even Bracky couldn't hold on any longer. Taeho stood there, tightly gripping his weapon as he faced Balzac. Facing him as an opponent, the guy showed a bit of disdain. He, on the other hand, was silently observing his every move. Not wasting any more time, Balzac directly threw hundreds of powerful punches. Despite that, Taeho still looked for an opening to get closer. In just a few short seconds, he closed the distance between them. When the tip of Taeho's sword almost touched Balzac's body, he stood completely still without moving. But he managed to control the green snake just in time to block the sword. The green snake was even waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. Just as it was about to swallow Taeho alive, an arrow immediately shot straight into its head. Without saying a word, he knew who had helped him. "Commander Siri, thank you." She was also aware that the current situation was extremely dangerous. "He's much faster than us. We have to coordinate our attacks, Taeho." It seemed he also agreed with this idea, understood. He was still standing there, waiting to see what would happen. Right after that, Taeho quickly ran backward. He frantically ran towards Siri, leaving Balzac confused. With no other choice, she had to use her wolf transformation. Taeho immediately mounted her back and charged forward. He didn't even forget to give him a heads up. "We're going all out. Let's see how you block this." At the same time, he recalled every move he had used, after draining all of his energy fighting the Kraken. "I can't use Gay Bolg, so I'll channel all my divine power into the sword and stab him right in the neck." Realizing something wasn't right, Balzac was surprised. He really has a fierce aura. But it's useless. Naturally, he wasn't going to back down either. Siri silently observed his every move. Time seemed to stand still as Taeho continued to face off against Balzac. Just a few seconds later, he completely disappeared from his sight. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't react in time. From behind, Taeho raised his sword high. Balzac sensed something was wrong. His eyes lit up as if he had made a firm resolution. Taeho aimed for the head right in front of him. Of course, Balzac reacted incredibly fast, turning his head to look back. He put all his strength into this next strike. It was the green snake again, lunging forward to find an opportunity to block it. It used its mouth to bite down on Taeho's terrifying power. Because of that, its body was instantly sliced in two. This power even caught Balzac off guard. Now nothing could stop him anymore. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Balzac frowned. After so much effort, Taeho finally managed to slash right through Balzac's body. He didn't dare to give himself a moment to rest. Balzac just stood there thinking he could block it. The next second, both of his arms fell off one after the other. Even his head began to bleed. Panting exhaustedly, Taeho turned his head to look back. Knowing he had failed filled him with despair. Damn it, it didn't cut all the way through. Suddenly, Cucullin warned him, "Get out of the way, Taeho." Out of nowhere, Balzac appeared behind his back to launch a sneak attack. At the critical moment, Siri transformed into her spirit beast form and pinned him down. Unfortunately, she was thrown far away by Balzac. Taeho desperately squeezed his eyes shut, waiting to see what he would do. His massive body just charged straight at him. Balzac forcefully pinned Taeho down to the ground. Perhaps due to the intense pain, he tried to fight back but failed. Finally, he passed out on the cold ground. Balzac breathed a sigh of relief. He reminded himself, to prevent future trouble, I must make sure to finish this guy off properly. Thinking of this, he bent down, ready to act. Balzac's face had morphed into a disgusting monster. Cucullin hurriedly called out, "Taeho, wake up." His entire body was still trembling. Even though he tried, he couldn't stand up. "I can't move. Is this as far as I can go? Should I wait and hold on to the hope that the gods will grant another miracle?" While Taeho was still lost in his own thoughts, Balzac leaped into the air. His entire body was covered in disgusting snakes, and his intention was all too clear. Balzac couldn't wait any longer. He just wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. His hands clenched tight, filled with hatred. Taeho was still trying to resist with his trembling body. It was too late. Balzac put all of his strength into a strike with his left hand. In the critical moment, he gradually regained his composure.
He lifted his head to face him directly. This time, I'll create a miracle myself. Even though Taeho knew that facing the monster in front of him was incredibly difficult. A massive explosion occurred, causing the warriors to slowly wake up. They were still bewildered and confused. What was that explosion? What just happened? The soldiers watching from afar were also astonished by the battle. Their faces were filled with absolute terror. What the hell was that thing? Are the warriors okay? Helba could only pray to the gods and worry, warrior of Eden. Thick smoke and dust filled the air and flames engulfed everything around them. Balzac supported himself with one hand against the ground. Then he slowly stood back up. Since when had Taeho been standing right behind him? Encountering this for the first time, Balzac was caught completely off guard. It was unbelievable. Cuchulainn felt a surge of excitement as well. Taeho, that guy. Before the monster could even react, Taeho appeared right next to him. Growing even more thrilled, Cuchulainn wondered, just what kind of restriction did he use? Is it a geas? Taeho's expression had completely changed. Cuchulainn knew very well that a geas was a double-edged sword. To gain transcendent power, one had to bear tremendous pressure. Taeho. He just created a new geas for the first time since the fall of Eru. But what exactly did he swear? Is that power enough to defeat the giant in front of him? Facing a formidable opponent like Balzac, Taeho observed him in silence. He knew his current limits perfectly well. The geas dramatically amplifies my divine power, but only for a brief moment. In return, I accepted a penalty that prevents me from using it for half a month. Cuchulainn was incredibly baffled by his decision. A geas that works on a conditional exchange? I've never even heard of such a thing. How did you come up with that? Taeho didn't answer. He simply clenched his fist in silence and thought, there's a reason I limited the power gained from the geas solely to boosting my resistance. I might still not be on his level, but for now, this is enough. Let me see the world through Ragnar's eyes with this mythic rank epic. The radiant light bursting from Taeho's body left Balzac frozen in place. By the time he snapped out of it, Taeho was already clad in gleaming armor. He had activated the mythic epic Warrior of Iden. Taeho's gaze was completely different now as he stared down his opponent. Knowing this battle wouldn't be easy, Balzac also transformed. He turned into a massive beast to confront Taeho. Wasting no time, Balzac immediately lunged forward to seize the upper hand. Taeho didn't rush. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, the image of Eden appeared before him. My warrior Taeho. With that thought, he slowly opened his eyes. Facing Balzac's earth-shattering punch, he showed no fear at all. In just a fleeting moment, he completely severed the monster's arm. Everything happened so fast that Balzac whipped his head around in shock. Taeho leaped back to keep a safe distance while Balzac reeled in astonishment. Even his body had been sliced open, making him scream in agony. Despite this, Taeho didn't lower his guard. I knew it. He's instantly regenerating. I have to deal enough damage to permanently stop his healing, and to pull that off. He continued by materializing his combat epic, a flaming spear, in his hand. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Can a weapon this massive strike fast enough? Not unless someone paves the way. While Taeho was still contemplating, Braki suddenly roared for Thor. With that, he poured all his strength into an attack on Balzac. He even hurled his beloved hammer straight at the enemy. But the monster simply tilted his head and easily dodged it. Seizing the opening, Taeho charged forward with his flaming spear. His eyes brimmed with hope as he readied his skill. This is my chance. Refusing to give up, Balzac instantly manipulated his two eyes. He emitted a domineering presence that was nearly impossible to resist. Taeho froze on the spot for a split second. A paralysis skill? Damn it, I forgot about that. While he was still struggling, Ciri slowly stood up from behind. It was her signature, overpowering skill, the epic, a beautiful and noble flower blooming on the battlefield. An aura radiated from Ciri, completely overwhelming Balzac's presence. The monster couldn't react in time to this sudden shift. His gaze slowly changed as he looked at Ciri. She had done an outstanding job of interrupting him. Seeing everyone support him like this, Taeho felt deeply moved. Thank you, everyone. Once again, he dashed forward, thrusting the flaming spear in his hand. In that brief moment of distraction, Balzac had given Taeho the perfect opening. Now, absolutely nothing could stop him from fighting on.
The glorious moment arrived as he drove his flaming spear straight through Balzac's body. Feeling it wasn't enough, he silently channeled his energy and activated his divine power. It was a fatal blow. Taeho intended to obliterate Balzac at all costs. The monster was no longer a match for him. Balzac's entire body was blown backward by Taeho, completely shattering the ground beneath them. From a distance, the soldiers witnessed this utterly terrifying battle. Having likely exhausted too much energy, Taeho panted heavily in pure exhaustion. The surrounding warriors hastily ran over. "Taeho, are you okay?" He let out a chuckle and told everyone, "I think we won." Unable to hold on any longer, his body slowly collapsed to the ground. Everyone rushed over in a panic. Taeho.
Sometime later, Cuchulainn looked at him intently. Seeing Taeho awake, he remarked in surprise, "You're finally awake, huh? The sun's practically gone to bed by now. Princess Helva dropped by to check on you. 4 times, in fact, while you were out cold." Confused, Taeho asked, "Helda? What's going on?" Cuchulainn sighed and explained, "For the banquet, obviously. What did you expect? The key people were all unconscious, not to mention the plague and the aftermath of the battle that still need to be handled." Taeho still couldn't quite believe what had happened. "The battle. Is it really over?" Cuchulainn nodded in confirmation. "Our side won. With the Fomorians showing up like this, it's highly likely Brez is pulling the strings. But those guys are just as cunning as their master. Once that giant was defeated, they were bound to scatter immediately." He continued to look at him. "Anyway, Taeho. Well done. I know I'm keeping it brief, but that doesn't mean I'm downplaying your achievement. You just impressed me so much that I don't know what else to say. Let's talk about that Giaz later when we have time, all right?" Taeho sighed in response. "I get the feeling another lecture is waiting for me." Inside the hall, everyone was happily chatting with one another. Helba stood off to the side, looking absolutely radiant. This got the men around her all riled up. "She's so beautiful. Dressed like that, she looks like a princess straight out of a fairy tale." "She's a princess, idiot. Literal royalty." "Hey, look over here. Siri suddenly looks prettier than usual, too. Could it be because of her new epic?" The atmosphere inside the room was incredibly lively. This time, everyone's attention was drawn to a sword deeply embedded in a massive tree. Bracky was very surprised. That sword is a rare piece. The wooden hilt looks interesting, too. Ingrid, standing next to him, replied, "I can sense it contains a questionable magical power." Ivor laughed and nodded in praise. "You all have sharp eyes. This is a treasured sword brimming with magical energy. But this tree isn't ordinary either. Rumor has it that when the worthy one appears, it will automatically reveal its true majesty." Bracky glanced at him in confusion. "Why not just chop it open and grab the sword to save time?" Ingrid chided him from the side. "Bracky." Ivor laughed out loud and suggested, "You can try if you think you can actually split it." Hearing that, he stepped forward with his hammer to split the divine tree. "Sounds good to me. If I break through this bark, the sword is mine, right?" With that said, he used all his strength to try and chop the tree open. Everyone watched Bracky's attempt from behind, and Taeho quickly walked over as well. Extremely curious, he asked the crowd, "What's with all the noise? This country sure knows how to party." Approaching them, Taeho added, "My eardrums are about to burst. What's going on in the banquet hall?" Seeing him appear, everyone was astonished. "It's the warrior of Idun. The warrior of Idun is here. Long live Idun. Glory to the warrior of Idun. All hail Idun." Seeing everyone cheering like that left Taeho confused. "Cuchulainn, are you seeing this?" He nodded, looking forward. "Why is that thing here?" What caught their eyes was the sword firmly embedded in the divine tree. Ivor stepped forward with a welcoming smile. "Welcome, warrior of Idun." Helda also blushed and greeted him. "Warrior of Idun. It seems Ingrid is very proud of your strength. Hello, Taeho." Bracky burst into laughter and turned around. "You clearly noticed this sword right when you walked in, didn't you? It really stands out, huh?" King Ivar said it's a sword containing abundant magic power. Ingrid said so too, so it must be true, but unfortunately, it's stuck in the tree. I tried to split the tree to get the sword, but I gave up. I heard that if someone worthy comes to pull the sword, the tree will automatically split apart. But none of us could do it, so we made a bet on what would happen if you pulled it, whether the tree would split or not. As Taeho approached, the sacred tree suddenly emitted a very strange aura of energy. Everyone was frozen by this sight. It seemed the sword had recognized its true master. Seeing the situation before him made Taeho momentarily dazed. The sword suddenly flashed brightly, as if inviting him to come closer. Without hesitation, he reached out and touched the sword. Then, he pulled it out before everyone's eyes.
Everyone in the banquet hall simultaneously cheered in excitement. He pulled the sword. Cucullin, right beside Taeho, suddenly reminded him, take out Gay Bald and raise it together with the sword. Following the advice, he raised these two weapons high. The golden beam of light made the surroundings even more lively. The sword in his hand underwent a change, and then the space gradually drew out another weapon. When Taeho realized it again, two different weapons had appeared in his hands. He looked at the spear now before his eyes in confusion. The eyes of everyone around gradually became stunned. Just the event of unsealing the mythical sword was shocking enough. But thinking that it contained a fragment of another divine relic, and that the one who pulled the sword also possessed it, made the banquet that day a testament to a legend born in Midgard. Time shifted to late at night. Loki stepped into the middle of the desolate land. He had realized that everything here was gradually changing. Things were going off track. Of course, the overall outcome remained unchanged. What differed here was the speed. He thought they would be besieged by sea monsters, but unexpectedly, they dealt with it swiftly and still had time to take care of the winter forest incident. He slowly took each step forward. Loki's face revealed a surprised smile. Is this all thanks to that warrior of Idun? Inside the room, Ingrid asked curiously, so you mean you can't use your divine power for the next 15 days? Taeho awkwardly nodded in agreement. That's right, but now it's only 13 days and a few hours left. She sighed and continued to advise, I understand. It's better not to let many people know about the drawbacks of this skill. For me, the most important thing is still to clearly grasp the strength and abilities of each warrior. But to others, it's best to keep it a secret. Besides, thank you for trusting me. He shook his head and replied, of course, because it's Ingrid. She sighed, looking at his face. That reason sounds awfully sweet. All right, then I trust you too. After speaking, Ingrid stepped closer and kissed Taeho on the forehead. Cucullin, right beside him, immediately teased. Your collection of blessings from the Valkyries is making progress again, huh? He blushed and glared at him. Please be quiet. Before leaving, Ingrid suddenly spoke up. By the way, I have some good news. While you can't use your divine power, you can observe from the sidelines. In my assessment, continuing the exploration is a bit too much for us at this time, so I have requested reinforcements from Valhalla. Taeho's eyes widened in disbelief. Reinforcements? He was extremely curious. I wonder who will come. Time fast-forwarded to the morning of the next day. Everyone was utterly stunned and shouted, Valhalla, Odin. The familiar face of Razgrid appeared before everyone's eyes. She silently turned her head, searching for Taeho. He happily called out loudly, Razgrid. After seeing everyone, she nodded and chatted, Long time no see, you two. I'm glad to see both of you are doing well. I heard you made no small contribution on the battlefield, huh? Taeho and Siri replied, thank you. Razgrid's tone became even more mysterious. The reason I called the two of you here privately is... Taeho, do you remember when I said I would repay you? He immediately searched his memory. During the battle in Svartalfheim. She burst into laughter and continued to inform, it's time for me to return the favor. Ragnar Lodbrok requested me to come here. I heard you guys collected quite a few elemental fragments. Ragnar told me to come and teach you about the power of the elements. Taeho's eyes suddenly lit up. Elemental fragments? I've collected a few pieces through various methods, but I haven't really used them even once. Razgrid continued speaking to both of them. Just possessing them brings you benefits, but if you want to use them properly, you have to learn how to control their power. I don't have much time to teach, but since I'll be supervising you too, I guarantee both of you will see the results of this training. So brace yourselves. Taeho suddenly shivered. Why do I feel scared? Siri, right beside him, replied, but it's still better than our master's training sessions. In the blink of an eye, time had shifted to the late afternoon. Razgrid was still standing there, teaching Taeho and Siri. Her entire body was battered by this point, and he, right beside her, was no less exhausted. Seeing the two of them pushing themselves so hard, Razgrid immediately ordered, all right, that's enough for today. Starting tomorrow, we'll practice all day. I guarantee you two will still have enough strength to crawl back to bed, so don't worry. While the two were still tiredly bowing in respect, Razgrid turned and left. Unable to endure any longer, Taeho and Siri immediately collapsed to the ground. At this moment, she finally turned her head and whispered, she is even stricter than our master. He sighed, nodding as he replied, this is the torturous version of Spartan training. Time had shifted to late at night. Taeho's whole body trembled as he returned to his room. Exhausted, he dragged his weary body onto the bed. I'm dying. Do we really have to keep training tomorrow, good heavens? Seeing him already fast asleep, Ku Kulin silently pondered. He sighed and nodded, commenting, "It seems this training is really a bit harsh." He started snoring the moment he lay down. From within his dream, the familiar figure of Aiden appeared. "We meet again." But Taeho's spirit wasn't very bright. Warrior of Aiden, Lee Taeho, pays his respects to goddess Aiden. She was a bit worried and curiously asked, "You look exhausted. Are you all right?" He hurriedly nodded, "I'm fine. Did you stop by again today?" She chuckled and informed, "Actually, someone wants to see you today." Skaha quickly stepped in front of him. "Warrior Taeho. I heard you were attacked by Brez in Midgard, so I decided to speed up the progress a bit." He was still confused. "Lady Skahak?" His expression grew even worse. "What? You can't be serious." She quickly entered a combat stance. "Now I will teach you the power of Eryu, the power of the Tuatha De Danann. There is not much time left, so prepare to receive my rigorous training. We will start right now." Taeho tried to resist, but failed. Ku Kulin smiled and teased Taeho. "Getting to learn with beautiful teachers day and night. I'm so jealous."
He wasn't pleased with this compliment at all. This is nothing to laugh about. At this rate, I might actually die. He despaired, silently thinking to himself, "I'm so tired. I could fall asleep the moment I lie down, but falling asleep is even more terrifying." Suddenly, Taeho rummaged through his bag and took out an ancient stone. "That's right, before I go to sleep, there are a few things I need to do." Very soon after, Adamaha was summoned. She asked in confusion, "What is this?" Taeho reached his hand out in front of her. "Are you really asking because you don't know? Hand over the delivery." Seeing no other way, Adamaha could only hand him a letter. "Here." Receiving this letter in his hand brought him sheer joy, a letter of encouragement from Hedda. "This is the reason I can make it through these long, exhausting days, truly." Adinmaha saw his excited face and sighed. He doesn't even know how hard Hedda works every day, recharging the summoning stone. Less than greater than. Remembering something, Taeho turned his head and announced, "I'll probably sleep for a bit. You should go now, Adenmaha." Less than greater than. After saying that, he fell straight into a deep sleep, leaving her speechless. She could only stand there and let out a soft sigh. By chance, an object in front of her caught Adenmaha's attention. She noticed Taeho's bag lying haphazardly on the bed. Perhaps out of curiosity, Adenmaha approached to take a closer look. Time passed quickly, and it was soon the morning of the next day. Taeho tiredly and slowly opened his eyes, looking forward. "I'm so exhausted." Realizing that Adenmaha was in front of him left him confused. "You're still here." She turned her head and asked curiously, "I was checking your bag to see if there was anything to play with." "I mean, no. Why do you have this, master?" Looking at the sword in her hand, Taeho was puzzled. "Liberatus? I got it a few days ago. Why?" She revealed what she knew. This is a relic from Eru. Furthermore, there is even a message engraved on its hilt. He asked curiously, "A message?" She nodded and continued to inform, "I will show it to you, master." Adma's slender fingers gently grasped the sword. A faint blurry image suddenly appeared before the two of them. Lines of text unexpectedly appeared. "If someone is reading this, it means you are the heir of Eru, or strong enough to break my magic. Not bad. In short, it means you are worthy to be king. Honestly speaking, I just hope it's not a Fomorian. On the day Eru fell, I lost everything. By the time I woke up, a decade had passed. I thought about just dying, but in the end, I couldn't do it. Because I realized there are things I haven't lost, and one final mission I need to complete. That final mission is to guide someone special like you. We'll meet soon enough. If I'm still alive, that is. I'll end it here. I hope you grow up to be a beautiful woman, and may luck be on your side. Also, I like black hair, not that I dislike blondes, of course." After the image disappeared, the two immediately fell silent. Taeho chuckled to himself. "This old man seems pretty interesting." After a moment of silence, Ku Kulin asked curiously, "Adamaha, you know who that old man is too, right?" She nodded in confirmation. "I know." Merlin, the great wizard of the legendary kingdom of Camelot, built by King Arthur. Hearing this, Taeho was extremely surprised. King Arthur, as in King Arthur of Excalibur? Ku Kulin looked surprised as well. "Taeho, you know him too." He nodded in confirmation. "A little." Her expression turned serious as she continued. "Merlin's true value doesn't lie in his magic, but in the profound, arcane knowledge and vast wisdom he possesses. If he becomes an ally, he'll be a solid backer." He laughed, seemingly full of confidence. He said, "We meet soon. I hope we actually do cross paths, Merlin." And just like that, about 13 days had passed. Skodok spoke sadly.
You're going back on the expedition tomorrow, right? Looks like we won't be able to train for a while. Taeho breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, I'm saved.
At that moment, Idun approached from behind. My warrior, Taeho, you've worked so hard until now. I have a gift for you. This is the most delicious apple from the last harvest. He was flustered and quickly asked back, is it really okay for you to give this to me? What about the more outstanding warriors? Hearing Taeho's words, Idun fell silent for a moment. She suddenly spoke up. I have something else for you. Looking at the ticket in his hand, he was surprised. A summoning ticket? For Hedda? She nodded firmly in confirmation. That's right. Hedda said it's very difficult to have visits in Midgard, didn't she? Think of its mechanism as being similar to a summoning stone, though naturally the process will be much harder. Taeho's face suddenly flushed red as he hurriedly replied, Thank you, Lady Idun. Seeing him like that, she gave a gentle, soft smile. Then she stepped forward and placed a light kiss on Taeho's forehead. May my blessing be with you. As soon as he opened his eyes, Siri asked curiously, Taeho, are you awake? He was a bit surprised by the familiar face, Commander Siri. She immediately reminded him, Razgrid has something to tell us. Hurry up, everyone is already gathered. After he stepped outside, Razgrid's voice rang out, everyone is here. This is Chaldea, Hermod's Valkyrie. She's here for a top-secret mission. She immediately got straight to the point. The goal of this expedition is not just to search for Garmer's soul fragments, but there is also a hidden objective. Heimbel has finally found it. The true hidden objective this time is to destroy the Fomorian base and drive them out of Midgard. Taeho and Siri, listening from the side, grew even more determined. Razgrid continued informing everyone, we are not the only ones participating in this attack. We are more like guardians. Right next to her, Hermod placed a hand on his chest and continued, once the attack begins, I will call for reinforcements from Asgard. This expedition is by no means small scale. It's a massive offensive. Razgrid spoke with absolute resolve. We will depart tomorrow. The enemy will be watching us very closely. That is why we will move along different routes at different times to approach them. Seeing that everyone understood, she wrapped things up. That is all. We will provide more updates as we move. Cuchulainn chatted with Taeho in surprise. Asgard really shows its strength when necessary. Perhaps it's finally time to end the grudge against Brez. Hearing that name, Taeho grew even more resolute. Brez, for Adamaha's sake, I'll take him down myself. The time came to the next morning, and the warriors of Valhalla marched out. Divided into 3 groups, each moving along a different path to attack. This was to deceive the Fomorians and simultaneously search for Garmer's soul fragments. Razgrid, Ingrid, and Chaldea would each command a group. Taeho was assigned to the first group, led by Ingrid. She constantly reminded the warriors in her team, if the Fomorians are tracking us, they will be keeping an eye on the ship. If necessary, we can use empty shells as decoys to trick them. For example, diverting the ship to the east while we head west or something like that. Group 1's mission is to attract the Fomorians' attention, which is why we will take the longest detour. Everyone played a crucial role in the previous expedition. It's an honor to work with all of you. Honestly, I'm very proud. Hearing Ingrid say that, Taeho chuckled and replied, We're looking forward to working with you too, Ingrid. Seeing everyone getting along so amiably made her breathe a sigh of relief. The flying ship continued to advance, exploring the new lands. Amidst the dark corridor, the man ran swiftly forward. Ivor's demeanor grew incredibly frantic, yet he let out a loud laugh. He called out as he ran, Uncle Paul. Seeing his actions left the old man puzzled. Long time no see, Ivor. He asked in surprised curiosity. Has it been 20 years? You haven't changed at all. The old man sighed and announced, someone has drawn the Baratus. Helba nodded, recounting everything. Yes, a warrior of Idem received the sword, but they have already left this place. Paul immediately turned serious. Then we have to hurry. I need to borrow a ship. Soon after, all 3 of them boarded a ship heading toward Taeho. Everyone's faces had become extremely serious. Suddenly, Helba glanced at the old man and asked, Can you find them? He nodded and announced, I can, to some extent. Paul continued to sense his surroundings, but the signal is too weak. Perhaps it's hidden inside some powerful magical container. The old man suddenly held the sword out in front of him. There's no other way. At the same time, Paul focused as if trying to catch a signal from afar. Powerful surges of electricity radiated all around. He spoke in a loud voice. This is the sword that chooses its master, Caliburn. King Arthur proved his imperial character by pulling this sword from the stone. All the Liberatus swords I crafted are replicas of this sword.
If I unleash Caliburn's power, I can temporarily boost the signals from the Liberatus swords. Just as Paul finished his sentence, the sky suddenly lit up. It seemed he felt a glimmer of hope through that method. The space around them began to change. The scene shifted to the flying ship in the sky. Taiho gazed quietly into the distance with a thoughtful expression on his face. Ku Kulin suddenly appeared right beside him. When are you planning to use that summoning ticket? He glanced over at her. The one-time summoning ticket for Hedda? It can only be used once, so wouldn't it be better to use it during a battle? Her expression grew even more suspicious. Hey, you actually enjoy bringing the woman you like onto the battlefield. Just imagining my master going out to battle is enough to make my heart clench. Taiho offered a sad smile in reply. I'll think about it some more. By the way, I should check the letter from home. Ku Kulin asked him curiously, are you calling Adanmaha? She's not the best option, but she'll do. Very soon after, Adanmaha was immediately summoned. Taiho seemed to notice something unusual. You look pretty relaxed today. She laughed with amusement. I figured you would call me around this time. Her appearance made the warriors extremely happy. It's a Valkyrie. A Valkyrie came to visit, truly worthy of the warrior chosen by a Valkyrie. Where are you from, Valkyrie? Adanmaha hurriedly stepped back and explained, I'm not a Valkyrie. Back off. Taiho's entire body was enveloped in a blue aura, which caught her attention. Very quickly, he activated the warrior's epic. He laughed happily. I finally got it. Immediately, everyone stepped forward and urged him, Taiho, use it quickly. I really want to know what it is. Although quite bewildered, he nodded in agreement. All right, since even Ingrid wants to know, I'll do it. Light flashed across the entire space. The chosen warrior's epic. Hida's familiar silhouette appeared before their eyes. She was swiftly summoned to this place. Seeing her present there made everyone unable to hide their surprise. Hedda, you can summon a Valkyrie? Taiho shook his head and explained to everyone, it's not the real Hedda. This epic allows me to summon the spirit of a Valkyrie. Currently, the number of Valkyries I can register is 9. It seems the maximum number of summons at one time will depend on the progression of the epic. Those words made everyone even more excited. What the hell? Man, I'm so jealous. I want one too. Bracky immediately stepped forward and asked again, who else did you register? Hurry up and summon more. Naturally, after that, Ingrid's familiar figure appeared before everyone. But this time, everyone felt a little disappointed. Is that Ingrid? But she looks a bit faint, and she doesn't seem to have any energy at all. She curiously stepped forward. Taiho, what's wrong? He shook his head and voiced his speculation. I don't know. Maybe it depends on the visits or blessings I've received. There must surely be multiple factors affecting this. Hearing this, Ingrid seemed to understand. I get it. That's probably why you can't summon Razgrid or Gander. He nodded in agreement. Exactly. Right at that moment, Bracky suddenly stepped forward and yelled, Taiho. From today onward, you will be the captain of the Valkyries. Start your journey to collect every single Valkyrie in Valhalla. As soon as those words left his mouth, he was met with a punch from Ciri and Ingrid. After a moment of silence, Adanmaha pointed at herself curiously. What about me? Taiho was a bit speechless. You said you weren't a Valkyrie. Her expression immediately turned into a scowl. Well, yes, but still. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Adanmaha noticed a mystical golden light glowing from his inventory pouch. Her expression changed instantly. Master, that thing is glowing. Taiho startled and turned his head. What? She continued pointing forward. That one, right there. He sighed, acting indifferent. You startled me. You mean Unnir. The broken sword fragment and Liberatus are glowing. Adanmaha seemed to have sensed something unusual. That old man must already know you took it from Kataran. He's definitely on his way here. The great wizard, Merlin. Suddenly, Ingrid turned her head to look at Taiho. So the creator of the sword is nearby. In that case, we should halt our journey and wait. Adanmaha quickly spoke her mind. He shouldn't be too far. He'll come here through Kataran. She nodded in understanding. All right, I'll contact Razgrid and Chaldea via Raven. And so Tato's group had to pause their journey and decided to wait for Merlin. On the ship, the legendary aura of Camelot continued to shine brilliantly. At that exact moment, deep within the forest, a knight riding a black horse charged forward. There was someone else who could also feel the aura of Camelot. The Knight of Camelot who failed to protect his king. On the very day Eru fell, all the knights of the Round Table died alongside their king. But the truth was completely different. The blonde knight, exhausted and panting, stared straight ahead. Unable to believe his eyes, he asked, You are the only surviving knight. Mordred, he coldly raised his blood-stained sword. Back in reality, Mordred rode his black horse, charging fiercely ahead. That was definitely the light of Camelot. Who is it? Is it Merlin? On the other side, Merlin noticed something amiss. They stopped. It seems they've realized and are waiting for us. We'll catch up to them in 3 days.
After saying that, he pulled his tattered old hat down to cover half of his face. Deep down, Merlin felt a sense of anticipation. I'm really looking forward to meeting that person, the successor of Eru. Time passed, and it was the 5th day of waiting for Merlin. Ingrid's raven finally found him. Merlin excitedly pointed into the distance. Look, we finally met. Instantly, Helda's face visibly brightened. She happily raised her hand high and waved, Warrior of Eden. Everyone immediately recognized her familiar figure, Helda. Taeho also realized that something was wrong. He turned his head in surprise. What is that? It's charging toward them at an insane speed. It was none other than Mordred, riding on his black horse. Unable to just stand and watch, Taeho immediately jumped down, throwing everyone into a panic. Taeho. This time, Mordred grabbed his sword and directly engaged in combat. He swept a powerful strike straight ahead. The sight was utterly terrifying. Taeho desperately lunged forward to stop him. The sheer force of the explosions even spread across the surface of the sea. Seeing everyone in grave danger, he screamed in despair, Helga. Merlin. In just a few short seconds, Mordred's overwhelming power completely shattered the ship. In the nick of time, the three of them managed to create a protective barrier. But what just happened left everyone bewildered and terrified. Merlin turned his head and asked, Is everyone okay? Ivar and Helda hurriedly nodded in agreement, yes. Even he was taken aback. Who has such audacity? Realizing who was behind all this made him freeze instantly. Merlin's expression gradually changed. That sword. The sword Clarent. Grasping the gravity of the situation, he furiously clenched his teeth. Merlin's face could no longer contain his rage. Mordred. Unfazed, Mordred continued pointing his sword forward. His intention was all too easy to guess. He planned to annihilate everyone. Left with no other choice, Taeho charged in, utilizing the armory of a legendary warrior and attacked with a magic sword. The weapon in his hands transformed into an instrument of immense destructive power. Seeing someone intervene in the battle, Mordred turned his head in surprise. His reflexes were incredibly swift, effortlessly blocking Taeho's strike. But because of that, a massive explosion erupted right there. Ingrid turned and ordered the warriors, hurry and help Taeho. As the thick dust and smoke cleared, Taeho stood face to face against Mordred. Mordred seemed deeply annoyed by his appearance. Who are you? Do not interfere. Taeho, equally irritated, refused to back down. And who the hell are you? Just another pawn sent by Brez? From a distance, Merlin shouted a warning. His name is Mordred. He betrayed Camelot and struck down King Arthur. He is a traitor. These words made him laugh in fury. Betrayal? Don't be ridiculous. I never betrayed Camelot for even a single moment. It was an unwinnable war. If we faced them head-on, the only thing awaiting us was annihilation. That is why I made a deal. If I just did as he said, Camelot alone would be spared. That is what he promised me. With blood-stained tears, I struck down my father, my king, and opened the gates of Camelot. All of it just to save Camelot. Hearing Mordred's tale, Merlin sneered with even more contempt. Fool, did you really think he would keep his promise? Those simple words drove him completely insane. I am not wrong. I am the true protector of Camelot. Tell me, can you possibly understand this pain of mine? Taeho didn't care in the slightest. He directly unleashed the epic of Iden's warrior to attack. Not at all. He channeled all his strength and slashed a mighty blow at Mordred. Mordred was still weeping in agony, shedding tears of remorse. This time, Taeho relentlessly scolded him. If you truly wanted to protect it, you should have fought to the very end. That is what it means to be a warrior. Mordred, having completely lost his mind, roared, Shut up. I said shut up. At the same time, he invoked the dark power of a fallen knight, summoning the race of Camelot. A horde of vengeful night spirits were summoned, and he commanded, Annihilate them all, for the glory of Camelot. Faced with this madness, Merlin felt utterly helpless. He's lost his mind. So for over 100 years, he has been wandering across Midgard, tortured by guilt. He himself has become a wraith of Camelot. Unable to sit still any longer, Bracky raised his hammer high. He smashed it straight into the ground, causing even Mordred to jolt and look back. Taeho immediately recognized his comrade's assistance, that lightning, Bracky. He shouted loudly to Taeho, Well, handle these wraiths. You take down that madman. Just as he said, Mordred had completely devolved into a lunatic.
He attacked Taeho frantically, giving him no time to even catch his breath.
Despite his fury, he had no choice but to withstand the assault. After that hellish training, my divine power has grown significantly. Now I can use my epics without relying on Aegeus. As the two clashed, the surroundings behind them were completely obliterated. Mordred's raw power startled even Taeho. Even so, even after becoming stronger, this madman is still tough to deal with. But the real issue lies elsewhere. All our previous enemies were like wild beasts, but this guy is one of the knights of the Round Table. He is a true swordsman, a disparity in swordsmanship. The gap in skill level is painfully obvious. This time, in the one fighting like a savage beast or a giant, relying solely on physical strength pushed to its absolute limits. Mordred raised his sword high, continuing his relentless assault. He channeled all his power into a devastating strike aimed straight at Taeho. Faced with his murderous intent, Taeho grimaced and desperately defended. And there's one more problem. The difference in weapon quality. In just a few exchanges of blows, Taeho's sword shattered to pieces. He could only watch helplessly as his sword gradually crumbled into dust. Seizing the opportunity, Mordred plunged his sword right into Taeho's body. Agonized, he struggled to push back against Mordred's overwhelming strength. The blade dug deeper and deeper into his flesh. Mordred felt an unprecedented rush of euphoria, be consumed by the pain. A sensation surged through his entire body, causing Taeho to writhe violently. He screamed in utter despair as a gnawing agony devoured his body. Realizing Taeho was losing to Mordred, Merlin panicked. Warrior of Eden. What is that? That demonic energy. In just a few moves, Mordred easily overpowered him, and Taeho fell to the ground in pain. He continued to look at him with hateful eyes. Inside my sword, there are thousands, tens of thousands of souls dwelling. They are the resentful spirits of countless people who were burned alive on the day Camelot fell. You too will become a resentful spirit and dwell within my sword. Just as he was about to strike, Ingrid charged from behind. She coldly launched an attack, but he was quick enough to block it. Ingrid hastily shouted a warning, "Control yourself, Taeho." The blinding light made Mordred even more irritated with his current opponent, too bright. In his eyes, Ingrid looked like an angel. Seizing the opportunity, she continuously attacked Mordred, making the battle between the two increasingly intense. However, Mordred's strength did not diminish in the slightest. On the contrary, he even felt a bit excited. So bright. A wave of dark energy gripped Ingrid's body, leaving her no time to react. Even her consciousness became increasingly blurred. Finally, Ingrid fell to the ground, and Mordred looked at her coldly. He quickly turned his head and noticed Taeho struggling to get up. "I will cut both of you in half. First you." He tried to resist, but it seemed futile. "I only managed to hold on thanks to Iden's power, but I can't control my body anymore." Ku Cullen on the side was also stunned in disbelief. The power of that cursed sword is terrifying. At the very least, you should use a weapon on par with it. Seeing that the situation was bad, Merlin silently calculated. The souls dwelling inside Clarent. Unless we free them, the chances are almost zero. The increasingly critical situation forced him to make a firm decision. With no other choice, he suddenly shouted, "Mordred, you want to revive the glory of Camelot, then try pulling out this sword." He turned his head in annoyance to look at him. That sword. Could it be? Merlin didn't say much and directly threw the sword toward him. At the same time, he reached out to grab the sword. The moment he touched it, Mordred quickly realized. There's no doubt about it. This is Caliburn, the sword that symbolizes the true kingship of Camelot. He tried to draw the sword. "I will pull out this sword and prove it. My true heart is for Camelot." Flashing back to the past, a very long time ago, there was a sword stuck in a stone. Whoever could pull out this sword would become the king. Following the prophecy, many people tried to pull it out. But it seemed that all of this was in vain. Mordred also had to exert a lot of effort, but he couldn't pull the sword out either. Seeing him expend so much effort made Merlin fall silent for a moment. He silently sighed and said to himself, "It brings back so many memories." No one could pull it out. Until a young boy appeared. Mordred screamed frantically, wondering, "Why can't I do it?" Merlin gently walked up to him and explained, "The reason is simple, Mordred. It's not because you betrayed Camelot, nor is it because you are a patricide, a son who killed his own father, who was also his king." He turned his head in surprise to look at him. "What?" The old wizard suppressed a sigh in his heart. Right then, I realized it. The sword chooses its master. Caliburn has already chosen its master. The sword gradually vanished right before his eyes, driving Mordred insane. The sword. "You dare to trick me, Merlin." He wasn't afraid at all and gently declared, "No,
The sword is simply turning to its master. Without knowing when, the sword had appeared in Taeho's hand. Light flooded the entire space, blinding everyone. Mordred hastily raised his hand to cover his face, while Merlin used his hat and tightly shut his eyes. The entire space was filled with a mystical golden light. Taeho seemed to have gained new power. King of Camelot. He calmly walked up to Mordred.
He slowly lowered his hand and sighed, "I cannot accept this. I will not accept it." As soon as he finished speaking, the resentful spirits in the area suddenly stopped. Siri also noticed the anomaly. The souls have stopped attacking. They are screaming in pain. Terrible hurricane winds appeared from the sky. The resentful spirits flew toward him in unison, making Mordred freeze. He turned his head in startled surprise. What is that? All these resentful spirits plunged straight into Mordred's body simultaneously, leaving him no time to react. Perhaps due to the extreme pain, he screamed frantically. What is going on? It seemed Merlin had anticipated this happening. They have been freed. The souls that have wandered for over 100 years, always following you. They don't want to repeat their mistake. They don't want to turn their backs on their king ever again. Mordred's entire body began to suffer agonizing torment, filling him with despair. Finally, he gradually dissipated into the air. A tornado swept Mordred away while Taeho and Merlin watched from the side. The old wizard suddenly called out, "Warrior of Iden, finish it. Return these souls to where they belong." He gently turned his head to look at him and gave a slight nod. Right after that, Taeho gripped his sword and dashed forward. Pouring all his strength into it, he struck a powerful blow straight ahead. A loud explosion echoed, and everyone hastily stepped back. The glory of Camelot, a power as radiant as the sun. The light of Caliburn restoring its original form, just like the light on the day King Arthur pulled the sword from the stone, to quote what Merlin once said. After the battle, sunlight began to shine down on this place. The divine sword hovered in mid-air. Finally, it fell and plunged deeply into the ground below. Merlin, my wizard, my friend. As if seeing the image of a friend he hadn't seen in a long time, Merlin froze on the spot. Right before his eyes was the proud warrior figure of Taeho. Unable to contain his emotions, hot tears rolled down his cheeks, but the corners of his mouth curled up in an enigmatic smile. He hastily knelt before Taeho. The wizard Merlin welcomes the return of the King of Camelot. On the flying ship, Taeho asked curiously, "Are you okay, Ingrid?" She helplessly hurried to sit on the bed. "I'm sorry. In the end, I let everyone see me so weak." Her expression became incredibly helpless, and Taeho wondered to himself, I guess this is the time I should say something comforting, right? He suddenly spoke up, "If it weren't for Iden's power or Caliburn, I wouldn't have fared much better either. It's just that Mordred and Clarent were too strong. So, let's both try harder next time." Cu Cullen suddenly appeared right beside him. "Is this all you can do to comfort a lady?" Those gentle words seemed to soothe Ingrid's heart, and she let out a laugh. "Hey, Taeho, come a bit closer." When he leaned in closer, she gently kissed his forehead. Her face revealed a tender smile before she declared, "May the blessing of Njord always be with you." "You need this to strengthen that epic, right? This is what I can do for you." Finding the situation a bit awkward, Taeho hastily turned around to leave. Well then, get some rest. After stepping outside, he caught sight of Merlin standing to the side, admiring the scenery. He immediately walked over and called out, "Merlin." The old wizard turned his head curiously. Recognizing Taeho, he hastily bowed in greeting. "Greetings, King of Camelot." He quickly reacted, "Please, just treat me as a warrior of Iden. Now then, there's something I want to show you." Seeing the item he had just handed over left Merlin completely stunned. Is this gay bold? And it's almost in perfect condition. Cu Cullen immediately appeared before him. "Long time no see, great wizard." He turned his head curiously to look at him, Cu Cullen. He laughed and continued the conversation. "There are so many things I want to tell you, about everything that has happened up until now." And so the three of them confided in each other amidst the silent night. Sometime later, Merlin glanced toward Taeho. "I see, the successor of Eru." He replied awkwardly, "And now the King of Camelot. It feels like the burden on my shoulders keeps growing heavier." The old man shook his head and gently advised, "Don't worry too much. You don't have to carry everything yourself. I'm the king's assistant, not a leader." Cu Cullen also nodded and shared his thoughts. Camelot only began to shine in glory after a small, fragile boy grew into a true king. Now let's focus on the battle ahead. Merlin glanced at her in confusion. "You mean fighting the Fomorians? I will put my heart and soul into supporting you." Seeing everyone so dedicated to him, Taeho was deeply moved. "Thank you, both of you. I'll do my absolute best, too."
The next day, the battle commenced once more. Taeho's group left the flying ship and stealthily made their way across the land. Their destination was Kalek-Ahim, a country believed to be the hiding place of the Fomorians. In a certain market in Kalek-Ahim, Chaldea was fighting alone. The warriors accompanying her were engaged in combat with a female monster deep in the forest far from the city. Razgrid was in a similar situation while the remaining warriors of Odin's legion were heading in the wrong direction. The only one accompanying the warriors was Ingrid, who had used the flying ship as a decoy. Fortunately, the Fomorians still had no idea they were about to be attacked. Inside the room, Ingrid reminded everyone. Chaldea and Razgrid have already entered the city. According to their investigation, most of the Fomorians are gathered at Kalev Castle, right in the heart of the city. Both the king and the nobles inside the castle are actually Fomorians disguised as humans. Her words made everyone freeze in shock. The warriors immediately began discussing among themselves. Those bastards. They do say the darkest spot is right under the lamp. Ingrid interrupted their chatter. Therefore, we will focus our full force on attacking the castle, the crucial point. First, I will join the Valkyries and conduct the ceremony. We need to request reinforcements through the Bifrost. Your first mission is to protect us, and your second is to fight alongside the backup forces. That is the entire battle plan for tomorrow. Are there any questions? Right then, Ciri raised her hand. She curiously asked Ingrid, "Are there only Fomorians in Kalev Castle?" As soon as the question was spoken, Ingrid's expression instantly turned serious, but she decided to explain to everyone anyway. Honestly, there might be innocent people in there as well, but right now there's no way to warn them. We will have to accept that there will be some casualties. Hearing this, Taeho turned his head and asked, "With my epics, I can distinguish humans from Fomorians, but is there any other way, Merlin?" The great wizard simply let out a soft sigh and spoke with a firm tone. There absolutely has to be. Time passed until the next day at Kalev Castle. Taeho rode on Rollo's back, observing everything from high above. Seeing that the time was right, he quickly reminded him, "All right, I think we're high enough. Let's begin, Merlin." Hearing his words, the old wizard slowly raised the staff in his hand. Fireworks started shooting out from his magical staff. Finally, a brilliant firework exploded majestically in the sky. All the citizens of Kalev City looked up at the sky in complete bewilderment. Yet many people were filled with joy at the breathtaking sight. Taeho let out a surprised laugh. Everyone in the castle is running out to look. It's time, Commander Ciri. Next, he used his epic dragon's eye that sees through all things, while she activated her epic witch archery that never misses. The epics activated simultaneously. After distinguishing the Fomorians, the arrows were immediately fired, and Merlin's magic altered their properties so they would only leave a mark instead of causing harm. Magical arrows shot straight into the foreheads of the citizens. All of them now bore a distinct mark on their foreheads. Unable to comprehend what had just happened, they screamed, "What's going on? There's something on your forehead." At that exact moment, the sky was torn apart, and a merciless rain of steel poured down. On the ground, no one could tell what it was, but from the air, Taeho instantly recognized it. He smiled and informed everyone. When the steel rain poured down, it only surrounded the castle, as if intending to isolate the fortress from the capital. The chaotic scene before Taeho's eyes unfolded with absolute clarity. Massive wooden crates suddenly crashed down, and the warriors charged forward simultaneously. As if fueled by renewed resolve, they let out a thunderous battle cry. "Warriors, charge. Anyone with a blue mark on their forehead is human. Target only the Fomorians." The humans mixed in with the monsters screamed in absolute terror. What the hell is going on? The entire area had descended into utter chaos. The Great Wall. Odin had created a conceptual wall so that beings with immense power could not freely travel between Asgard and Midgard. Thanks to this, they could effectively defend against invasions from the giants. But conversely, even the people of Asgard could not move around freely. For example, if a god as powerful as Thor descended to Midgard, a massive hole would tear right through the wall. A brilliant beam of light shot down from the heavens, illuminating the earth. Large wooden crates were hurled straight toward the town. Terrified warriors hastily scrambled to the sides. Even so, their warrior spirit remained unbroken. Warriors, charge. Those with blue marks on their foreheads are humans. Eliminate only the Fomorians. Seeing the vicious monsters appear, the terrified citizens cried out, "What is happening?" The scene was absolutely horrifying, with grotesque monsters swarming everywhere. There wasn't a single soul wandering the blood-stained streets. The warriors were still fiercely engaged in deadly combat with the Fomorians. The ever-growing numbers began to wear them down. They're pouring out like a swarm of ants. Were all these Fomorians hiding inside the castle? Those bastards are just stalling for time. We're about to breach the throne room. Find the tyrant Brez. The scene shifted to the dark, oppressive interior of a room. The king sat completely motionless inside the room, dead silent. Golden crown on his head and also tumbled to the ground.
At this moment, Brez could only curse in pure rage. You damn Valhalla scums. You really prepared well for this, so you want to fight to the bitter end. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, causing water to splash violently everywhere. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling Brez felt to accept defeat. I must survive first. If I die, it's all over. Only by staying alive can I start over. Realizing something felt horribly wrong, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Brez calculated inwardly. No, I can't escape through the tunnel. There's no way they would leave an exit like that unguarded. I'll have to go above ground, he decided coldly. Above ground, the bloody battle between the two forces raged fiercely. Wearing a cloak to blend in with the monsters, Brez plotted. I will hide like a regular Fomorian. I just need a single moment to unleash my full power. Once I reach the other side, I'll dash away at maximum speed. The warriors were still fighting fiercely against the brutal Fomorians. Just as he was trying to find a way to slip past, a warrior raised his weapon again. Left with no other choice, Brez was forced to fight back. Damn it, this is so annoying. He struck with absolute brutality, giving the poor warrior no chance to react. At the same time, he critically injured many other warriors around him. Only one desperate thought raced through Brez's mind. Just a little more. I'm almost there. But reality was far from a dream, as a heavily armed group of warriors completely blocked his path. From a distance, a glowing arrow suddenly hurtled toward him. Brez's reflexes were incredibly sharp. He instantly turned his head. The arrow caused the ground to violently explode, making Brez realize the situation was dire. From high up in the sky, Taeho had discovered his true identity. He shouted out a loud warning to everyone. That guy right there, is the tyrant Brez. Seeing his escape plan completely shattered sent him into a burning rage. You, Iden's warrior. Taeho looked down at him in absolute silence. His eyes burned a murky blood-red hue, overflowing with pure, unadulterated hatred. But then Brez tried to reassure himself. Calm down. I need to keep a cool head. The escape plan remains unchanged. Reganleaf dashed forward and boldly declared, You're not getting past us, Brez. It turned out the warriors had completely surrounded him from all possible sides. Gander didn't miss the chance to mock him. Is running away the only thing you know how to do? How pathetic. The warriors were locked and loaded for the ensuing battle. Bring it on. Looking at everyone's actions, Reganleaf seemed to understand clearly. The reason he's running away isn't that he's weak, but because of our sealing magic. It can drastically weaken his power, so even a few high-ranking warriors could easily take him down. Within just a few short minutes, Brez found himself trapped right in the center of the magic circle. His entire body was agonizingly jolted by electric currents, plunging him into utter despair. Is this Odin's scheme? He glared at the crowd, trembling violently. This is indeed a powerful rune magic, but this much won't be able to bind me for long. The warriors showed no fear whatsoever at his desperate words. We are well aware of that. Get ready to embrace it. From the heavens, right above your head, divine punishment will strike down. High above in the majestic sky, Thor had sensed the warriors fervently calling out to him. He raises the hammer in his hand high with a cold gaze. After pinpointing the exact source of the signal, Thor says to himself, It must be there, the place where the Valkyries have set up the rune magic circle. Right now I can only transmit my power without breaking the wall. Just as he is about to act, someone appears from behind. Puzzled and surprised, Thor turns his head. Someone's behind me? Who is it? After seeing clearly who it is, his eyes gradually shift to sheer surprise. You. On this side, all the Valkyries are still holding Brez down tightly. Reganleaf wonders in confusion. Why hasn't Thor's divine power reached here yet? There's no time to think anymore. Brez is getting more and more accustomed to the Holy Sword's magic. She hastily shouts to remind everyone, Hurry up and complete the magic circle. We need to suppress his power. Brez seems entirely unafraid as he replies, How pitiful, Valkyries. It seems you're too late. He summons his weapon into his hand. Then he ruthlessly attacks a Valkyrie. Seeing her comrade fall, Reganleaf instantly freezes. She screams in absolute despair, Arendia, Arund. Time seems to stop as Brez single-handedly claims 2 lives. Panting heavily, he questions them. You must have exhausted all your strength maintaining the seal. Do you still wish to stand in my way?
Seeing this, the remaining warriors charge forward, protect the Valkyries, for Odin. In a mere instant, everyone surrounds Brez once again, but this hardly deters him. Brez resolves to slaughter them all. Even so, they refuse to give up and rush in, declaring, "You won't escape from here. Catch him." He grits his teeth and curses, "Damn it, these pests just keep swarming endlessly." Brez calculates silently in his mind, but judging by their reactions, one thing is certain. Odin's plan has hit a snag, or the Demon King has done something. A light flashes high above the earth. Thor stands there, silently glaring at the man who has appeared before him. Utterly perplexed, he asks, "Why are you here?" Loki doesn't reply, he merely offers a faint, eerie smile. Emerging from the shadows, Loki chuckles and chats. The intention was to weaken Brez's power to below that of a high-rank warrior, allowing the mid- and high-rank warriors to deal with him. And then, even at the cost of sacrifices, he could still be defeated. That was the plan, wasn't it? Thor, annoyed, grips his weapon tightly. "You knew, yet you still dare to appear before me." This amuses Loki even more. "To be honest, my work here is done. You can't pour your strength into the seal anymore. Even if Brez's power is partially sealed, right now, no one down there can match him. Unless you shatter the Great Barrier yourself to go down there. But you can't do that, can you? So for now, let's just watch and see if the warriors of Valhalla can stop Brez or not." The warriors are still using their sheer numbers to encircle Brez. He pays it no mind and continues swinging his weapon to massacre them. Countless warriors have lost their lives at his hands. Yet they don't care at all and keep charging forward. The ground is already littered with many unfortunate corpses. Brez wearily wipes the sweat from his face, wondering to himself, "These annoying bastards, do they not care about their own lives anymore? Fine then, I'll finish you all off nicely." While both sides are engaged in combat, Taeho observes quietly from above. He mutters to himself, "That should be enough." Hela has now donned the dragon wings. He turns his head to check on her. "Ready, my number one Valkyrie?" She flashes a peculiar smile and announces, "Draco." A massive red dragon appears right next to Taeho. He hastily climbs onto her back. Then he gives a decisive signal. "Let's go." For Aiden. Provoked by the warrior's relentless assaults, Brez is driven mad with anger. He tightens his grip on his weapon as his vision gradually blurs. Finally, he opens Balor's blood demon eye. Death curse. A blazing red light shoots forth. All the surrounding warriors are instantly affected. The entire area is submerged in a terrifying blood-red hue. It all happens in mere seconds. There are no longer any warriors left who can stand in Brez's way. Exhausted, he wipes the sweat away with his hand. That ultimate skill consumed way too much magic power, but I had no choice. He quickly flees the scene, unaware that Braki has awakened behind him. Taking advantage of his distraction, Braki leaps into the air and raises his weapon high. Sensing something is wrong, Brez turns his head in surprise. At the exact same moment, Braki slams his hammer down hard toward him. A powerful surge of electricity clashes with Brez's power, shattering the surrounding ground. Braki's overwhelming strength forces Brez to frown in exertion, but his fierce desire to live only fuels his determination further. After pouring out all his strength, Brez pushes Braki back. At the same time, streams of power suddenly surge in from elsewhere. Before he can even catch his breath, Brez is forced to defend himself once more. But this time, it seems his strength is severely depleted. Wounds on his body grow increasingly severe. Seeing that the time has come, Taeho charges forward, riding on Hela. The hatred from seeing the warriors die so tragically at Brez's hands fills him with even more fury. In just a few brief seconds, he drives his sword straight through Brez's body. Perhaps due to the immense force, the weapon in his hand instantly shatters into pieces. Taeho turns back in disbelief. He blocked it, but my weapon is completely destroyed. Following that, he has Hela circle back around in the sky a few times. He reminds himself, I have to unleash the next strike right away. Seeing no other option, Brez has no choice but to use the treasure of the Tuatha De Danann, U's Spear of the Sun God. Realizing Brez's intent, Taeho is startled and bewildered. A throwing spear? He raises the spear high, preparing to hurl it at Taeho. Surging with magic power, the spear shoots straight ahead. Taeho hastily leaps into the air to dodge, but Hela's clone body isn't as lucky. Seeing him in danger makes everyone anxious. Taeho. His body goes into a free fall toward the ground below. Braki wants to help him but can only helplessly call out his name, Taeho. Seeing him plummeting to the ground, Ciri hastily flies over to catch him. Actually, Brez refuses to let him go. "He'll finish you off quickly, warrior of Eden." Before he can make a move, Bracky charges forward and declares, "Don't even think about getting past me." Without hesitation, Brez swings his arm through the air. "Damn it, stop getting in my way." Time seems to stop as the two clash head-on. The two lightning hammers smash directly into each other. The ground is utterly pulverized under the sheer pressure of their collision. Brez is startled, realizing that his opponent is anything but ordinary.
At the same time, the hammer in Bracky's hands begins to show signs of cracking.
On this side, Merlin catches Tejo just in time. "I've got him." Siri sighs in profound relief. He's unconscious, but thank heavens he's still alive. Suddenly, the old man suggests we should lay him down and get him to a safe place. Having said that, everyone immediately withdraws. Bracky, facing off against Brez, laughs in excitement. "Looks like you're too late." Seeing his plan ruined fills Brez with tremendous rage. Killing all of you is only a matter of time anyway. Seeing this, the other warriors struggle to sit up. Then we just need to buy them a little more time. You're not the only stubborn one here, Bracky. Brez's whole body trembles with rage. They're out of the demon eye's range. You cockroaches are truly as persistent as leeches. Witnessing the warrior's sheer willpower brings Bracky immense satisfaction. Great. Let's fight to the bitter end. Regenleaf and the other Valkyries step forward. We'll join the fight as well. We can't just sit back and watch. Seeing everyone banding together like this drives Brez even further into madness. He immediately challenges everyone. "Come at me all at once. I'll wipe you all out in a single strike." Over here, Siri gently lays Tejo down. After checking his condition, she suddenly asks, "Merlin, please take care of Tejo." He looks at him with his sorrowful gaze and nods in agreement. Understood. She turns her eyes back to the ongoing battle. "I will help hold that bastard Brez back." The scene shifts to the forest near Kalev Castle, where the three Valkyries summon the Rain of Steel.
Razgrid pants heavily and speaks up.
The Rain of Steel was summoned smoothly. The battle must be incredibly fierce right now. Hermod instantly becomes expectant. I wonder if they've caught Brez yet. The remaining one, Ingrid, quickly voices her assumption. If everything went according to plan, then yes. Let's go check it out. All three turn their heads in the same direction. I have a bad feeling about this. The sky gradually darkens into late evening. Both sides are still fighting fiercely, and Tejo falls into a temporary state of unconsciousness. After making calculations, Merlin holds the ancient stone in his hand and calls out, "Adenma." Instantly, she is summoned by him to this place. Seeing Tejo's current state startles her. "Master." Merlin immediately urges, "Adenma, quickly use your healing magic." Although very surprised, she still nods in agreement. "Got it, bro." Seeing everyone's unity only drives Brez completely insane with rage. He screams frantically, "Bring it on, you bastards. I'll blow you all away in one strike." After a brief rest, Bracky grips his weapon. Now he must face the tyrant Brez. His eyes are filled with nothing but fury, yet even so, Bracky will never give up. He raises the axe in his hand high and uses his epic, calling upon the Son of God for Father. But it seems like absolutely nothing happens around here. The sight just now makes Brez burst into surprised laughter. "You call yourself Thor's son? Don't be insane." The two immediately clash and battle once more. Die. Their power is so terrifyingly immense that the surrounding warriors are forced to step back.
It's just a pity that Bracky is no match for Brez. He silently recalls, "I knew it. That Thor isn't truly my father. I only became absolutely certain of it after coming to Valhalla. Ever since the Great Barrier was erected 100 years ago, Thor has never set foot in Midgard again. Dense dust and smoke fill the air. Brez has successfully struck Bracky down. But the other warriors charge toward him all at once. He shows no fear at all. Instead, he feels incredibly thrilled. Fine then, bring your dead bodies over here. His strength is overwhelmingly terrifying. Just a few swings are enough to wipe everyone out. His entire body is already stained with bright red blood. Right after that, the Valkyries charge forward as well. Brez chuckles in utter contempt. Too slow. He effortlessly glides past the female warriors, and all of them are instantly taken down. His eyes glow crimson, as if dyed in the color of blood. Seeing no other choice, Siri activates her epic. The witch's arrows never miss their mark. A powerful arrow is aimed straight at Brez, but his speed is also incredibly formidable. Seizing the perfect moment, she immediately fires the arrow. Brez, of course, remains completely unfazed. Not a chance.
In just a few seconds, he wields his sword and dashes right past Sira's body. Everything happens so fast that she has no way to react. Her entire body collapses onto the ground. Feeling like it's not enough, Brez turns around and roars. All right, who's next? But Siri still hasn't given up. Not yet. I'm your opponent right now.
She reminds herself, I have to stall for time as much as possible so Taeho can recover.
Right now, I absolutely must protect him. The moment Siri finishes speaking, Brez lunges forward with his sword. He raises his voice and declares, I'll have to take your head for this. She reacts incredibly fast by drawing two short swords. A familiar voice calls out, making her freeze in place. Siri. She recognizes the familiar silhouette right before her eyes, Lord Oler. He smiles and gently praises her. My precious warrior, I am not ready to lose you yet, and I won't let Iden steal you away from me either. Those warm words seem to soothe Sira's heart. Over here, Brez is still attacking frantically, but she suddenly vanishes right before his eyes. He startles in sheer disbelief. An afterimage?
Without him noticing, Siri has appeared right behind his back. She uses her epic, Wolf Goddess. Siri's face has changed completely. She now harbors an entirely new energy. Brez turns his head in surprise, realizing she has awakened. This time, the two face off against each other. Bracky tries to crawl up after taking a heavy blow. His hand touches a few small stones. Tears of sheer helplessness stream endlessly down his cheeks. Going back in time, the warriors looked at Bracky in surprise. What's wrong with him? Why is he crying so much? He's twice the size of everyone else and yet. But he just sank into his own sorrow. When I started feeling certain that Thor wasn't really my father, I cried and cried and cried forever. That was when Thor came to my side. Seeing his state, Thor was extremely surprised. Are you? Bracky? Why are you crying? He recalls maybe seeing a giant man sitting there crying made him approach out of curiosity. After hearing the story, Thor was incredibly surprised. What? That's the reason you're crying. Thor gently placed his hand on Bracky's shoulder. At the same time, Thor smiled warmly to comfort him. All the warriors in this legion are brothers and my children. So Bracky, you are also my son. Those words made him freeze for a moment, and that alone was more than enough for me. I was finally able to smile again. I am the son of a god. I cannot let myself fall in a place like this. And so Bracky stands up once again. Sensing that something is wrong makes Brez flinch. Siri surprisingly calls out, Bracky. Brez turns around in confusion. What now? Very quickly, Bracky uses his epic, Son of God. He has also simultaneously awakened to a whole new level. Over on this side, Admaha is healing Taeho. She grows even more anxious. No, his recovery rate isn't fast enough. Merlin, quickly take the golden apple from my master's pouch. He hurriedly nods in agreement, understood. Taking the golden apple, Admaha takes a large bite out of it. She gently leans in closer to Taeho's mouth. Wake up quickly, please, you foolish master. As the distance between the two closes, a golden light illuminates the entire area. After awakening, Siri has become increasingly powerful. She can appear from one side to another, leaving Brez unable to react in time. He can only furiously turn around and curse, Damn it, you annoying obstacle. Even Bracky is charged forward to join the battle this time. His strength has skyrocketed significantly, and Brez is struggling quite a bit to face him. While he isn't paying attention, Siri takes the opportunity to sneak attack. After striking, she dashes far away without leaving a single opening. Realizing that the wounds on his body are getting more severe makes him jolt. Right at this moment, Razgrid has also joined the fray. It seems Hermod can't sit still any longer either. Everyone combines their strength to attack Brez, leaving him completely clueless on what to block first. Agonizing pain all over his body makes him scream frantically. Up ahead, Bracky raises his weapon high, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. A powerful bolt of lightning struck Brez right on the head. The electric current surged through the area, shattering the ground to pieces. Sensing something, Taeho slowly woke up from his deep slumber. The first thing he saw was Adamaha's tearful face crying out, Master. Confused, he called out her name, Adamaha. Her expression instantly changed as she scolded, You had us so worried. Taeho struggled to sit up. I'm sorry, help me up. Realizing his intentions, Adamaha asked worriedly, Are you sure you can fight in this condition? He answered her without hesitation. Brez is only getting stronger. We have to hurry. Suddenly, Merlin appeared right in front of them. The old wizard smiled happily and gently announced, Let us go, my king. As if regaining his strength, Taeho continued to move forward. Meanwhile,
Brez was facing off against numerous warriors.
Bracky successfully landed a critical hit, sending him crashing to the ground. Rasgrid rushed over and warned, "The seal won't hold much longer, we need to end this quickly." And so, all the female warriors joined forces to attack, but Brez just sat there motionless without any reaction. At that moment, he uttered strange words, "Tuatha Di Danan," the body of Keyhole. A massive explosion caught Teho's eye. He realized the place was being blown to pieces. He hastily signaled to Rollo, "Over there, fly down." Despite the warriors' fierce attacks, Brez didn't take a single scratch. On the contrary, his power was continuously increasing. He glared furiously at those who were attacking him. Out of sheer helplessness, Bracky could only curse. "Damn it," he thought to himself, "just how strong is this guy?" Before anyone could react, Brez began striking back one by one. He poured his strength into his sword, forcing Bracky to grit his teeth and endure the blow. Driven mad by everything he had gone through, Brez roared, "Die!" Even though Bracky's body was completely exhausted, he refused to give up. Right at that moment, a familiar power descended from the sky. Brez turned his head in confusion. Iden's warrior? Even Bracky called out in joy, "Teho." He had finally returned to the battlefield. Suddenly, Brez noticed the sword in Teho's hand. Unable to hide his jealousy, he snarled, "Caliburn? Impossible, with a lowly scum like you." The moment that thought crossed his mind, Teho's power exploded. His eyes suddenly glowed. Epic of Eden's warrior. Epic of the King of Camelot. He had awakened into a completely different form. Unwilling to waste any more time, Brez leaped into the air to attack. Teho easily blocked him with his sword. But the clash of their terrifying powers made the ground unable to hold up any longer. Bracky hastily threw his arms up to shield his face. Even Ciri was taken aback by this overwhelming strength. The two continuously clashed, neither willing to back down. Teho gritted his teeth as he endured the pressure, while Brez nodded in praise. "Not bad, Eden's warrior. But how long do you think you can keep up that power? The longer this drags on, the stronger I become." Teho's eyes turned more serious than ever, yet the corner of his lips curled into an enigmatic smirk. It was the same for Teho. As time passed, he also grew stronger. During this fierce battle against a powerful foe, his synchronization rate with Karlstad began to skyrocket, hitting 50%. Teho paid no mind to Brez's taunts and relentlessly continued his assault. His raw power forced his opponent to stumble backward. Naturally, Brez refused to be outdone and swung his arm back to counterattack. Before the blade could even touch his body, Teho had completely vanished. His speed was so immense that Brez couldn't believe his own eyes. He realized Teho was soaring through the sky riding on Rollo. He immediately commanded, "Rollo, transform into a dragon." Heeding his words, Rollo's majestic dragon form appeared. Teho became a fierce dragon knight, riding his blazing dragon to battle the wicked foe. He pointed his sword forward and loudly declared, "Here I come, Brez." The knight charged straight at the enemy atop his fiery dragon. Unafraid, Brez boldly challenged him, "Come at me as many times as you want." At the same time, he once again opened the blood demon Eye of Balor. The surrounding space was instantly warped by his dark magic. Sensing that something was wrong, Teho froze. Now Brez's true power had completely erupted. He would show no mercy to anyone who dared to challenge him. The earth shattered completely and blinding dust flew everywhere. Facing such an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, Teho showed no fear whatsoever. Brez had transformed into a literal demon. Astonished, he asked himself, "What the hell is this guy?" When we fought over Skathok, he was just an ordinary mid-rank warrior of Valhalla. No matter how much Valhalla's warriors strengthen their runes, there has to be a limit. Brez was driven mad with envy. "What are you exactly?" Teho didn't care about his attitude. This is payback for Adinmaha. Watching the battle from afar, Adinmaha was stunned by his words. She was taken aback by his actions. "Master." Teho powerfully thrust his sword straight forward. Brez's entire body was blown backward. The technique he used was the dragon's ancient art, Dragon's Siege Crossbow. Over on the other side, Thor was still facing Loki. Seeing the situation unfold, Loki was incredibly surprised. "Oh my, he's dead, and here I thought he would be quite useful." Thor could no longer hold back his fury. "Your conspiracy ends right here." As Thor struck, Loki's body began to dissipate. He chuckled, saying in a highly sarcastic tone, "See you later, Thor." Thor roared madly, searching for his shadow, Loki. After the battle concluded, Teho mounted Rollo. He praised him with immense pride. "Great job, Rollo. Your new form is truly magnificent."
The first one to form a pact with the dragon knight Karlstad, the lord of the scorching flames, the swift red dragon, Meteor. Taeho laughed and continued, Rollo, let's show the remaining Fomorians exactly why the lord of the scorching flames is called a meteor. Right as he finished his sentence, Rollo initiated his duty. Flames violently erupted across the entire area. The surviving warriors cheered with joy. Glory to the warrior of Iden. Glory to Iden. Regenleaf looked up at the sky. Power is overflowing. Gander nodded in agreement. Ciri realized in amazement. When Brez died, a massive amount of runes flooded in. Bracky suddenly stood up and loudly declared, we can still fight. Right after, Regenleaf decisively pointed forward. Warriors, continue the fight. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. The sky gradually began to clear up. The battle at Caleb Castle only came to an end as the sun set. The warriors of Valhalla finally exterminated the entire Fomorian horde. Their casualties were far from minor, but that didn't overshadow today's victory. By evening, the campfires were lit. Adenmaha sighed and repeatedly magged him. You're heavily injured, so make sure you rest well today. Don't get too excited over the victory and get dead drunk. Just get some sleep, geez. Got it? Taeho gently reached out and patted her head. Thank you, everyone. You should rest well too.
Suddenly she remembered Taeho's words. This is payback for Adenmaha. Her face noticeably turned bright red in an instant. She quickly turned away. Honestly, let's head back, Rollo. Seeing Adenmaha act so playfully made Taeho burst into laughter. Bracky stepped up from behind and called out, Hey, Taeho. Great job. You fought amazingly yesterday. Taeho scratched his head shyly and replied, You too, Bracky-hyung. He turned and pointed at Ciri. Ciri was incredible too. Did you see her fight? Taeho recalled that moment. A little bit. You even had a tail, didn't you? This praise made Ciri incredibly flushed and shy, but Bracky right next to them kept teasing her. It was truly beautiful and very strong. I want to see her again. Seeing Ciri get angry left Taeho speechless. At this rate, he was going to explode. While the two of them were bickering, he hurriedly slipped away. I'll leave you two alone. After returning to his room, Taeho lay exhaustedly on his bed. He closed his eyes tightly and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he arrived at a familiar space. Eden appeared right before his eyes. Seeing his figure, she joyfully turned her head. My warrior, Taeho. He politely knelt down as always. Goddess Eden, I offer my greetings. She gently patted the empty space right next to her. Then she turned back and told Taeho, take a seat. As usual, there are a few things I wish to discuss with you. First of all, I want to praise you. You have made a great contribution. Brez was a long-standing enemy of Asgard. As one of the leaders of Asgard, I want to express my gratitude. Taeho chuckled and gently explained, I won because everyone fought side by side. He thought to himself, it wasn't just him being humble. The Valkyries had risked their lives to weaken Brez, and everyone had surrounded him together. Less than greater than. The other warriors also fought with all their might against the Fomorians. Without even one of those three elements, we couldn't have won. Eden seemed to read Taeho's mind. She laughed and continued to announce, and there is more good news. This time it has been decided to promote you, Taeho, to a high-rank warrior. This news caught him quite off guard. A high-rank warrior. Eden turned her head and asked him, thanks to that, I can now do one more thing. Do you know what it is? Taeho shook his head curiously. No. She spoke her mind. I can appoint you, Taeho, as the commander of Iden's legion. That's because the commander of any legion must be at least a high-rank warrior. He was incredibly surprised. Legion commander? But first, a question popped into Taeho's mind. What about the veteran warriors of Iden's legion he had never met? As Taeho softly asked, Iden nodded with a solemn expression. She gently explained to him, that is correct. Right now, the only surviving warrior in Iden's legion is you, Taeho. But you are becoming the commander just because you're the sole survivor. You are truly a warrior who makes me proud. Even if there were other warriors, the result would not change. These words made him momentarily stunned. Iden continued her suggestion. Before long, the warriors will hold an official inauguration ceremony for you. This is just my personal wish, but this time, try summoning Heda. The beautiful silhouette of Heda spontaneously appeared in Taeho's mind. Without a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. I will do it. His attitude greatly pleased Iden. As always, she gently kissed his forehead. May my blessing always be with you. Cleaning up the battlefield at Caleb Castle took about 5 days. The Valkyries collected the remains of the fallen warriors and held a ritual,
while also somewhat stabilizing Caleb Ahim, which had suddenly lost its ruler. And to strengthen Teo's epic, the warrior was visited by Valkyries. Teo's face gradually flushed red every single day. They bestowed upon him their blessings. Everyone was watching him. I'm so jealous, Teo. Then another day passed, and on the morning of the 6th day, Regent Leaf had the warriors of Valhalla line up in formation in front of the castle.
Before conducting the ceremony to return to Valhalla, Teho's promotion to high-rank warrior, along with his inauguration as the commander of Aiden's Legion, was scheduled to take place. Teho pulled a card from his pocket. The familiar silhouette of Hedda appeared before his eyes. She smiled gently and asked, "Are you doing well today?" Seeing her appear made him overjoyed. Hedda. Teho thought to himself. As expected, the power of the original was truly incredible. After a period of silence, she suddenly spoke up. "First of all, I want to apologize. On the first day we met, when I lied to you about the veteran warriors, you were so nervous back then. I thought that if I told you that you were assigned to a legion with absolutely no seniors, you would be even more anxious. I'm sorry." But Teho didn't seem to care about this reason at all. "It's fine." His face suddenly flushed red. "I wasn't planning on bringing that up in the first place anyway." While the two were still chatting, Maha walked over. She sighed and pointed behind her, announcing, "It's a very heartwarming scene, but it looks like the ceremony is about to start." Hearing this, Hedda gently touched Teo's hand. She smiled and pulled him forward. "Shall we go then?" This intimate gesture filled Teho with inescapable joy. Standing before the warriors, Regent Leaf strongly introduced him. The new commander of Aiden's Legion, Lee Teho. Below them, cheers erupted. "Teho, you're so cool." Warrior of Aiden. Seeing everyone support him like this took him by surprise as well. Suddenly, Hedda turned her head and called out, "Teho." He nodded in understanding. Right after, he slowly closed his eyes. Hedda bloomed a gentle smile, her face blushing slightly. Her slender fingers moved closer to Teho's body. The warriors below were still relentlessly cheering and roaring. Perhaps lacking in height, she gently stood on her tiptoes. Adenmaha down below also blushed as she witnessed this scene. The distance between the two of them drew closer and closer. When she finished, she softly offered her blessing. "May Eden's blessing always be with you." Seeing this, everyone teased him even more. A warrior kissed by a Valkyrie. Damn it, I'm so jealous. That's so unfair. Regan Leaf behind them let out a soft sigh. After regaining her composure, she reminded them, "I have one more matter to announce. Since Warrior Teho has been promoted to a high-rank warrior this time, he won't be able to easily cross the Great Barrier anymore." He startled in confusion. "Does that mean I can't return to Asgard?" She hastily explained to make him understand. "That's not it, but you will have to stay here for a while. The gods are paying special attention to the fact that the fragments of Garmr were found in Midgard. They believe we need to concentrate more of our forces in Midgard. Therefore, Teho, commander of Eden's Legion, from this moment on, you are granted the authority of supreme commander over all Valhalla forces currently operating in Midgard." Not only was Teho surprised, but everyone was dumbfounded. "For real? That's awesome, Warrior of Eden." He was still bewildered. "Supreme Commander?" Regan Leaf gently comforted him. "Don't be too tense. Actually, not much will change. You just need to command the troops and dispatch the Valkyries to the right place at the right time." Cucullin found it hard to believe. "Is that all?" She burst into laughter and pointed behind her, announcing, "It still sounds very majestic, right? Valkyries, Regent Leaf, and Razgrid will assist you." The crowd exploded even more at her words. "This is a fairly new job for you, so it won't be easy, but I hope you do well. Hooray for Lee Teho, commander of Aiden's Legion." The time had shifted to late at night. Teho let out a long yawn, getting ready for bed to relax. He muttered to himself as he walked. For Asgard and the 9 realms, planning troop deployments is no small matter. Seeing Hedda standing there waiting took Teho by surprise. Hedda. Her face clearly revealed a joyful expression. "Teho, I thought I should drop by to see you one more time before going to sleep." He approached to chat with her. "You're heading back tomorrow, right?" She nodded with a hint of regret. "Once I return, we probably won't see each other for a while." Teho's face suddenly flushed red. He could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. It was no different for Hedda. She didn't know what to say next. Just when the two of them were still tense, Maha appeared. "Hedda, get in bed already." He turned to look at her in confusion. "You're here too." Maha stated firmly, "I'm sleeping with Hedda." Seeing there was no other way, Hedda waved goodbye. "Well, see you tomorrow." Teho blushed and waved back. "Good night."
Just a few short minutes had gradually lifted his mood. Taeho immediately returned to his room. He sighed and walked towards the bed. I should get some sleep too. Not wanting to waste time, Taeho closed his eyes tightly. The space around him grew even quieter. He fell into a deep sleep as usual. A strange, faint scent drifted into his nose. Taeho sensed that something was off. It smells so good. Are these flowers? His drowsy eyes slowly opened. Striking his sight was the unfamiliar face of Freya. She smiled gently and woke Taeho up. Perhaps caught off guard, he hastily backed away, completely startled. Who are you? Why are you on my bed, and how did you get in here? Realizing something was wrong, Taeho froze. He quickly turned his head to look around. This wasn't his room. This was a dream. Realizing this, Taeho hurriedly bowed and greeted. A warrior of Iden pays respects to the goddess of Asgard. Freya chuckled, nodding in praise. Good reflexes. She quickly sat up and adjusted her clothes. While Taeho was still confused, she introduced herself. It's a great pleasure to meet you, warrior of Iden. My name is Freya. The noble goddess introduced herself. My name is Freya. Hearing this familiar name surprised Taeho. Freya, the goddess of beauty and magic, right? She felt smug, thinking to herself, you can't control yourself, can you? Because of my beauty. Countless men have fallen before me. My enchanting gaze makes it impossible for you to look away, right? But Freya realized that Taeho didn't care about her at all. He only had one thought in his head. Hedda is much cuter. The power of blind love is truly terrifying. Seeing Taeho still unresponsive startled Freya. Is he not seduced by my beauty? Don't tell me he doesn't like women, or maybe he likes men. No, my beauty transcends gender, even species. And yet here he stands right in front of me. And he's thinking about another woman. While Freya was still deep in thought, a spatial portal opened up. Iden suddenly stepped through and called out, Goddess Freya. She smiled and chatted, Oh my, hello. It's been a while. Taeho also recognized her. Goddess Iden. In contrast, Iden was extremely annoyed and demanded, Just what exactly are you doing here? Freya looked highly amused and explained, Calm down. As the leader of the Valkyries, I just wanted to honor a warrior who achieved great deeds. I have no intention of stealing your warrior. But deep down, she was quite annoyed, thinking, besides, he doesn't look like the type to switch sides anyway. It really hurts my pride a little. With this in mind, she called out to Taeho, commander of Iden's legion. Since your goddess is so grumpy, I'll make this quick. While I was thinking about how to reward you, I heard an interesting rumor. Among the warriors, they call you the Valkyrie Master, right? Seeing Iden fuming in the background made Freya laugh smugly. She immediately handed him a gift. Then take this. It suits a master. What Taevel held was the Valkyrie horn. When you blow it, you can summon all the Valkyries and command them. This unexpected gift surprised him. Thank you. Iden still glared at Freya suspiciously. Is that all you wanted to say? She then slowly turned her head to look at Iden. At the same time, she gently reminded her, Don't be so hot-tempered. You should save face in front of our warrior. Come here. Before I finish the prophecy, let me give you a blessing. Before Taeho could react, Freya grabbed his face. Then she gently leaned in to bestow the blessing. Seeing that the location of the blessing was a bit inappropriate, Iden shouted angrily, Goddess Freya. It wasn't until Taeho blushed that Freya finally stopped her actions. It seems she found him truly amusing. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye. See you again. Finally, only Taeho and Iden were left in the space. What had just happened left him in silence, not knowing what to say. Iden gave a forced smile. My warrior, Taeho. I'm glad to see you're doing well. He quickly nodded. Me too. Realizing something was off, he suddenly turned serious. Iden, confused, took a few steps back. Why are you looking at me like that? Did she cast a spell on you? He laughed and scratched his head as he recounted. No, up until now, I've met quite a few gods. Goddess Eden is the only one who always hides her face. Hearing Taeho say this, Eden reached for her veil. If you want to see what is hidden behind this veil, I can show you. Taeho was completely taken aback. But when the veil was removed, her eyes were still covered. She looked almost exactly the same as before, leaving Taeho speechless. She quickly noticed, you look disappointed. And just joking. He asked himself in confusion, why does she hide her face? Even put the veil back on. My warrior Taeho, I think I have to head back now. May my blessings always be with you. On the other side, Loki silently watched his subordinate kneeling on the ground. He chuckled, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. You managed to drag yourself back, Korga. This man was Korga, the right-hand man of the tyrant Brez. He hurriedly pleaded, Please give me strength. I need power. Please grant me the strength to take my revenge on them. Loki smiled wickedly and reached his hand out toward him. Don't worry, Korga. There is still an important mission waiting for you. Time quickly skipped to the morning of the next day. Ingrid stepped in front of Taeho and reported. Valkyrie Ingrid reporting to the commander of Aiden's legion. This situation caught him a bit off guard. She is always so serious. Ever since I became commander, she has been speaking to me very formally. Actually, it wasn't just the Valkyries. Everyone had changed how they spoke to him since his promotion. Even Siri reminded him, don't call me Captain Siri anymore.
I know why you call me that, but you are the commander now. Continuing to do so won't do you any good. Hearing her say that, Taeho's expression turned thoughtful. Then what about Siri Nuna? These words made her face turn as red as a tomato. She frantically shook her head and reminded him, just call me Siri, please. Seeing no other way, Taeho awkwardly scratched his head and agreed, all right. The grand doors were opened. Taeho calmly took step after step forward. All the warriors were already standing there waiting for him. Before his eyes were the high-ranking Valkyries, all watching Taeho's every move. He raised his sword high in front of him. Then he recited the oath before everyone. For Asgard and the 9 realms. The warriors shouted in unison, for Asgard and the 9 realms. High above, Corbus secretly observed it all. He coldly spat out a mockery. The foolish dogs of Valhalla and the Hound of Eden. Today is your doomsday. Hedda gently stepped up behind Taeho. So this is your first expedition as a Legion commander, huh? He quickly recognized her. Hedda, it seems it's time for you to go back. I wish you could stay longer. Without needing many words, the two could understand each other's feelings. Suddenly, Maha stepped forward and reminded her, Hedda, let's head back now. Although full of regret, she still nodded in agreement. All right. Well then, Taeho, please take care of yourself. Korga gradually closed in on his target. Seeing that the moment had come, he leaped down to attack. His objective was crystal clear. It was Taeho. Realizing something was wrong caught Hida's attention. In just a few short seconds, Korga lunged right behind him. She screamed in panic, Taeho. He confusedly turned his head to see what was happening, but it was too late. Korga grabbed his body tightly with both hands. He shrieked like a maniac, Kadas, Krodaya. His plan this time was to grab him and self-destruct. Everything happened so fast that the warriors present instantly froze. Filled with worry for Taeho, Hedda managed to cry out, Taeho. Siri and Braki rushed forward to check the situation. Taeho. Merlin looked in despair at the blinding light radiating forth. No, that spell is. Everyone froze. Nobody had time to react to Korga's sudden move. When things slowly returned to normal, the warriors were bewildered. What happened? Aiden's warrior and those nearby. They disappeared. This sight left everyone in a panic. The scene shifted to a vast area outside. Taeho's entire body collapsed to the ground. Recalling what had just happened left him still disoriented. Maha and Hedda panted heavily, hurriedly looking at their surroundings. Perhaps because she had consumed too much energy, Siri looked quite exhausted. Razgrid confusingly recognized the previous move. Teleportation? Regionleaf grew anxious. Where are we? Before them lay a pitch-black void, contrasting with the faint ethereal white shadows. Realizing the situation, Merlin's entire body trembled. Impossible. This place. There's no doubt about it. Korga, the one who cast the teleportation magic, had vanished. The place where Loki used him to banish Aiden's warrior and his companions was. Everyone realized it. Eryu. Initially, why he sent the group to the ruins of the destroyed Eryu was a mystery, but when Taeho looked up at the sky, he understood. His expression instantly changed. On the other side, Loki was still very smug. It was a simple plan. Because of the Great Barrier's existence, it was impossible to send a mighty giant to confront Aiden's warrior and the rest. Therefore, you just had to bring them outside the Great Barrier. Tracking down Aiden's warrior outside the Great Barrier, that certainly wasn't an easy method to come up with. Because of that, Asgard will never see this coming. Even if they notice, everything will be settled before reinforcements arrive. All right, I'll leave it to you, Earth, Lord Valgard. A blazing fire appeared from the sky. Sensing something, Braki hurriedly entered a defensive stance. Braki remembered what had happened a few months ago, the events that unfolded the moment that Earth Giant appeared, a being that could only be described as a calamity. He desperately thought to himself, the same thing is about to happen again. Back then, Ragnar was there, but now everything depends on me. He urgently warned, everyone, hide behind me, quickly. A terrifying force rushed straight at Braki. Even that force alone shattered everything in its surroundings.
Thick dust and smoke obscured the entire vision of the area. Bracky was determined not to let that horrific event repeat itself. Everyone was completely taken aback by this sheer power. He alone managed to withstand that formidable force. Finally, everything came to a halt. A thick pillar of black smoke rose from the ground. The massive silhouette of a hideous monster appeared. It was one of the 5 trusted subordinates of the demon king Utgard Loki, the earth giant Valgard. The warriors were stunned by the sight. What? Look at that size. That's totally unfair. Valgard slowly stood up, glaring at the tiny humans before it. Grasping the situation, Taiho quickly warned, "It'll lure him away. Everyone, keep your distance." As soon as he finished speaking, it charged madly towards him. Recognizing Taiho's identity, it instantly roared, "Ivan's warrior." He seemed to already know the answer in his heart. Just as I thought, the one he's after is me. Heda was extremely worried and tried to stop him. Taiho. Adamaha also stepped forward. "Master, I will fight to the bitter end." Not wanting to put anyone in danger, he hastily ordered, "Don't come unless I call for you." That's an order.
Valgard threw a powerful, devastating punch. A loud explosion echoed as the ground completely shattered. Taiho quickly dashed up along its arm. He wanted to use this chance to get closer to it. Valgard's other hand swung toward Taiho. Realizing its intent, he was still trying to figure out a way to escape. It slammed one hand against the other in a terrifying display, but thankfully, Taiho transformed into an eagle and flew away just in time. But he also knew well that his speed couldn't match Valgard's. Seizing the moment, he transformed back into a human and chanted, "Come here, Rollo." He needed a companion who could assist him. Right after his call, Rollo's familiar silhouette appeared behind him. Taiho mounted it and flew high up into the air. Having formulated a plan, he continued his command, "Transform Rollo." With his assistance, it transformed into the Lord of the Burning Meteor Flames. Taiho dove toward Valgard at breakneck speed. "Let's melt that pile of rocks." A powerful, overwhelming energy shot straight at its head. Unable to sit still any longer, Valgard raised both of its hands high. It was intending to counter Taiho's plan. Even so, Rollo resolutely unleashed flames to scorch its entire body. The scene was utterly chaotic. Bracky and Siri took the opportunity to run forward. They were extremely worried about his life. Taiho. Seeing his plan fail, he irritably wondered, damn it, did he turn his arm into a shield to block the attack? Facing this move from Valgard, the two of them couldn't do anything else. After the blazing flames gradually dissipated, Valgard opened its hands. Stone arrows began sprouting all over its body again. The sudden situation left Taiho with no time to react. Thousands of stone arrows flew straight toward Taiho and Rollo. The situation had now become incredibly dangerous. Rollo's wings were pierced by these stone arrows. An excruciating pain made it unable to endure any longer. Its entire body was severely injured. With no other choice, Taiho could only order, "Go back, Rollo." It instantly vanished while he tried to escape from the barrage of stone arrows. Taiho moved with incredible agility, leaping from one side to another. He wanted to use these stone arrows to close the distance with Valgard. In just a short moment, he appeared right before its eyes. Taiho hurriedly drew the legendary sword he kept on him. Understanding his intent, Valgard quickly raised a hand to block. Wanting to end this battle quickly, Taiho charged forward with his sword. Valgard swiftly retaliated with a heavy, powerful punch. Seeing that the moment had come, he hurriedly reached out his hand to block, chanting. A mystical blue light enveloped the entire space. Taiho's entire body was still suspended in mid-air. Valgard frantically tried to attack, but was easily dodged by him. Despite its enormous body, it clearly couldn't keep up with his speed. In a life-or-death situation, Taiho performed several flips in the air. Seeing the perfect opening, he yelled out a signal, "Now Merlin." Flashing back to earlier, Merlin had suddenly called out to him, "Your Majesty, wait. Buy me some time so I can complete the spell." Right at this moment, a massive meteor of energy plummeted from the sky. It aimed straight for Valgard, who was devastating the area. The moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. A massive explosion went off. Fortunately, Taiho managed to fall back in time to keep a safe distance. He nodded with a satisfied expression. All right, that hit was great. Only a short while later, the place had turned into a ruined battlefield. Merlin also successfully found Taiho. "Your Majesty." "He's not dead yet," the old wizard said with a worried look. After that impact, Valgard's entire body was severely injured. Even the blinding dust and smoke couldn't conceal its towering silhouette. The layer of dirt and rocks on its body slowly crumbled away. Taiho silently observed every move Valgard made. His expression gradually shifted.
That huge thing standing there isn't his main body. Instead, it was just his armor that got shattered. Valgard's true form had appeared before everyone's eyes. Unable to sit idle any longer, Siri and Braki directly awakened their powers. Even Taeho awakened his power, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. Wasting no more time, all three of them charged toward Valgard at once. He decisively raised his fist high into the air. Then he smashed it hard into the ground, shattering the earth. Numerous obstacles erupted from the surface to block their path. Siri also struggled as the boulders on the ground hindered her movements. Valgard had created a sturdy stone fortress for himself.
But Braki rushed forward, initiating the next phase of the battle. With incredible agility, he launched a barrage of attacks at every weak point on the giant's body. Witnessing the terrifying clash before them left the warriors frozen in awe. Manhwa spotted something and pointed to the sky. Over there, something else is coming. Massive boulders began raining down relentlessly from the sky. They crashed violently into the battlefield, making the fight even more perilous. Rasgrid hurriedly shouted to everyone, "Enemy reinforcements! We have to stop them!" Meanwhile, Braki raised his heavy mace high, filled with pure rage. He poured all his strength into delivering a devastating blow to Valgard's body. His eyes burned with the hope that this would bring the monster down. But no, Valgard was so overwhelmingly powerful that he easily blocked Braki's attack. He even retaliated with a punch so fast that Braki had no time to react. A wave of agonizing pain spread through his body, plunging him into despair. At that exact moment, Siri appeared right behind Valgard. She intended to seize the opportunity for a stealthy ambush. However, massive jagged rocks suddenly impaled her body. It turned out Valgard had anticipated everything. Everyone was mercilessly crushed by his hands. Taeho quickly gripped his sword and coldly charged forward. Valgard remained completely calm, acting as if nothing could affect him. But the very next second, he realized something was wrong. He hastily twisted his body to dodge. A powerful sword strike from Taeho slashed across Valgard's figure. Even the boulders behind him were cleaved in two, and the giant was shocked to find a gash on his chest. Valgard glared furiously at Taeho. "Just as I thought, you are an existence that must not be allowed to live. I will go all out." Meanwhile, 4 colossal monsters had surrounded the warriors. Seeing no other option, Manhwa immediately transformed into her true dragon form. She unleashed her energy, freezing everything in the vicinity. The other female warriors also drew their swords and charged together. Heda's flames blazed intensely through the air. Wielding her fiery sword, she leaped toward the monsters, ravaging the battlefield. Gathering all her might, Heda plunged her blade deep into the core of one's head. With just one strike, the monstrous beast collapsed lifeless to the ground. She turned her head to look ahead. The fierce battle was still raging. Manhwa suddenly shouted a reminder, "Heda, leave this to us. Go help Master." Hearing that Taeho was in danger, she hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Got it." With that, she quickly spun around and sprinted toward his battlefield. Anxious thoughts swirled in Heda's heart. "Taeho, you must stay safe." The next sight completely froze her in her tracks. Before her eyes, the towering Valgard had utterly defeated Taeho. Heda stood there, stunned and unable to believe her own eyes. Braki lay pitifully cast aside. Siri had also fallen in this brutal clash, and even Taeho had completely lost consciousness. A wave of sheer agony flooded her mind as Heda screamed in despair, "Taeho." Heda still refused to accept this harsh reality. "No." "Taeho!" She desperately tried to shake him awake. At the same time, Valgard noticed her presence. "Too late, female warrior. If you think you can save him, go ahead and try." Saying that, he violently slammed Taeho's body into the ground below. Then Valgard forcefully raised his fist high. "It ends here, warrior of Iden." Realizing he was about to execute Taeho, Heda panicked in sheer terror and quickly reacted. Determined not to let him have his way, she pleaded, "Please, help me." A blinding light suddenly shone from behind, leaving Valgard deeply confused. He blankly raised a hand to shield his eyes. "What is this? What is this light?" Having no other choice, Heda finally revealed herself as the goddess of youth, Iden. The tide seemed to turn, and the battlefield fell silent for a fleeting moment. Taeho's body began to tremble as he forced himself to sit up. He was surprised to find that he had returned to normal. "My power, it's back." Goddess Eden had always been her, Heda. Feeling a bit awkward, she quickly spoke up. "I'm sorry for hiding it from you all this time." Seeing the situation grow increasingly problematic greatly irritated Valgard. Refusing to give up, he launched another attack straight at Taeho.
But this time, Taeho effortlessly vanished before his eyes. By the time the giant realized it, Taeho was standing right in front of him. Having fully regained his resolve, Taeho declared, "We're starting over, Valgard." With Hada's divine assistance, Taeho became incredibly more powerful. The Warrior of Eden and the King of Camelot, maintaining two legendary epics, simultaneously placed immense physical and mental strain on him. But thanks to Eden's divine power constantly flowing by his side, Taeho now had the strength to endure it. And Taeho could feel it, that everyone was gathering right beside him. Right after, various divine figures emerged from behind Taeho. Merlin's entire body trembled. It can't be. Ku Kulin was equally astounded. Could they really be? The Knights of the Round Table. A divine figure stepped forward to speak. Camelot is lost, and Eru has faded to ruin, but we have never forgotten our oath to the king. Even if this land is covered in ashes, it is still Eru. It is the place where we once offered our lives and fought to the bitter end. Sensing the dire shift, Valbert hurriedly lunged forward to attack. But now Taeho felt no fear whatsoever in the face of his overwhelming might. The warriors also charged ahead in unison, even before Taeho moved. The bow of Tristan, the Knight of Love. The sword of Galahad, the Noble Knight. The holy lance of Percival, the Knight of Light. The demonic sword of Agravain, the Knight of Truth. Their weapons began pouring down like a torrential rain, brutally ravaging Valgard. Against such invincible power, Valbert had absolutely no way to fight back. And then the blade of the strongest knight of the Round Table appeared, Arundite of Camelot. With just one flawless strike, both of Valgard's arms were sent flying. Feeling the excruciating pain, he continuously shrieked in absolute despair. From high in the sky, a brilliant golden light of energy emerged. Following the radiant glow above Taeho's head, the ultimate weapon descended to the world. Seizing the moment, Taeho firmly grasped the legendary Holy Sword. It was the Sword of Gawain, the Knight of the Sun, Gallatin. The epic Sword of the Sun. The higher the sun rises, the stronger the sword becomes. At high noon, its power is unmatched. Fueled by immense hatred for everything Valbard had done, Taeho lunged forward to strike. Synchronization rate 54%. Valgard no longer had any means of escaping this devastating assault. He could only stand there helplessly, watching his own impending doom. His entire massive body was ripped in half. Taeho had successfully slain him. Even the very ground was drastically scarred by the sheer magnitude of the battle. Unable to endure the exhaustion any longer, Taeho firmly planted his sword into the ground.
He panted heavily, trying to regain his composure. Suddenly, he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Heda was still watching his every move. Seeing that he was still safe, she finally smiled in happiness. A while later, Admaha called out, "Eden! Eden's Legion, over here. Eden's Legion, gather here quickly." The warriors approached with intense excitement, which scared her a little. "Eden's Legion. I'm part of Eden's Legion too. I heard there's a massive ship, right? And is there a Valkyrie even more beautiful than the goddesses? Isn't the warrior who rides a Valkyrie right here in Eden's Legion? I can't wait to see the garrison." These words gave Admaha a headache. "Master, just how much did you overhype things? I mean, how much did you scam everyone?" Seeing the crowd gathering ahead, Heda was surprised. "It's really noisy over here." "Gosh, with a ship like this, how are we supposed to fit everyone?" The garrison of Eden's Legion had become more bustling than ever, just like the good old days. Inside the room, Admaha angrily scolded him. "What on earth were you thinking, making such bold claims?" Taeho turned around in surprise. "Hey, have I told a single lie?" She retorted in annoyance. "You told them the garrison is full of beautiful girls." He quickly pointed at her. "Well, we have Heda at the garrison, Commander Siri, Miss Skathak, and you, don't we?" Hearing this compliment made Admaha chuckle with delight. Remembering something, she announced, "I am heading out." He nodded. "All right, say hi to Heda for me." After she left, Ingrid knocked gently on the door a few times. Seeing this, Taeho stood up, reminding himself, "It's about time I head out too." Opening the door, he slowly stepped outside. The sunlight shining down made his figure look even more imposing. When Ingrid saw Taeho appear, she immediately raised her hand to salute. The other Valkyries also gave him a solemn salute. Now Taeho had earned the deep respect of all the other warriors. 100 years after the Great War, a new war had also begun. A war to eradicate the enemies of this world. And so Taeho would continue to fight. For Iden, for Heda, and for Asgard and the Nine Realms. After the long battles, the warriors stood together, ready for anything,
yet radiating the joy of victors. And this brings us to the end of Season 1. Thank you for watching until the end of the video, and have a wonderful day.